You play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up. All right, last season, ClubWPT.com offered up a variety of incredible prize packages, including a huge promotion where over 40 VIP members were awarded seats to the WPT 500 at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I won my package here to the Aria on Club WPT, and all I can say is that I'm a WPT fan for life.
It's an incredible site to go to because I've won over $8,000 since 2013 in prizes.
And you play all the poker that you want to, and it's great.
And you have the opportunity to do something like this and end up at a real live event.
If I can win it, anyone can win it.
Everybody should get on that site because it's a great site to practice.
Won the free roll in the Club WPT, and yes, I made $4,800.
Feels really good to cash my first live tournament.
We qualified on ClubWPT.com, and you can too.
Don't miss out on our next big giveaway. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here.
Started with 20 bucks.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible, as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, one minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick.
I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up. All right, last season, ClubWPT.com offered up a variety of incredible prize packages, including a huge promotion where over 40 VIP members were awarded seats to the WPT 500 at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I won my package here to the Aria on Club WPT, and all I can say is that I'm a WPT fan for life.
It's an incredible site to go to, because I've won over $8,000 since 2013 in prizes.
And you play all the poker that you want to, and it's great.
And you have the opportunity to do something like this and end up at a real live event.
If I can win it, anyone can win it.
Everybody should get on that site because it's a great site to practice.
Won the free roll in the Club WPT, and yes, I made $4,800.
Feels really good to cash my first live tournament.
We qualified on ClubWPT.com, and you can too.
Don't miss out on our next big giveaway. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here.
Started with $20.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown final table. Over 1,200 players have registered for this exclusive event, but only one of them can become our next champion and take home $669,161. Wang Chai leads the pack with over $6 million in chips, and another player eyeing the title is the Hublot WPT Player of the Year contender Kate Hall, who will need to finish third or higher and pass Mike Shariati in the POI lead. This victory would also mean she will become the first female to win an Open WPT title. Apart from life-changing cash, our champion will also qualify for the Tournament of Champions, which will be played on Friday. It's time to meet our final 10.
I like the dance yesterday, Tom.
Hello and welcome to the World Poker Tour online live stream. I'm Tony Dunst, joined here in the booth by Asher Kniff. Asher.
Hello, hello everyone.
Thank you for coming in and joining me in the booth today. We are hanging out watching the currently 10-handed final table of our 3,500 main event here at Seminole Hard Rock, which saw an enormous turnout. This entire series has had a great turnout so far. How's it going for you?
Good. I had a great start to the series. Not so much in the middle part so far, but really enjoying it. And they're a class act down here. Everything is so well run.
Yeah, they've put on a fantastic schedule of events here. We're getting a shot of Kate Hall there, and as you heard during the introduction from Tatiana, she's currently 6th in the Hublot Player of the Year race, and she needs 3rd or better in order to lock up Player of the Year at this final table. However, she is one of the short stacks going into our 10-handed final table, so Kate will need to win some dramatic hands in order to put herself in a position to become our Player of the Year. Current leader Mike Sheriotti won the Legends of Poker, and I want to say he won one other event this year, right?
I believe a second.
He got a second,
yes.
Excuse me. He won one and got a second in one. I remember I saw him heads up at something, and so right now he is currently in the lead for Player of the Year. Kate Hall, the only remaining player in this field of the 10K who could overtake him. Dietrich Fast made a run at it, but was eliminated in the 10K last night in around 13th place. And as you were telling me, at one point he was 1 of 14 or 1 of 13 remaining.
Yeah, he was absolutely crushing at some point. I mean, we all know the nature of the beast, how poker is.
Yeah.
It's quite understandable how it happened.
We see a shot of Tim Riley there, also one of our chip leaders. I believe he's in 2nd place. His largest tournament cash, $250,000. He is a regular on the tournament circuit here, but is yet to have that sort of breakthrough score, so has his opportunity today. Meanwhile, Garrett Greer, his biggest tournament cash was for $1.2 million, so he has had that breakthrough score.
That is the big score.
You know, that's the one you wait for. That's about the size of the time that we met. I think we were competing for about $1.2 million.
Almost.
Some of you might remember Asher from last year's WPT championship at the Borgata, where he rather historically turned a $1,000 misclick online at partypokerborgata.com in New Jersey into a sort of accidental seat in the 15K and then a win in that 15K for it was about 1.1 or 2, right?
No, right under 1 million.
Right under
980.
Okay, 980. Okay, cool. Good to know what I missed out on. And there you see Hyung Jae, our current chip leader, with just over 100 big blinds, 6.2 million. 17% of the chips in play.
I have played with him before, but separately talking to some people, I've been told that we should expect a show from him today.
We should expect a show.
That he is a card shower, he's a bluffer, he likes to talk, that he's just an absolute treat to have on the stream.
Okay.
Basically. Yeah.
Excellent.
Pretty
excellent.
excited.
That's really good to hear. Because when you're 10-handed, inevitably it slows the action down a little bit.
For sure.
There you see a shot of Justin Young, his biggest tournament cash also around the $1 million mark. He's had some success on the World Poker Tour before, and he's a regular in the cash games at Bellagio, which is where I've tangled with him the most.
Sure.
He's not necessarily a loose player, but he's a little bit splashy in the sense that when he gets post-flop with you, he doesn't like giving up on pots.
Yeah, he's definitely willing to tango, for sure. Right before him, we had a quick shot of William Foxon.
Yeah.
He's a buddy of mine from the East Coast, great player, Team Doobie guy, and he's an absolute beast, man. He's just making runs.
Yeah, I don't really
right here.
know too much about him. I feel like maybe I've seen him around a little bit, or maybe I just saw him in Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm not really sure, but I'm sure that's not the first time he's gotten that, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so
if anything, the craziest part is he's like a bigger Chris Pratt. Like Chris Pratt went to the gym more.
Yeah.
You know.
Sam Soverall's on the button here. We were introduced to Sam back in, I want to say it was 2011 at Jacksonville when he was our runner-up. We did a live stream there, and I had never encountered Sam before, and I remember being really impressed by his play. I just did some recordings for WPT Alpha 8 in Los Angeles, and Sam made it fairly deep in the event we had at the Bellagio. And pretty much every time I see him play, I think, wow, he plays really tough, and he's very creative post-flop, and particularly his river aggression is very high. He's one of those guys where if you get to the river with Sam and he doesn't have it, there's a pretty good likelihood he'll make a play at the pot if it's reasonable that you also don't have a great hand. Like, he's aware of other people's ranges. He's aware of when you have a capped range, and he'll come after you, whereas plenty of players will just take the showdown in those spots.
Sure. I've never played with the guy, but I only hear great things about his game.
Yeah.
One thing that I think is worth mentioning, I actually was unsure about this when we got here, so the reason we have no hole cards up is we don't have 10 cameras.
Yes, that's correct.
So as soon as we lose a player, everyone will be able to see the hole cards, and obviously that will help for viewership, but I still think we have a really interesting table dynamic going on right now, especially 10-handed, you know?
Yeah, and we have a very
short stacks,
pro-heavy table here.
Yes, a lot of pros.
So the action opened with Ben Tarzia, who I believe we saw at one of our final tables in Montreal a couple of seasons ago. And action is currently with Kate Hall on the button now, facing a raise of 125,000. And I believe that she has made the call.
She has. I believe she started with right under 20 big blinds, correct? Okay.
Yeah, a little over $1 million, I believe.
Yeah, she started with 19 big blinds.
Okay.
She has paid, I believe, just the small blind last hand, so
pretty strong flat from her.
Yes, she certainly, she doesn't have a weak holding here at all, ever. Especially facing an under the gun raise on a 19 big blind stack.
And Hyung eyeing both of his opponents. Looks like he's going to come along here. So 3 ways to the flop. Just to clarify, our blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante.
It's interesting because, you know, when honestly, when people are playing poker, a lot of people look uncomfortable a lot of the time. Even people who are very comfortable in the game will play all the time. It's just kind of the resting face of a poker player. But you can kind of see everyone looks a little extra nervous and extra uncomfortable.
I think that's the 10-handedness of
10-handed, cameras. Yeah, cameras. It's early in the morning for a poker player.
For poker, this is crazy early.
Yeah.
So everybody checked around in the 8-4-3 flop.
I was pretty surprised to see Kate check here. Obviously, knowing nothing about her hand.
I mean, even if she has just nothing here, it's a pretty good board for her to bet in position. 8-4-3 shouldn't connect with certainly under the guns range, and probably not even the big blinds range in many cases.
Right, and I thought it kind of does. It tells a weird story about her range on the button that she's calling with, but I mean, Kate's phenomenal. Kate really knows what she's doing.
Queen Jack of clubs, so she just basically flopped absolutely nothing, no backdoors or anything, and just decided not to stab at it because it was quite expensive relative to her stack. But you don't see a lot of that.
Right, right. I also think, I mean, Kate is, she's as willing to go to battle as anyone.
Right.
She does not show up to fold. Now, that being said, there's a very weird dynamic going on for her. She's trying to get third or better to lock up WPT Player of the Year. So I wonder if that'll affect the spots she takes, how often she's willing to bluff, etc. I'm not really sure, but I think it's something worth thinking about.
Well, if she does become our Player of the Year, she would win a custom one-of-kind Hublot watch and also receive a concierge service where the World Poker Tour will book her accommodation, travel, for the next year. So there is some incentive for her to try and ladder up to third here. And not only just, you know, we've never had a female winner of an open event on the World Poker Tour. We've never had a female, you know, tournament player of the year. So this would be kind of a historic achievement for her, and particularly someone who is just kind of broken into poker recently. It would be a very nice, you know, feather in her cap.
And she's not only broken in, she's broken through.
Yeah.
You know, she's kind of taken the poker world a little bit by storm, I'd say. And I think part of it is she's very, very outspoken, very willing to speak her mind, both on Twitter and in person. And she's also great at the game. I think that was
it done.
That was the thing that surprised everyone the most. Is like I believe now she's 6 of 9 on cashing WPT events,
which is absurd.
We all know there's variance in tournaments, but that is excellent. Like she's just good at the game. There's no way around it. So in between those two things, she's really kind of broken out, and she's a well-known name at this point.
Well, Tim Riley opened the action in early position to 125,000. Over to Pyong in the small blind.
Pyong will be playing cards today.
That looks like he's going to be playing cards.
And Tim is not he's not a folder by nature. He certainly likes to mix it up. I really enjoy his game. I think he's very good, and he has a lot of heart.
Has a lot of heart.
A lot of heart in that kid, for sure.
So Ben makes a call in the big line here, and we get a King-King 4 rainbow flop. And this is the type of flop where you'll see a lot of players use an underbet sizing because the board is so uncoordinated. So Tim made 125,000 pre-flop. There's nearly 400 in the pot, and he might bet just 100 to 125 again.
Sure, I could even see him going as low as 90. I think he bet 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no need to bet big
ever
on this texture.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the 1 seed from
and it works.
Yeah, quick fold from Ben Tarzia there. So an early pot for Tim Riley, who came into this second in chips behind Hyung.
Most situations where you can invest 100,000 to win 380,000 is a good situation
Pretty
for
good
you
bet
in
right
your
there.
life. Yes.
So Asher, you have, there we are, coming to you from the booth here at Seminole Hard Rock. You have a little bit of time off between the 10K and the 15K that we will be playing on Friday, the Tournament of Champions. There we have a shot of Matt Haugen, who we haven't really spoken about thus far in the broadcast, but he has final tabled on the WPT before. He's been on one of our broadcasts. He went deep in the main event, as you saw. He's definitely a very tough player as well.
Someone who I've never played with before, but I hear really good things about his game
very
as
capable
well.
player.
Yeah.
So not a lot of soft spots around this table.
No.
Especially for a 3,500 that was full of soft spots.
I believe Matt Haugen is Bruce Wizane on
was,
Twitter.
that's
Okay, yeah,
right.
sure.
He certainly was on Stars, so I would assume he is on Twitter too.
Yeah, I will say the level of play in this tournament from the beginning compared to the level of players at this final is pretty remarkable. I mean, it's a pretty tough table here.
Yeah. For what was a great event.
Oh yes, great.
Such an
great
awesome. Even that 10K was awesome too. There were so many satellite winners.
Sure.
My starting table at the 10K here might have been the best starting table I've had in any event in the last few years. It was amazing.
That's pretty awesome.
That was pretty. Awesome. I got the easy double and then the quick descent from there.
Yeah, we you were texting me saying something along the lines of like my table draws is like.
Oh, I was like, I would love to swap in this event once I get moved tables.
right, yeah.
Like
sure.
first, I want to take maximum advantage of this.
Right.
Oh man.
I actually played deep into the 10K event with Foxen, with William Foxen. He was playing great. I have no other words for it. He was just really playing well. I think a lot of these guys are just very locked in. You know, it's kind of the nature of the beast. Runs come in groups. Tournament runs come in groups, and yeah, he was playing phenomenal. It was a great tournament. Like all the tournaments they've had here.
All the tournaments
really
were
great.
Really great.
Yeah.
The satellites were great.
Oof, yeah, for sure.
Cash games have been popping. All right. For Andre here. Looks like he wants to get involved. 1 quarter? 150?
I believe that's 150, which I believe every open we've seen so far has been to 125.
Andre doing his own thing. Young also looks interested.
Young looks interested every time the action gets to him. Yeah.
He's like, what is this, 920? Ooh, count me in on this one.
It'll definitely be a treat once we get to start seeing his cards.
Yeah.
This will be fun.
Now with Matt in the small blind.
Those are some sweet tats, by the way.
I didn't catch him. Let me see.
Oh, man. Our 4-seat.
Oh, there we go. Tarzia's hats.
Tarzia, there we go. Yeah. Some pretty sweet tattoos.
I don't see any tattoos on Matt Haugen. Did I miss something?
Matt Haugen's sweatshirt is borderline like mink.
Yes.
It's a pretty sweet sweatshirt. I think it's awesome.
All right, so we're going to go to this flop heads up. Young definitely the man generating action. It's a 10-8-5 two-hard flop.
Andre check.
And a check from Andre over to Hyung. 2 checks behind.
It's a tough spot for Andre playing against the chip leader when you are not that deep yourself.
Yeah. That ace of clubs on the turn might be the type of card he was looking for, though, after checking the flop.
Yes, you got to imagine it helps him more than it helps Hyung.
Gonna bet like it helped him.
I believe that's half pot, 250.
150. Small.
150. Okay.
Young says, sure. Comes along. So we'll go to a river. And it is another ace, the ace of spades.
So I believe I was wrong, and Andre has more than I think he had. I believe he's actually pretty deep here.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting river card. If this makes any sense, because it changes absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Andre checks now. Hyung quickly reaches for chips and fires out what I believe is 350. 375.
No, I mean, if you're Andre, are you just calling with any pair? any
It's
second
certainly
pair,
tempting with
obviously.
that many missed draws out there, isn't it?
Right. And especially,
And the ace pairing.
I don't know what Andre's thoughts are on his opponent, but I think I've been told, and we kind of know that he's mixing it up and he likes to bluff and he's willing to play. I couldn't see myself folding anything.
Oh, Andre going for the river check raise,
Wow.
pops it up here.
Legendary. Love it.
Nice play.
1.1759.
It's gone to 1.175.
I will say this: if he doesn't really have much, I don't know how much I like it. I think
If he's
Hyung-
bluffing, I don't like this.
Just because Hyung is the type to certainly just say, you know what, screw you.
And if
Show
you have
me your
like any
cards.
showdown value, you should just
You can just
snap
call.
off what is a possible bluff as opposed to check raising him. So
That being said, the play in general, is awesome. It's a super cool play, and also I would assume
he has it.
That he has it.
We both
If
think
I had
that
to
he has
guess, yes, he has it. I mean,
Hyung doesn't seem very convinced. He doesn't seem that confident in his hand either, but he might just have like a medium ace and is like, this sucks.
well,
I
this
really
is a
don't
tough
know.
spot for him if he has,
If he
the,
has a mid
the
ace,
ace
this does
9,
suck.
ace
Yeah.
7 suited, something like that. He can't beat anything except for a complete bluff.
Yeah.
But his hand is very strong.
And what is Andre supposed to be bluffing with? Like, even if he had clubs, he probably just bets the flop.
Right, and you would think that he would also just bluff river. You know. Oh, here we
Makes the
go.
call. Let's see some cards. We have an ace 8 for a full house, so we agreed that he had it, and he very much had it.
That's a nice hand.
Yeah.
Well played. I think there's certainly a semi-good chance that the 4th ace was in Hyung's hands.
I agree, considering how long he took on the river and the fact that he did make the call.
Right.
And he like snapped the turn. He was like, "Yep, sweet."
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. That is a pretty unfortunate hand, regardless for Hyung. And a nice start for Andre. Look at that. You can't script it much better coming out of the gates than that.
Nope.
2 million chip pot, first hand you play.
Against the chip leader on your left.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Kate's road, I would say, just became a little tougher, having now the two, essentially, I believe the 2 chip leaders on her left, along with Tim Riley. She'll certainly have to, if she wasn't already playing extremely tight, she'll have to tighten up and, figure things out. But if anyone can do it, she can. I'm a firm believer in her game. I think she's really good.
I don't really know very much about her or her game. I saw her play very, very briefly at one of the final tables she made when we were doing some post-production stuff. I want to say that was the 5 Diamond, the one that Kevin Eister won, and she made that final table.
Sure.
He caught her with a little live tell, and it was a pretty interesting hand, where she ended up like kind of tanking the river before making a call, and then he overcalled with just top pair against the bet and a call because she thought it over in such a way that he was like, well, she doesn't have the top of her range.
Right. Sure.
Other than that, I really haven't seen her play any hands. I know that she's definitely become a polarizing figure in poker's social media scene, but even that, I've been kind of disconnected from Twitter recently, so I'm not in the know.
Right. Well, she is a player with a large cash game background.
Okay.
That's kind of where she sowed her oats, I believe that's the phrase. And she sounds right. And
I'm with ya.
she's played a lot of cash, relatively high. Like, it's not like she was playing 1, 2, 2, 5. Playing relatively high cash, and I think she just decided that she wanted to give tournaments a go, and was like, "Oh wait, I'm really good at this.
Yep,
I'll keep doing it." But yeah, she really knows what she's doing, especially post. From what I understand, that she is a really strong post flop player.
Yeah.
So we got a 3-bet pot here.
We do.
Interesting. Matt is in position as the 3-better.
Ben called
Matt
200,000 more out of position against Matt. Flop is Queen 5-3 Rainbow.
Ben checks the flop.
Matt was giving Ben the legitimate death stare there.
Was he?
Oh yeah.
And that's a very quiet guy on the table, that's for sure.
For sure. This is a great flop for Matt, for sure. In general, when you're the 3-better and you get this flop, you're going to win more often than you're going to lose, for sure.
And it is 350 for Matt.
That's 350,000.
An interesting sizing. I thought he would go smaller than he did pre-flop.
Yeah. And Ben didn't take very long to call there. He's just like, yep.
I've played with Ben a few times. he's not one for taking a long time unless he absolutely needs to. Yeah, for sure. Really nice guy in my experience.
It's another check from Ben now. Board pairs on the turn, full rainbow.
Definitely a weird, I don't quite say a weird spot for Matt, but you know, once you bet here again, you're really you're essentially like defining your range as ace queen plus.
Yes, I agree.
Which is just always a hard story to tell, especially when you're 3-betting the button versus the cutoff.
Yeah.
You're supposed to just have so many different hands here. So he does bet again.
Looks like it's 800,000.
Yeah.
Just over half pot. And enough that he would be setting up a river shove if that's his intention. 900,000.
Got that little graphic up in the top left if you want to know how we got here. A very tough spot for Ben, unless he, you know,
has a big queen or something.
Yeah, ace queen or a 5, or there you go.
No, Ben's gonna have to go away. So Matt Haugen's aggression pays off here.
And that's the thing, when you're Ben and you have a hand, you know, pocket 9s, pocket 10s here, I mean, you just know you have to call the river.
Yeah.
Puts you in a really tough spot. There's 10 people left. It's 40K for 10th and 700K for first. You don't want to have to call off guessing in the very beginning of the tournament, so a great play by Matt.
Yeah, trying to call down in those situations without a very good queen is really a crappy feeling. It's
Yeah.
Like, oh man, what am I just gonna pray this guy checks back on the river, that I outguess him or something like that?
Right, and I don't think Ben can fold a big queen, but I mean, even if you have, say, king queen there,
You're
it's
just
just
like,
God, you know, this is
sucks.
this is how it's gonna go.
This is how I get cooler,
right,
huh?
You know,
Ace queen to king queen, then this queen high, totally dry board.
right, and you're just out in 10th. It's not a fun thought.
Action opens with Garrett here.
Garrett, easily one of the most liked poker players in my experience on the tour. Just a great guy. Big fan of his.
Folds around Hyun, and he wants to come in and play. It's going to be 150.
Foxen got a little snazzy today. I like it.
Yeah, dressed up.
Looking good. No undershirt. I mean, he's really killing it.
He often goes with like the tank top look, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you got guns like that.
If you got guns like that, you take them to the show. That's what it's about.
I'd be showing up shirtless to play, just like whatever. Why not? You know, got nothing to lose.
Donks out, guns out.
So we're definitely starting slow, which is to be expected. Everyone's feeling it out. Yeah, we're 10-handed. It's interesting. Everyone's looking at that 700K up top.
Man, if you got in on one bullet and you slam 700K.
Sounds fun. I pulled the, you know, I like to have bullet control in my life. I try to play as few blinds as possible. So I went with the tried and true strategy of bluffing all my chips off the first hand after reentry was closed in this tournament.
Done.
The second they closed reentry, I said, I'm done.
Yeah, you're like, I'm safe, I'm free to go. I'm
yeah,
in for the
exactly.
minimum.
Just 3,500. You can't take more from me. And
time to empty the clip.
Yeah, immediately. Legitimately the first hand. So, you know, you got to find ways to control your bullets.
Now, Will is our short stack right now, sitting on about 15 blinds, maybe even a little less, if I'm remembering correctly.
Knowing the little I do about his game, I would be surprised to see. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say I'd be surprised to see like an open raise with 15 bigs. He's going to shove here.
Tim Riley looks interested.
That is not what you want to hear if you're Will.
Yeah, especially don't want the first guy behind you.
For sure. Tim going with the one of my favorite looks with the backwards hat and the hoodie over it, so it kind of looks like you have a massively bulbous head in the back because like the brim is sticking out.
Yep,
it's awesome. I'm a big fan.
That's the look, huh?
Oh, here we go.
And Tim does make the call, so we might be seeing hole cards in the not too distant future. Garrett is out, and we have King 8 suited for Will and Ace 9 offsuit for Tim.
Pretty standard.
Yep. So Tim, aware of the fact that we will be shoving fairly wide there on about 12-ish blinds on the cutoff.
Yeah, I guess Will had paid a set of blinds and antes because he started with about 15 blinds. So off to the kind of races. Yeah.
Well, as king 8 of diamonds.
Who are you taking?
Taking ace-9. It's got the diamond blocker.
All right, king 8.
You got the king 8.
$1?
$1 sold. You want to get it in this bad? You want to lose 20 cents or whatever it is?
In.
Yes! I'm a rich man.
We got spades on the way. Queen of spades, maximum.
No, I want to see hole cards. Nothing against your boy Will. I just want to see some hole cards.
Fair enough. There it is.
Damn it, Asher.
6 of spades.
One time for the kid. I mean, I like Tim a lot though, so it's kind of.
Spade to and the river.
4 diamonds on the river. No help. So William will be eliminated in 10th place.
Will be our 10th place finisher.
Made a nice run in this tournament, but came into our final table as one of the short stacks and was not able to improve by winning his first major all-in.
He, as I said, is a great player. He cashed the 10K, as well as cashed this. We actually had 3 people from this final table cash the 10K, all of whom, I mean, can you imagine someone final tabling both? We have the live stream final table of the 10K tomorrow. That would just be
I would just
ridiculous.
hate that person. I just don't want that person to exist. Too
Kate
much
was
envy.
deep. I mean, I mean, Twitter might have literally exploded if Kate made the final.
Well, it looks like we are going to take a little break here now that we are down to 9, so we will be back momentarily.
Yes.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up. If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here.
Started with 20 bucks. I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
All right, attention all final table players, you guys are all set to come back. Once again, final table players, please come on back to the table. Thank you. back and resume play. You can follow the live stream. They will have hole cards on a 30-minute delay on WPT.com and the WPT Twitch channel. Once again, all players on final table, please come on back at this time. Card at a time in the square box. Hold it for 5 seconds. All right, so it has to stay in there for 5 seconds. After it's there for 5 seconds, you can put them together and do whatever you need to do. Half hour. Half hour delay. No, the 9-handed. Final table start. We've actually been live streaming the whole time. We're going to do 9-handed full cards. Okay. All right, ready? Go ahead, guys. You had 16 minutes left in the level.
All right, we're back from break, coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida, Poker Showdown. Down to 9 after the elimination of William for 49,000. 10th place, so we are going to be looking at some hole cards now.
Which is a godsend.
Which it really is when you're back here and you're not trying to play the guessing game all day. Kate is now our short stack. Still playing 30,000, 60,000 with the 10K ante. She will be out first.
And the WPT Twitch
Young taking some hands off.
Full cards will be available and on a 30-minute delay.
Now action over to Matt. Base 8.
I honestly just got thrown, like as much as we know, I just got thrown off looking up and seeing the whole cards. I was like, oh wait.
Yeah, that's right.
We have this
We get those now.
This is excellent. Justin with the quick Queen Jack fold. Justin kind of set the Twitter world on fire the other day.
Really? What did he do?
There were, I want to say 15 people left in this tournament. Phil Hui, who is Lonnie Harwood's boyfriend and also his own complete individual.
Yep.
Just Lonnie's pretty well known, so I thought that was worth mentioning. He raised. He had 20 big blinds. He raised under the gun. It folds to Justin Young in the big blind. Justin Young moves all in, covering Phil. Phil has a 20 big blind stack. Phil calls with pocket jacks.
Okay.
Justin Young has king 4.
Okay.
And Twitter did not appreciate that. Phil, he won, and Phil Hui lost, and was out of the tournament. 14. And it kind of, it said, you know, set a lot of people off. There were some funny tweets, and joking, whatever. And then he went on and defended himself, sort of, just kind of said, you're the essentially, and I guess he wasn't this harsh, but basically said, like, you're all dumb. I know what I'm doing.
Right.
Leave me alone. Which I respect, but it certainly was a mild controversy.
Interesting, because, like, it sounds like an ambitious play, but certainly not a play so absurd that it should generate internet controversy.
Well, he had king 4 suited.
Even less absurd.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I mean, I personally don't enjoy the play.
I don't make that play.
Right,
you know, it's not such an absurd play where I'd be like, "Ooh, the internet's got to hear about this."
Right, sure. No, definitely. It was highly debated.
That's funny.
On the interwebs, yeah. So you see a bunch of people folding, bunch of like very marginal hands. Nobody's really taking bad spots. Playing very slow. Here's Tim, the chip leader, is going to open it up.
He's coming in with Queen 6 suited on the hijack. So he's opening a little more wide than some players would in his shoes there.
Well, I think with the chip lead, it's
good open.
Fair. The pay jumps are starting to get pretty solid.
I definitely would open something like that on a soft table. I'm less certain of it when the 3 players immediately behind me are all pros.
Sure.
4.
Ooh.
Kate folded Jack 7 suited there in the big, huh?
I would like the Jack 7 suited.
I think we were seeing a flop in in our world, Asher.
I think she's just trying to conserve and find a good spot. I do think, obviously, that's a pretty decent spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I don't know her thought at all, but I definitely obviously think that there's something to the whole WPT POI thing. She's trying to just play smarter and a little bit on the tighter side, but play well. She knows what she's doing.
Tricky part is she has to like double up at least to get into third. If anything, she probably has to go to like 3-4 million
for sure.
Sneak into third. So she has to take some risk. She wants to mitigate a risk, but she has to take some in order to even accumulate enough to make a realistic run at that type of finish.
Right.
All right, action with Ben Tarzan, a suited ace. He's gonna play.
I think this, yeah. I would be surprised if he folded, but I think it kind of says a lot about.
I think he limped.
That is quite interesting.
Ooh, old school.
I'm gonna say what he does here kind of says a lot about where he's at. You know, with his strategy at this final. You know, I think a lot of people in his spot would fold the ace-6 suited here, given the situation.
Which I think is fine.
It's fine either way. I think raising or folding. I mean, the calling is.
Not the play I would go for.
Not the play, but it's also it depends on his bigger strategy.
Yeah.
You know, is he limping? How often is he limping? Is this something that's
balancing the
game?
limps?
Right. So, oh boy.
Did he look through Sam Soverall's cards, see pocket queens, and decided, well, if I just fold, everyone will think collusion, so I'll limp, and then I'll fold when he blasts it.
Clearly.
And there it is, 200,000 from Sam Soverall. Kate with ace-5 suited, right behind Sam.
An interesting spot for her. She has to think that Sam will be isolating Ben's limp pretty wide, hoping to play him in position.
But Ben also doesn't fold very much, so I think that takes the very worst hands out of Sam's range.
Sure.
And if she were to rip here, I don't think she necessarily has much fold equity when Sam goes to 200K and she has like a ball about $1 million.
Well, there she goes.
So, and she has only 800K, so she doesn't really have any fold equity here. I'm not really thrilled with this. Like,
I guess what I'm saying more is like if Sam looks at the 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, things of this nature, he's gonna want to isolate Ben and play in position versus what he thinks is a fairly defined inferior range because he's limping.
Yeah, and I guess my issue here is against the like optimistic parts of Sam's range, Kate is still flipping. Like when we're like, well, he could have 9-8 suited. It's like, yeah, you're flipping versus 9-8 suited. So I'm not a big fan of this play from Kate. It's easy to say when I'm staring Sam's queens in the face, but I think it's just a little bit ambitious when she can't realistically get a fold pre-flop. So she's like just kind of forcing herself into what's usually going to be a flip-ish or behind scenario.
Right. Unfortunate, and it also sucks that there is an ace out of the deck. But she will be looking for some diamonds or an ace.
I will say, if everyone on this table, if I were going to make this play against them, Sam might be like number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like I would just think Sam, more than maybe anybody else on this table, would take advantage of Ben's limp.
That face is about the only face you can make when it comes Queen 10-7.
No, none of your suit. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
And we have a
8
good
on the
game
turn. We'll
here.
end this one. So Kate Hall, I believe will be our runner-up for Player of the Year, but will not take down that title. It's going to belong to Mike Sheriotti. He finishes in 9th place here, and I imagine we'll seeing plenty of her on the World Poker Tour in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But today she is going to go home with $65,404. And another final table.
And another final table. I mean, her record so far in WPTs is absolutely disgusting. I mean, it really is just. If you like her, it's just more proof of how good she is, and if you don't like her, it's just nauseating. She's so good. It's annoying, you know. So Sam chips up a little more. He's got to like the way this has started.
The rest of the table must not like that. Like I would think of, no disrespect to anybody at this table, but if there was one guy on the table I just wouldn't want to see get chips, it's Sam, because I feel like he's most probable to put me in a disgusting situation.
Yeah. For sure. Oh yeah, and he's the kind of guy I wish I had played with a little more, just because I've heard things like I hear that his river sizings are like not only awesome, but like he likes to overpot.
Yep.
Yeah, do all sorts of interesting stuff.
Before today is over, I would imagine we'll see one Sam's overall fantastic river play. That's my prediction.
hard for me to get over Matt's jacket as he raises sixes. It's just so epic. Man.
Looking silky smooth, man. He looks
Oh
looks like
God.
he came from the Playa Haters ball, you know?
yeah, exactly. A little Chappelle show for sure. Oh, that's gold. He opens the sixes. He has been raising much bigger than the other players.
Yeah.
Basically 3xing it, 3 times the big blind, where most players are going closer to 2, 125. We commented when Andre went 150 because it was bigger actually.
I think part of it might be raising into Hyung's big blind, and he's just like, this guy's calling everything. I'm just gonna size it bigger. Hyung actually has a hand here. He's got pocket 2s.
I totally could see Hyung as the kind of guy who likes to call 1 or 2 streets with just like 2s.
Any showdown value?
No, like he'll have 2s and just like want to soul read you and call you on like the 9-9-4.
So he can make the great read and table it. I knew you. I knew. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of guys they love that kind of thing. I knew he didn't have it. No, you didn't. You just called with a pair and frayed. Check on this king, queen, 9, 2-spade board. Wouldn't surprise me if this whole board just checks down.
Yeah. I think it wouldn't be outrageous to see a bet from Matt here.
No.
Just given that Hyung pretty much snap checked and given the texture.
He might just fire out like 1 1/4 or something and be like, well, if you want to call me with ace high ones, go ahead.
Doesn't want to give another free card to the ace-8 suiteds of the world.
And probably is not worried about being check raise bluffed at all.
No. Yeah, I mean, that would be outrageous. Yeah. Just, the chances of it happening are so little.
It's going to go 225. Let's see if your prediction about Hyung is right. Is he the kind of guy who wants to peel once with 2s and make
I mean, I think here he'll probably I like to think he'd lean towards folding, but I mean, he's just like he's going to be like, you know what, show me a second pair. I want to see it.
Yeah, and he does make the call.
And you know what, honestly, it's not outrageous for Matt to be betting ace-jack, ace-10, some hands here for sure.
4 of spades on the river.
I think it's pretty fair to say we'll see a check and a check.
I imagine it's going to go check, and Matt's going to be very happy with the result. He's going to be like, I just
be
value bet this.
Yeah.
All right.
Matt's feeling like a king right now.
Yeah. So he knows his man, though.
Yes. Hyung is if I'm Hyung, I'm slightly disappointed with how we've started.
Yeah.
Losing a pretty big pot, losing that pot. I mean, momentum is real, and emotion is real. He wants, it's nice to pull chips towards you instead of push them out towards other people. So hopefully that'll turn around for him sometimes.
And as the stakes get higher, it's hard not to be affected by the emotions you're feeling in the moment.
Sure.
When it's day 1, you can you feel some stuff, but you're like, yeah, whatever. Day 1 of another tournament.
Right.
Final table, it's hard not to think, oh man, I only get to make 1 or 2 of these a year.
Well, also for what it's worth, from what I understand, Hyung is not exactly.
Not hurting for the money?
Not hurting.
He's
not hurting up. So.
But you always want to win.
But you just want to win. It's about winning. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
100%. It is slightly difficult. The 5K and 25K chips are very similar when you look at, but you can tell one is very bluish and one is more on the. What would we even call that?
Gray.
Dark gray with a little red
side.
tone. Yeah. So if you look close enough.
Well, Hyung started here with 6.2 million, currently on 4.7.
4.7's a heap.
If we were playing The Biggest Loser, Hyung would be nailing this reality contest. But right
He'd be
now,
hanging with William and Kate.
Yeah.
He's lost more chips than either of them.
He did.
And he's still in the
He did,
tournament.
yeah.
Pretty decent. But yeah, I mean,
he's still sitting pretty.
The guy has 80 big blinds.
Yeah.
He's doing quite well. Sometimes there are just ups and downs in poker tournaments. Ooh. Yum.
Ace and a king from Matt Haugen. He's going to 175 again.
I mean, it does, especially in these spots where the pay jumps are so important and real. These sizings do make it harder for people to play back at him.
Yeah.
Make it harder for people to peel him lightly out of the big blinds and stuff like that.
Now, Sam's got a Jack-8 suited here, and there we go. Thinks it over, lets it go. I like the fold. Andre has a 9-8 suited on the button, though, and he's got the 2 players I think are a little on the passive side of the blinds. He's not calling. Honestly, I wouldn't hate a call here. I mean, I think 3-betting a suited connector in position against someone like Matt is always going to be a good play. But considering the 2 players he has behind him, I wouldn't mind if Andre just called with the 9-8 suited here.
Yeah, no, I certainly wouldn't mind the call with 9-8 suited at all. I think I do like this, though. He's putting these guys in a really tough spot. And Hyung, the blinds are 2 of the guys who are more likely to come along
than to 3-bet.
Than to 3-bet, which now you're ending up in a 3- and 4-way pot. And, it's always good to have the lead. And
I like a 3- or 4-way pot when I have 9-8 suited on the button. So that's kind of my thing here. I imagine that Matt is going to 4-bet. Not always when it goes under the gun and somebody 3-bets you. Some players just call with ace-king. And I'm not exactly sure to their effective stack depth. But I will go ahead and guess that Matt 4-bets. But would not be shocked to see him call.
I would lean towards him calling. I would not at all be surprised if he 4-bet. I just think the problem is when you 4-bet here, you're kind of operating as a bluff. Like you're not, but just like when you get all in here,
it's not good.
It's probably not very good for you. You're hoping to be flipping.
And you know what? Matt might just love his seat at this table. He's just gonna rip it. F you and your button 3-bet. I'm all in. Try and stop me.
That is effectively a 70 big blind shove.
Yeah.
Quite large, but
that was not the thing I expected to happen.
That was quite surprising.
Yeah. Although I don't really mind it because if Matt really likes his seat but thinks his hand very much should be played for a 4-bet, he might not want to like take any marginal flips at this point in the tournament. He might be like, look, what I don't want to happen is this guy just to decide to rip 10s on me or something.
Right.
When I've got this great seat and plenty of chips, so I'm just going to rip it on him and force him to call it off and make him fold a little tighter.
It's just a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. That wasn't what I expected to happen. We were both surprised.
Yes, for sure. A very quiet chip leader, Mr. Tim Riley, so far. Did knock out William, but he's clearly picking his spots, waiting, really letting those whole car readers work their magic.
All right, pocket 6 for Justin here. Second act, he's gonna open it up.
Justin Young, one of these guys who's been around forever.
Yeah. 25. Garrett right behind him with ace-10. Lets it go.
Going
Sam
by
with Queen Jack.
The tight is right mantra.
You know Sam wants to attack people free flop. You know he wants to. You saw him think about it with the previous hand, and this time he's going to actually pull the trigger. And his timing is going to turn out to be great here because Justin can't realistically play these 6s out of position. I don't believe. I don't think he's quite deep enough that he can like peel here. I really don't think he'll 4-bet or anything. So
yeah,
I think that Sam is just going to get away with this.
I don't think it's outrageous to see him peel.
No, not outrageous.
Yeah, but I think it's.
If he had like 4 million, he almost certainly would.
Oh yeah.
He's sitting on like 2.5-ish, I think, maybe 3.
Yeah, I believe it's about 3. Yeah, he's gonna peel.
It.
I mean, he's certainly played infinite tournaments in his life, but he plays a lot of cash these days, and I think it's just hard for him to turn down that price to peel and try to flop 3 6s. Nope.
Pretty good board for Sam here. King, Jack, 8, 2 spades. I would expect Sam to check behind here when Justin checks.
Especially with the king,
with the Queen of Spades. He has like the ideal check behind hand in this situation.
For sure.
Maybe
the
like
only
ace
worry,
Jack with the ace of spades or something.
Yeah, for sure. The only worry is obviously just playing your hand the way, like letting people range you where you are. But otherwise, I mean, I do think it would be a good check.
Sam's just too sick. He's like, I'm just going to bet this for value. I've got the best hand.
Value, balance.
Yeah.
He's good. He knows. Kid knows what he's doing. Sam's one of those guys, and I mean this literally in the nicest of ways, who like looks down at any hand that someone would play at like a 1-2 table for $2 and is like, I should 3-bet this.
I can get him.
Sure. Yeah, I can get him here.
And he was right. He did get him.
He gets them all the time. That's what he does. Yeah, he's a professional get-emer.
So Sam might be our biggest winner at this table so far. I started with 4.7, currently on 6.2.
Yeah, he is mashing so far. And I think if you are, Tim, Riley, or one of these guys, Hyung Chae, I think this was your nightmare.
Scenario.
This was the nightmare coming in. Sam getting a hold of a whole bunch of chips. Our short stacks have been pretty smart. Someone like Garrett's just really folding his way. He's pay jumping. He's made, I don't know, 40 grand so far today.
Hanging out.
Just folded the ace-10 offsuit last hand, which actually probably would have gotten through as an all-in.
Yeah.
Could be off. I think he folds here as well. I think he's just going to keep playing tight.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go.
Justin and Garrett have folded around the same.
I guess we're not getting a fold here.
Not getting a Sam. Sorry, not getting a fold here from Sam. Looks like 1 1/4.
Sam raises to $125.
I'm sure you know this kid is sitting there. Andre is sitting there thinking, "Man, I should have flatted that 8-9 hearts."
Yeah,
He's probably still
he just had
thinking
9-8
about
suited
it.
again too, and he folded it this time.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, he had 9-8 suited.
Oh,
wow. I would like this 3-bet more than I liked the Matt Haugen 3-bet.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I mean, Sam is telling you. You look at Sam and you're not like, man, I should 3-bet this kid with the 9-8.
That's just it though. You're like, oh man, this guy's gonna 4-bet me.
Right.
Haugen calls in the small blind with King Queen. Now over to Tim Riley facing basically a min raise with A7 off.
Would not be mad at a squeeze here.
A squeeze would be sweet, considering
we have the ace
Haugen
clubs.
never has anything good. Ben can have all kinds of stuff. Sam is going to be a frequent opener. So this and A7 plays very poorly post flop. So just jacking it up pre, and it looks like Tim's right on board with us. This is a nice play, and it looks like he's made it 5 1/4.
So a total of $525.
When I first started playing live, I would go to Foxwoods every so often, and Tim is from Connecticut. I was always super. I mean, I was kind of terrible at the time, but I was always super, super impressed with his game. He does not miss a spot. He doesn't miss a beat. No, I think Sam knows.
Sam knows.
Sam knows, and I wonder if Sam will act on his knowledge, because he certainly knows what's going on here. Or at least
Sam not only knows, but he likes to find reasons to act on his knowledge. He loves it. Like, don't be surprised if Sam makes it 1.2 in a second here.
We apologize for the slight Sam love fest going on, but I mean the guy's really good and he's playing really well, and it's impressive that he hadn't snap folded, although he now has. This is gonna work.
This is gonna work. Tim Riley with a really nice play here. Recognizes the dynamic of the callers and takes a hand that has some value pre-flop but very little post and turns it into a bluff. Nice squeeze there.
Yeah. Very good play. That is how you play the chip lead. Oh, I mean, all of their heads are kind of spinning now. You know, they're all just wondering if he had it, if he didn't. Very nice answer. He's a Connecticut area guy, like in terms of he was playing at all those casinos, but he's a Boston guy, I believe, or a Massachusetts guy through and through.
I think you're right about that.
Always wearing the Celtics jerseys, or here and there at least, and solid guy.
Not after this playoff series.
It's pretty unfair. I mean, they're missing Avery Bradley and Olenek. It's going to be a tough sledding.
Their asses kicked,
Very tough.
They're going to be a good team in the future, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in between the assets they have and the coach they have, I think.
Ben just folded, folded 9-8 suited on the cutoff.
Jeez.
Whoa. That's definitely one of those momentum folds where he's like, I've lost numerous pots in a row. I don't want to lose more chips. I'm just going to fold. But from a strategic standpoint, you should not be taking your emotions into account when it deals with your opening hand range. It's just those positions with this stack with these hands, you either open or fold.
I mean, you're also completely forgetting the fact that he knew Tim had queens.
He did.
But that's a separate discussion here. I think this is a tough spot for Matt, and the reason I say is this is like one of those hands where when you open the button here, there's a very strong case to be made that you should be 4-betting if you get 3-bet, because your hand is a great hand to 4-bet. You have a blocker, you have an ace, but your hand is terrible.
Yeah.
So you can't call.
Exactly. Exactly that.
So I think he'll be at danger for losing a solid 1.2 million here. Obviously for him, hopefully he just folds. But yeah, this is, as far as a 4-bet bluff goes in this spot, this is a pretty good
ideal hand to do it with.
For sure.
Medium offsuit aces that have, again, no value post flop, but have that useful blocker.
Oh, look at that.
Haugen just gets away though.
Better man than I am.
This hand as well.
Asher describes how he cannot resist. Anytime he has an ace, he's like, well, we got to play for more.
Well, you know, I can't just raise fold the ace on the button all the time. Come on.
People will abuse me, or they'll have queens.
The Tim Rileys of the world just having queens.
So everything going Tim's way right now too.
Tim and Sam are certainly pulling away right now, a little bit. And the thing is, all of our other players are, I believe, all of them are like more than 30 big blinds deep, and a lot of them are 40, 50, 60 big. So it's not like they're.
This isn't over.
They're drawing dead, yeah. But
we're not done in an hour into the day.
Right, but Tim and Sam are certainly putting their mark on things so far. Don't think we're seeing a fold here.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Sam will open this. Wouldn't be shocking to see him fold, but I think he'll open.
Yep.
It's 150 from Sam.
Andre looking like they're pulling his teeth out as he folds.
Oh, Young with pocket fours.
Young needs a head massage.
Young not going anywhere either. He's coming along. Now to Ben Tarzia. He's coming along. Who wants to squeeze?
Gonna peel? Yeah, that's what who's gonna squeeze.
Now this is a spot I'd love to see Ben squeeze. Actually, I think King 9 suited is not quite good enough to flat here, but definitely good enough to 3-bet this spot where Sam opens frequently and Hyung calls frequently, and you would still have a hand post flop that could hit some equity. So Ben playing a little more passive than I would like to see here.
Sucks if you're Garrett. Just to look at
Garrett's
that
like,
hand.
come on, man. Let me go to a flop at least.
Just give me two of the same suit. Any cards.
Sam's like, how much is that over there that I'm going to win this hand? Okay. All right. I just wanted to know.
Let's see. 4, 5, 8, 2 clubs. Let's go. How can we put the most blood in the streets?
4, 5, 8, 2 clubs. Yes, please. Ace 8-3 rainbow. So
Garrett,
not much
knowing
for
he
anyone.
folded the best hand, reacting as such. You know, he's like, oh, the 8.
None of these people have an ace. Sam a little surprised that he checked there. It's a decent texture for him to fire, and numerous turns will give him additional outs that he can double barrel.
3 players check flop.
2 checks behind.
If you're Ben, you gotta consider betting there. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
You win 0% of the time when you don't bet. Yeah.
Your opponents don't seem very interested. Perhaps Sam will stab now that he has a gut shot. I'm really not sure. I was surprised to see him check that flop.
It's a little weird for Sam. It's not that necessarily relevant, but you know, kind of knowing that your opponents know that you've been running them over.
Right.
You know, you don't necessarily want to start bluffing 0 equity, which on the flop he didn't have 0 equity, but you know, needed very specific turn river cards.
Well, did he though? He needed a spade, 9, or a 5, or even like a 4 or a 10.
Yeah,
It makes it kind of tempting.
For sure. Now, I mean, this bet from Ben just smells. Like, what are you snap checking the flop back with?
Yeah.
Then,
I guess you're saying you have like Jack 10 or something. It's yeah, it probably will. Yes, okay, it will work. I just think that bet came a street too late. That's all.
If you're Ben, you're super stoked to win that hand.
To win a hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both. Do we know, where is Andre from? Do we know?
We will in a moment.
And does he speak English? I only ask because he legitimately hasn't said a word. He does. Okay.
Okay.
35 minutes left in the level.
He's American. There you have it.
Seeing his full name, I don't feel bad.
Whatever, racist.
Not being sure.
Yeah.
Okay. From Kazakhstan, lives in Nevada.
Okay.
He's come a long way. Yeah, those places are not close to one another.
No, not close to one another. I'll even pass on the Borat jokes.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's sick of them.
Yes.
Our producer, very thankful that I'm passing on the Borat jokes.
Between how awful they'll probably be and your chances of insulting someone,
yes,
we're just
exactly.
We're better off not.
Plus, we have a very large audience over in Kazakhstan for these streams, so
can't screw up the ratings.
Can't screw up the ratings. Don't want to get any angry letters to my superiors.
Tim Riley, 127 big blinds. That's just fun.
It's a nice amount to have at a final table.
It's just nice to be sitting there like, I can make a humongous mistake and have 100 big blinds. Like,
so
you can make a 25 big blind mistake.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I have 100 big blinds. I'm all right.
Speaking of making mistakes, opening ace-6 offsuit in early position is not recommendable.
No, especially not into the 100 and 127 big blind stacks on your
into the
left.
like circle of pros.
Yeah.
at
The
your
circle
table.
of death.
This is not a great idea. Ace-6 offsuit is a hand you can raise the button with, and maybe even 4-bet because of the dynamic between a button and a small blind. But it really is not a very good opening hand in general.
Right.
Matt elects to call here. A little bit surprised that he didn't go 3-bet.
One thing that's interesting, I don't know how relevant it is for Justin, is he's one of those guys who he clearly looks at his cards the second he gets them.
Yeah.
Every time it's on him, he doesn't look. He already knows. And I think
he's got to be careful because he dropped 2 chips first, and then he dropped the 100Ks. If somebody felt like being a stickler and calling him on the string raise, they could. And they would be right.
I didn't even notice that. That was not what I noticed. That's very interesting.
He dropped the small chips and then the big chips. He did it in one fluid motion, so we all understood his intent. Nobody decided to call him on it.
Yeah.
But if somebody on the table wanted to be a stickler, they could, and they would probably get him to be a call instead of a raise.
Young probably feeling like he could stand up and strike someone if he wanted right now. Very not happy. He's just having to fold every hand. Not flopping his sets when he calls with pairs. You know, he's probably just frustrated. I would imagine this gets through from Justin.
I think so.
Be pretty optimistic on Matt's part. It's a tempting price. I'll say that. He's getting 3-1 to see the flop.
If he were in position, I feel like he might feel this. Out of position, less so.
If he was in position, I'd be relatively shocked if he folded, actually, just given the price. Although Justin isn't that deep, so...
Yeah, you don't get big and blind or anything.
Yeah, it would be a fine fold.
So both players get away. Justin's ace-king, good enough to take down the pot pre-flop. Nobody calls him on the string raise.
He only 3-bet because he thought it was king 4 anyway.
Right, of course.
I saw the edge
the
of
pointy
the
thing
4.
in the king.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know. No, nice hand. And hey, to be super clear, he's a great player. Just like getting my needles in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get those needles in. That's why we're here.
No part of me is trying to act holier than thou. I just can't help myself. That's all. Again, entranced by Matt's jacket. Can't get enough of it. It's just so good.
I'm just trying to remember all the lines from the Players Hater Ball segment on Chappelle's show.
And it's especially like we're in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
You know, like we're in Florida. That's just such an absurd jacket. And I'm not hating on the jacket like it's bad. It's just so strange given the situation. Yeah. It doesn't even have a hood. Like there's no poker specific use for it. It's just fly. It's a nice jacket.
Pretty sure I once went on a date with the stripper who had the pink version of that coat.
Well played, sir.
True story.
Garrett is making sweaters over there and hitting it up.
Andre takes the walk with King Jack suited.
Never happy to get a walk with that hand.
No, that's like that with Jack 10 suited is like premium. Let's get to a flop hand.
Oh, I mean Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10
yeah,
suited is like
put the mortgage on it.
When somebody like raises and 3-bets in front of you and you have Jack 10 suited, you know you're folding, but first you want to like pause and glare at them.
Oh yeah, you have to like tell someone next to you about it. You know, talk about how sucky that fold was that you had to just make. For sure. I mean, sometimes I just don't do it, even though I know I should. I just don't fold. Whatever. Call.
Cold call, scare everybody. They're
Let's
like,
go.
oh my god, he called a 3-bet. Dude's got aces for sure, and you're like, yeah, I do.
So the one thing isn't happening that I was at least told to expect is Hyung is quiet. I was told he likes to talk.
Really?
He likes to.
Maybe he's a little nervous.
He likes to banter again. He likes to show bluffs. Now, mind you, he hasn't won a pot. So
yeah, that too.
It's hard to show a bluff when you don't win a pot.
Justin,
that's a good
raise. Holding pocket aces. Garrett is right behind him on our short stack.
This is when if you like someone, you hope that their cards flip and they're terrible.
This is just a good enough hand to maybe get in trouble, but I think he'll fold. There we go.
There you go. Like if you like Sam, you're just hoping it goes not that.
This is total 3-bet hand from Sam.
This is not the hand you were hoping to see. Oh, look at this.
If he calls, maybe it's because one of the guys he considers a little looser, like Hyung, is in the big blind. I think he is. That Hyung is in the big blind.
Also
so,
on the button. I mean, you have ultimate position. It's not the worst flat.
No, you can. you can definitely flat here, and I like it more with someone like Young in the big blind than another pro in the big blind who could potentially squeeze you out of the hand.
Right, for sure. Young going deep in the tank with the queen 5 off.
He'll get out of the way.
Thinks better of it.
Justin and Sam will go heads up to the flop.
Sam secretly doesn't even know he's hoping for the
for the not 10 for that
flop
specifically.
Yes.
He's got no spade.
I think we'll see.
Justin's like, oh, this is cool.
I kind of thought we'd see a check from Justin, honestly.
Certainly an option.
Yeah.
Justin's bet 125.
I know we can see the cards, but it wouldn't have been a bad float by Sam by any means. There's a lot of turn cards that frees up Justin's entire range. Disciplined fold though, for sure. Sorry.
No.
Disciplined fold and Justin scoops.
So far, I really like all the little adjustments I'm seeing out of Sam too, like flatting that hand instead of 3-betting. Again, we're staring Justin's aces in the face, but you know, when we saw Andre 3-bet that 9-8 suited, I would have liked to see him flat, and then we saw him fold a 9-8 suited that I would have liked to see him 3-bet. You know, Sam, I feel, is very good at discerning when to make those little adjustments based on table dynamic.
I will say with Young in the big blind, I would have been actually more tempted to 3-bet. Just I feel like he's peeling all, and Ace-10 actually doesn't play very well multi-way.
I guess, but I typically want people who are apt to make mistakes in the pot.
That's true. That's true. That's a very good point.
Particularly people who are not likely to put me to a tough decision. I haven't seen very much out of Young yet, so maybe he does do those type of things, and we're just commenting on seeing him lose a bunch of pots so far, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to be especially creative post-flop.
Well, I think this is one of the fascinating parts about these final tables, like televised, live streamed, etc., is all the preconceived notions and thoughts and things you've seen about people may not apply anymore. The cameras are on, you know, the lights are on, the stakes are high, there's a lot of money. Young may play 50% of hands at level 2 of a tournament. He may be a complete madman, but it's way different.
Now here we go. He's going to 3-bet King 8.
Is obviously, I was getting broadcast into his
you know
ear.
He's going to tighten up. You're not going to play many hands.
He's like, oh, that's what you think? Hold that.
And as it turns out, I don't really mind the spot that Young has taken. He's got a blocker to strong hands. His hand isn't good enough to flat here. Sam is opening frequently. He's a little unlucky that he's run into a hand that Sam is flatting 100% of the time and will not give up on that easily post-flop.
I mean, if I was Sam, I'd be sitting here like I'm not folding, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'd definitely be sitting here. I mean, he 3-bet out of position, out of the small blind, I believe.
Yes, he did.
I would certainly be a little concerned.
I would be mildly concerned.
I wouldn't think that he's just going out of his way to attack me if I'm Sam with 7 million,
that.
you know, which he is. He's legitimately going out of his way to attack Sam. That's
and
what's
Sam will not
right
be
now.
folding this flop. It's way too many backdoors.
Oh, no. We have 60% of a royal flush currently.
Yeah, and the backdoor to the wheel as well. So Sam is not going anywhere.
And you can see just from the way Young is, I thought from the way he was handling his ships, he's pretty nervous.
Nervous / maybe a little frustrated that he's just not connecting in a meaningful way in any of these pots.
Right. It is tough with someone like Young, though, because if I was playing a regular player, the sizing would throw me off, make me even more likely to continue. Against him, it's kind of hard to discern, you know, what he's doing with his sizings and what they mean. I would expect, you know, like if I was playing this hand against Sam, I would expect him to bet 350.
Yes, I agree.
If Sam was Young,
this.
right, and I was Sam, I would expect Sam to bet way smaller.
Yeah.
So
Sam not folding this flop, of course.
No. I think part of Sam is wondering why the bet was so big on this. I mean, it's such a dry board. There's just no need to protect so large with a big hand.
I just think that Young will have, I guess you would say, more traditional sizing. Like it's become very vogue in the last year or two to make your open small, to make your C-bets and your continuation bets on 3-bets small. Young, I'm guessing, is a little less ingrained in the professional poker culture, and is going to have slightly more old school sizing.
Right. Well, if he fires again, this will work. Yeah, for sure.
He wins if he bets. It never feels good when you have no equity and your opponent is kind of sticky.
He is really staring Sam down. That was almost impressive.
Young does check. Sam will check behind. Queen on the river will probably shut the action down here.
I did not know that he had already checked. I thought it was on him and he was just staring him down.
If Young bets this river, it's going to be an interesting decision for Sam.
I mean, I don't see how he can ever bet this river, like with his range.
I know, he shouldn't, but he really should not be betting this river. Of all of the rivers, he should not be betting this one.
Right.
Of all of them.
I mean,
and it might work. I don't know if it will, but
this would be awesome by Sam to call here. Not that it's necessarily like the hardest call in the world, but just, I mean,
your opponent shouldn't be bluffing.
Right. They shouldn't have the king of diamonds and the 8 hearts. It'll also be interesting if he does call to see what Hyung does. Like, does he go for the snap rifle into the muck? Does he show right away? Does he say you're good and tap the table?
I always show with confidence just in case my opponent misreads, even though it's never happened to me. I've had people come close. They're like, "What is oh wait,
One of the biggest hands I've ever played in my life was versus you. You were bluffing, and when I called the river, you instantly tabled your hand.
Full confidence,
so fast that I was like, "No, oh my
you
god!"
had a set.
I had a set, and I was good. Wow!
Oh, Hyung got it.
Hyung. Show it, please. I was with someone at the pool yesterday who essentially told me that they are friends with Hyung. And they went out of their way to tell him that he's not allowed to show bluffs today. He always likes to show bluffs. Like, he's addicted to showing bluffs. And they're doing everything they can to get him to not. But that would have been
a great show.
Not only that, I think strategically. Like, not only it would have been funny for me and you and the viewers. Like, strategically, Sam's head will pop off his shoulders. Because not only are you bluffing, you have king 8 off. You just 3-bet him out of the small line. Like, you can legitimately tilt the hell out of your opponents by showing that bluff. I think it would have been a pretty good one to show. That being said, to be honest, I never show my bluffs, so I can't say too much, but it would have been pretty sweet. For sure.
Hyung gets away with one,
nice hand, Mr. Hyung.
Well done. I want to see him win and hang around a little bit, though, because I already kind of know what to expect from so many of these pros. That's not to say I always know what they're doing, but they're not going to do something that really shocks or surprises us in many instances. Whereas the non-professional players at the table will be a bit more creative or non-standard, and that's fun to watch,
Right.
That
I think
hand is fun to watch.
You're always hoping that you get the high rollerish players, the guys who are playing the 25Ks, 100Ks, who are really doing interesting stuff. Or you hope you get the randoms, essentially. Those are the 2 best guys to watch on stream, for sure. People who are completely unpredictable or who are so good that they're completely unpredictable.
All right, Hyung. You like the last hand. Don't do it. No.
Currently grabbing for $2 million.
He's like, how much you have?
I think most of these players understand that Garrett's range here is so strong.
And Garrett hasn't opened a hand yet.
No. He should.
Ben might peel.
He should be folding, probably should be folding like ace-10 here. Just open folding ace-10. Maybe suited playing it, but his range should be really tight here. Although, I mean, he is by far the short stack. I didn't quite realize how.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yikes.
If you're Matt, do you 3-bet small or do you just rip on him?
God, it really depends. I don't know their dynamic.
Yeah.
Honestly, it wouldn't be egregious for him to call.
Nope.
I think it would actually make a lot of sense for him to call. This is great, though, just because of, whatever, ICM considerations and whatnot. Garrett's head is immediately going to start spinning.
Right.
Trying to figure out what this is about. Would not be surprised to see it all in.
Will rip.
Yeah. Won't be surprised at all. That sizing, I mean, it's just Garrett ripping here is essentially giving Matt a bunch of credit for being really good.
Yes, but Matt is really good.
Yeah,
so I think
for
he
sure,
should
for
rip,
sure.
and
Right.
this just kind of sucks a lot for Garrett.
It's basically saying, I think you're capable of bluffing here, Matt. If this was...
And I think this is a good bluff to make. We see Garrett here on 25 blinds with ace-queen struggling with the decision. And so that's kind of a testament to how good 3-betting out of the big blind is here against these type of stacks.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I just wonder, if they have enough dynamic, if they've played enough, it's just really hard to be balanced here. It's really hard to do, who is doing this with 5-7 offsuit?
Because you're just always peeling instead. You're like, oh, okay.
Right, right. You're
But you
so
need to have,
polarized in this
yeah,
spot.
you need to have a big blind bluff range for 3-bets here if you're going to try and get value with your kings and aces by making these small 3-bets.
For sure. The other weird part of this is like the knowledge, Matt's knowledge of how he plays compared to what he assumes Garrett thinks about how he plays. Like, Matt may know he'll bluff here, that he'll have a 3-bet light range here, but does Garrett know that? Does Garrett know that? Because if Garrett doesn't know that, it's irrelevant. The truth doesn't matter. You know.
Oh, Garrett folds. What a sicko.
Sickest. The sickest.
Wow.
Let's go.
Matt like won the hand and got owned. You know.
I think I can't. We shouldn't even mention that Matt won the hand.
Yeah.
Garrett won the hand.
Yeah.
You know, that was awesome. Major props to Mr. Garrett.
That really makes me want to 3-bet people out of the big blind, though. You know? Getting that much respect.
Hey, I mean, if you're ever at a final with 700K up top, start deploying it.
Yeah.
Strong.
It's true, though, that
Matt's a little sick.
with open rate sizing coming down so much in recent years, most players are just like, yeah, call out of the big blind. We really don't 3-bet very much out of the big blind as a bluff. And so you see there the value of having some bluffs in your big blind 3-bet defense range.
That's kind of what I'm saying, though, is that people, if I've never played with you, I kind of by nature have to assume that you aren't balanced out of your 3-bet.
I agree.
If you just don't know someone, you have to assume that they're only 3-betting big hands out of the big blind because that's where
Everything
the game is. Yeah. I mean, look, all the best players out here are balanced in everything. They're just playing great. Andre gets back in the action.
Young, pocket jacks, getting in the mix. Oh, he just called. I'd like to see him, especially after he created that image with the king-8 off. I'd love to see him.
This is why we show the king-8 off.
Yeah, you show the
king-8 off. And then we 3-bet the jacks.
Yeah.
And Andre leaves the tournament area a lot of the time when he gets like, when he's just over it.
Right.
Just 5 bets all in or 6 bets all in or whatever it is.
And Andre flops gin. King, queen, 10. And what's especially bad is this is a board that Hyung can't fold on right away. So he's going to end up paying off here a bit.
I feel bad laughing on Hyung's expense, but Jesus.
He's running pretty bad with
just no 9, dealer. Don't do that.
Okay, 5. Safe so far. I imagine Andre will just bet again.
Yes.
I think he should bet fairly large in case Hyung has something good.
He has taken your advice. That's 75% of the pot, I believe.
Yeah, I like the large sizing. 625.
Hyung doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's folding here.
Same.
But it's possible. I mean, hey, that's a huge bet.
But
I mean, honestly, this like the sickest part is like how his hand is like the strongest blocker. Like he has the greatest blockers. Like I wouldn't really blame anything he did here because I mean, it's just impossible for Andre to have the hand that he has.
Repping.
And that he has.
But
right,
he can have, 2 pairs.
Oh, sure, he can have kings. He can have a lot of hands.
King. I guess he can have ace king. I'm not sure if he blasts so hard on the turn with ace king. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe against the opponent.
Yeah,
against Hyung, exactly. I also think that this is tough for Hyung he snap called the flop.
Yeah, he snapped the flop.
And he is now tanking the turn. Good
nice fold, Hyung.
Good job.
Good, I think.
Oh, the pump fake. Man. The classic pump fake. I mean, if he had then called there, I don't know.
I would have lost it.
I don't even know. I don't even know what I would have done.
Good fold by Hyung there. Saves himself $625,000, and the potential of hitting a 9 on the river and losing even more.
Always fun being us when we get to tell him good fold, and then like when Andre has the 8-9, we're like, God, what a bad fold. Yeah, this guy's
dude, you have a pair and a draw.
This guy's a horror show, so our jobs are definitely much easier than theirs, put it like that.
Well, against that sizing, I think in particular it's a good fold. So
I think I couldn't agree with you more. The only problem is that is like his sizing with his whole range.
Yes, true.
Which kind of puts you in the cage all the time. Or I would assume that's his sizing with his whole betting range. Obviously, I mean maybe he's not betting that with ace queen, but I don't think if he's betting, that's his sizing. One more time for Garrett, folding the ace queen. That was awesome.
That was a great play.
It's all gravy from here for him.
Yeah,
it's
he's
all,
free rolling now.
Yeah, for sure. Either that or he missed his chance to hit the ace and he should have 3.5 million.
Might have been a major botch. Matt Haugen with an ace-8 suited here on the button. Tim out in the small.
I would imagine Justin peels really wide here. Oh, well, this is...
That'll make
a
it
good
easy.
hand, yeah.
Now it's a question of, do I try and get more chips in? Nope, he's going to call. Justin will look too deep to play the all-in game.
The thing is, it's kind of a disaster for any of them to get all in pre-flop, given that Garrett has half the chips of everyone else playing.
That's right. Not a great flop for sevens here. It's like right on that borderline of a texture where you're like, do I peel? Do I fold? What do I do?
Right, I mean, I think we're getting just crushed in general when we just check fold this flop.
Yeah, that's
just
the problem.
getting owned a lot.
You're getting owned a lot, but also it's like when you check call, how often do you get to the showdown? Enough that I think you should probably call the flop. But like,
yeah, I know exactly what
you're
you're saying,
losing the hand so frequently.
Very few good turn cards.
On the plus side, you'll get some run out, so your opponent just has to check down with the dumb parts
Turn
of his
queen,
range.
I mean, it's just almost impossible for them to check.
Justin gets away once the ace turns and Matt makes a bet.
No, I mean, completely standard. I was just considering that, especially as a cash game player, that Justin would attack what he knows is a super capped range right there. I mean, Matt can definitely have some two pairs on the turn that he checked back one pair on the flop, ace X. I thought there was definitely a decent chance that Justin would just attack what he thinks is like at best a top pair range. If Justin check raises there and bets turn, it's just so hard to call.
Bets river?
Yeah, sorry. When he check raises turn and bets river, it's just very difficult for Matt to ever hit the call button. But obviously very standard for him to just check fold there with the worst hand. It's fine. Garrett also with the pretty sweet ink. Nice little tattoo. Got a little watch going on in that tattoo.
Got a little bit of a Dali thing going on there.
Last time I hung out with Garrett, we had a long discussion about water. That's the whole story.
Okay.
Yes, about the water market, the market surrounding water.
Oh, sort of like at the end of The Big Short.
Well, that was exactly where it came from.
That's it.
Yes, that was it. We were discussing the merits
of investing in water,
betting for and against water. Yeah.
What did you guys determine?
We weren't sober.
Okay.
So I don't know if we really got too much done, but we decided that it's probably smart to be investing in water. I mean, I can't give all my secrets away.
Okay, fair enough.
Look, the guy from Big Short does it. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the week after I saw that movie, it's like all I could talk about.
That was my favorite movie of the year, no question. I would think that would be many poker players' favorite movie of the year.
It's just it was quite interesting, quite informative. Really, I mean,
it's funny,
eye-opening, and funny and eye-opening. I mean, I didn't realize quite how crazy everything was.
Oh yes,
it was.
Everything's rigged, Asher.
It was the Wild West. Legitimately, it was unbelievable.
Still is.
Yeah, pretty much. No, they've just.
It's not like they brought about a whole bunch of new regulatory frameworks or anything. They were
right.
Just like, oh well, they lost it all. They turned it into a giant casino. Let's bail them out.
Right. Let's just rename this.
Yeah.
No one will ever notice.
Action over to Matt. He's out. Now with Tim.
My mother is very upset as her work blocks the stream.
Really?
It's complete garbage, if you ask me. Not cool. American Eagle. Not cool. So Tim certainly doing what the chip leader should do. Opening up the 9-6 of spades. I would imagine that at some point we'll start seeing some super cool Tim Sam hands.
Yes, we will.
It's only a matter of time.
I imagine Garrett either doubling or being eliminated would create more of those dynamics. But for now, they're waiting to see what happens with him. Tim will take it down this time.
Sorry.
No, that's it. He just takes it down.
It's amazing how many different colors are on Justin Young's face.
Yes, I agree.
Like in between his facial hair and his actual hair, there's like three or four colors going on. Yeah, it's really interesting.
His mustache is like 24, like the top
That's
of his head's like
40. Really polarized it up there. He's got all different sorts of stuff going on. I love it. Get a good look at those 100K chips. I was wondering, and I'm still kind of wondering, are they going to pull the plaques out for this tournament?
Man, I hope so, because they look so fancy.
So I'll try to make the story very quick. I played, there was like a $500 $1 million here. Ended up coming in 12th. With 27 left, I had like 15 or 16% of the chips in play. Blew it pretty hard.
He blew it?
Had a long conversation with Tony Burns, who's the main floor guy here, about how my life goal in poker is to play with plaques. Like, that's all I've ever really wanted to do. And, of course, I bust with 3 minutes left in day 2 when day 3 they bring out the plaques.
Oh, Asher.
Yes. So
Did we have plaques at the... I feel like we might have had plaques at the 20, the 15K
no,
final table?
we did not.
We did not.
No, I was more depressed about that than anything. Really quickly here, great fold by Garrett.
Yeah, getting away from the 7s there.
Yeah, I think... maybe great fold isn't exactly the right word, but disciplined.
Solid fold.
Solid, disciplined fold. Yeah, so I was equally depressed about losing the tournament / blowing it as I was about just not playing with plaques.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever played with plaques.
It just seems like the coolest thing ever. Like, just be like, 1 million, and put out like 4 plaques.
Click, click, click.
Click.
It's very James Bond.
So cool. So we got some mild depression from that, but we're back.
I don't know if I've played. I'm really wondering in my whole career if I ever played with plaques.
It just seems so cool.
They're rare, but they're so cool. It's so European too.
Yeah. Totally European. Whoa. I didn't know we had that capability to just eagle eyes whole cards. Let's go.
We got some moves back here, Asher.
Well, I mean, we can also just see everyone's whole cards every hand, so not really needed. All right. Garrett's been snap folding most of the time, so yeah, I think he's going to be playing this hand.
One and a quarter with the ace-9.
Interesting. Well, 135 with ace-queen about 15-20 minutes ago.
Young. Looking.
Let's go.
Kind of interested in his 4-2-0.
Let's go.
Get him. All right.
Oh, is that one chip or more? Oh, okay.
Coming along.
Let's go. I love it, man. Keep him around.
Ace, Jack, Deuce on the flop, so a pair for everyone. Young does not seem like the pair folding type. Even on a board where maybe you should.
Oh, no, I will, yeah, I would make a fair wager that he does not check fold here. Let's just say.
He will make a check snap call.
I think in some spots, Garrett would check this flop back. I think against Young, you just start
bet,
getting your value right away. Yes.
Probably has the intention to bet the turn. Not sure he will on that card. Maybe.
Kind of what I said applies again. Against Young, I think you might want to get... Yeah, nothing wrong with the low variance line.
6 on the river. Don't do it, Young. There you go. I would like to see Garrett bet here.
Yeah, I would have been. I would be stunned if he checked.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's 300,000 even, so half pot.
Garrett has that great like sad face going while he plays hands. You know, kind of has like the puckered lips, like he's chewing, like has a lemon in his mouth or something.
And Young gets away from bottom pair. So Garrett, and his very sad disposition, will drag that pot.
It's funny. It's funny because he's actually like
very
the
cheerful.
least sad. Yeah, he's super happy dude. I think poker does that. Not does that to a lot of people, but a lot of people are like that when they play poker. Super happy people who, like, when they're in a hand, they're taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
You know? Man, they're playing for $700,000. Not exactly a walk in the park.
No. Well, one of these 8 will become eligible for our Tournament of Champions on Friday. We're having like a seating party tomorrow. Did you see that?
I just heard about this right before I walked into this room. Very interesting.
What time is that party tomorrow? Does anybody know? That's my thing. I'm assuming it's going to be while I'm working here, so I don't even get to like enjoy the seating party of it all. The March Madness nature of it. Nope.
I'll videotape it for you or something.
Thanks. Yeah. Also, tomorrow is the Olivier JC fight, and I'm just throwing this out there now. If you make me work during that thing, I'm got my laptop up right here, and I am doing commentary on the fight while I do it. No, I'm not necessarily doing commentary, but I'm having it up in here.
Like
you guys can try and stop me, but I'm bigger than you, Jess.
Sounds like somebody has a wager.
I don't have I don't have a wager.
Oh, wow.
I'll after this hand, I'll do my little analysis on what I think is going on with that fight.
I've seen Olivier a bunch of times recently, and
he's huge.
He's looking ready to go.
He's looking ready to go.
Oh,
well,
my
do you
God.
want to bet on Liv?
We were in, where was this? I believe Thunder Valley, and I went outside on break, getting fresh air, and he was violently airboxing. Like airboxing the air as violently as you can box air. Like, it was unbelievable. He was like,
oh, man.
He was going really intense, and he just looks huge.
He's definitely an intense guy, and he's
But then you, talk to JC about it. Now, mind you, I don't know.
JC's so nonchalant, too.
Yeah, I don't know either of these guys very well, but I played with JC at PCA. We sat next to each other and talked about it a lot. And he's just like, yeah, I think I got an okay chance. Like, he's so understated. So
Ben missed some value in this hand. Sam raised pre-flop. Ben defended, flopped the jack. It's a little tricky when the ace comes on the turn after the check flop, so I don't think it's a big mistake by Ben, but I think he could value about that river.
Possibly. I think it's also tough because Sam is certainly capable of checking back an ace on the turn.
Yeah, you're right actually about that.
It's kind of going to be hard for him to get 2 streets against the worst hand, so he could definitely check an ace back.
No, I'm saying he can. Oh, against 2, yeah. 2
it's going to be hard for Sam to get 2 streets with an ace, so it is somewhat logical for him to check an ace back and call river. But I think
he had a pretty good jack though with the queen. So.
And also, if Sam's going to bet river with all his aces anyway, you just bet and he'll call, and you'll lose that bet anyway. But you can get some bets from other hands. I think Sam would have folded his exact hand though.
Yep.
So as we wait on bated breath for your fight.
So here's my feelings on the fight. When I first heard about it, it was JC giving odds. I want to say like giving 1 1/4 or something to Liv. At that point, I kind of like the Liv side of the bet because he gets to have something like 20 pounds on him. We know that Liv's a very intense, serious guy who will train super hard. Since Liv tweeted those pictures of him looking huge, the line has now shifted where Liv is the favorite at about 1 1/4 or something against JC.
Right.
And because I believe that markets have a tendency to over-adjust to a small amount of information, at this point I kind of like the JC side, not because I actually think that JC's some big favorite in the fight. I don't have a clue who's the favorite in the fight.
Right.
I just think that whenever a market moves a lot, it's probably over-adjusting, and I kind of like the JC side of it now because of that.
I think that is a great point.
Yeah.
Again, it's just on like a very simpleton level. It's just hard to look at those pictures and be like, yeah, I'm going to bet JC.
I'm going to bet the guy who's 20 pounds lighter and nowhere near as huge.
Right. Also, JC has I believe he has a much more, what's the word I'm looking for? A much deeper fighting background. I believe he's been doing stuff for years and years and years.
Yes. He trained for the Andrew Roble fight, which I think was maybe called off because of an injury.
Right, yeah, but he has belts.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how this stuff works. Black belts, blue belts. He's got belts and stuff. He's a fighter.
Look,
whereas Olivier,
he's got the hardware. What else do you need to know?
Olivier is just like a motivated guy. From what I know, I could be off here, but I believe it's not like he's been fighting his whole life. He just got motivated for this, got in phenomenal shape.
Yeah,
I mean, he looks like a house.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
I wonder how much he weighs right now.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I wonder how much he weighs right now, because
jacked.
Making weight will be very important. So he does have to cut down a fair bit. I want to say the fight weight for him was something like 185, 187 or something. And Olivier JC was like 165, 167, somewhere in there.
So interesting.
20 pounds is a lot to give up, though, and I think that is the thing that worries me the most if you're going to bet on JC is 20 pounds is just a ton to give up in a fight.
For sure.
We'll pause our discussion for a second here. Sam is raised to 1 1/4 with ace-10. Andre, right behind him, has made the call with king-queen.
We did pick a great time for the discussion, though. It was like ace-jack versus 4-6 on ace-queen-jack. That was really, we didn't need to be involved.
It's possible that... No, okay, Hyung folded. I'm just looking at Andre's cards and thinking that Hyung had entered the pot. Now over to Matt Haugen in small blind with 9-8 offsuit. Looks like he wants to come in for a re-raise here. He's putting the squeeze on himself.
Very interesting spot to take. More than anything, because I believe you would think Andre's flatting range here, once he's going to have position,
fairly
is
strong.
Going to call a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Andre has a very crappy flat range here that's just folding a bunch of hands to this 3-bet. He might fold specifically king-queen off.
I'd expect him to have a lot more king-queen suited.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm a little, I think he has the part of his range that Matt was hoping.
So Matt gets away with that one. I mean, whenever you're, like, squeezing, it's probably fine, but I don't love that squeeze in particular because of what we just discussed.
Agreed.
And the fact that Sam is maybe #1 most capable of 4-betting light on this table, and you have no blockers with 9-8 offsuit.
Sam actually had, like, the perfect 4-bet light hand.
Yeah, he did. I'm a little surprised he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you got it, but you just have to think Matt is so nutted there, which is, I mean, part of the reason why it's a good play.
Yeah, image-wise, it's a good play.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we're hitting a break.
Yep, we are going to take a little break here.
Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown has seen William Foxen from California.
So we'll hear from Tatiana now.
Place. So busted was Kate Hall by Sam Soverell in 9th place, and her exit has ended her race for the Player of the Year, securing this title for Mike Shariati. Congratulations to Mike. Let's see some of the key hands from our level.
An ace-9 offsuit for Tim.
Pretty standard.
Yep. So Tim, aware of the fact that we will be shoving fairly wide there on about 12-ish blinds on the cutoff.
Yeah, I guess Will had paid a set of blinds and antes because he started with about 15 blinds. So off to these kind of races. Yeah. Who are you taking?
Taking an ace-9. It's got the diamond blocker.
All right, king-8.
You got the king-8.
$1?
$1 sold. You want to get it in this bad? You want to lose 20 cents or whatever it is? Yes! I'm a rich man.
We got spades on the way. Queen of spades, maximum sweat.
No, I want to see hole cards. Nothing against your boy Will. I just want to see some hole cards.
Fair enough. There it is.
Damn it, Asher.
6 of spades.
One time for the kid. I mean, I like Tim a lot though, so it's kind of.
And the river.
4 diamonds on the river. No help. So William will be eliminated in 10th place. Made a nice run in this tournament, but came into our final table as one of the short stacks and was not able to improve by winning his first major all-in.
He, as I said, is a great player. He cashed the 10K as well as cashed this. We actually had 3 people from this final table cash the 10K. All of whom, I mean, can you imagine someone final tabling both? We have the live stream final table. But it's also, it depends on his bigger strategy. You know, is he limping? How often is he limping? Is this something that's
balancing
the
limps?
Right. So, oh boy.
Did he look through Sam Soverall's cards, see pocket queens, and decided, well, if I just fold, everyone will think collusion, so I'll limp, and then I'll fold when he blasts it.
Clearly.
And there it is, 200,000 from Sam Soverall. Kate with ace-5 suited, right behind Sam.
An interesting spot for her. She has to think that Sam will be isolating Ben's limp pretty wide, hoping to play him in position.
But Ben also doesn't fold very much, so I think that takes the very worst hands out of Sam's range.
Sure.
And if she were to rip here, I don't think she necessarily has much fold equity when Sam goes to 200K and she has like a ball about $1 million.
Well, there she goes.
So, and she has only 800K, so she doesn't really have any fold equity here. I'm not really thrilled with this. Like,
I guess what I'm saying more is like if Sam looks at the 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, things of this nature, he's gonna want to isolate Ben and play in position versus what he thinks is a fairly defined inferior range because he's limping.
Yeah, and I guess my issue here is against the like optimistic parts of Sam's range, Kate is still flipping. Like when we're like, well, he could have 9-8 suited, it's like, yeah, you're flipping versus 9-8 suited. So I'm not a big fan of this play from Kate. It's easy to say when I'm staring Sam's queens in the face, but I think it's just a little bit ambitious when she can't realistically get a full pre-flop, so she's like just kind of forcing herself into what's usually going to be a flip-ish or behind scenario.
Right. Unfortunate, and it also sucks that there is an ace out of the deck, but she will be looking for some diamonds or an ace.
I will say if everyone on this table, if I were going to make this play against them, Sam might be like #1.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like I would just think Sam, more than maybe anybody else on this table, would take advantage of Ben's limp.
That face is about the only face you can make when it comes Queen 10-7.
No, none of your suit.
Yes.
So
And we have a
8
good
on the
game
turn.
here.
We'll end this one. So Kate Hall I believe will be our runner-up for Player of the Year, but will not take down that title. It's going to belong to Mike Sheriotti, who finishes in 9th place here. And I imagine we'll see seeing plenty of her on the World Poker Tour in the future.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But today she is going to go home with 65,440.
It's actually been pretty smart. Someone like Garrett's just really folding his way. He's
Yeah.
jumping. He's made, I don't know, 40 grand so far today.
Hanging out.
He's folded the ace-10 offsuit last hand, which actually probably would have gotten through as an all-in.
Yeah.
Could be off. I think he folds here as well. I think he's just going to keep playing tight.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go.
Justin and Garrett have folded around the same.
I guess we're not getting
Sam.
a fold here.
Not getting a Sam. Sorry, not getting a fold here from Sam. Looks like 1 1/4.
Sam raises to 125,000.
I'm sure, this kid is sitting there, Andre is sitting there thinking, man, I should have flatted that 8-9 hearts.
Yeah,
He's probably
he
still
just had
thinking
9-8
about
suited
it.
again, too, and he folded it this time.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, he had 9-8 suited.
Oh,
I would like this 3-bet more than I liked the Matt Haugen 3-bet.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I mean, Sam is telling you, you look at Sam and you're not like, man, I should 3-bet this kid with the 9-8.
That's just it, though. You're like, oh, man, this guy's going to 4-bet me.
Right.
Haugen calls in the small blind with King-Queen. Now over to Tim Riley facing basically a min-raise with A7 off.
Would not be mad at a squeeze here.
A squeeze would be sweet, considering
we have the ace
Haugen
clubs.
never has anything good. Ben can have all kinds of stuff. Sam is going to be a frequent opener. So and A7 plays very poorly post-flop. So just jacking it up pre, and it looks like Tim's right on board with us. This is a nice play, and it looks like he's made it 5 1/4.
So a total of 525.
When I first started playing live, I would go to Foxwoods every so often, and Tim is from Connecticut. I was always super. I mean, I was kind of terrible at the time, but I was always super, super impressed with his game. He does not miss a spot. He doesn't miss a beat. No, I think Sam knows.
Sam knows.
Sam knows, and I wonder if Sam will act on his knowledge, because he certainly knows what's going on here, or at least.
Sam not only knows, but he likes to find reasons to act on his knowledge. He loves it. Like, don't be surprised if Sam makes it 1.2 in a second here.
We apologize for the slight Sam love fest going on, but the guy's really good and he's playing really well, and it's impressive that he hadn't snap folded, although he now has. This is gonna work.
This is gonna work. Tim Riley with a really nice play here. Recognizes the dynamic of the callers and takes a hand that has some value pre-flop but very little post and turns it into a bluff. Nice squeeze there.
Yeah. Very good play. That is how you play the chip lead. Parts about these final tables, like televised, live streamed, etc., is all the preconceived notions and thoughts and things you've seen about people may not apply anymore. The cameras are on, the lights are on, the stakes are high. There's a lot of money. Young may play 50% of hands at level 2 of a tournament. He may be a complete madman, but it's way different.
Now here we go. He's going to 3-bet King 8.
Is obviously, I was getting broadcast into his
You know
ear.
he's going to tighten up. You're not going to play many hands.
He's like, oh, that's what you think? Hold that.
And as it turns out, I don't really mind the spot that Young has taken. He's got a blocker to strong hands. His hand isn't good enough to flat here. Sam is opening frequently. He's a little unlucky that he's run into a hand that Sam is flatting 100% of the time and will not give up on that easily post-flop.
If I was Sam, I'd be sitting here like, ugh. Like I'm not folding, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'd definitely be sitting here. I mean, he 3-bet out of position, out of the small blind, I believe.
Yes, he did.
I would certainly be a little concerned.
I would be mildly concerned.
I wouldn't think that he's just going out of his way to attack me if I'm Sam with 7 million,
that.
which he is. He's legitimately going out of his way to attack Sam. That's
and
what's
Sam will not
right
be
now.
folding this flop. It's way too many backdoors.
Oh, no. We have 60% of a royal flush currently.
Yeah, and the backdoor to the wheel as well. So Sam is not going anywhere.
And you can see just from the way Young is, I thought from the way he was handling his ships, he's pretty nervous.
Nervous
Shaky
/ maybe a
hands.
little frustrated that he's just not connecting in a meaningful way in any of these pots.
Right. It is tough with someone like Young, though, because if I was playing a regular player, this sizing would throw me off, make me even more likely to continue. Against him, it's kind of hard to discern, what he's doing with his sizings and what they mean. I would expect, like if I was playing this hand against Sam, I would expect him to bet 350.
Yes, I agree.
If
you
Sam
would
was
underbet
young.
this.
Right, and I was Sam, I would expect Sam to bet way smaller.
Yeah.
So
Sam not folding this flop, of course.
No. I think part of Sam is wondering why the bet was so big on this. I mean, it's such a dry board. There's just no need to protect so large with a big hand.
I just think that Hyung will have, I guess you would say, more traditional sizing. Like, it's become very vogue in the last year or two to make your open small, to make your C-bets and your continuation bets on 3-bets small. Hyung, I'm guessing, is a little less ingrained in the professional poker culture, and is going to have slightly more old school sizing.
Right. Well, if he fires again, this will work. Yeah, for sure.
He wins if he bets. It never feels good when you have no equity and your opponent is kind of sticky.
He is really staring Sam down. That was almost impressive.
Hyung does check. Sam will check behind. Queen on the river will probably shut the action down here.
I did not know that he had already checked. I thought it was on him and he was just staring him down.
If Hyung bets this river, it's going to be an interesting decision for Sam.
I mean, I don't see how he can ever bet this river, like with his range.
I know, he shouldn't, but he really should not be betting this river. Of all of the rivers, he should not be betting this one.
Right.
Of all of them.
I mean,
and it might work. I don't know if it will, but
this would be awesome by Sam to call here. Not that it's necessarily like the hardest call in the world, but just, I mean,
your opponent shouldn't be bluffing.
Right. They shouldn't have the king of diamonds and the 8 hearts. It'll also be interesting if he does call to see what Hyung does. Like, does he go for the snap rifle into the muck? Does he show right away? Does he say you're good and tap the table?
I always show with confidence just in case my opponent misreads, even though it's never happened to me. I've had people come close. They're like, what is oh, wait!
One of the biggest hands I've ever played in my life was versus you. You were bluffing, and when I called the river, you instantly tabled your hand.
Full confidence.
So fast that I was like, no! Oh my
you
God.
You had a set!
I had a set. And I was good. Wow!
Oh, Hyung got it!
Hyung. Show it, please! I was with someone at the pool yesterday who essentially told me that they are friends with Hyung, and they went out of their way to tell him that he's not allowed to show bluffs.
A bit more creative or non-standard, and that's fun to watch,
Right.
That
I think
hand was fun to watch.
You're always hoping that you get the high rollerish players, the guys who are playing the 25Ks, 100Ks, who are really doing interesting stuff. Or you hope you get the randoms, essentially. Those are the 2 best guys to watch on stream, for sure. People who are completely unpredictable or who are so good that they're completely unpredictable.
All right, Hyung. You like the last hand. Don't do it. Don't, no.
Currently grabbing for $2 million.
He's like, how much you have?
I think most of these players understand that Garrett's range here is so strong.
And Garrett hasn't opened a hand yet.
No. He
Ben
should
might peel. Ben
he
might
should be folding, probably should be folding like ace-10 here. Just open folding ace-10. Maybe suited playing it. But his range should be really tight here. Although, I mean, he is by far the short stack. I didn't quite realize how.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yikes.
If you're Matt, do you 3-bet small or do you just rip on him?
God, it really depends. I don't know their dynamic.
Yeah.
Honestly, it wouldn't be egregious for him to call.
Nope.
I think it would actually make a lot of sense for him to call. This is great, though, just because of, whatever, ICM considerations and whatnot. Garrett's head is immediately going to start spinning.
Right.
Trying to figure out what this is about. Would not be surprised to see it all in it.
Will rip.
Yeah. Won't be surprised at all. That sizing, I mean, it's just Garrett ripping here is essentially giving Matt a bunch of credit for being really good.
Yes, but Matt is really good.
Yeah,
so I think
for
he
sure,
should rip,
sure.
and this just kind of sucks a lot for Garrett.
It's basically saying, I think you're capable of bluffing here, Matt. If this was...
And I think this is a good bluff to make. We see Garrett here on 25 blinds with ace-queen struggling with the decision. And so that's kind of a testament to how good 3-betting out of the big blind is here against these type of stacks.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I just wonder, if they have enough dynamic, if they've played enough, it's just really hard to be balanced here. It's really hard to do, who is doing this with 5-7 offsuit?
Because you're just always peeling instead. You're like, oh, okay.
Right, right. You're
But you
so
need to have,
polarized in
yeah,
this
you
spot.
need to have a big blind bluff range for 3-bets here if you're going to try and get value with your kings and aces by making these small 3-bets.
For sure. The other weird part of this is like the knowledge, Matt's knowledge of how he plays compared to what he assumes Garrett thinks about how he plays. Like, Matt may know he'll bluff here, that he'll have a 3-bet light range here, but does Garrett know that? Does Garrett know that? Because if Garrett doesn't know that, it's irrelevant. The truth doesn't matter. You know.
Oh, Garrett folds! What a sicko!
Sickest. The sickest.
Wow.
Let's go.
Matt like won the hand and got owned. You know.
I think I can't. We shouldn't even mention that Matt won the hand.
Yeah.
Garrett won the hand.
Yeah.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, 1 minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
All right, we are back at the Seminole Hard Rock here for the World Poker Tour online live stream. Still here with Asher, but now joined by Kate Hall. Kate, thanks for coming in.
Hey, actually not happy to be here.
Conflicted to be here.
Yeah, it's a little consolation. Happy to be doing something other than moping in my hotel room now.
Well, no worries, and great run this entire season.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. It's a good season.
yeah, you definitely brought it down to the wire here today.
Yeah, hope to get a little bit closer, but you do what you can.
Currently 8-handed at our final table. We are with whole cards now. Did not have that while we were 10-handed. But we are in the know now, seeing some pretty interesting play from around the table. Garrett, you see there, is pretty much hanging tight. He is our short stack on the table and is playing that stack very well. We saw him get away from ace-queen earlier in what should have been a cooler spot for his entire stack against Matt Haugen and his pocket kings, but Garrett, with the disciplined fold, survived there. Andre here with ace-jack of spades is going to raise up our now 40,000, 80,000 blinds to 200K.
For a second, I thought that was Matt's hand. I was going to say, he's just getting froggy.
Yeah.
The last hand before break, he 3-bet 8-9 offsuit out of the small blind to a raise and a call. Yeah. So
looks like he's 3-betting here, too.
There we go.
I think he's made it 500,000 even with king 10 off, 5 1/4. And we do not expect Andre to fold here. Quick call.
Heads up to the flop. 525 each player.
So Matt in position here.
First act on the flop.
And the aggressor with the worst hand. 8-4-3-2 heart flop. Doesn't connect with either player. A little bit better for Matt considering he has the king of hearts, and a bet might just win him this pot. Do you guys expect Andre to fold here facing a bet?
Yeah, I kind of get the sense that Andre is hanging back a little bit and may be folding in some of these spots where others might call just to conserve chips and see how things go. You know, I saw him make a couple of tighter laydowns from a little bit of the stream that I was watching before I got on here. Didn't look like it did get through, so.
I'm actually really interested to see Matt play a hand. I know this still sounds kind of funny, like where he actually has something.
Yeah.
Because his bets have been really big. He's been betting large. He just bet 600,000 there.
Yeah, no underbets.
No underbets, and I'm wondering if it's balanced, if it's always that way. But he's playing really well so far. I think Andre would have peeled any sort of equity there. Like,
Yeah,
if
if
there
he had a
was
spade to go on 8-4-3, he peels.
Yeah, even like a Broadway card,
Yeah.
I think he might have just hit the check call button.
My sense from playing with Matt for a couple of days now is that his sizing is pretty consistent, and he just tends to size things
Bigger.
big.
Yeah.
Does he play a lot of cash? You know him pretty well, right?
Yeah, I know him pretty well. I think that he plays maybe half and half cash in tournaments.
Okay. In my experience, it's the cash guys
that go with the
tend
bigger
to go
sizing.
bigger more often, or girls. The cash people.
If I were going to guess, I would say it's more a function of his stack size and his position at the table than the cash background so much.
Right.
Garrett here with ace-3 and what I believe is the small blind. I think he's completed against Sam.
Yeah.
It's one of those spots where I'd like to know Garrett's exact chip count to figure out whether I think, completing or shoving is the ideal play. Seems pretty close here.
I believe he had somewhere between I believe he had about 2 million.
He had about 2 million.
Maybe
then
a little less.
Then I would understand why he would complete as opposed to shove.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sam checks behind with queen 7 and flops top pair on queen 8-5. So not much for Garrett to like here.
I honestly kind of thought we'd see bet call.
Both players check.
Garrett checks.
And if you're Sam, I mean, this is just awesome.
You're like, this is great, but how do I get paid?
Right, exactly. I mean, if I'm Garrett, I'm not folding here.
Yeah.
I don't think very often.
Sam should get one call here.
Yes. If you're Sam, obviously he doesn't know what Garrett has, but if he knew what Garrett has, he would really be hoping for an ace, an 8, or a 5 on the river. Would be pretty much impossible for Garrett to fold.
River's a 3, so Garrett does make a pair. But it doesn't really change very much about his hand.
No, not at all. It's going to be a weird spot for Garrett when Sam bets. I think a lot of this is based on Sam's sizing. Does he go like the 500K, I'm full of it bet, or does he just go straight value?
When we were discussing Sam's river play earlier on in this stream.
Yeah, we did discuss that he may overbet these spots. He goes 75% of pot. Pretty health.
Tricky decision for Garrett now.
For sure.
And he has to figure out how wide is Sam's value betting range. Does he think he'd bet an 8, that type of sizing, and take this line with it? If so, he should fold. If he thinks he's only losing to a queen, then it's got to be awful tempting to call. There's not really many other holdings that can be ahead of him here besides the queen or the 8.
And you wonder how often, I mean, he is certainly a fair amount of the time, how often Sam's checking back an 8. It's just much more
vulnerable than the
vulnerable.
queen is.
There you go. Thank you. Much more vulnerable than a queen. Maybe nice to start getting value on the flop. It's a tough spot for Garrett.
Definitely.
He's got to wonder a little bit, too, whether he might be getting abused a little bit after people have seen some of the laydowns he's been making.
For sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good point. This is the longest tank we've seen, I believe.
It's been a quick final table.
It's pretty awesome.
Final table.
Are we going to make our guesses? I think he folds.
I think so, too. Kate?
I'm going to go with a call.
Okay.
Always the rebel.
Always the contrarian.
Always the rebel.
Ooh,
and Kate Hall's better than us. Yep.
We'll see. It hasn't happened yet.
That's true.
He's really going to
Once he grabbed the 100Ks, I was sure you were right. I was like, all right, it's going in. Sam's probably throwing all the fake tails.
And Garrett does make the call there, so you are correct, Kate. And Sam is going to drag a nice pot here.
Certainly an understandable call on Garrett's part.
Yeah, very close on that river. And, we discussed how it seems unlikely that Sam could have many better holdings besides the queen or a very strangely played 8.
Right.
So although Garrett's hand didn't really improve on the river by pairing up, that is why he called down there.
Yeah.
Kate, I want to ask your opinion on what we were discussing right before the break, which was the topic of the day, the big fight between JC and Olivier, and whether you feel strongly as to one side or the other. You got any money on this, or what's going on?
I may be one of the few poker players who has no money whatsoever on it.
Okay.
And I also don't know much about the fight, to be honest. I'm aware that it's happening.
Right.
And actually, I'm an MMA fan in general, but haven't been following the lead up to it very much.
Okay. So actually, none of us in this room have money on the fight.
Yeah. What's the line on it right now?
Well, we were saying it started JC as a favorite, and now Olivier. I believe Olivier is 120.
120,
favorite.
Yeah,
125,
okay.
something like that.
Just because he's like gone into beast mode training.
Correct.
For it.
Exactly.
We were saying the pictures he put out, and I was saying I was in Thunder Valley, and he was like air boxing like the most violently I've ever seen someone do anything in my life. It was unbelievable.
Ooh, hold on here a sec,
All
guys.
right.
Tim has opened to 200,000 with 10s, but right behind him and on the button is Garrett with ace 10, and I think he said all in.
Just said all in. This is the poop and the fan.
Yeah. This
meeting
is
up
real
together.
bad.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sam is yet to fold, or maybe Garrett hasn't looked down at his cards yet.
Oh, I could have sworn I just saw his mouth move in the all-in way.
I don't think we've got it yet.
No, but I would
There
imagine,
they are.
it's
Premature lip reader by Asher
we've
Kniff.
seen Tim open 6-9 suited, Queen 5 suited from this exact spot. So
And
this
Garrett's
is
likely
great.
aware of it by now.
Oh, we're fist pumping the all in if we're Garrett. Yeah, we're super happy about
so
it.
Tim with the snap call.
Not
Garrett
right
at
now.
risk here with 3 outs.
Ace of hearts, 10 of spades. Against 10 of diamonds.
And we'll see if we get down to 7 players here, or whether our short stack will double up.
Garrett has a lot of good juju, a lot of good karma working here. You know, good guy. Not that Tim isn't, obviously. Ooh.
No help on the flop.
The best flop for him.
There are backdoor outs to running 4-5 or Queen Jack.
He's looking for a sailboat looking card.
Ace
There
on the
it
turn
is.
for Garrett.
Ooh.
Tim down to the 10 of hearts for an out.
Don't do it, dealer.
8 of diamonds. And
Boom.
so Garrett Greer scores a double up. Back over 2 million.
And I mean, he's gonna look back on that ace queen fold. I don't know exactly what's gonna come of it from here, but he's gonna be so stoked.
Yeah.
You know, now finding this double, it's pretty sweet. Are you aware, Kate, of the hand, the ace queen hand? Were you
I
watching
saw
the
just
stream?
the recap. I didn't see it as it was going on.
He like opened middle position, and Matt 3-bet really small from the big blind. He just folded ace queen.
Yeah.
It was kind of stunning.
Very tight laydown.
Yes. And he's a genius, and we're all fools because he's still there.
He's still there.
2.5 million. A couple of these WPT winners getting some serious camera time in the back right.
Really,
now.
though?
Oh, yeah. Stefan and Kevin Eister really maximizing the situation.
Kevin now a 2-time winner on the World Poker Tour. Kate, you were at that final table at Bellagio 5 Diamond back in December, right?
Yep. I saw it live. He had a great final table.
He did, yeah. I want to say he scored a double up really early, maybe against Jake.
Massive
was that right?
double
Yeah,
up
kings
really
to aces
early.
or something.
Yeah, it was aces versus queens.
Okay.
Button versus big blind, and they were the 2 biggest stacks on the table.
Jacob Schwartz?
Yeah.
And then there was later on in that
The better
final table
poker
kind of a blow up between Jake and I can't remember his name. What was the guy's name?
Bill
Yes.
Jennings.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a blow up.
Was this the potential angle?
There was accusations of angles. I did a raw deal on that whole hand. My feeling was that he did not intentionally angle. He just had no idea what his stack size was and like quoted the number that he thought it was. And then after Jake accused him of being an idiot, he's like, "No, I'm not an idiot. I was angling, you sucker." And like sort of
I didn't even know
retroactively tried to
that.
like claim that he was
say
angling.
that?
Well, no, he didn't say that, but basically Jake like accused him of not knowing how many chips he had or like giving him a wrong number, and he's like, "Oh, well, or like stacking his chips in a really strange way." And then he was like, "Oh, I did that because I wanted you to make a mistake," you know?
Right.
But like really he was just being lazy. He was just retroactively trying to act like it was some scheme of his that he trapped Jake with.
Jake's a close friend of mine and my roommate this summer in Las Vegas, and I can tell you for sure that he thinks he got angled, 100%. He,
I think
There's
he
no
got
question
retroactively
he thinks that he
yes,
got
yes.
angled, yeah.
He is not happy with the way that played.
Yeah.
Young thinking he missed some serious value. He missed some heavy value there.
Yeah. Not the run out he was looking for.
He's also like one of the best parts about Young's game is like super random is his checks. He checks in all the funniest ways. You know, like he'll like slap
He'll
his
like reach
forearms.
for chips and then tap them instead.
Yeah, he does every funny check you've ever seen in your life. He'll do the two-handed table tap.
The hand twirl check.
The hand twirl. Yeah, we've seen it all already. Played
He's
like
been
3 orbits.
much more sedate today than he has been in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about the lead up to this final table because we heard that Hyung was talking a bunch.
He was very talkative. He was doing a lot of really epic stare downs, and you know, just somebody opens, he takes like a good 2 minutes to fold and just like stares in the guy's eyes for that entire time.
The guy is like, do you realize I have 30% of hands?
Right.
You know?
I've been told he's a habitual bluff shower.
Oh yeah.
Loves to show his bluffs. Okay. Huh.
There was one interesting hand. Somebody who busted, I think, in like 13th or so, where we were down to the final 2 tables, and
no, Hyung, no.
Sorry, Kate.
No,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You just flat there?
Yeah, you just flatted out of the small with queens.
Tricky.
Against him, who's, you know, opening a ton.
Very interesting.
This is like the #1 hand I don't want him to flat with out of the small line specifically.
Well, when
pocket
you
queens.
play the way he plays, you just need it to be 3-betting. Unless you're going to flop top set and have them both drawing dead. Then it's probably good what he did.
Oh, man.
Oh,
The legend. Hyung.
Makes it 350.
Man, I could watch Young play for the rest of my life.
Tim has a little piece here. He has
Yeah.
a bottom pair, 2 backdoor draws.
If you're Tim, you definitely take one off.
Yeah,
for
you're
sure.
taking
You
one
definitely
off.
see the turn.
Mostly because you think Hyung might have like Jack-9 or clubs or King-Jack.
I mean, even if he has, you know, King-Queen, there's just... Then
Oh, man, that's the
there's
card.
that.
That's the card.
Let's go. You can see Hyung's hands are kind of...
A little shaky there.
A little shaky.
A little of that I've got a monster shake.
I'll say this. I mean, this line is absolutely sick. Like, there's 0% chance, obviously, that Tim is like, well, he could have queens. Like, it's impossible.
Like the one hand he doesn't have is queens.
If they, like, if Tim calls here, the river's a deuce, and they, like, get to showdown, like, theoretically, whatever it takes for them to get to showdown, Tim's head will pop off of his shoulders when he sees Young's hand. He will be stunned.
Well, the King-9 of hearts are dead. We know that Justin folded those pre-flop.
Forgot about that.
So, Tim here lacking a couple of the outs he'd otherwise have. He doesn't realize how much he doesn't want to hit a deuce. He thinks
Or
the
an
deuce
ace.
is
An
the
ace would be
perfect
really
card.
bad too, yeah.
And the 4 of diamonds is a safe one for him. And Hyung
instantly went all in.
No call.
So, Young ends up getting max value with his rather strange line there.
I mean, he could have checked the river.
Yeah,
Now we're really talking.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So I don't think Tim like can't check back. Essentially. I mean, I guess he can be King Jack and Jack 9, but like
and the clubs, I think he really should check
I
back.
guess that's true. It just seems like he's not going to win enough when he checks. Like when Hyung checks, like is Hyung really going to give up with?
But shouldn't
King
Hyung's
Jack
range be fairly polarized between like super nut, you know, Queen 10 suited, pocket 10s, and like just bluffs?
I don't think it's out of line for Hyung to not that
have King
whether or
Queen or
not he
something?
should. Yeah, to have King Queen,
Yeah.
even any Queen, any 10. Like
But
he's just leading random
But
hands.
he's not folding King Queen on that river, is he?
No.
Then
But
we
maybe
can't
like
bet.
10-9 we can try.
Yeah.
No, agreed. I just think I would have understood Tim's logic
Right.
behind betting, thinking he can't win enough at Showdown. Kate, you were in the middle of something when
Yes,
Hyung threw us off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I saw Hyung I think open under the gun, get called pre by the big blind, and then on a 8-8-2 board, the big blind led, Hyung raised, the big blind 3-bet, and Hyung moved all in for a very substantial stack.
Okay.
Active stack. And then the big blind tank folded, Hyung turned over ace jack.
That's
Just-
amazing.
Let's go.
Yeah. Which I, according to the big blind, was the best hand, which I kind of believe.
kind of believe,
I would
yeah.
assume, yeah.
So here, Tim opened in early positions, 200,000 with pocket 4s. Andre called on the cutoff with King Queen. Hyung now folds the button over to Matt Haugen in the big blind. And he has an ace-queen and a decision to make.
Very interesting. Andre seems very content. Flatting.
Yes, he does. I think with the players behind him, flatting is ideal with many of these sort of middling hands. Like, that's why we wanted to see him flat that 9-8 suited, because the guys behind him won't really take advantage.
Yeah.
And particularly with Tim opening an early position, I think, you could 3-bet this king-queen here, but
I'm a big fan of flatting in general. I just think he's picking like hands that are kind of perfect to 3-bet to flat. King queen off.
I often use the king-queen in position as a 3-bet. I think maybe with these guys behind me, I would just peel there.
Yeah.
I might mix it up a little.
He's going to win this hand all the time. As played, like with with their actual hands.
10 folds as well.
All right, so the flat from Andre works out this time. Takes it down on the 10-8-3 flop. I think he has a poker card watch there. Is that like the King of Hearts on his watch?
Looks like it. Is this his first cash ever? I looked up his Hendon Mob, and I think that I saw no results.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, our producer will check for you, so we'll know in a minute. I have not encountered him before around the tournament circuit, so I'm not really sure where he materialized from. But he seems very comfortable on the table, so he's definitely a pro in some way. We're just not sure what matter of. Action with Justin. He's going to go out. Now with Garrett, and he's got a pair of queens on the short stack. Actually, he's no longer the short stack. He doubled up.
Garrett raises to 108,000 or so.
Right around in there. So Garrett going to 200,000 with queens.
Sam and Andre both fold. Action's on fold.
Now over Hyung with king 3 offsuit and a stare down.
I was about to say this is exactly what Kate was talking about.
Needs to last for like a minute and a half longer before.
Tim in the big blind is 10-8 suited, so he will not be folding.
I sure hope not.
No.
Tim calls 180.
That's going to be 180, not 200.
Tim and Garrett will go heads up to the flop.
Go to a flop, and it is deuce 3-3. Not likely to generate any action.
Nice hand, Garrett.
Nice hand, Garrett. The only way this gets interesting is if Garrett checks behind.
So now we have, under the assumption that he loses this hand, we now have Tim having lost,
many hands.
4 hands, 5 hands that he's played in a row. Certainly a professional, but you wonder how that affects him mentally.
Just sucks not to have the momentum.
Sure, absolutely. And Matt has like super quietly been crushing.
Yeah.
I believe he started with 4 and he's up to like 7.5 or something.
Correct.
Like that million.
That's
so
right.
People around him are crushing. He's kind of getting crushed, losing 10 stays 10, etc. So.
Is Matt the biggest stack at this point?
It's got to be close. Sam's got to be up there too as well.
Between him and Sam, and actually Hyung has a bunch still. He won $1.5 million on that hand versus Tim just now.
Right.
Already had a bunch, so.
Sam has been sitting back a little bit more than I expected him to be at this final table, at least from what I've seen, and I haven't seen all the hands, but I expected him to really come in swinging.
He definitely got a little aggro early, for sure.
He passed up some 4-bet spots we thought he might take, but other than that, he's played the hands we figured he'd get involved with.
Yeah.
Honestly, having the big dynamic with that my bust out hand was there's almost nobody that I'm shoving over there, but played with Sam a number of times, and he is very aggro with the big stack especially, and with isolating, and it seemed like a spot where he was going to be taking that pretty wide, but
yeah, that's kind of what we were discussing.
yeah, that almost no situations where that's going to happen, but like it seemed like Sam was the perfect person to try to get it in there.
Yeah, we said of everyone on the table, this would be the best guy to go after if you're going to rip that spot here. Ben calls out of the big blind with 10-9 of diamonds, flops a flush draw on queen 3 deuce turn 5.
Tim actually called out of the small blind.
Right,
Ben
thank
raised,
you.
Tim called small blind, and Ben snap checked the flop back.
Which is not good in my opinion.
Honestly,
Every now and then it can be, but I don't think on this texture you should really be checking back your flush draws unless,
I agree.
I don't know.
A diamond comes like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Then it's great. I mean, also, I think just probably shouldn't snap check back in general. This is going to be a tough spot for Tim. I mean, what exactly has Ben going check, bet here?
Yeah.
With
He's not supposed to have this hand.
no.
I think if anything, Tim is maybe a little worried about more worried about a queen than a diamond.
I think, and he could be equally worried about pairs in between sixes and a queen.
Definitely.
Ben can definitely go for 2 streets here with like tens, and I mean, it's just very unlikely that Tim can beat that hand.
He needs Ben to really have like this sort of airball ace high type thing here
Good
that he decided
fold.
to check back, bet on the turn. We picked up some equity, and then for whatever reason fired again on the river. But I think that's a good fold from Tim and a well played hand.
I think he was he was hoping the opener had a little bit less chips, because when it got to him, he asked how much so that he could just shove on the big blind and the opener effective. If they had between 20 and 25 big blinds each. I know, yes, that's certainly the line that Tim would take, I think, from hands I've seen him play and just knowing him. But loses a small pot.
Yeah, loses a small pot yet again.
Yes, but he looks, he's got a nice little smile on there.
Also, when he sees the hands after the fact, he can feel good about all of them.
Yes. I personally would have, if I were him, would have went for the clean-shaven look. Very pretty guy.
He is looking a little scruffy, a little
very beautiful man.
Scruffy.
Yes.
All right, Sam opens to 175. Andre right behind, I believe, just calls with
love it.
queens. That one I like. See, this time I like the queens call.
Well, just because he's flatting so much.
Yeah, Sam opened first to act.
Just because Andre's flatting so much, I mean, you have to have, you can't just only have king queen off when you're flatting. Oh, geez,
everybody behind them has ace 10. Wow. Matt with a queen 10, so nobody's going to make their 10, that's for sure, or their queen.
Tim, looking sick.
Tim, 5-4 suited.
Time for a
like,
squeeze.
oh, wow, what do I want to do with this?
Irrelevant
of
anything
else.
So
bad
this is a great squeeze spot in general. I mean, just like Andre's getting progressively more upset as each person calls.
Oh my god!
No way!
Wow.
Stop!
Justin somehow has kings here.
What's happening? I mean,
it's like the final hand in the James Bond movie where just everybody gets something nuts.
Like if you're Justin here, I don't even exactly know what I'm trying to say. But more than that, like, what's your, like, is your heart okay? Like, this is insane. This is the greatest spot you'll ever see of all time.
Okay, so Justin squeezes, Sam folds, Garrett folded in between them, Sam folds. Now over to Andre, who's about to lose a whole bunch of chips.
Andre is going to wager
he doesn't hit a 1-outer.
all the chips. There it is.
Yeah, he's all in. Justin's like, this can't be real.
Yeah, he did it 4 times to make sure we all knew he was all in. We appreciate you, sir. And he is probably going to leave
a whole
the
bunch of
tournament area
folds,
or whatever.
and then a call from Justin.
Does Justin have him covered?
Justin. This
Young?
No.
Young, come on,
No.
Young. Stop posturing.
Hyung is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. This is we're figuring this out slowly. He is really the best person to have on a stream. Pretty sure someone in here just opened. Wait, what did he do? What? Oh, I thought he put in chips.
Oh man.
By the way, someone in the booth I think just opened a bag of Fritos and it smells great. Is that what happened? Oh, chess. God. So Hyung is gonna hem and haw, and I would normally say fold, but like anything's really in play. Although I think he's gonna fold. He was trapping with his original call. That's the thing.
Clearly.
And Justin is
Tim
excited.
is like, I'm so happy I didn't squeeze.
Justin's a happy dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make this call, but I give it like 15%, which is, you know,
which is a lot more
much
than most
higher
players
than
zero.
any other human, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
this is exactly what I'm talking about. This
Getting a
is the
read on the
patented
guy.
Young look.
right.
I wonder if the guy who flat 4-bet all in is going to turn out weak here.
It's funny because he's like so like he has no fear clearly. I mean, just look at the way he plays. But like I was at the pool yesterday and he was so afraid to go down the little slide. It's a true story. He was like not enjoying himself until he did it.
The other funny part here is Justin still gets to act. So Hyung is over there humming and hawing, and if Justin has like a close spot, he's like, well, he doesn't have anything good. I call, you know.
Tim had to be happy. It's like if Tim could see everyone's hands, he'd be stoked that he put 175 here. The great hand.
Oh, there we go.
The way someone's supposed
Ben's
to
gonna
treat
show us how to fold ace 10.
And what? Hurry up, please. Okay.
No, yep.
Please act faster next time.
So it looks like Andre does have Justin called. He's like, what? You guys had it?
And this is unquestionably the time where, like, if ace 10 ends up winning this pot, he's going to talk about it for the next hour at the table.
With an ace 10 dead.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shirley's super
Straight
hard.
blockers, got the ace out.
Like, he doesn't seem like one of those guys who's aware enough of the situation to, like, understand that this g's about to bust kings to queens.
Oh, yeah. Right now he's talking about what a big laydown he made.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Just put the ace ball out for straight.
Ace high board, ace high board.
Well, Andre's sure looking for the queen high board. There's an ace in there.
Oh, ace high board!
I told you. He has literally no awareness that Andre is getting his life ended as we speak.
Only a queen will save Andre on the river. One of them is already out of the deck.
Oh,
on the river,
my God,
just through the double needle.
Ace 10 on the river.
Wow.
Oh, man.
We're sorry to friends / family of Andre for not paying more attention to him, but Hyung is just so epic. Andre's actually still in the tournament. He has about 500K left. This is great news, among other things, for Garrett.
Hyung's going around the table explaining to everyone that he would have won.
Tim's laughing at Hyung, for sure. Garrett's super stoked. He just went from the short stack to a probable pay jump.
Not that you guess looking at his face. He's just like,
yeah.
This is the funniest
live
stream final table I've had in a while.
That was awesome.
That was amazing. On tilt now.
Yeah,
Hyung
plays full-blown
on
angry.
tilt.
Yeah. And the worst part of all of it is like he's talking to Andre about it.
Oh, I know.
And all
like,
Andre,
how bad do I run?
Andre just wants to ruin his whole, like, Andre just probably wants to kill him. I mean, it's tough. I guess commentator Kate Hall, chop liver over here. Whatever. No big. Hey, there he is. So Justin Young has a heap, a pile.
Yeah, he's gonna have over 7 million now.
8, yeah.
Maybe 8
with all that dead money.
Dead in there. Yes, exactly.
He, I would imagine, number 1, Tim Riley, not a happy camper.
Yeah.
Number 2, I would think that Justin's like the pressure's coming. Like he's gonna start really putting pressure on these guys.
I haven't played much with him. I really didn't at all the last couple of days.
Justin?
Yeah. So I don't know much about his
He's a cash reg.
Yeah, he's been playing
he's good and a little bit on the looser side, I would say, but like good loose, not spewy loose.
Oh.
Okay, so Andre here with his last 6 blinds is all in with 8-6 suited.
Tim clearly not thinking much of what Andre's willing to shove right here. Oh, okay.
Andre's all-in bet is 400.
If this gets through, Andre's the GOAT.
I think that Sam is calling very wide here. And ace-4 suited is a snap.
It's a bad one for him to have.
So clubs versus clubs here. Sam in the lead with ace high. Andre at risk.
4, 7, 9. 4.
Okay.
We
have our Asher prediction. Asher, not Asher, excuse me.
I'll take Asher. Wow.
The top has come 9, 8, 7
So
with the 9
an 8 on the board will put Andre in the lead here.
Andre has a pair of 8s to the turn.
So he's in good shape to score the double up.
Queen
Just
of
needs to
hearts.
fade the ace on the river.
No Barry Greensteins. He's back in the game.
Over $1 million, so he gets to play poker.
Tim Riley's sitting there like, damn it.
Oh, 10 no help.
Not anymore. Tim Riley feeling very good about folding Queen 9 of spades.
Yep.
Andre's all in debt, $495,000.
Have either of you heard Andre before? Is this your first?
Never encountered him before.
Never. First encounter? Yeah. Wonder what his background is. Twitch/Twitter. Feel free to let us know if you know anything about this man.
Speaking of all the dealer counts down chips and everything, I believe we had some questions at break from the internet.
Oh yes. Well, the first question was Tony Dunst.
Right.
How many suits do you own?
And I don't know how to answer that anymore because I had a bunch of suits that we put into storage when Andrew Lucky Tree Lichtenberger sold his house and moved out, and he put them into storage, and then he went traveling for a while, forgot to pay for the storage. The storage company went in, took all the things, auctioned them off. So I had sent some suits to my parents' place prior to that, and I had some with him that were gone forever. I'm going to put the number now at like 15, but at one point it was like 25-ish.
So there's like a 10% chance that we saw all your suits be sold on Storage Wars,
yes,
basically.
Correct.
Very interesting.
And Andre does not have any scores on Hendon Mob, so he is our mystery man at this final table.
Entirely possible he plays a whole lot of cash.
Yeah.
You never really know, but it is interesting. I wonder how comfortable he will be in the tournament setting. Our amazing producer, Jess Wellman, is breaking her electronics one by one.
Says that his favorite game is 5-10 No Limit. He's been playing poker for 9 years, and this is his first WPT, so gotta like the record. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah. So Tim Riley opened Andre's favorite hand, 6-8 of clubs. Andre shoved 4s for about 14 big blinds and got it through. So he's back in it. He's basically where Garrett was half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago.
And his nickname is Russian Guy, despite being from Kazakhstan.
What's
Not really
happening?
sure of the political situation between those two countries and how kosher that is, but
we've found the greatest final table of all time, roughly. We just need Hyung at every final table.
Sick needle.
Weird stuff always
Well,
happens
you were there.
in
You
Florida.
were there.
Just really weird stuff. I mean,
Kate
you always
doesn't
see the
even
headlines
know.
like Florida Man XYZ, and it's always something incredibly weird.
Yeah, no, for
and
sure.
the final tables here have been incredibly weird. I once saw Lily
That's a good
Coletto
point.
leave her final table to go shopping for like half an hour at Seminole Hard Rock. That's a real thing that happened.
Really?
Yes, that's a real. I was present for it. And when I tell that story to people, they're like, "Don't make things up,
That
Tony."
just seems
I'm
like a
super
myth,
unsure what to
It
say
seems
or
like a
think
myth.
about
It
that.
seems like that's a story you would invent about Lily going forward. But no, for 20 to 30 minutes, she was off the table when they were like 4 or 5 handed. The story she gave was that she went shopping, and she ended up finishing runner-up in that event. We got some action
And
here.
she
Tim
finished
opened one.
runner-up.
I believe so, yeah. Tim goes to 175. I think she'd like won a big pot, and she's like, "All right, cool, we'll break." You know.
Nothing interesting happening
She
in
might.
Lily's
This part
life.
I might be inventing. She might have changed outfits.
Oh, okay.
I might be inventing that part.
There's been nothing interesting happening in her life.
But the shopping part.
A little bit of controversy.
I don't know what you're talking about. Her life's been totally
Yes,
normal
that's right.
recently.
A recent subject of controversy there. So a raise from Tim to 175, a call from Justin, a call from Sam.
A stare down from Hyung.
Stare down from Hyung before he calls with ace-jack
Oh,
suited.
baby.
Come on, Hyung, get it in there.
Come on. 800 one time.
And everything going wrong for Tim Riley right now. He used to have a monster stack in front of him. All right, ace, king, 8-2 spades on the
do
flop.
him no
So
favors.
Hyung with top pair way out in front here. Tim with the second best hand in the backdoor flush draw, and both of our small pairs not working with much.
I would not be upset at Tim at all for betting here. I would totally get his logic.
Partially for value and partially within the field.
Yeah, and I
Got some
also
of their
think
equity.
Justin and not as much Sam, especially Justin, just has very little ace-x. So you can actually bet pretty semi-comfortably. Now Hyung.
Now what Hyung's gonna do, man? I don't know.
This is gonna be tough also because I
be-
mean
yeah.
he flatted the big one. You
Yeah.
think that you're good here a large
Decent amount of the
percentage.
time,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure. And it wouldn't be absurd for him to bet like this kind of turn for
Right.
straight value and then check back the river.
Yeah, you have to think that Tim's going to be going pretty wide for value against Young.
Maybe having the queen of spades slows him down a little bit because that reduces the amount of flush draws that Hyung can have.
Oh baby.
Oh man,
Hyung snap at this river too. And this isn't fun for Tim either because he's got about the best bluff catcher.
Yeah,
but he's also got the queen of spades, which makes fewer bluffs that Hyung can be firing with. So
right, and he also has to like. This is assuming that Hyung is calling like. Hyung had to call the flop with like I don't even know.
With spades, but at this point he has to have like.
Right, because you have the queen of spades.
Yeah,
like,
he has to have the 5-7 of spades or something, and snap at the river. And for Hyung, we've seen him think when he has an unclear decision.
If he had a 4, an 8, a jack, he would think. He would at least think about it. He wouldn't just snap bet 1/3 pot or whatever.
I'd like to see Tim incorporate the live tell here and get away because Hyung has definitely
raised eyebrows.
See that? That's awesome.
He looks. I don't know. He just kind of looks confident right now.
This is a mistake I find myself making not frequently, I'd say, but every so often, where I'll be like really in tune with trying to make a river decision and not realize like I could probably just look up at the guy's face and he's like raising his eyebrows at me or something. Like, wouldn't hurt. I don't know. There are chip counts. Interesting. Matt, I feel like Matt has not been involved whatsoever, even though he has like nothing really, and he's just up there. He's just chilling. Yeah.
Tough spot for Tim though.
Sam, when did Sam end up at 3.7? He was he was up there as well.
Good. I think he's gonna make a good lay down here.
Nice
good
fold.
Yeah.
I wonder if he folds if he doesn't have the queen of spades. It becomes much closer to a call then.
Players currently have 48 minutes left in the current level.
I still think he's folding against Hyung. I just think that Hyung plays a little bit too straightforwardly.
Yeah. Andre with the reflecting this
Yeah.
Small. And then the bid line is currently 40-80 with a 10,000.
It's also just tough when you've been kind of getting beat up like Tim has.
Totally.
You want to call. It's like, oh, I can win chips.
It's want to win a pot already.
Right.
I mean, it's a really good disciplined fold, given what his like the mental state is.
It's a similar thing I was going to say about Garrett, that very small hand where he had ace-3. It's like the river on top of anything strategic. It's like, I can win a pot.
Yes.
I can call and
So
they'll give me chips back sometimes. Like, you know? It's a good feeling. So.
Tim looks unhappy right now.
Yeah, he kind of has resting, angry face when he plays sometimes. But yeah, he's definitely can't be stoked about this current situation.
Justin raising up 7s here. Over to Hyung with queen 9 offsuit in the small blind. He wants to see some chips.
Oh, what's that? 8 million? All right, I'll throw. All right.
Oh, that's right. You won that big pot I was supposed to win with ace 10.
Right. This is payback
This
for
is
sure.
vengeance,
Yeah, definitely.
Please.
No.
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
Oh my God, dude. 2 million would have been the best thing I've ever seen.
Okay, he's just putting the big chips out front. I'm sure someone asked him.
I think our big blind is getting fairly over Hyung's
antics.
Antics, yeah. He's not too happy right now. Like, does Hyung know his hand? Is he just finding out now?
Tom and Ben both let go of their blinds, and Justin wins this one.
Yeah, Ben's over it, for sure over it.
It does get sort of taxing, especially when you're sitting on a relatively short stack, to be dealing with somebody who's
tanking,
acting like Hyung, you know?
So there is our updated chip counts right now. Justin Hyung, after winning that huge hand with kings to queens out in front. Young Che is chasing him right behind. Matt Haugen, more or less a 3-way tie for first between 7 and 8 million.
Someone on Twitch asked if I was a voice from Family Guy.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
But I wasn't. I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Which voice from Family Guy, Twitch viewer? Yes, you didn't.
Oh,
you know
baby, we have to
this story, right?
We have to get the rundown.
You
of this
actually don't know
story.
this story?
So Tony Dunst.
Oh yeah.
Very, very quickly, Tony Dunst lost a $5,000 chip in Australia, which
In
led
line
to
to
a
register.
very interesting series of events.
Yes.
Tony.
So I was in line. I had sold 50% of myself in the tournament to Mike McDonald, I hadn't sold him any action in years, and we were just kind of like
didn't even know
hanging
that.
together.
Wow.
Yeah, and we were just like hanging together in Manila and then in Melbourne. And I was like, hey, I'm going to sell some action of the tournaments I play in Melbourne. Do you want some of it? He's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
really.
tell after the story.
Not to cut you off. This could end up being
this
a
could get
13 million chip pot,
Yeah.
roughly. 15 million, whatever it is.
I kind of think they're so deep that Matt might just peel, but maybe he's just like, screw this guy. I don't think he's good. I'm going to 3-bet. I want more chips in the middle.
I'll be honest. I mean, obviously, we're sitting here watching. I would have peeled. I don't think you want to get in this much against him, so your hand is essentially that's
He's
huge.
gone big. He went 680, Matt, in the big sizing. Although against
no,
whoa, what is going on here? All right, you can't
Young
fold
says,
there.
Abuse me. Look at what I'm folding. I can't believe he showed that.
Matt, who has yet to show a facial expression at this final table, is having trouble not sticking his tongue out at that one. Yeah, so Matt really excited having.
I mean, I'm legitimately floored. I can't think of another word.
Fold?
I mean,
how would you debate Ace-10 for that long, facing 5
didn't
bets?
even think about it.
Fold
Yeah,
Ace-Queen
look
button
at
to
Young
big.
just giving him the stare down.
he didn't even like debate anything. He just folded right away. I'm lost for words, honestly. I don't even really know what
Young
to
is
say.
a classic feel player. He's like, I feel like I'm going to win this hand. Nope, this one feels wrong. I'm out.
He's a pure field player, but has no idea when we were actually weak or strong.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I was going to say, Andre has to have it, not shoving.
Not shoving.
Yes.
Young just puts out infinite.
Oh! Get out! I feel like we're watching like a. I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Like
Andre's face is so priceless.
We're reacting like we're watching like I don't know, like a prize fight or something. Like it's amazing. Honestly, I'm
Tails
feeling
cracking up. Andre finds it mildly amusing.
I'm feeling Andre right here. I'm feeling it. Let's go, kid.
Get some diamonds on that.
Andre's going to approve.
We're finding a sweat for sure. There can't be no sweat.
Flop is
Backdoor straight draw for Andre.
Ish.
Not dead or anything.
Once again, Andre only run
Jack is definitely the card that we're rooting for.
to avoid being
9
to the turn.
Nope, 5 of hearts, so now a queen, and only a queen will save Andre.
A queen and a queen only.
Oh, the stand-up works like he's up to 8% for sure. Easy.
Ooh, face card, but no queen. Young holds up there. Gets a little shiver, but does eliminate Andre in 7th place. So his Hendon Mob will have a score on it now. And he played well at this final table and just ran like crap.
Did he just pick up a stack
8th place.
of chocolate, or did he actually go all in? That would be kind of interesting. to
Who
know.
was
Oh,
this?
I think he just took a stack.
No,
of
he
the
bet like
reds.
1.5 million.
Okay.
Yeah, he just. Yeah. So Young chips up.
Yeah.
Makes us laugh a little bit more.
Yep. He's
And
chip leader.
The fans want the Tony Dunn story.
Okay, so I was sold 50% of my action in the series to Mike, and I actually had gotten the $10,000 by sending a transfer to Gary Benson, who's a regular down there who does the transactions, and I gave the 2 chips to Mike to hold on to and was like, hey, I'm leaving the casino today, can you hold these for me? I saw him at 12:30 when the tournament started and got in line to register. He handed me the 2 chips back. I got in line next to Matt Salzberg. A minute later, I checked my pocket. I have 1 5K chip.
Oh,
and the chips are the exact same color as the carpeting. There are people everywhere because it's the start of the event. I scramble around looking for it. I ask security to check the cameras. They can't find anything. I'm incredibly tilted because it's one thing to like lose 5K in a tournament or in a cash game and you're like, well, whatever, I gave myself a chance. But when you just like throw 5K in a trash can out of your own carelessness, it's so tilting. And I really believe that poker is a mental game, a mindset game.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? I don't feel like I'm going to play good, patient poker right now. I'm pissed off. I didn't even want to come to Australia to play poker. I'm just going to leave.
Right.
And so I left the casino, and Mike messaged me. He said, hey, you really should not skip this one. This is one of the best tournaments of the year. And I was like, fuck that. And he was like, no, listen, if you change your mind and you don't want to risk any more money, I could just free roll you at the markup we sold at. You'd get 17% of yourself. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know, I'll think about it. And I went about my day, and that's a different story. But at around 9 p.m., I decided.
Wait, was your day part of the pink jacket
No, that
stripper
was a
story.
That was a different
Okay,
story.
all right,
But
just
yeah,
checking.
you know, in a similar line, let's just say if she hadn't left, I wouldn't have gone back to the casino. But she did, so I went back to the casino at 9 p.m. and I was like, Mike, I'm in a mood to waste $10,000 of your money now. And he was like, okay, good luck. And he handed it off to me, and I was like, well, this will be gone soon. And
Right.
I was wrong. Instead, I made it into $1 million Australian dollars and handed off 830,000 of it to Mike.
Alas, you ended up with 170,000 more than you ever would have
Actually,
as you were leaving.
160 because I ran into an old friend that I used to hang with in Australia. I was like, "Hey, buddy, you want 1% of me in the main for a sweat?" He's like, "Sure, here's $100." I was like, "Cool." I sent him 10K back. But he was just about to have his first kid, so.
And this was for second.
Second.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first was 1.6 Aussie. Second was $1 million Aussie, which is about 700K. And I was heads up against Ari
That
Engel.
punk
who
Ari
is that
Engel won.
Punk. You know, no, he's a really nice guy too, and a great player. So I'm happy for Ari, and I'm happy for Mike, and I'm happy for me because I still started the year with a 6-figure score, and I now have the most hilarious and weird gambling story of my entire career. But yeah, you know, a little bit like the inverse of your magical misclick story, there, Asher.
Yes.
Where you end up with a whole bunch of money that you didn't expect to have. I ended up giving away a bunch of money that I was kind of hoping to have.
Yeah, it's life and poker and all that kind of stuff are just weird sometimes, man. It's just, yeah, it's crazy.
All right, our chip leader, Hyung, opening to 200,000 here with ace-jack suited over to Tim Riley on the button with pocket fives.
It's another one of those spots where Tim
Yeah.
has just too much to
Yeah.
do anything but what he's doing right now.
I agree.
He got 3 million?
Looks like he has about 3.2, something like that. He could certainly 3-bet. It's not out of the question. But,
Against Hyung, I like the call, though, because
Agreed.
you'll get to Showdown a little more often than some other professionals. So.
Yes. And I also wonder how often he's betting, like, this board.
Yeah, and this is a board Hyung should be betting. He's got a bunch of backdoor draws, and he'll get specifically these type of pairs to fold some of the time.
I mean, if he's check calling, I think it's fine.
Yeah, he is going to check call, but I think there's a little more value in betting, and also in just kind of helping to balance your range against the other times you want to bet some hands for value. So it checks all the way down here. Tim is going to win, and we talked about how one of the reasons that you kind of like flattening here is because Hyung will let you get the Showdown more often and cheaply, and that's exactly what happens.
Yes. Mr. Hyung. What a guy.
What a guy.
What a time. Yeah.
Be alive.
Yes.
Yes. Caught your Drake reference, don't worry.
Okay, we were really looking forward to you being the king, like, heavily.
Me too. Probably more than anybody, actually.
Yeah. No, I saw Kate outside. We were on break of the 10K, I believe. We're hanging out outside, and I'm like, oh, what is, I asked her something along the lines of, what do you get if you win WPT Player of the Year? And we were like, she was like, I think I get hotel, whatever. She was like, listed off. She's like, honestly, I just want to win. It's like, I don't care about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I just want to win the award. And I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it's not material. It's just, you know, just want to win.
The glory.
Yeah, the glory. Let's go. It's all about
That's
the
why
glory.
we all play poker tournaments.
We'd all play cash every day.
Yeah, if we weren't in it for the glory, we'd be all cash
Yeah,
players. That's it.
Exactly.
I play tournaments because I just get really lucky, and that's it.
Also helpful.
Yeah. Okay. I think your time of fooling everyone is over. It's over. You're 6 of 9, right?
Now, Justin.
7 of 10.
7
Oh shit. 7 of 10 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's up there with the all-time great like WPT years. I know there was one where like Byron cashed. It seemed like every event, and like there was one where Anthony Zeno, of course, won 2, and it seemed like he was cashing every event. But still, cashing 7 of 10, final tabling what 3?
Yeah.
3 is right up there with like the best ever WPT years.
Do worse, please. It's like annoying.
All
Probably won't do better, so.
Right.
Justin opens the button at 170. Sam defends Queen 3 suited in the big blind and checks no look. That's an okay flop for Justin.
Can we get a heart out there,
Yeah,
please?
he's like, oh, well. And this is actually a board that Sam will probably peel. He would prefer if there was a heart, but even a gut shot on this type of texture will usually lead him to peeling here.
Kate,
Every now and then check raise, but I don't think that's very plausible.
Were you there for Justin's King 4 hand that
No.
set the Twitter world off?
No, I was
okay.
not at the table, and I don't remember hearing the commotion if there was any.
Right.
But I saw a little bit after the fact on Twitter.
I was actually only asking because I was wondering what it was kind of like, if there was commotion. Besides that, I mean, a hand's a hand, you know. Go 2 nuts on the guy. Well, he's only going to get 1 street here, but never hurts to get 1 street with the nuts against queen high, with the 0% next to its name. Or
don't you do it, Sam? There it is. Okay. So, more good luck for Justin. More losing small pots for Sam.
Tim, from this one angle, looks 25 years older than he is, roughly.
It's true.
The beard and the closed-in hoodie. Because he's a youthful
about 27,
guy.
28
Good
or
looking
something?
youthful guy, yeah. But you know, he's kind of got it closed in there.
Okay, so we have the numbers here. Kate ties the single-season WPT cashing record with Byron, who went 7 for 14. That's only 50%. You went 70. That's a greater year.
Tie goes to the lower number of buy-ins.
Byron, you're weak. 7 to 14. Nothing.
Whatever.
Whatevs. I've got to be like at least 3 or 14 in my life, like easy, something like that.
I remember Byron's 7th cash that year came at the WPT Championship, and I was at that final table with him and Ryan DeAngelo, and Mike Sexton kept repeating in the taping broadcast, oh, Byron Caverman cashed 7 times this year in the World Series, et cetera, great accomplishment. And Ryan yells out, but Mike, I cashed 6th. And Mike just looks at him and stone-faced goes, he cashed 7, you know?
That's awesome. Mike's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tony Dunn's no slouch himself. Back-to-back 15K World Championship final tables. The last 2 15K World Championships
the very
ever.
Last ever.
The last ones ever. He goes back-to-back final tables on. That's like my favorite thing.
Are they done with the World Championship now?
What's that?
Are they done forever with that?
I don't know. You know, I can't say for sure how the Tournament of Champions will be received. Thus far, the attention and publicity that it's generated, I think, is a positive, and I like the idea that being a WPT champion means a little more. Let's watch this hand, though. Yeah,
Justin
young
Open,
3-bet King 2-0.
King Deuce, right out of my heart. Love it.
Right.
Beautiful.
I like it.
Haven't really seen too many light 3-bets with him.
He did. What did he 3-bet? He 3-bet once earlier light. I got it. What was it? He 3-bet Sam, super light.
Yeah,
God, my memory is just leaving me in the moment. I'll remember it in a second.
It's all that sobriety, yeah. Sure.
The one thing I like about the TOC is it kind of leaves me as like
the last,
champion.
The penultimate champion.
Like I can just like in 7 years I can like meet a chick in a bar and be like, well, I'm the WPT champion. Like I'm not technically wrong because it still exists, right? You know.
The reigning WPT champion. And then show her your belt.
So when was that? No comment. It happened. I swear. So you gotta love Hyung getting aggro, using the chips he has. Especially against the other big stacks. Pretty intense of him. Love it. Matt, knowing he never folds this in a cash game. Oh, he raises. There you go.
Yep.
I thought he was like debating how much it would suck to fold.
No, he already raised it.
Fold. Yeah.
Interesting that Hyung is 3-betting King 2 off, but not queens from the small blind.
Or flatting.
No, that was the big blind. He was the big blind with King Deuce off. Yeah, because he's the small blind this hand. But yes, that would be 110% correct. Oh man. So he seems to like any 2 cards that are 2 cards.
Yes.
Seems to be his thing.
That are not ace queen.
That are not ace queen, right? Yes. I mean, who plays the ace queen?
Kind of a tight fold by Ben. I guess that sort of makes sense, but it's one of those close ones. I don't know what Matt's sizing there. If he went 2.5x, I get it.
Did.
If he like min raised, I'm just never folding.
No, he went 2.5.
Okay.
No, I think he went 200 at 80. I'm pretty positive.
I
know he went
200.
200.
No, I don't think.
Oh yeah, right.
It's
Okay.
not our policy.
Yes. So
I think
you
2.5x is even from the button.
You know him well and talk a lot of poker with him?
I know him fairly well. He's one of my better friends in poker. But oddly enough, have not talked much strategy with him.
So you guys are like actual friends? Like,
Yeah, we're
you
like
talk
actual
about stuff
human
in life?
friends. Yeah,
Wow.
it's really weird.
Is he big into Batman?
I believe so.
Right?
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Twitter handle Bruce Wizane,
Yeah,
for those who don't know.
As the Stars handle was.
Oh, okay. There you go. Obviously, you
Me
guys
showing
aren't
my
that
age
close.
right there, referring to Stars handles. Old school online regs.
Garrett has just been chilling. He just
Yeah.
got his one double up. He's watching people bust, making money. Just
Getting
hanging
away
out,
when he has strong hands.
Yeah. Hyung probably learned. He probably watched the stream and was like, "Well, Garrett full ace
full ace
queen.
queen. I don't know. They loved it when he did that."
Same situation too. Matt 3-betting out of the big blind, obviously in different spots.
And Hyung doing some bet size tells here. I think if he goes to a normal sizing there, maybe Ben Tarzia gets stuck in the mix a little bit.
Ben Tarzia may
but
lose a lot.
And instead, Hyung makes it 300K, nearly 4Xs with ace king. Next time you show, right? Okay. And Ben's like, can I see that hand so I can confirm that I made a really good fold here? Yes, I will.
Oh, he showed it.
Yeah, he said, I want to see your cards. I'm going to decipher this. I want to see your cards. Hyung said, well, will you show next time? And Ben said, well, yeah, I'll show next time because probably be able to win next time.
Right.
And, and then Hyung showed the ace and the king, and Ben was like, sweet.
But Hyung's definitely the kind of dude, if he doesn't show the next hand, if Ben doesn't, Hyung will lose.
He will
lose.
Or he will at least let him know.
Yeah, for sure.
Both winners of this event and the 10,000 finale will secure a position.
Among many other things, they are fighting for a Tournament of Champions seat in this.
Right.
Which
we got a big Friday coming up here, Ash.
It's pretty lame. Like, I feel like people a la Kate, like people who crush but don't actually win one, like, they should find their way in. Like,
right.
It should happen.
Yeah, how does this benefit me? Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Justin here is going to open up ace-9 suited first to act, now with Garrett.
Eventually we'll get all poker legislation to be about what helps Kate Hall, you know?
And Garrett's right on that stack size where this is a little bit awkward.
Yes.
I think he's going to go with the flat. Yeah, he's right around 30 blinds. So he's going to flat.
Yeah, like it.
We all like this. Over to Sam, who is out.
I definitely love the flat here. It just creates a lot of interesting dynamics when there's a 3-bet because it's easy to.
And when you flat, like Hyung might come in this pot and do something a little wild, which is exactly what you want with pocket tens.
Yes.
And Hyung has a getting wild hand here. Ooh, wow. My ability to predict what Hyung will do is 0. Like, I just never
Hyung's
guess
ability
right.
to zig when we all zag is just beautiful.
So Matt's going to call with 9-8 suited in the small blind. Tim is getting out with queen deuce offsuit in the big blind, so we are 3 ways to the flop. Garrett in the lead.
How did you even see that queen deuce? Did it even pop
I've done
up?
this before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it literally didn't happen. So you're just a god.
Oh, yeah, real sharp at this live streaming. Jack 4, 5, 2 diamonds on the flop, so a little bit of an action flop here for Matt.
If Justin bets, this hand will be really interesting.
Yeah, and he might, you know. He's got a pair of backdoor draws. It's not that coordinated of a board, but he also has to know that Garrett's flat is pretty strong.
Yes.
So that concerns him.
But I mean, Garrett's. It looks like he checked, and Garrett's gonna bet. Garrett is definitely flatting like small, smaller pairs than this. It's a tough one.
So 325 from Garrett over to Matt. Looks like Matt's gonna make the call.
It's also just it's a weird spot because you have to assume Garrett's betting his entire range when check to be.
Yeah, I think so. 4 of
Do you really
hearts.
think you think that Garrett is like stabbing 100%?
Well, I think,
it's
but
not
I also
100
think
close.
most of his range is not a stab.
Yeah.
Like most of what he flatted with here is some sort of value on. But yeah, I would think he's probably He's probably betting almost everything.
Check on the turn, and the river is a 6 of clubs. So Matt left with 9 high. He also has the bottom of his range here, so I wonder whether Matt will bluff this.
He's gonna make a wager. Wow.
No, he does not. And so check going to the river. And Garrett gonna take that down with pocket tens.
10 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
I don't necessarily think it would have worked, but I'm not the biggest fan of Matt's river check.
That would have been a very close one. If he just, puts out 3/4 pot or something. Like, that's a very close decision
Really
for Garrett.
tough. Especially on River 6. Yeah. All the 6-7s of the world, so to speak.
Pair up and
are
we'll
now
probably just take the Showdown.
Non-zero hands. Yeah, exactly. I just think you... there's obviously a lot of strategic elements as to whether you should bet or not, but just in a very simpleton level, like, you cannot win when you check in that spot. So, it's interesting. Matt's probably pretty in tune with what's happening at the table, though. I assume there's a good amount of logic behind why I checked there.
Matt may have been informed that we were commenting on his jacket, lost it, or maybe one of just like, you know, sun's out, guns out kind of situation.
I didn't even notice.
You didn't notice those guns? Come on, man.
Did you ever used to watch the Chappelle Show?
No.
Oh my God. They had this thing called the Player Haters Ball, and his jacket was like directly out of it. It's literally, that's one of the best things I've heard you say, Tony. That was gold.
Thank you.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I'm jealous that Kate has never seen the Chappelle Show and could now go and watch them having.
It's a big hole in my cultural knowledge.
No, what I'm saying is, like, you get to watch them for a first time and laugh your ass off. To us, they're already like cultural memes.
Yes, for sure.
It's like when someone says, "I've never seen The Wire before." You're like, "Oh, you're so lucky." Yeah. Oh,
so I've never watched The Wire or The Sopranos straight through. I'm watching The Sopranos right now and then watching The Wire.
Yeah.
So I kind of get that. I mean, The Sopranos is legitimately I've never seen anything that good in any forum of television or movies. It's the best thing I've watched so far, I think.
Especially when you're an East Coast guy and you know all those characters.
Yeah, I know so many Italian guys. I mean, I'm not some Italian dude, you know, but like I know guys who are like that. I went to school at 7,000 person school. I know plenty of Italians. Like, it is pretty classic. They're a little more Jersey than us. I'm a New Yorker, but still similar.
Action with Sam Soverall here.
Kind of feels like we're in the eye of the storm a little bit. Waiting for a big hand is just any second away.
You weren't satisfied with queens to aces?
It wasn't. He only had 1 million to start the hand. We need like true blood in the streets, you know.
That raises to 200,000.
Okay,
baby,
you're gonna get your blood.
Hopefully.
Maybe not, though, because Tim's on a stack where Matt might just, like, pass here instead of trying to risk getting a bunch of chips in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't think Matt's going to, like, 4-bet rip on Tim when Tim 3-bets here.
No, I think if Tim were a little deeper, he might actually be deep enough for Matt to 4-bet fold to him.
Because this is a pretty good 4-bet hand, King Jack off. Sure. You're not really peeling this 3-bet very much, so...
Also, folding here, you feel like you're just getting taken advantage of so badly.
I was going to say that because Matt is a cash player, it's also not that unusual to see him peel here as well. I feel like I'd probably peel King Queen and maybe use King Jack for my 4-bet, but I certainly don't mind the peel. This is not a flop that will generate much action, but it's exactly what Tim Riley is looking for. He can bet about 500,600,000 here and should take it down pretty much every time.
So who do we think is the odds-on favorite to start drinking first?
Well, I'll throw Justin Young's hat in the ring. He's not necessarily a big table drinker, but he's a have a drink on the table kind of guy, especially if things are going well.
Kate, was anyone drinking on the way down, like the last couple tables?
Not that I recall. I would put pretty good odds on Young, though.
Okay.
Yeah. He just,
Tim will pick up this pot.
he is not sweating this, I think.
Right. From what I've been told, he makes some fairly substantial bets in the pits and different things.
Yeah.
He certainly is not desperate for the money.
Yeah. See, I knew it.
Some have beer levels.
Okay,
Justin apparently has scotch level.
Yeah, Justin has scotch level as the last level of the day for any tournament.
Interesting. So maybe when they get heads up, we'll just start pounding scotch.
Yeah, maybe Young versus Justin heads up. It's a drinking heads up match. My all-time favorite drinking on the table story is Olivier getting heads up in season 8 at Borgata against a guy who had him 20-1, proceeded to get absolutely wasted, and blew off the tournament.
The guy?
The guy got,
Oh
yeah, he
my
had Olivier
God.
20-1, got absolutely shit-faced, and then docked it off.
Wow. I was sweating for about 5 minutes yesterday at the 10K when there were 7 people left. And the guy who came in 7th was wasted. I don't know, it's St. Vincent, whatever his name is,
Well, who is it?
or Lyle Vincent, I
Yeah.
believe. He was, I mean, he was just doing, and he was playing the most absurd ever, like, kind of like a la Hyung, when Hyung, like, someone races
Was feeling
200,000 and Hyung
himself.
just
Yeah.
throws out $1.5 million. Like, this guy was doing that kind of stuff, yelling, screaming. He was just prime form. And another guy who apparently didn't actually really care about the results,
Okay.
except for wanting to win. No financial issue there.
Well, Hyung has a hand that he wants to get involved with here. Looks like he's going to call.
This picture that they
Oh,
have is
man.
the Hyung I'm used to seeing when I've played with him. He always has the hat on at all times. It's a little weird seeing him like this. Oh, babe.
Ben right behind with ace-king suited. So Hyung has a mystery hand right now. Ben has an ace-king. He's going to pump up to 350, I believe.
It's obviously quite a large isolation raise in general against Hyung.
This could be trouble. Wow, that's a huge
Oh,
raise. He
man, that's
6x'd it.
huge. Jeez.
I mean, this is such a great opportunity for Ben, but if he just blows Hyung out of the pot, he's going to miss it. So
I think if anyone is not to be blown out for this sizing, it's Hyung.
Yeah.
Though.
I still feel like I would size a little
We
smaller.
did see him bold ace queen on the
Right.
button.
That is true. That's a good point. I guess I just don't see him limping here to fold.
He seems to make decisions pre-flop based on the character of the person who is involved,
Yes.
and not his holdings or range considerations.
Or stack sizes, or
He's looking at who is this person who has decided to raise me.
Well, he must think good of Matt to fold that ace queen.
He seemed to be having a love affair with Matt the other day.
Oh,
early
really?
on day 3.
Okay. Wanted to throw Kate a you're welcome, by the way, for bubbling the 10K when she had about three
you.
big blinds or whatever it was.
Thank you. It was.
Figured I'd do her the
that was
favor.
you.
Yeah. That was me. She seemed like she really wanted to cash, so I figured I'd bubble the tournament for her.
Had a lot of people helping me out this week. A lot of help from friends.
Young, playing with his 100K chips.
I mean, I would not be stunned
If
if
he
he
limp
just
shoved?
if he shoved.
Yeah, I agree.
It's unlikely, but I wouldn't be stunned.
And Hyung gets away, and Ben falls through with the show that
Ben's
he was
gonna be
promised.
sick. Ben's gonna be sick.
And Hyung is like, look, I folded the worst hand.
Ben's gonna be an angry human.
Yeah, I mean, Ben should really just make it about, 350 there or something. I think he popped it up too big. And I also think for the players behind him, he really announced the strength of his hand by going that large. So, someone could wake up behind him with ace-queen and find a fold sometimes. So
For sure. It's also weird the way previous things that happen obviously create dynamics. So, Hyung raised and folded ace-queen. So he's sitting there with ace-jack, and he's like, well, I'm already folding ace-queen here. At this final, what's folding ace-jack? Big picture.
Right now, he's thinking to himself, man, I have got soul reads on people.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
action back with Ben Tarzia.
No, he's stoked.
Going out.
Ben is not happy.
Some serious mustaches at this final.
Yeah, the mustache game of this table is very strong.
Yeah. Sam more in my ilk with the slightly Mexican facial hair.
Okay.
That's my specialty. The whiskers.
Sam with 9-6 off in the small blind here is just gonna muck. So Hyung takes a walk with 4-3 off.
Players will have a 10-minute break at the end of the level. Just a reminder to players, those watching, we will go 60-minute levels once we
Much love to the guy on the mic, Mr. Tony Burns, one of the best floor guys out here. By out here, I mean out in poker. Really does a great job. The other day, there was an issue. play was supposed to stop at about 3 a.m. in the 10K, which people thought was just ridiculous when it started at noon, and they instantly changed it. And like when you play a lot of poker and you travel a lot, you know that that's like kind of rare for them to listen to what the players have to say and like act on it and be cool about it. And he was instantly super cool about it and acted on it and changed it. And I was very impressed with his logic.
Same for this event too. This was initially scheduled to play down to 6 coming into today, and it became apparent that wasn't going to happen because the field size was too large. And when we were down to about 2 tables, there were a number of people that were unhappy with not being able to play the 10K the next day. And they came up with the solution of coming back 10-handed to this, which got us out earlier and gave people an opportunity to play it. So
it's awesome.
Some quick thinking.
And especially for them, where like it doesn't benefit them to start 10-handed, no hole cards, have a longer stream. Like, no, it's not great for them. They're just doing it because it's what's right for the players, and that's awesome.
There we have Justin opening to 170,000 with 8-4 offsuit. Sam calls in position on the button. I believe Young is in the small blind right now.
Yep.
And giving one of his stare downs.
It's very tough for him because it's not a bad hand. It's not a good hand.
He's going to go out.
It's the average hand. He doesn't know what to do.
Tarzia out.
Justin clearly, not exactly trying to put what I'm trying to say, but he can't think too much of anyone to his left to be opening this, frankly. This is just an absolutely awful hand.
Yeah. He's going to make one stab here and presumably give up afterwards.
Probably.
I guess perhaps if he turns a 3 or a 5, he might barrel once to try and get queens to fold.
That's on a ace queen deuce board.
And Sam will make the call.
Kind of hoping this just checks down to the river so that Justin gets a table that hand.
I would imagine he has some plans to keep barreling. If he's opening 8-4 off, you can't just be going bet check every time, you know?
I think he should check that card, though.
Sure. Agreed. Just the point being, you know, you got to get a little creative if you're going to start by opening the 8-4 off. You can't just be too straightforward. I think we'll go to the river with no more bets and probably just see Sam scoop the pot unless Justin gets real crazy.
Sam wants to value bet. It's kind of like a value blocking bet. He's like, all right, well, if you've got a pair and a gut shot, I don't want you getting into the river for free. I think I probably have the best hand because you would double barrel most of the time. You have a better hand, so I'm just going to bet here for value. Block some of your equity. Justin will pretend to think about this.
I wonder if any part of him is thinking about making it about 950 or something like that.
Oh, man. You're so good, Ash.
Wow.
Is that 950? I mean, just stop it.
Might be a million even. Might be 1.1. Might be 9. I can't really tell.
Justin raises to 1,050,000.
1,050,000. You're still really good.
Oh, thanks.
You're still really good.
I just think if you're going to, again, if you're going to open 8-4, you got to open it up post-flop. You can't just, you know.
The sick part is Sam might decide, I think for you to take this line, you either have something incredibly nut or a semi-bluff, and I'm going to get you.
This line really does make somewhere between very little and no sense.
Yes, exactly. Like, what are you saying you have here? King 10?
Yeah, or queen, jack.
Yeah. On a board where you're typically just going to fire the second barrel?
But to be honest, sitting in Sam's seat, it's like fairly impossible to go call here.
I agree.
It's just so difficult.
And that's why those check raises work.
That's why Justin Young is a beast.
Nasty play by Justin, though.
Pretty nasty. I mean, the only weird thing about it is you don't perceive Sam to ever have the hand he had, which kind of makes it a little, you know, he's not supposed to have one pair there ever when he's betting the turn. You think he's checking back almost all his one pair hands. So it is weird, but it worked, and it's obviously a pretty good play.
It might have been the sizing from Sam that led Justin to make that. He's like, okay, Sam uses this sizing when he's got like a value-ish blocking type hand, so I'm going to go for it.
He'd bet bigger to be able to shove river if he had a bigger hand. This might be Justin's thought process.
We all expected Sam to check that turn, and ironically, if he does check the turn, he wins the pot.
100% of the time, roughly.
Yeah.
Or, you know,
Close
a
to.
great deal of the time.
Yeah.
A lot. I think Sam will look back. As he's a great player, he will look back and regret that hand. And it's okay. Happens. Wow. We're opening the 8-4. We're folding the king 10.
Yep. I think he opened
Gotta
8-4
love
because it
poker.
was into the blinds of Hyung and Ben.
Yes.
So I think that was specifically a...
Young, who is defending with 4-2 off.
Yeah.
So for value.
For value, yeah, for value, yeah.
I mean, yeah, honestly, like someone like Young, I'll open his big blind wider, but I want to have hands that play.
And
he's
can
gonna
show
play,
down.
right?
Not absolute trash.
He's gonna want to play poker, so like you gotta have hands that do well when you play poker, not just raise folding pre.
Didn't see what Hyung did with his ace-9 there.
He folded, I believe.
I thought he folded too, but we're still staring at him. Okay, he did fold, and it looked like Matt made the call out of the big blind, and so we're gonna be heads up here.
I don't think I've ever, like, maybe, but like it's close. Young may be the most unpredictable person
I agree.
out there.
I was
Like,
saying that I have
we've
no
been
ability
wrong
to
every
predict
time.
his plays.
If you told me he was going to fold ace-9 there, I would have legitimately laughed at you. Like, actually.
200,000 from Garrett will make Matt go away on this ace-high board, and so he will drag that pot without further confrontation.
I think that's one of those spots where, like, a year ago, I don't know Garrett's game that well, but, like, everyone was checking, and now everyone's betting. Like, people know that people are checking.
And we're betting those ace-high uncoordinated textures so frequently that you should still have top pair in your range to bet.
But, you know, not
particularly against other pros. I think checking is a little better against an amateur or semi-pro who
for sure.
doesn't recognize what it means.
100%. Justin Young is definitely feeling himself some Justin Young right now.
Yeah. He should after that check raise.
Yeah, dude. Let's go.
And when he finds out what Sam had, he's going to feel extra good about it.
And that's also the exact hand he was hoping that he had. Garrett again, really quietly, just kind of chipping up slowly, hanging out, pay jumping, waiting his turn. Oh, baby. Show me these cards. It's like such a grab bag of awesomeness every time Young's cards are about to flip. You just never know. Ben's got to have a pretty big hand.
Yeah, Ben's got something. He hasn't been wasting time here pre-flop. Another larger open from Young. He went over 3x. Looks like Ben makes the call here.
Queen Jack suited.
I like your prediction.
Oh, wow. We haven't even gotten to the RFID. This is gross.
Ben with the mystery hand.
This is annoying for Tim where Young's going so big that like he doesn't have that peel price that he's supposed to have.
Oh, this is annoying. And it's like also if you had Jack 7 suited, you could probably rationalize it anyway because you have straight outs. But with Jack 6, you're like, this is probably a disciplined fold. But it's these two guys. Oh, what am I going to do?
And I would assume that we will see Ben's hand. They usually do a good job here of telling the player when they need to show their cards. But nothing wrong with sweating with the pros.
No. Let's play the guessing game on Queen 7-5, 2 spades. So not much for Hyung here. He's got a backdoor straight draw, but otherwise no spade, no pair. Checks it over to Ben, who checks behind. Turn is a king.
I actually tweeted this the other day that poker, in my opinion, which is as a poker player professionally, poker television would be infinitely more entertaining if they never showed both hands, ever. They always just showed
I think
one
the viewer has a lot of trouble following along with poker, and without knowing the whole cards, they get very bored very quickly. And that's
No, but they always know someone's whole cards.
Right.
They always don't know someone else's whole cards.
Yeah, I think poker players would enjoy that more, and casual viewers would not. That's
very weird.
my prediction.
Okay,
so we got
we're
a
gonna see like tens.
bet of ace-8 and a call from queen 10.
Nice hand.
Second pair for Ben, checks behind, induces a bluff on the river.
Against Young, I love that flop
Yeah,
jack.
and he had a spade to go along with it. So a really well played hand from Ben Tarzia there. Induces a bluff from Young.
Very strange bluff on Young's part. Not very strange, but interesting.
It's one of those bluffs that you're not really making many better hands fold. You're not getting value from any worse hands, so it's one of those sort of like 100% spew bets. Like nothing
fold
good
out
happens.
like threes. And
Yeah, I guess you fold out like
sixes
threes.
I guess, I don't know.
Maybe. Ben might just like shrug call because he wants to get to Showdown. So yeah, not a big fan of that bluff by Young, but I thought otherwise he played the hand well.
When they're both in the frame, Justin Young kind of looks like Tim Riley in like 5 years or 10 years. Like if
current
you let it
scruffy
grow out,
Tim
if you look,
Riley.
yeah.
Garrett with ace-9 into the gun.
I think he'll find the fold.
Yeah, he's been pretty conservative so far. Sam with ace-king will not be folding.
The best.
Sam has really had everything go wrong for the last hour or two. Like I don't think he's won a pot in that span, and we were talking about him being like one of the early guys to chip up at this final table.
Oh, we were all over him when it started. I mean, he was crushing.
And just the nightmare person to have a huge stack for everybody else at the table.
That was our exact word.
Huge. He started off huge.
Justin not gonna fold queen 6 suited. Yep.
I feel like I just gave the Bernie Sanders huge.
His defeat in New York was huge. All right, and it's 4-3 deuce 2 spades. So kind of an interesting flop here. Justin with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Sam also a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, but in the lead with ace king.
Wow, someone doesn't like Sam. Jeez. Tell us how you really feel. I don't wonder. Justin is definitely either check calling or check raising.
I agree.
I would imagine.
I think check calling because if he check raises, Sam will fold almost no pairs. He'll literally like rip a bunch of them instead.
Yes.
And then Justin doesn't get to realize his equity, so he does make the call. 4 of diamonds on the turn. That might let Justin bluff this hand later on.
I would.
Well, actually, it doesn't really help him that much, but he still might get a check from Sam and then bet this river. And
I would imagine Justin bets this river really small.
Ooh, not that river.
That's a rough river to bet. Obviously, we can see the cards, but in general, that's just a rough river for Justin to bet. I would not be shocked if he bet like 225 in a lot of scenarios. Just like, can I get no pair to fold?
Watch him check raise this river. I don't think he will. Can you? How much would you puke if you were
the
Sam?
sickest.
Oh man.
God. That would be the sickest. The sickest. I mean, Sam's range is incredibly capped right here.
Yeah.
He has probably the exact top of his range. Maybe ace-ace. I think that's pushing it a little, though.
Yeah, I guess he could have aces or kings, but not really. He probably just bets them.
On the turn, he definitely can, especially aces, he can check back given that he has the wheel, he has the wheel draw, whatever.
Looks like he might go big here, too.
Oh, he's going massive. He went 1.2.
He basically shoved.
Oh, he did
No, he did shove.
Wowza.
Sam wins the spot.
All right, so Sam will take that one down. Wins his first pot in a while.
What do we think about that shove?
Well, we were discussing Sam's creative and often large sizing earlier on, so I think in order to balance with some of the times he's going to be bluffing there, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think he's really balanced. I mean, he's hard to play against because he makes those huge bets, both with bluffs and for value. And it actually doesn't seem out of the ordinary for him at all.
Yeah, for sure. I've played with him 0 times. So I'm based entirely off of what I hear. I obviously hear very good things, as he's clearly a great player.
He's on a great run in the last 18 months, too. If you looked at his Hendon Bob, you'd be like, wow, this guy changed something about his game. I think more so he's just playing more tournaments. But he's had a great 18 months on the circuit. Meanwhile, Tim is going to open up king suited here on the button. Justin out, now with Garrett. Queen 3 offsuit, not likely to continue. And he's out.
And Garrett also folds his big blind. Tim picks up the pot.
I have to think if you found out you were going to make the final table of this event, you're like, sweet, that's going to be a soft final table. And then when you actually look around at this table, you're like, how did this happen?
No. I think they are all targeting Hyung.
Yeah.
As the just as the place to get chips more than anything. Like they're just all hoping that they can subsist until they can find Hyung.
Right.
And get something off of them. We're also everyone's deep. Nobody's short.
open up with Paul.
And with Jack 2 suited. Will tank fold is my prediction. There we go.
It's just such a shame that all these people can't get those seconds back on their life, you know? Like, every time he tanks like that with Jack Deuce, it's just seconds that nobody can go like, hey, can I have that back now?
Matt opened. Justin with one of those. Ooh, that's a we're about to be on break fold right there from Justin.
Yeah. Oh, is it break time?
Yeah, everybody's getting out of their seats. Justin folds King 9 suited. As it
Too
turns
bad.
out, that was a really good thing for
Way
him.
to run bad, Matt.
Yeah.
Sam's not that interested in going on break. He's peeling here for sure.
Action's currently on Sam the Big.
Sam going to make the call. So we'll go to this flop heads up, Matt. Folding kings.
They're going to go heads up to the flop.
And it is King, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades.
King of spades, Jack, clubs.
We can tell who Kate's rooting for, clearly.
Matt will bet, and I imagine Sam.
I'm interested in what he bet here. Did he bet 300 just now? Oh,
200.
200, okay. Makes a lot more sense. I mean, Sam has the best card they deal.
Yes.
So it's interesting. And there's... Yeah.
Sorry.
No, what I was about to say was stupid.
My nice was mostly directed at Justin folding
King 9.
King 9 clubs.
Sick.
Yeah, that.
Who's sicker?
That's just like, do it!
Yeah.
Wow.
Is he
No,
doing it?
no,
Oh,
Sam,
wow.
no!
Sam has raised to 550,000.
Matt.
Sam check raises the 550.
Matt's just gonna flat, right?
Yes.
There's no way.
I don't know.
I think
he
he's
should.
gonna flat.
He
Like,
certainly
yeah.
should. But if he thinks he can get it in right now, 'cause Sam is the shortest stack, check raising King, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades.
The problem is, like, he blocks all the hands that...
I mean, yeah, he has top set.
Yeah.
No, clearly we're all on the same page. He certainly should be flatting here, especially when you're Tony Dunst, Kate Hall, and Asher Kniff, and you can see everyone's cards.
Yeah.
But if he thinks that Sam's only raising hands that are getting it in here, it's worth thinking about. So Matt does what the smart people say he should
Both
do.
players see a turn.
Or off. Spade would be a bad thing.
Yeah, that card might lead to Sam giving up on this pot.
Sam doesn't like to give up.
He doesn't. You're right about that.
If he doesn't give up now, I gotta imagine he's giving up on the river. He can't just no equity himself out of the tournament.
I mean, he only has about pot behind there. Maybe a little more, and he does check. And I would be stunned to see Matt check this behind.
500K.
Yeah.
Something like that. 400 or 500K.
Matt sporting a pretty mean hickey over there.
Oh, baby. Let's go, Matty.
Firing out 600K.
The turn, and Matt.
Sam's going to hyung around and then fold. Yeah. Oh, not even
Nope.
hyung.
Not much posturing from Sam. So we are going to be on break, and we'll throw to Tatiana and come back for more after that.
Justin Young put a huge dent into Andrei Plotnikov's stack, and Andrei was unable to survive the level. He leaves us in 8th place and takes home $87,880. Young Chai remains our chip leader with almost $9 million in chips. The players are now on a 10-minute break, so let's check out the highlights.
Would be pretty much impossible for Garrett to fold.
River's a 3, so Garrett does make a pair. But it doesn't really change very much about his hand.
No, not at all. It's going to be a weird spot for Garrett when Sam bets. I think a lot of this is based on Sam's sizing. Does he go like the 500K, you know, I'm full of it bet, or does he just go straight value?
And we were discussing Sam's river play earlier on in this stream.
Yeah, we did discuss that he may overbet these spots. He goes 75% of pot. Pretty health.
Tricky decision for Garrett now.
For sure.
And he has to figure out how wide is Sam's value betting range. Does he think he'd bet an 8, that type of sizing, and take this line with it? If so, he should fold. If you think he's only losing to a queen, then it's got to be awful tempting to call. There's not really many other holdings that can be ahead of him here besides the queen or the 8.
And you wonder how often, I mean, he is certainly a fair amount of the time, how often Sam's checking back an 8. It's just much more
vulnerable than the
vulnerable.
queen is.
There you go. Thank you. Much more vulnerable than a queen. Maybe nice to start getting value on the flop. It's a tough spot for Garrett.
Definitely.
He's got to wonder a little bit, too, whether he might be getting abused a little bit after people have seen some of the laydowns he's been making.
For sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good point. This is the longest tank we've seen, I believe.
It's been a quick final table.
It's pretty awesome.
Final table.
Are we going to make our guesses? I think he folds.
I think so, too. Kate?
I'm going to go with a call.
Okay.
Always the rebel.
Always the contrarian.
Always the rebel.
Ooh,
and Kate Hall's
right.
better than us. Yep.
We'll see. It hasn't happened yet.
That's true.
He's really going to
Once he grabbed the 100Ks, I was sure you were right. I was like, all right, it's going in. Sam's probably throwing all the fake tails.
And Garrett does make the call there, so you are correct, Kate. And Sam is going to drag a nice pot here.
Certainly an understandable call on Garrett's part.
Yeah, very close on the river. And, you know, we discussed how it seems unlikely that Sam could have many better holdings besides the queen or a very strangely played 8.
Right.
So, although Garrett's hand didn't really impact.
Just because Andre's flatting so much, I mean, you have to have, you can't just only have king, queen off when you're flatting. Oh,
everybody behind them has ace-10.
Wow.
Matt with a queen-10, so nobody's going to make their 10, that's for sure. Or their queen.
Tim, looking sick.
Tim,
oh,
5-4 suited.
Time for a
like,
squeeze.
Oh, wow, what do I want to do with this?
Irrelevant of
This is
anything
gonna
else.
go so bad if
this
he
is a
squeezes.
great squeeze spot in general. I mean, just like. Andre's getting progressively more upset as each person calls.
Oh my god!
No way!
Wow.
Stop!
Justin somehow has kings
Stop! What's happening? I mean,
It's like the final hand in the James Bond movie where just everybody gets something nuts.
like if you're Justin here, I don't even
What's
exactly
your
know
sizing?
know what I'm trying to say. But more than that, like, what's your is your heart okay? Like, this is insane. This is the greatest spot you'll ever see of all time.
Okay, so Justin squeezes, Sam folds, Garrett folded in between them, Sam folds. Now over to Andre, who's about to lose a whole bunch of chips.
Andre is going to
assuming
wager
he doesn't hit a 1-outer.
all the chips. There it is.
Yeah, he's all in. Justin's like, this can't be real.
Yeah, he did it 4 times to make sure we all knew he was all in. We appreciate you, sir. And he is probably going to leave
a whole
the
bunch of
tournament area
folds,
or whatever.
and then a call from Justin.
Does Justin have him covered?
Justin. This
Young?
No.
Young, come on,
No.
Young. Stop posturing.
Hyung is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. This is we're figuring this out slowly. He is really the best person to have on a stream. Pretty sure someone in here just opened. Wait, what did he do?
About?
What? Oh, I thought he put in chips. I was like,
Oh man.
by the way, someone in the booth I think just opened a bag of Fritos and it smells great. Is that what happened? Oh, chess. God. So Hyung is gonna hem and haw, and I would normally say fold, but like anything's really in play. Although I think he's gonna fold. He was trapping with his original call. That's the thing.
Clearly.
And Justin is
Tim
excited.
is like, I'm so happy I didn't squeeze.
Justin's a happy dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make this call, but I give it like 15%, which is, you know,
Which is a lot more
much
than most
higher
players
than
zero.
any other human, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This
Getting a
is the
read on the
patented
guy.
young look.
right.
I wonder if the guy who flat 4-bet all in is going to turn out weak here.
It's funny because he's like so like he has no fear clearly. I mean, just look at the way he plays. But like I was at the pool yesterday and he was so afraid to go down the little slide. It's a true story. He was like not enjoying himself. Until he did it.
The other funny part here is Justin still gets to act. So Hyung is over there humming and hawing, and if Justin has like a close spot, he's like, well, he doesn't have anything good. I call, you know.
Tim had to be happy. It's like if Tim could see everyone's hands, he'd be stoked that he put 175 here. The great hand.
Oh, there we go.
The way someone's supposed
Ben's
to
gonna
treat
show us how to fold ace 10.
And what? Hurry up, please. Okay.
No, yeah.
Please act faster next time.
So it looks like Andre does have Justin called. He's like, what? You guys had it?
And this is unquestionably the time where, like, if ace-10 ends up winning this pot, he's going to talk about it for the next hour at the table.
With an ace-10 dead.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shirley's super hard.
Blockers, got the ace out.
Like, he doesn't seem like one of those guys who's aware enough of the situation to, like, understand that this guy's about to bust kings to queens.
Oh, yeah, right now he's talking about what a big laydown he made.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Put the ace ball out for straight.
Ace high board, ace high board.
Well, Andre's sure looking for the queen high board. There's an ace in there.
Oh, ace high board!
I told you. He has literally no awareness that Andre is getting his life ended as we speak.
Only a queen will save Andre on the river. One of them is already out of the deck. He's on the river. Just to the double needle.
Ace 10 on the river.
Wow.
Oh, man.
We're sorry to friends / family of Andre for not paying more attention to him, but Hyung is just so epic. Andre's actually still in the tournament. He has about 500K left. This is great news, among other things, for Garrett.
Hyung's going around the table explaining to everyone that he would have won. He's like, I feel like I'm going to win this hand. Nope, this one feels wrong. I'm out.
He's a pure field player, but has no idea when you're actually weak or strong.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I was going to say, Andre has to have it, not shoving.
Not shoving.
Yes.
Hyung just puts out infinite. Oh! Get out!
I feel like we're watching like a... I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Like
Andre's face is so priceless.
We're reacting like we're watching like I don't know, like a prize fight or something. Like it's amazing. Honestly, I'm
Tail's
feeling
cracking off. Andre finds it mildly amusing.
I'm feeling Andre right here. I'm feeling it. Let's go, kid.
Get some diamonds on that.
Andre's not going to do it proof.
We're finding a sweat for sure. There can't be no sweat.
Flop is
Backdoor straight draw for Andre.
Ish.
He's not dead or anything.
Once again, Andre only run
Jack is definitely the card that we're rooting for.
9
to the turn.
Nope, 5 of hearts, and now a queen, and only a queen will save Andre.
A queen and a queen only.
Oh, the stand-up works like he's up to 8% for sure. Easy.
Ooh, face card, but no queen. Hyung holds up there.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
Sorrell, if you're in the ears listing distance, please come back to the final table. Sam Sorrell.
It's going to be 15,050 phones. Anybody phones? Thank you, sir.
And we are back. We have lost Tony Dunst. I believe he went to save the world for a second. He'll be back any minute. But we have replaced him with one David Gaucho Paredes. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. So here we go. We have 7 left. That graphic on the screen is slightly wrong, as the big blinds, everyone has much more big blinds than it says they have. Here we go. We're changing it. So had a pretty interesting go of the final table so far. Hyung has had us all laughing quite a bit.
I've seen some of the hands that haven't gone down, and he seems to be a complete wild card, which is good.
Yeah, it's great TV, for sure. Anything you wish to impart or add about, maybe you know anything about any of these guys, or?
Yeah, I played with all these guys. The 2 people I played the least with would be Sam. I probably actually played the most with Bruce Wizane, but not live. I've never played them live. I played them a lot. He was a big Sadie grinder on Stars.
That's Matt Hagen, for everyone, just so everyone knows. Yeah, no worries.
Batman. That's why I always thought about him.
Right.
But I know he's a really top class player. So interested to see how he plays. And everyone else is I played with a lot. And I would say the person that I think is the strongest would be for sure Justin Young. He plays high stakes every day at Bellagio. He's a true grinder, has been around forever. And if you last in this game 10 years plus, you're doing something right, in my opinion. So
massive jealousy happening currently as we see the plaques on the table.
Man, those plaques look so juicy.
I've explained earlier how it's my life goal to play with plaques, and I never have.
I played with a plaque once in a cash game in Madrid. 25K plaques we had.
Oh, sounds so sick.
It was really nice. I took a picture of one of them. Probably still have it somewhere.
So Garrett has been extremely in line all day today. He has really kind of been biding his time, but it looks like he might get a little creative here. It's a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, cutoff button. He knows Justin's opening really wide.
Yeah.
So it seems like a good spot to 3-bet. Wow.
Sam snap folds ace jack. Yeah. Give you an idea of how Garrett's been playing.
Okay.
Really close to the vest.
So Sam probably just assumes that Garrett's been playing so tight, and maybe been hearing about the hands or playing with him, for a couple days. But that said, I would still think a little bit there, just because of the dynamic, the shorthandedness, and the cutoff button.
Button, yeah. Sam also only has 20 big blinds. It was definitely an all under fold situation for him.
So I would probably, if I were Sam, I would take a little bit longer there. I might have come to the same decision, but that was a pretty quick fold for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Justin certainly, I'm sure he's not excited at the idea of raise folding 5-6 here. Oh.
It's the live pro moves right there. Getting all the chips different.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting a little reaction.
I was saying yesterday, I'm not sure if you were privy to this, Justin played a hand, had Twitter ablaze.
Oh, the King 4?
The King 4, yes.
He just ripped Phil's under the gun raise with 20 bigs with the King 4.
Yeah, Phil Hui, who's a very well-known player.
I like Justin's response, too. He was like, I'm not going to educate these guys.
Right, yeah.
you go play your style. I've been playing 45-50 PLO Bellagio for the past 5 years.
So I'm not sure what you have to tell me.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
You're a Busto tourney grinder. I've been playing 25-50 PLO for the past 5 years. So, you can all go after yourselves.
I was saying earlier, you can see it right here. Tim Riley and Justin Young. It's like the younger and older version of each other, kind of.
Yeah, I'm actually good friends with Tim. He's from Foxwoods.
Sure.
But he's actually from the Boston area, which where I live now, and he's been playing for a long time and has a lot of success and is a very strong player as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And super nice guy.
I was saying earlier that when I first got into kind of the live scene, he was one of the first guys I saw where I was like, that guy is really good.
Yeah. He does a lot of things that I like
Mhm.
well. One of the things specifically is he takes a good amount of time. I'm not an encourager of tanking by any means, but just in difficult spots, he takes his time.
He thinks things through for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Very thoughtful player.
By that, you get to oh, there's an interesting check back, like basically
River
kind
of deuce, deuce of clubs.
get his equity. I mean that Garrett's position, like you can't really turn a better bluff card than that.
Right.
So it makes his check back a little awkward.
Well, I believe for what it's worth, he's playing less than the pot.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so he had a little
right.
awkward situation.
There you go. Okay, that makes more sense.
Could have shoved, obviously, as he always has, I suppose, 12 outs in almost any situation, unless obviously Justin's holding spades or a jack in his hand. But again, I think also this is a great spot for him where he's reasonably repping he's still repping a lot of big hands here. He could easily check back something even as strong as king queen on the turn.
Right.
So he can reasonably bet 600, 700, 800,000 here, and it won't look very bluffy. And bet check bet tends to be value.
Definitely, although by the same logic, having a pot size. Oh, I just gave it up. I know, like, he values his tournament life, obviously, so Garrett's basically, like, I guess, conceding the pot there. But with that specific turn card, I might have just stuck it in.
I mean, that is the turn card we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. I understand why he didn't bluff the river, just because the king should, like, be a lot of Justin's gutter hands and stuff. But it's still very awkward not to try to win the pot there, especially when you 3-bet pre and you get that turn card.
For sure.
But I understand his stack size was he'd have to go all in basically.
Right. No, definitely. Feel free to tweet at me or David if you have any questions for him while he's in the booth. Yeah, I'm sure he'll answer some stuff.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to know.
Very, very experienced guy. Has been around the block many times. Plays high stakes. Really, you're a grinder.
Yeah,
you are a grinder.
I am for sure. I consider myself like a cash game player primarily because that's what I play every week.
Right.
But I try to make it out like once a month for the big tournaments, and like this one in particular, this series was absolutely incredible. The field sizes and I would say the value, like the intrinsic value of the of your buy-in versus what you can cash for here, is very high.
Yes.
Compared to almost any other destination, and I would highly recommend anyone come down here. Especially, it's just such a great place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the really interesting things was the value in this tournament was through the roof. I mean, it was an amazing tournament, but this final table is not easy.
No, not at all. I mean, I've seen
the cream rose.
Even this guy Ben, didn't he get second here one year or?
Yes, from what I understand, Florida's kind of been his poker stomping grounds of sorts.
Yeah.
He's really.
I've seen him do a lot of things well. I played with him all in this tournament, all of day 2, and he played from very well from what I saw. I'm assuming he's not a pro, but he clearly knows what he's doing.
He plays a lot. I don't know what to describe him as, but he certainly plays.
No, he's definitely not a fish.
Yeah, for sure. Just saw him outside a little while ago. He seemed pretty excited more than anything. He just seemed like pretty happy to be here. He was talking openly about how, as much he loves the money, this, that, and the third, but he really wants the TOC seat. Very interesting. New info coming in. He's the owner of a tattoo studio, which is not crazy when you look at him.
Actually, my wife was watching a little bit. She was commenting that this is a heavily tattooed final table.
Yes.
Also, Tim's got some tats. He's covered up the. What did you call it? What type of hoodie did you call it? Like the coverage hoodie or something?
Yeah. He's got he's doing the interesting backwards hat hoodie up look.
Right.
I thought I was the only one. And this is a tough spot for Hyung because he is not a fan of folding pairs, and he is drawing dead.
He also has 2-pair, quote unquote.
Yes.
Is, for what I've seen, just over time, it makes it more difficult for people to fold.
For sure. I also believe Kate Hall, I could be wrong, I believe she wasn't even showing, but she also has a tattoo, I believe multiples. Okay. There's definitely a tattooed final table for sure.
So I think we should all get tattoos if we want to make final tables. If you can extrapolate the logic like that.
It's entirely possible Hyung has about 30 tattoos we can't see, but it's unlikely. But it's in there. It could happen. I mean, it's not.
He's probably got a massive one on his back of like a hummingbird or something.
Just like a lower back tattoo or something.
Yeah.
For sure. If anyone's got the lower back tattoo here, it's Hyung. That's for sure.
Or maybe he's got like the cursives on his forearms, like the cursive letters, like Nick Schulman, whatever.
Matt, that is about as nitty of a check as you will ever see.
Oh, because the flush and straight got it.
Oh, okay. So the flush and the straight went in. Was it a flopped flush draw, or did it run? I believe it ran clubs.
Yeah, it ran clubs.
I think that's a pretty. Yes, it ran clubs. I believe that's a pretty nitty check, especially against someone like Hyung who will call so wide.
I don't know like how aware. I'm assuming Ben is aware of the ICM, and
yes.
So like I guess the downside of getting check raised there when he knows he can win so often at Showdown is pretty high in his mind. So maybe that's. I mean, I have to imagine that's the reason he checked back.
Yeah, for sure. Ben has 4 kids. He has made a WPT final, I believe, here at Seminole. He got second place for $400,000. Not too shabby. He's been playing poker longer than I've been alive, according to his bio sheet. So
yeah, I mean, he knows what he's doing. You can tell that by how he plays. So he might do some things like not as pristine like his sizings and whatnot, but like the intuition is obviously there.
Right, for sure. So Tim changing his opening sizing. He's going closer to 2.25, 2.5 before. Now just 2 big blinds. When you open a hand like this under the gun, you are increasingly happy as people fold, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to get it through. Which is kind of maybe like an incentive to go a little bigger.
Yes.
But at the same time, he's opening under the gun, so I guess he's showing strength.
Tim just needing to fade every card between 9 and ace in the deck. And there we go. The purity.
No action, but
yeah. Interesting.
Check, and then.
Oh, wow. Tell you the truth, I honestly don't hate leading here in general when you're Ben. If you're going to flat the small blind with a hand like this, you got to get a little inventive at times.
Yeah,
obviously, we know this is a disaster.
Right.
But, yeah.
But, yeah, like you said, when you make those, like, you know, I guess I would call it like difficult spots from flatting the small blind. Like you're putting yourself in a lot of tough spots with sort of a face-up range. Then you have to get a little bit more inventive, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. We recently saw a hand where Justin Young opened 8-4 offsuit from the hijack, 2 off the button, and got called. And we were kind of discussing. He actually ended up betting the flop with 8 high and then check raising the turn on like ace queen jack 3 and or ace queen jack deuce, and it worked against ace 3. We were kind of discussing that how when you're going to kind of get not out of line pre-flop but just do things that aren't standard, you need to follow that up by not always doing the standard thing post-flop. You need to get inventive. You need to play take different interesting lines and whatnot.
Exactly. Like otherwise you're just bleeding too much by your non-standard play, basically.
Absolutely. So Tim, obviously, if he had known, would have called there, but he made what is a very understandable raise on the flop, and he takes down the pot.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's basically hoping that Ben, who should, like, you know, have basically a 9 there quite often.
Right, or spades.
Or spades, or whatever is going to continue. But Ben took a stab at it, and he correctly deduced that Tim wasn't messing around with his raise, so he didn't get any quickly conceded.
Yeah.
And he lost like 3 big blinds, which is it's fine.
And when Tim has ace Jack suited, whatever the suit that wasn't on the flop or whatever, I mean, he's going to win 7 big blinds by betting 1.5. So it's really, it's not, you know, maybe Tim may call there, but just, you know, the idea of he's giving himself a shot by betting there. Sam is our short stack, has the ace-7 offsuit. He's playing about 20 big blinds, makes a disciplined fold.
So I know Sam plays like all the high rollers and whatnot in Vegas. I played with him, I think, once or twice in cash. Like, I know he plays the higher 6 cash games as well. So I'm sure he has a very like sort of adept poker mind, I would say.
So what are, really quickly, sorry, what are your what do you normally play for the people?
For the people, I play at Foxwoods mainly, not by choice because I'm not the biggest fan of Foxwoods, but just, you know, that's where the action is. Or Mohegan Sun when they have bigger games, or lately Twin River has had some 5-10. But generally I play, you know, anywhere from 5-10 to 10-quarter. Lately it's been a lot of PLO. So that's where the action has been, like the higher 6 games.
Right.
And so I play mainly in those areas, and I travel a little bit. Like this year I've done some travel, and I went to Maryland Live a couple times. I've gone to Parks a few times. Basically like the 10-quarter level would be like my like wheelhouse.
Median, yeah, sure. Quick shout out to the one OG Sheddy, Shed Rock.
What's up, Sheddy?
Who's watching, says, thanks, this is a pleasure for having us down here and hopes to see us soon. And all I can say is he is the absolute mayor down here. I mean, everyone loves Sheddy, and
Sheddy
he's the man.
Was really nice to Sheddy was really nice to me. He took me to the Plum Lounge, which is the high roller lounge.
Love the Plum Lounge.
It's like a really nice place that has like buffet style food. And
it's the kind of place that makes you feel way more important than you actually are.
You just feel like a baller when you're in there. You got the like really nice TV, couch, table set up, and great food and drinks and stuff. And it definitely is a perk of being at the Shed Rock, as they call it.
Oh boy! So okay, here we go. So Sam shoves his 18.75 big blinds, and he will get called. We are going to see 5 cards here.
Gotta get action.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the action he wants, but
no. What is your thoughts here on Sam's play?
Like from a strictly shove chart perspective, it's going to be a plus EV shove.
Yeah.
But
announced a call of 1.875.
Okay, let's see. So he calls. He just flats. It's fine.
This is the problem, is that anytime you get called, that's the face you have to make.
Right, exactly.
You're never going to get called and be like, nice.
Right. So
I got it against that
hand. It is a lot
hand.
of big blinds to shove. Like, I know very good players who don't tend to shove anything like anything over 15.
Right.
You know, as like a policy.
Sam's looking for one of the 3 aces.
This is shorthanded also.
Yes.
So no one would ever fault. No one would ever fault Sam for the shove.
For sure.
But, you know, of course, I always say raise fold slightly.
See the queen and you're upset, and then you remember, oh wait, I picked up an out. Things are better for me now. Yeah, I think you broke it down really well right there. I think that's how it goes. And no, Sam is out. So I know you guys have all been watching, thinking you're watching the final table, which you are, but now we are actually at the official final table. We will be taking a 15-minute break roughly while they get everything set up, do some interviews, all that good stuff, and then we will be back with Mr. Dunst.
All right, sounds good, guys.
All right, see you guys soon.
last season, ClubWPT.com offered up a variety of incredible prize packages, including a huge promotion where over 40 VIP members were awarded seats to the WPT 500 at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I qualified on Club WPT.
I won my package here to the Aria on Club WPT, and all I can say is that I'm a WPT fan for life.
It's an incredible site to go to, because I've won over $8,000 since 2013 in prizes.
And you play all the poker that you want to, and it's great.
And you have the opportunity to do something like this and end up at a real live event.
If I can win it, anyone can win it.
Everybody should get on that site because it's a great site to practice.
Won the free roll in the Club WPT. And yes, I mean, $4,800.
Feels really good to cash my first live tournament.
We qualified on ClubWPT.com, and you can too.
Don't miss out on our next big giveaway. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tim going with the one of my favorite looks with the backwards hat and the hoodie over it, so it kind of looks like you have a massively bulbous head in the back because like the brim is sticking out.
Yep,
it's awesome. I'm a big fan.
That's the look, huh?
Oh, here we go.
And Tim does make the call, so we might be seeing hole cards in the not too distant future. Here it is out, and we have King 8 suited for Will and Ace 9 offsuit for Tim.
Pretty standard.
Yep. So Tim, aware of the fact that Will will be shoving fairly wide there on about 12-ish blinds on the cutoff.
Yeah, I guess Will had paid a set of blinds in antes because he started with about 15 blinds. So off to these kind of races. Yeah.
Well, as King 8 of diamonds.
Who are you taking?
Taking Ace 9. It's got the diamond blocker.
All right, King 8.
You got the King 8.
$1?
Huh? $1 sold. You want to get it in this bad? You want to lose 20 cents or whatever it is? Yes! I'm a rich man.
We got spades on the way. Queen of spades, maximum sweat.
No, I want to see hole cards. Nothing against your boy Will. I just want to see some hole cards.
Fair enough. There it is.
Damn it, Asher.
6 of spades.
One time for the kid. I mean, I like Tim a lot though, so it's kind of.
Spade to chop the pot and the river.
4 diamonds on the river. No help. So William will be eliminated in 10th place. Made a nice run in this tournament, but came into our final table as one of the short stacks and was not able to improve by winning his first major all-in.
He, as I said, is a great player. He cashed the 10K as well as cashed this. We actually had 3 people from this final table cash the 10K, all of whom, I mean, can you imagine someone final
necessarily has much fold equity when Sam goes to 200K and she has like a ball about $1 million.
Well, there she goes.
So, and she has only 800K, so she doesn't really have any fold equity here. I'm not really thrilled with this. Like,
I guess what I'm saying more is like if Sam looks at the 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, things of this nature, he's gonna want to isolate Ben and play in position versus what he thinks is a fairly defined inferior range because he's limping.
Yeah, and I guess my issue here is against the like optimistic parts of Sam's range, Kate is still flipping. Like when we're like, well, he could have 9-8 suited. It's like, yeah, you're flipping versus 9-8 suited. So I'm not a big fan of this play from Kate. It's easy to say when I'm staring Sam's queens in the face, but I think it's just a little bit ambitious when she can't realistically get a full pre-flop. So she's like just kind of forcing yourself into what's usually going to be a flip-ish or behind scenario.
Right. Unfortunate, and it also sucks that there is an ace out of the deck. But she will be looking for some diamonds or an ace.
I will say, if everyone on this table, if I were going to make this play against them, Sam might be like number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like I would just think Sam, more than maybe anybody else on this table, would take advantage of Ben's limp.
That face is about the only face you can make when it comes Queen 10-7.
No, none of your suit. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
And we have a
8
good game
on the turn.
here.
We'll end this one. So Kate Hall, I believe will be our runner-up for Player of the Year, but will not take down that title. It's going to belong to Mike Sheriotti, who finishes in 9th place here. And I imagine we'll see seeing plenty of her on the World Poker Tour in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But today she's going to go home with $65,404. And another final table.
And another final table. But if you knew what Garrett has, he would really be hoping for an ace, an 8, or a 5 on the river. Would be pretty much impossible for Garrett to fold.
River's a 3, so Garrett does make a pair. But it doesn't really change very much about his hand.
No, not at all. It's going to be a weird spot for Garrett when Sam bets. I think a lot of this is based on Sam's sizing. Does he go like the 500K, you know, I'm full of it bet, or does he just go straight value?
When we were discussing Sam's river play earlier on in this stream.
Yeah, we did discuss that he may overbet these spots. He goes 75% of pot. Pretty healthy.
Tricky decision for Garrett now.
For sure.
And he has to figure out how wide is Sam's value betting range. Does he think he'd bet an 8, that type of sizing, and take this line with it? If so, he should fold. If you think he's only losing to a queen, then it's got to be awful tempting to call. There's not really many other holdings that can be ahead of him here besides the queen or the 8.
And you wonder how often, I mean, he is certainly a fair amount of the time, how often Sam's checking back an 8. It's just much more
vulnerable than the
vulnerable.
queen is.
There you go. Thank you. Much more vulnerable than a queen. Maybe nice to start getting value on the flop. It's a tough spot for Garrett.
Definitely.
He's got to wonder a little bit, too, whether he might be getting abused a little bit after people have seen some of the laydowns he's been making.
For sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good point. This is the longest tank we've seen, I believe.
It's been a quick final table.
It's pretty awesome.
Final table.
Are we going to make our guesses? I think he folds.
I think so, too. Kate?
I'm going to go with a call.
Okay.
Always the rebel.
Always the contrarian.
Always the rebel.
Ooh,
and Kate Hall's
right.
better than us. Yep.
We'll see. It hasn't happened yet.
That's true.
He's really gonna.
Once he grabbed the 100Ks, I was sure you were right. I was like, all right, it's going in. Sam's probably throwing all the fake tails.
And Garrett does make the call there, so you are correct, Kate. And Sam is going to drag a nice pot here.
Certainly an understandable call on Garrett's part.
Yeah, very close on that river. And, you know, we discussed how it seems unlikely that Sam could have many better holdings besides the queen or a very strangely played 8.
Right.
So, although Garrett's hand didn't really...
Just because Andre's flatting so much, I mean, you have to have, you can't just only have king-queen off when you're flatting. Oh, geez,
everybody behind them has ace-10.
Wow.
Matt with a queen-10, so nobody's going to make their 10, that's for sure. Or their queen.
Tim, looking sick.
Tim,
oh,
5-4 suited.
Time
is
for a
like,
squeeze.
oh, wow, what do I want to do with this?
Irrelevant
of
anything
go
else.
So bad
this is a great squeeze spot in general. I mean, just like... Andre's getting progressively more upset as he's pressing calls.
Oh my god!
Oh, no way!
Wow.
Stop!
Justin somehow has kings
Stop.
here.
What's happening? I mean,
it's like the final hand in the James Bond movie where just everybody gets something nuts.
Like if you're Justin here, I don't even exactly know what I'm trying to say. But more than that, like, what's your is your heart okay? Like, this is insane. This is the greatest spot you'll ever see of all time.
Okay, so Justin squeezes. Sam folds. Garrett folded in between them. Sam folds. Now over to Andre, who's about to lose a whole bunch of chips.
Andre is going to wager
he doesn't hit a 1-outer.
all the chips. There it is.
He's all in. Justin's like, this can't be real.
Yeah, he did it 4 times to make sure we all knew he was all in. We appreciate you, sir. And he is probably going to leave the tournament area or whatever.
And then a call from Justin.
Does Justin have him covered?
Justin... This
Young?
No.
Young, come on,
No.
Young. Stop posturing.
Hyung is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. This is we're figuring this out slowly. He is really the best person to have on a stream. Pretty sure someone in here just opened. Wait, what did he do? What? Oh, I thought he put in chips. I was like,
oh man.
By the way, someone in the booth I think just opened a bag of Fritos and it smells great. Is that what happened? Oh, chess. God. So Hyung is going to hem and haw, and I would normally say fold, but like anything's really in play, although I think he's going to fold. He was trapping with his original call. That's the thing.
Clearly.
And Justin is
Tim
excited.
is like, I'm so happy I didn't squeeze.
Justin's a happy dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make this call, but I give it like 15%, which is, you know,
which is a lot more
much
than most
higher
players
than
zero.
any other human, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
this is exactly what I'm talking about. This
Getting a
is the
read on the guy.
patented young look.
Right.
I wonder if the guy who flat 4-bet all in is going to turn out weak here.
It's funny because he's like so like he has no fear. Clearly, I mean, just look at the way he plays. But like, I was at the pool yesterday, and he was so afraid to go down the little slide. It's a true story. He was like not enjoying himself until he did it.
The other funny part here is Justin still gets to act. So Hyung is over there humming and hawing, and if Justin has like a close spot, he's like, well, he doesn't have anything good. I call, you know.
Tim had to be happy. It's like if Tim could see everyone's hands, he'd be stoked that he put 175 here. The great hand.
Oh, there we go.
The way someone's supposed
Ben's
to
gonna
treat
show us how to fold
ace
10.
And what? Hurry up, please. Okay.
No, yeah.
Please act faster next time.
So it looks like Andre does have Justin called. He's like, what? You guys had it?
And this is unquestionably the time where, like, if ace 10 ends up winning this pot, he's going to talk about it for the next hour at the table.
With an ace 10 dead.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shirley's super hard.
Blockers, got the ace out.
Like, he doesn't seem like one of those guys who's aware enough of the situation to, like, understand that this guy's about to bust kings to queens.
Oh, yeah, right now he's talking about what a big laydown he made.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Put the ace ball out for straight.
Ace high board, ace high board.
Well, Andre's sure looking for the queen high board. There's an ace in there.
Oh, ace high board!
I told you. He has literally no awareness that Andre is getting his life ended as we speak.
Only a queen will save Andre on the river. One of them is already out of the deck. He's on the river. Just to the double needle.
Ace 10 on the river.
Wow.
Oh, man.
We're sorry to friends / family of Andre for not paying more attention to him, but Hyung is just so epic. Andre's actually still in the tournament. He has about 500K left. This is great news, among other things, for Garrett.
Hyung's going around the table explaining to everyone that he would have won. He's like, I feel like I'm going to win this hand. Nope, this one feels wrong. I'm out.
He's a pure field player, but has no idea when you are actually weak or strong.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I was going to say, Andre has to have it, not shoving.
Not shoving.
Yes.
Hyung just puts out infinite. Oh! Get out!
I feel like we're watching like a... I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Like
Andre's face is so priceless.
We're reacting like we're watching like like a prize fight or something. Like it's amazing. Honestly, I'm
Tails
feeling
cracking up. Andre finds it mildly amusing.
I'm feeling Andre right here. I'm feeling it. Let's go, kid.
Get some diamonds on that.
Andre's not going to approve.
We're finding a sweat for sure. There can't be no sweat.
Backdoor straight draw for Andre.
Ish.
Not dead or anything. Jack is definitely the card that we're rooting for.
9.
Nope, 5 of hearts, so now a queen, and only a queen will save Andre.
Oh, the stand-up works like he's up to 8% for sure. Easy.
Ooh, face card, but no queen. Hyung holds up there. Gets a little shiver.
Quick shout out to the one OG Sheddy, Shed Rock.
What's up, Sheddy?
Who's watching, says, thanks us as a pleasure for having us down here and hopes to see us soon. And all I can say is he is the absolute mayor down here. I mean, everyone loves Sheddy, and
Sheddy's
he's the man.
was really nice to. Shetty was really nice to me. He took me to the Plum Lounge, which is the high roller lounge.
Love the Plum Lounge.
It's like a really nice place that has like buffet style food, and
it's the kind of place that makes you feel way more important than you actually are.
You just feel like a baller when you're in there. You got the like really nice TV, couch, table set up, and great food and drinks and stuff. And it definitely is a perk of being at the Shed Rock, as they call it.
Oh boy! So okay, here we go. So Sam shoves his 18.75 big blinds, and he will get called. We are going to see 5 cards here.
Gotta get action.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the action he wants, but
no. What is your thoughts here on Sam's play?
Like from a strictly shove chart perspective, it's going to be a plus EV shove.
Yeah.
But
announced a call of 1.875.
Okay, let's see. So he calls. He just flats. It's fine.
This is the problem: is that anytime you get called, that's the face you have to make.
Right. Exactly.
You're never gonna get called and be like, "Nice,
right? So
I got it against that."
It is
hand.
a lot of big blinds to shove. Like I know very good players who don't tend to shove anything like anything over 15.
Right.
You know, as like a policy.
Sam's looking for one of the 3 aces.
This is shorthanded also.
Yes.
So no one would ever fault. No one would ever fault Sam for the shove.
For sure.
But you know, of course,
Oof.
You can always say raise fold slightly.
You see the queen and you're upset, and then you remember, oh wait, I picked up and out. Things are better for me now. Yeah, I think you broke it down really well right there. I think that's how it goes. And no, Sam is out. So I know.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at clubwpt.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here. Started with 20 bucks.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cashes, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
Players are now playing hour-long levels. Blinds are still at 50, 100,000.
All right, we are back from break here at the World Poker Tour online live stream. As you know, now joined by David Paredes and Asher Kniff. Guys, thanks for covering for me in that last little segment when I needed to step out for a moment. As our audience is aware, we lost Sam Soverall during that little stretch of hands, and we're now down to 6 players at a official WPT final table.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the bat signal in the sky, you got to go.
Yep,
you had to go. Whatever. We held it down, and you're back.
I had to go fight Superman. All right. So, anything crazy happen while I stepped out for a moment? I know that Sam was eliminated, but did I miss any reads that are going to be important going forward?
There was a hand that Garrett played where he 3-bet ace-7 offsuit, and the flop was queen 10-6 with 2 spades. He had the ace of spades, and the turn was the king of spades, and he had a pot-size bet left on the turn, and he checked. Justin checked, and he checked back the nut draw with a gutter.
Really?
And that was kind of an interesting decision because then he chose not to bluff the river, and Justin happened to have like the bottom as range. He had bottom pair for a pair of 6s. So there was like an interesting pot that in theory he could have won, but at the same token he would have had to risk his tournament life to do so.
Gotcha. Here, Hyung is going to raise our 50,000, 100,000 blinds to 250K with ace-9 of spades. And Matt, right behind him with the king-9 suited, is going to 3-bet here to 700K. We talked about being surprised earlier when someone passed an opportunity to 3-bet king-9 suited. I think it was right at the end when Matt opened and Justin just passed it right before our break.
I mean, he's a genius, clearly, because it came king high and he was against kings.
And Hyung doesn't take very long before calling here. So we saw him fold ace-queen off when he was in position, facing a 3-bet out of the big blind, but now he's going to call against the same player facing a 3-bet out of position with ace-9 suited.
Oops.
And this is the flop, isn't it, guys?
This could get ugly.
This is the
for Matt.
8-9 deuce, 2 diamonds and a club. Both players with top pair. Hyung seems like the type of guy who will play a much bigger pot here with his top pair than many professionals would.
For sure. I would not be surprised to just see a check raise right here.
Right, exactly.
Matt's going to continue with his betting big, betting bigger than he did pre-flop.
And Asher, I'm sure you've already freaked out for the plaques for us. I don't know if you freak out right now.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Okay, I'm freaking out on the inside, but.
Well, our graphic is wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Bet under 800,000, call. 5 of spades in the turn, no help to either player.
Also, Hyung called very quickly on the flop, like the check, bet, snap call, like that's always like can be interpreted as a tell.
Especially from him.
Right.
He's been very consistent with that.
So I think that's probably why Matt may have checked the turn behind to induce bluffs, and also basically a little pot control. He knows like Hyung has something. Like he's not going to check call like ace high, no draw, whatever,
If I'm Matt, I'm value betting here, and I am stoked about it. Like
yeah,
I'm
you're stoked about it.
Yeah,
now it's a question of sizing. And I was going to say, I think he's going to bet like 1.2, 1.3. Assuming those plaques are 500K each, he went with exactly that sizing.
Oh,
Young's going to be so happy.
Yeah, for sure.
Showdown.
Oh, baby.
Boom.
Nines and deuces.
Batman gave a little look to the stars.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like clearly Matt thought he had the nuts.
He lost the minimum.
He absolutely lost the minimum for sure.
He could bet turn, bet river, and nobody would fault him against Hyung at all.
Very savvy, experienced turn check. Especially, I don't know if you saw the hand where Hyung bluffed against Ben after Ben checked back top pair and wound up calling him on the second pair, and Hyung was bluffing with like ace high.
Yes.
So after, I don't know if he's getting information from other people. I'd imagine he is. So after seeing that, then he can more reasonably turn check.
I believe Kate has transitioned from announcer to Matt's spotter.
Gotcha.
Matt's card
consultant.
Yeah, consultant.
It's always key to have someone like that in your corner.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because that information is very valuable at this stage.
Actual action with Ben Tarzia here. He's going to fold first to act.
Ben has to be on cloud 9 right now.
Like, sweet.
He was playing so tight, and to go from where he was to where he is, 7 million chips. Oh boy.
Man, Matt running really bad here right now.
And it's like one of those situations where you look like you might be a little steamed, and now you pick up a huge hand jack, so you're so stoked.
It's probably lucky that Tim didn't 3-bet here, because I think they are
that
a stack size.
Understatement.
Yeah, you know, they're a stack size where I'm pretty sure it would just go in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That is a very unlucky. I mean, I understand why Tim flats there, but that's unlucky for him.
Mm-hmm.
He might not get it at all.
I think it's tough for Tim because there's really no one behind Tim who has any particular reason to squeeze. Like nobody's short.
And Hyung is not that type of player.
Hyung's going to call almost everything here. I think that it's a little optimistic of a flat.
I agree.
More
I
often
think
you're going to end up 3 or 4
with this dynamic.
Yeah.
Hyung might fiddle with his chips and blast it here just to make us all look stupid because he's great at doing what we don't expect. But still, I think
he's also great at wasting time.
Yeah.
As he just did.
Yeah.
Matt's like, man, this is sweet. Nope.
No, it is not.
For his sake, hope there's a king or a queen. There you go.
There we go. So
blessed.
Very nice flop for Matt not to lose at all.
Still going to value bet here, holding jacks with the jack of clubs.
This is one of those where if, God forbid, if Tim ends up 6th, 5th place, he'll rewatch this and be like, damn it. Like this was a big. No one called a mistake because you just he can't see the cards. We can see the cards.
Missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity. Yeah, he will rue this decision.
So call from Tim. We'll go to the turn, and it is the king of spades, which should slow down both players, but might induce Matt to put in one more bet on the river.
This is a good card in some senses for Matt and a bad card in some senses. Depends kind of how it kind of makes Tim unable to get 2 streets right now.
Right.
But it also makes Matt way more confident in having the best hand, especially once it goes check.
And a 10 of clubs on the river will
further
lock up the action.
Another saving card for Matt.
Yeah,
for sure.
So now Matt can probably check, and then he could even fold because he's not going to beat much.
Yeah, he doesn't beat.
It's a weird spot, just because you would assume Tim is betting all of his club on the turn to try to win the pot.
Check raise.
No, Justin.
He does have the jack of clubs.
He has the jack of clubs. And
Justin
his opponent
Young,
isn't supposed to have a king.
Yeah, for sure.
Justin Young might use that card, but
he's dropped the poker face, so it's now callable.
I think Matt is like he has the face of someone who realizes he doesn't beat almost anything.
Yeah.
So just like he's trying to invent this is, I don't know, for me at least, I'm trying to invent like 2 cards that I beat. Yeah. Just like find a reason to call, but usually those inventions don't really work out the best for you.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You can't really beat anything. He's got to be feeling not too bad. Yeah, see, that's the face of knowing you could have gotten stacked pre-flop.
He's like, oh, that's good and bad at the same time.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, Tim's going to be a little tilted when he sees that, for sure.
Tim doing the age-old top-level annoying thing of talking to the person he beats in the hand directly after beating him in the hand. You know?
Wow, what'd you have there? Something good? Something good? Did you like a pocket pair? Did you have that? Did I miss an opportunity?
Nothing's. Yeah, the worst is when they try to actually call out your hand. Like they'll win the hand, they'll be like, Ace King, really? You just want to tell them to perish, but you're a nice person. It's an awkward spot.
The needle after you win the hand is just insufferable.
It's brutal, yeah, for sure. Tim's looking to beat that 250K here.
What are they guaranteed right now?
I want to say 140, 150-ish.
Wow, what a nice payday for these guys.
We got our statistician on it right now. She's a bad statistician though, so we're still waiting. Okay. $132,000 is what they're guaranteed right now. It's a bit of quiche. It's a nice,
whenever you can hit a six-figure score in a poker tournament, it's always a good day.
And the sickest part, the person who comes in sixth will be miserable. $132,000 richer and absolutely miserable.
Gotta love poker, guys.
Nothing like poker tournaments.
So Garrett has opened the button to 225,000 with 7-5. Hyung inquired about the bet with 10-3 offsuit, then folded. Now over to Ben. And he's going to drop 10-6 off, so Garrett will take that one down.
That's a good open from Garrett. Like people have been commenting how he plays closer to the vest, but that's a nice sort of deceptive hand to open, and you know, with his image, it's also good to get a lot more fold equity in general.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett has been playing very tight, but that could also be called very well.
Yeah, exactly. He's laddered up like a ton already.
Yeah.
Oh, he's made $90,000.
He's played great ICM poker. He played good poker in general, but like great ICM poker.
People really underestimate the importance of ICM considerations, like just like staying patient and folding like gets you so much.
I agree. Tim here looks down at ace-7. He will let it go, as will Justin. Back to Garrett with a jack-10. He's on the cutoff now. I think we might see him open again. Yeah, Garrett in a pretty good seat to be opening here, so he's going to make it 225 again.
Get as off topic as possible. I don't know if we've ever had a situation where the first 2 picks in the NFL draft have been traded.
Great,
You guys
yes.
are aware.
You are bringing up current events. So as soon as Matt Haugen calls here, I would love to discuss that.
It did pop. Someone texted me to my phone. I thought it was stunning.
It's very, and to see the Browns get the better side of a trade. That's rare.
And I spend a lot of time in Philly playing and hanging out, and I have a lot of friends from Philly, so I want to let them all know how screwed they are.
Yeah, they're screwed.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully you're a good guy. This should be
Alright,
interesting. We'll see a check call and go from there.
Yeah, check call here. Actually, not a bad. Oh, Garrett checks behind. That's a little surprising, but it might help him rep showdown value later on in the hand.
Yes.
And get Matt to fold if he bets the turn once it's checked to him.
They should have put a queen on the turn for giggles.
Matt Garrett both check to the river.
Oh, wow. One more check. That one's surprising, but
When
then
you know you're
Garrett
going to
drills
river
a
a
10.
10, I mean, it's fun.
So now it's check value at fold. Probably.
Matt checks.
Garrett going for 400,000 here.
Garrett bets 300.
Tony has an eagle eye.
I'm not sure if Garrett had like a plan there to like
bluff at the river or
yeah,
something?
I mean, he just got bailed out. I'm not sure what it like.
He needs to bluff somewhere.
Yeah.
I would assume he was betting river.
Yeah. But then again, like we've seen him give up in spots also, so maybe he was just giving up. You never know.
He can have a hand as strong as, you know, queen there. It's totally possible.
That's true. I'd have to assume he's betting river, but you would have been interesting to see if he did not hit.
He got bailed out for us finding out what he was really about on that hand.
Right.
So, Asher, the Browns traded away the 2nd overall pick in the draft to Philadelphia for
Eagles.
a buttload of picks, right? And I don't know what all Philadelphia gave up, but I find it totally absurd that 5 picks, they gave up 5 picks of probably varying rounds, right? I find it so absurd that in a year when neither of the top 2 quarterback prospects is that heralded, the teams are mortgaging their future just to get a crack at them.
I would assume the Eagles are both, number 1, in love with a certain player, and number 2, have inside information as to who the Rams are in love with.
I think the Rams are in love with Jared Goff.
But they have to know, because if the Eagles only like one quarterback, they have to know they're going to get him to make that trade. That's a huge haul to give up in a trade, to not know who you're going to get.
I also think in a year where you have a weak draft offensively, and particularly for quarterbacks, you're just better off, letting whoever the 3rd best option is fall a little bit in the draft and snagging him at the bottom of the 1st or the top of the 2nd. In this case, it would probably be Paxton Lynch. So we see Justin open ace-4 there and take it down.
We had a fold of ace-9 from Young. He hates that hand, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. But in a year where there's not that much talent at the very top of the offensive draft, it's so weird to me that teams are mortgaging their future in order to grab these guys who...
Absolutely.
These guys aren't Andrew Luck, So.
Right. Eagles fans are as delusional as it gets, so they'll definitely find a way to spin it into being a great trade for them. But, and I say that in jest because I have many Eagles fan friends. But who knows, man? Honestly, these kind of things you got to grade in about 5 years.
Yeah, that's right.
So.
All I know is I'm happy I'm not a Philadelphia sports fan at this moment in time.
5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, they were the nuts.
All right, Garrett here with Queen 10 suited first to act. I imagine he's going to make it 225 in a second.
Not in the business of folding this,
Not
for sure.
in the business of folding these type of hands.
Here raises 225.
Young quickly calls behind him with a mystery hand. He's got pocket sixes. Now with Matt holding pocket nines, and he's on a stack size where it might just go in the middle here. I'm not exactly sure what he's on.
I think he has 3 or 4 million. I think
Does he have that much?
I'm not sure though.
Then I don't feel as confident. But it's going to be close because he's been gradually losing for a while. And there is an all.
Tony knows better.
I think he has like 2.5. No, he's got 3. So we were both in the middle, and
well, this isn't the first time we've seen that he is willing to make big shoves.
Everyone with pairs. I think Tim will fold here, but thinking about it's pretty reasonable.
I think this would be an absolutely horrific call, and not because I know their hands, obviously. So David, we had a hand earlier where Matt opens 2.5 big blinds and gets 3-bet to 7 or 8 big blinds, and he responded by 4-bet shoving 70 big blinds effective.
Wow.
Yes.
Matt did?
With ace king off. Yeah. So he's clearly willing to open it up. He had opened under the gun with ace king off, and Andre, who came in 8th, I want to say.
Ballpark.
3-bet with 8-9 of hearts on the button, and then Matt just ripped 70 big blinds.
Wow.
So he's certainly willing to do these kinds of things. And he may even get it in really good. I've gotten a little more inside information that Hyung absolutely could care less about anything but winning the tournament. Like, the money is not, means absolutely
This is irrelevant to him.
He is trying to win.
He's clearly trying to make good decisions, like as evidenced by the ace-queen snap fold. And, like, you could tell, like, he's definitely thinking about something. I'm not exactly sure, like, how to define his thought process, but I think he's the best way to describe it. He's trying to play well. So, however, you know, obviously he's not like a trained professional, but he's trying to make good decisions. So he's not like completely spewing it off.
Yeah.
Even though his plays are obviously relatively non-standard. But this is a close spot, I would imagine, in his mind, because he knows. I don't know if he heard about the ace king hand or whatever, but he knows that he could be flipping a lot, and maybe this is a good spot to try to knock Matt out.
I'm in his mind, Hyung is the least likely to
I was about to say the same thing.
Past hands.
Okay.
In fact, I would make a substantial bet that he is not receiving past hands.
Okay, fair enough.
But if he did, he certainly would be thinking this through with the thought process you are that you expounded on.
He's pained. That's just the pain. Like, I think I'm flipping. I think you have ace king.
The one thing we knew about this hand is Hyung was going to take 3 minutes, regardless of his end decision. I think he'll fold.
I mean, you can. Yeah, his instincts are like he's shaking his head. He's like, he knows it's not a good play. So you know, you gotta give him credit there. Again, he made another laydown, which obviously is a painful laydown, just like the ace queen. But you know, he's making what he thinks in his mind is the best play.
For sure.
So I like how I like how he's trying his hardest, so to speak.
For sure. And one of the nice things doesn't seem to be taking anything too seriously. He's having a good time.
Yeah, he's laughing.
He's got his young hat back on. This is what he always looks like when I see him at the table. I've never seen him without a hat until earlier today. Also a little disappointed at Matt for taking the jacket off, but whatever. He's got to be comfortable playing for a lot of money.
I thought he put it back on though.
Did he?
Yeah, he put it back on.
Let's go.
It's the Batman outfit.
Have you seen the jacket? Have you gotten a good look
No,
at it?
Dude, it's so
epic.
I love it.
Oh my god.
That's great.
Gonna raise up ace-5 of spades here on the cutoff.
It's like the kind of jacket De Niro bought his wife in Casino. You know what I mean?
What a good reference. The ginger reference. I love it.
The ginger. There you go.
There you go.
And I hope this isn't like thought of as hate, because I love the jacket.
Yeah, no, it's
no hate.
It just looks. Look at that. It looks so cuddly. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
I want one of those fleeces. It looks very warm and like snuggly.
It is cold out there too.
And to be clear, Tony says out there, he means where they're playing, as it is about 85 degrees outside.
We're in Florida.
It's
It
not
can't
cold
be that
out
cold,
in the streets
right?
or anything.
No, it's still Florida out there, but in the tournament room, it's pretty cool.
It's actually strange. Some casinos tend to be like this. In the poker room, it's really a ballroom where they have you play the poker out here.
Yeah.
You can literally go 15 feet and go from freezing to hot.
Yes, you
Like
can.
different areas of the room are completely different temperatures. It's very weird. So this is interesting. Tim min-raised last time he opened. I can't remember what his holdings were, but they were much stronger than they are right now. So I wonder if he just varies it a lot.
Call wants to get in the pot with Hyung, I guess, who's definitely coming in with ace-4 suited.
Oh my God, you kidding me?
Yes. All right, so 3 ways to this flop. And it is king, queen, 6. So
the flat
open-ended
by
for
Justin
Tim.
is also interesting. Like, I don't think a lot of tourney players would make that flat in general. It's definitely more of like a cash game flat.
Yeah. It's really a Hyung flat.
Yeah, that's also very good.
Yeah.
It's a good point as well.
Yeah.
To keep him in there, absolutely.
It's a weird conversation for me because I flat more than most players I play with. I have a larger flat range and a smaller 3-bet range. But yeah, it's definitely a little more inventive. Well, most people are 3-betting there.
Yeah,
for sure.
it's
Your
3-betting or folding. Yeah.
hand just doesn't get to showdown often enough. I think it's also player dependent. You know, if I don't know, I think if Hyung is opening there, for instance, there's way more, and some may disagree. There's way more cause for flatting because you think you can take him post flop and really take advantage of him. Kind of how we're saying he's letting, like with Ace Jack, it comes 10-9-3, he's just checking.
Right.
And it seems like he's checking with intention to fold. So like, you know, if you can win enough hands post like that, I think it's fine. Against Tim, he's going to make your life a little more difficult.
I mean, this is an optimistic call by him also, appealing the flop with bottom pair backdoor spades. Like, against Tim's opening, continuing into 3 people range, like, it's basically paint.
Yes.
So, like, what are you trying to do? Like, how are you trying to win the pot? I'm curious, like, if he's going to bluff some turns. Obviously not that one, but...
well, he actually, I mean,
Tim checks, he might bet that one because it completes all the draws.
Okay, so
but against Tim's range, I mean, Tim always has a strong hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like that card in theory should smash Tim's range. Tim makes a very good check, which I would do as well, especially when the diamonds come, and you can always get to showdown.
Justin does not.
I did not think that would be the card that Justin would bluff on.
Justin would definitely like to see 6th Street. I'll tell you that much. One more card, please.
Yeah.
Now Tim's gonna value bet.
Like if Tim knew his hand, obviously.
Yeah,
he
of
would
course.
check.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
sucks.
He's trying to get value from a king, or somehow Justin has an ace. Very normal value bet. Obviously, if he could super use, he would check, but.
I mean, if Justin raises here, I just think I have to quit poker forever.
I don't think Justin's gonna raise here. That card is just too.
If he calls here, I also have to quit poker.
Yeah, he's definitely not calling. That I'll guarantee. But yeah, Justin, the wheels are definitely turning. You can see, but yeah, he comes to the correct decision.
For sure.
I think that's a very. First of all, I think the flop peel is very optimistic by Justin, but I like that he didn't bluff after that, because that would have been a very bad
outcome.
Yeah. I mean, that just shows like how incredibly skilled Justin is. I would say that hand. In my opinion, he's probably the best player there. But yeah, I mean that just shows like he's peeling the flop optimistically, but then not barreling the turns that a lot of worse players would barrel. So he recognizes like textures and stuff like that. So, and he's definitely like thinking to himself like, oh, maybe I should have bluffed, or you know, I can see them chattering or whatever. Tim with the needle after you win. I love it.
Matt here going to 250 with King Queen. Tim out. Justin as well. Now with Garrett.
Garrett folds. John folds.
Over to Ben, and he will play with 9-7 off. So heads up between these two.
Go to the flop. It is ace.
And a pair for both players, but the ace on the board
Check and bet.
will prevent them from having top pair. Check, check.
Checks. Turn card.
Pretty standard so far to check the flop by Matt. He doesn't really, his hand doesn't really need a lot of protection, and he uses basically has a 2 or 1 street hand, so I mean, it's going to be a lot easier for him to get value or induce bluffs on the turn or river. And now it's just protection.
Matt bets 325.
I don't think this is a great call from Ben. I don't think that Matt checks behind with much showdown value and then bets it on the turn that's worse than the 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure how aware Ben is of that. He probably just looks at his pair and says, like, you know,
You've
I'm
shown
gonna
some
peel one.
weakness,
Right,
I'm gonna peel.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think,
King, queen. King of
I don't know.
diamonds.
Matt should definitely consider betting there to fold a chop. If
On the
I
river.
bet big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
He never, he's never facing a better hand ever. Essentially, it's extremely
You think
difficult.
Tarzia bets the turn with an ace almost always?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Obviously, I mean, look, he's just
Yeah, I mean,
fine
he might have
checking
gotten
back.
called. He actually, you know,
That's true.
the 4s are pretty much a brick. Tarzia has 2 pair, so yeah, I mean,
15,000 in for the next 34 minutes.
Oh, we've already, yeah. Matt had a great night last night, clearly.
Yeah, that's what we already called out the hickey.
Okay.
Tim here with ace jack.
Tim's got to be back in the saddle. You know, there was a point where he was losing a lot of pots. You could see he was kind of a little down in the dumps. You know, his posture and whatnot were low, and he's definitely back. Young doesn't seem like a one-gapper folder. You know,
it's weird. Like, he's looking down at, like, quote-unquote bad hands and tanking for, like, quite a while.
But he 3-bet. What did he 3-bet earlier, guy? He 3-bet straight junk.
All right, well, again, like your guys were saying, he's very unpredictable.
He's very
Here
unpredictable.
we go with the Jack-9 off
Yeah,
flat.
for sure.
Tarzia coming in with 7-6 suited in the small.
But
Matt
he'll
with
fold
Jack-8
like-
suited will also come along if he doesn't squeeze, but I think he'll come along. Yep.
He's been folding like ace-9 off in the
Yeah,
same spot
it's-
and then calling
it's
Jack.
weird. Like,
Yeah.
okay, well, he is the button, so maybe he's thinking about that.
He also has the only 9. So
There you go.
he's live.
And Ben flops a straight.
This is going to be an interesting spot. I'd imagine that.
I was going to say, I wouldn't hate a lead in Ben's position to 3 players here. It's one of those boards that gets checked around fairly frequently, and Hyung isn't a guy who just kind of like, you know, senselessly bets when he's in position.
Right.
It's just a tough spot when even like Matt, I mean, what is Matt, like if Ben leads, he puts Matt in a spot where he like has to fold, and you don't want people
Yeah.
folding Jack-8. That's
No, you don't,
really
but-
oh boy. Young.
Oh, Ben checked
Oh, yeah.
again. What are you doing?
Ben's just going for it, praying someone will stab.
Yeah.
This time he might get it.
This would not be a bad bet by Matt, like in a vacuum.
The thing is, like,
See what's going
I don't know,
on.
like how Matt's thinking about it, but like the 10 in theory like hits a lot of the other people's hands.
ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, a ton.
So
You're right.
it's like it's a little bit awkward to bet there after checking flop.
This is actually going to work great for Ben because he's going to make Hyung, like Hyung's going to call this 450 and then be looking at like 1.6 or
So
whatever.
it's definitely making Ben look out to be like the genius for double checking.
Right.
Oh, now there's just so much in the middle. It's so tasty for Ben.
Yup.
Hyung is an outlandish tell box. Like he just, like when he has a maybe hand, he acts maybe. When he has a definite hand, he acts definite. Like
Yeah, I think
Also,
his,
that's
like,
how it is. Oh,
There we
my
go.
Lord.
How does he fold that turn?
What's what?
I guess he's worried about the flush draw, but like, what are you?
Why are
calling
you
Jack
calling
9
pre if you're folding that
to
turn?
fold the open ender on the turn?
So few words right now.
Wow, that is so bizarre. Okay, so I mean,
if only Ben
Matt's gonna be able to get away from this easily.
He's gonna almost snap fold.
Yeah, so like in a way, like I guess, you know, his bet on the turn for protection is like is better than I maybe initially thought, because of like the four-handed nature of the pot. There's going to be a lot more protection from the other person's value hands, so you can get like essentially betting for protection information, even though it doesn't exist as a concept. But you know,
I mean, also if he's getting Hyung to fold Jack 9, it's a phenomenal bet.
Yeah,
it's a great bet.
that fold
great
was
bet.
Wow. I can't. Yeah, I have no words for that fold.
Well, I guess Jack 9 actually isn't running that well against Jack 8, but it's well enough that you'd prefer the fold for sure.
Right.
I mean, Matt would just have to, I was going to say, he'd have to really be thinking evil thoughts to not fold here.
Yeah, no, Matt's making a very good laydown there. And very, I wouldn't call it an easy laydown, but a very, like, standard laydown.
Yeah, I agree. So Ben's flopped straight. We'll take down that pot on the turn.
I think like Hyung, like, he just, like, feels the situation.
That's exactly what he is. We called him the feel
player. Yeah, the
before.
ultimate feel player. Like, he just didn't feel it. That one, like, something was up. His spidey senses were tingling. That just wasn't the hand for him to call on the turn. And
technically,
lo and behold, he was right. Yeah.
Justin will start our action.
Justin here with a pair of 9s.
Wired.
Going to 250 or 210. One of the two. 210. Back to Hyung. Now Ben. He's out. Over to Matt. Also out.
Let's go with the small.
And Tim. He's going to fold in the big blind with 6-5.
Justin's going to take down the top.
So Justin takes that one down.
Is Tim wearing like a Virginia Tech hat? Or what is that?
I think so. Or a Virginia hat. Might just be Virginia. Garrett, who for a long time was our short stack, hanging around $1 million in chips, now has over 4.
So just to be clear, Matt is in a very happy relationship.
Okay.
And those are not random hickeys from last night.
Okay.
We need to be clear there. Yes. Matt's girlfriend has 0 to worry about.
All right.
Garrett again, man. I feel like we easily could have went the whole day without saying his name in the best sense possible. Like he's just he's playing well. He's just hanging around waiting for the Hyungs of the world to make their mistake.
He's played the best ICM for sure.
Yes.
Played the best ICM. And with Hyung on his left, he really doesn't have much incentive to get mixed up unless he has something quality, because he's going to get action.
Hyung just has a weird idea of playable and non-playable.
Yeah.
You know, folding ace-9s, playing ace-6s, playing jack-9s. It's interesting.
So heads up between Hyung and Ben.
One thing I'm surprised about, it makes sense because of Justin's background, but I kind of thought he would really like aggro out once we got short-handed. I thought he would really try to take advantage of his chip position.
Wow.
Hyung checked here.
Yes.
He's gonna have this trap work out for him. Ben fires.
So, you know, P.O. Solver would advocate an always check with Hyung's hands, and so I'm sure Hyung's been studying P.O. Solver a lot and came to the same conclusion.
No, for sure, it's his computer program.
Yeah, definitely.
And if I'm Ben, I am betting that flop against specifically Hyung.
Sure.
You're always going to get a free turn. Exactly. Here he gets his free gutter or whatever.
You don't think he's ever checking an ace in reality. You think he always has over, king, jack, etc. You don't want to let him just realize equity.
One more check from Hyung.
We should note that Gaucho's always comes through with the fresh kicks. He's always got some
Those are pretty
fresh sneakers. Yeah.
Got to represent.
Making me look bad.
Those are pretty good too, man.
Yeah, I've worn them out a little bit, but they're nice.
Yeah, those are some classic OGs. You ain't seen
Gotta
those.
do it.
You ain't seen those kicks since like the 5th grade.
No, sir.
Back when Bo Jackson and Ken Griffey played. That's a fabulous reference for those guys who don't know.
Some great early 90s athletes references going on around here.
Young, back in the
first place,
driver's
9.7 million.
Jeez.
Hey, he's doing it, man. He's been
doing
studying. He's been grinding in the lab.
He's also generating the action, which as a commentator, I love. I don't want to watch 6 pros sit around and play smart ICM-influenced poker. It's terrible.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. This is better TV for sure. This is an enjoyable final table to watch, to commentate on for the viewers. And hey, you know, like you see the same people winning these things over and over, the same faces.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Yeah, like I want to see some new people. You know, get them in there. Poker used to be great when like the average Joe stood a chance.
Yeah,
you know?
it's true. They really don't in many cases.
I mean, the best case scenario for everyone in the world related to poker is Hyung winning.
Yeah,
except for the 5 people at this table and whoever has pieces of them.
Right.
Otherwise, Hyung winning is the best outcome.
And apparently he does give back to the poker community, or he plays some cash. So you know, it's not like it's going to be all for naught, you know.
Well, Hyung limped here first to act with Jack 10. Justin completed 9-8. Garrett checks Jack 6, and we go to this flop 3 ways, which is Ace Deuce 4. So who wants it?
Another interesting limp from Hyung. That's an. I think he's been raising his hands, so this is. I don't know if it's a first or.
2 checks over Hyung. He
275,000.
stabs and wins. Okay, so the limp works out for him. We want to remind you guys that we will have another live stream tomorrow for our 10K event, which is down to 6 players, so no more missing whole cam at the start of the final table. We got a great lineup there, and that will be the last event of the season to determine eligibility for our Friday Tournament of Champions. All 3 of us in the commentary booth will be there.
Let's go.
Trying to be the ultimate champion.
Last longer bet anyone. Let's do it.
Against the guy who's deep in everything he plays. Ben with the blackjack. I think everyone involved is really excited for the TOC just to find out. I mean, there's like literally nothing we know. How many players are going to play, what the field's going to look like.
How the shot clock's going to work.
The shot clock. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, to be honest. There's so many things.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I've been treated so well this trip. You know, my hotel room, you know, flights and everything. Like WPT and Hard Rock really like, you know, basically put their best foot forward for this event and really made the players feel welcome at home, valued. You know, as poker players, like, you know, we come to the casino, you know, obviously a lot of us, you know, we go to nice dinners, whatever. We give a lot of money to the casino, whether or not it's via pits or dinners or whatever it is. It's nice to get something back or feel appreciated, so to speak. And
because we rarely see that.
Yeah, you rarely see that. So it's really nice. It's a great feature, and it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out. I mean, I'm excited. It sounds like you guys are as well. So
kind of like this hand, where it's interesting to see how Hyung flatted the big blind, went raised by Ben, called by Justin, called by Hyung, and he just calls on this wet board. It's quite interesting.
Oh,
surprising us yet again.
Ben's gonna overcall.
Ben gonna overcall.
Ben is super ready for the 9 of hearts.
He is feeling so optimistic.
He's just ready for that 9 of hearts to pop. That's all. I mean,
9 of spades, perhaps. That's such
a pretty sick card. Yeah.
And now Hyung wants to lead.
I like it. I do. Not just because we can see the cards. I mean,
I'm telling you, this is like the computer. Like this is, it's all making sense. He's just been studying on Pio Solver. That's it. Now it all makes sense now. Okay, so now he's check all the flop, wanted to see the safe non-heart turn. Now he's leading, and Ben optimistically overcalled the flop. And Justin actually has a decision here. The board is double flush drawed, so his outs aren't clean, obviously.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Hyung's line is awkward looking.
And he's getting 4-1.
I think he's also going to factor in hearts as his outs.
As his
a lot
outs, right.
of the time.
I was gonna say that.
You know, as ways to win the hand. Although, again, it's tough because you don't, like, it's kind of tough when you put yourself in a spot of bluffing, like, a Hyung off of what you think is, like, 2 pair or something like that.
Right.
Just doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to be into that, into finding the fold button.
Justin looking for a 5, an 8, potentially a heart.
Oh, my God.
That's
just the cleanest nut.
Nut.
Not an 8. I meant a 5 or a 10 when I was listing his outs. The 10 being the nut out here.
Wow.
Man, if Hyung had the king jack of hearts, I think my head would explode. It'd just be the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Justin's like visions of sugar plums are dancing in his head. He's like, how much am I gonna win right now? How much can I bet? I mean, he might go real big. He might go like 1.5.
And if it goes bet call,
1.5x pot.
No, I meant 1.5. No, I know, but
okay, 1.5x. So you mean
I just meant
4.5?
If Hyung
no, I didn't think that. I thought he was like 1.5 million is a relatively large size bet. I didn't think he was gonna overbet because he definitely wants a call.
if Hyung calls here, we should find a way to get audio down there because he's gonna lose his shit.
Oh my goodness.
You'd have to imagine.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. That's what I meant.
Yeah, 1.57.
Yeah, 1.5.
And you were right
million.
on.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, with his hand, he wants to get called by 2 pair.
How much do you have? That's not the right question to be asking right now.
Justin's just like...
Justin's like, for real, dog?
Here you go. Check it out. Those are called buying questions.
This would be such a hilarious hand for Hyung to shove, too, because he's got, like, a great bluff catcher.
I mean, like, as awful as it would be amazing. Just like, theoretically, just like having the balls to do this is awesome.
Oh, man.
He's going to click the call button.
I don't see how he can fold. Like, after the both flush draws bricking. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, he's a classic posture. Stop.
You're getting us all excited back here.
So one of the great parts of our whole setup here is our producer knows what happens. So she's just staring at us and laughing. Because she knows we're on a 30-minute delay. She knows the end, but she obviously wouldn't tell us. But so we're all sitting here laughing and bugging out, and she's laughing at us, essentially.
It's funny because, like, Hyung's instincts are obviously, like, like, this is a big bet. This is a big pot. I don't want to lose this pot. I have 2 pair. Like, all like, the negative thoughts are swirling through his mind. At the same time, like, he has a really big hand, and he took such an awkward line that it's going to be very hard for him to fold. I can't imagine he folds, but if he does, he's just the best.
Now would be time to, like, refill your coffee cup or, I don't know, something. Like, Hyung will probably take a solid 2 minutes. 2 more minutes.
And I can't imagine, like...
Rightfully so, as well. This is a very tough spot.
Yeah,
This is a very tough spot.
I mean, no matter what you think about Justin Hyung in this hand, you are not sitting there thinking he has Jack-8 of clubs.
No.
That's not part of our thought process at all. So it's a tough one. And Justin's really trying to look down in the dumps. Wow. Wait, what? We got the fake out. We got the They showed the win, and then they undid it. He's gonna call. I'm staying.
He's agonized, but I think he's gonna call. It's so hard for him to fold that hand.
No!
Oh my God.
Who's better?
How good are his feelings?
Yeah. Who's better than Hyung?
Oh my goodness.
After check calling flop leading turn, he's just the sickest.
Winning fans by the minute over here.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy's been in the lab clearly. I mean, this is crazy. Wow. I don't know if he's gonna. I guess you guys said he's not getting hands, but if he sees this,
I have a known history of, like, not often making sweeping declarations while I commentate, but anytime I do, they're always wrong. Okay. So as soon as I said he was gonna call, we were a lock for a fold, basically.
I mean, that was just such an incredible laydown to save that many chips in a spot where pretty much anyone else would call there.
Yeah.
It's just remarkable, and it's just such a win, a net win for him.
Like to shout a quick hello to Will O.C., the blogger extraordinaire.
Best in the business.
Strange shout out because I hate him, but shout outs to him, you know. Good guy. Good blogger. Great blogger.
Great.
Great at
Great at what he does.
Overqualified. Should be writing like stories.
Yeah.
Something.
We're just poker industry is definitely lucky to have him.
Yes, for sure. And he's checking in on the Twitter and whatnot, mostly trolling, but that's fine.
I think Young raised 275 out of the small blind. Ben, not in a folding mood, calls 7-4 offsuit, and we get a 10-6-3 rainbow flop. Pretty good for Ben, actually, but Young with overcards and some backdoor draws.
This is also why, obviously I got to see what Young does here, but why it's probably okay to literally call any two cards because he's going to do this.
Right.
He's going to check, and he might fold. Maybe not that exact flop. He might check, call, see one more, but...
I'm not a big fan of Ben's check behind there.
No.
You have enough equity to stab.
Yeah, and you have no showdown values. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. The whole point of flagging the big blind here is you can win on tons of flops.
Exactly.
And if not, tons of turns. Now, if he peels the gut shot here, this is...
he may have been a little gun shy.
Is he raising?
Oh, my goodness.
$1,050,000.
All right,
what's he saying that he has? King 3?
Oh my God, Young with the snap call. Young's not in the mood to fold after making that two-pair laydown.
Yeah, the hand after someone makes a big laydown like that is not the time to then try to bluff them. People are not in the mood to fold.
Not a chance. Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice hand, Young. Excuse me. Sorry, everyone.
Young looks like he wants to lead this river.
This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Don't hit
wow,
the
he just... Wow, okay. So, I mean, he made two pair, he's all in.
I mean, this is called being committed to the bit right here.
Right.
by Ben. He's just committed to acting like he has something.
Yep. Obviously, from a theory standpoint, Young's shove is pretty suspect, I guess. And because like you're literally folding out all the bluffs, but
yeah,
you know,
when he has King 3, it's not. Oh.
right.
It's all right. Although, to be honest, I don't mind the tank fold on the river. You don't want everyone to know you're just completely full of it. You know?
Absolutely.
Don't take too much time, but take a second.
Oh, I see. So Young is inquiring about where to get the cards. Gotcha.
If Young could see that he made such a great laydown there, he would be like so pumped up in his head that might propel him to victory, basically.
I'm just gonna throw this out here on the stream. Young, I'm available. I'm actually already watching the stream. Maybe like 1-2%. I got you, no problem. I'm in there. Someone needs to send word down to him or whatever because he's not actually watching the stream yet. So it's kind of useless right now.
Yeah.
But theoretically, yeah, I got you, Young. Let's go. Young does have he has an interesting group of friends just in terms of he knows he's friends with Matt Affleck. He has friends who are poker players. He's not like some random gambler, I suppose, a random, whatever, who just hopped into a poker tournament. He plays a lot and he knows people, and so I don't know. He's certainly the wild card. I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean he's played.
Wow, that is some epic information.
Friends with Chino.
Friends with Chino.
Can't imagine what inspired that friendship, but
and Chino says that Young is crazier than him, and Chino likes to play the cards. He did not show up to fold ever.
No.
I had Chino on my direct left near in the money bubble of the 10K.
That's not where you want to be.
Not particularly great. Well, yes, I ended up stone bubbling, so I learned the lesson. No, but he was crushing, to be honest.
Ben calls here in the small blind. Matt gonna jack it up to 400,000 with 9-7 off, and Ben will go away.
That's a very astute raise there by Matt. I don't know if he's played with Ben a lot, but I'm not sure how how his small blind, big blind play has gone, but like just taking the chance that the guy isn't limping strong and just picking it up with the 9-7 off is so valuable. That's a very savvy, experienced play, and clearly Matt's showing his game.
For sure. We've definitely seen I mean, there have been some solid hands recently, big hands, but slight lull in the action. Just no one's short, no all-ins. Kind of everyone has to play poker right now.
Yeah, which speaks volumes about how good the structure is of this tournament, that they're so deep at this stage, and we actually get to see some real poker, not just all-ins pre. You know, for me, especially as a guy with a cash game background, this is much more enjoyable to watch. Like, you know, the hand where Tim flatted aces, and like, you know, like if they were shorter, then the money's gonna get in, and like, you know, that's just a scenario where they're deep enough where like basically Matt can lose a stone minimum in that spot.
It's less dramatic and more interesting.
Yes, that's a very good way to describe it.
Matt here is going to complete with Jack 7. Tim Riley in the big blind has Queen 8 suited.
We'll check. Great hand to check back.
And our flop is Queen 9-7, so bottom pair for Matt, top pair for Tim. Tim checks behind here. Turn is a 9 of spades. Oh, a 2 pair for both players and a flush draw for Tim.
Definitely Tim's gonna bet this turn after checking the flop back, which is deception and, you know, sort of like...
He has a great hand to check back
yeah,
the flop
exactly.
too.
Perfect hand to check back the flop. Backdoor spades. Everything's working for him. And I can't imagine Matt folds to the sizing.
No.
He has 2 pair, and he's gonna see a river. And Tim should value bet this river, almost any river. Definitely that one.
Certainly that one.
And you know, his sizing is, you know, probably roughly 300K, yeah, I'd imagine. But he may go a little smaller just to like ensure he gets called by a 7.
To go a little bigger is just to look as bluffy,
to look bluffy is also an option. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Like 420, 400. Pretty good number for today, I'd say. 420.
No, I caught you. I'm familiar with the date.
It's a very nice day.
10 bets. 375.
A little on the bigger side.
Okay.
Kind of split the difference between our sizing
there
guesses.
You go. I think Asher was onto something there.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult for Matt to fold. It's not a great spot because you're not beating any value hand. But at the same time...
We have 2 pair.
Yes, yeah, exactly. If Matt folds here, it's just like it's going to show like he's really thinking deeply about the game. I'm not sure that he can, just because, again, of like the deception with the flop check back. But if he really thinks deeply about it, which he clearly is, he may find a fold, which would, you know, be a very, very good laydown.
Fold, yeah.
We've also reached a point in the game where like people are just always betting here on the flop with nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Always
like,
checking with something.
I mean, listen, like that's I would never fault Matt for that call there. In theory, you know, Tim should have missed spades, whatever, blah blah blah. But it's not really. It's obviously Matt didn't like. You know, he thought about it for a while. It's not a fist bump call by any means, and just a really really gross spot to be in.
Big Timmy Slim Jim just kind of slowly chipping away, hanging out.
Yep. Currently on 6.5 million. He is third in chips. Kind of been all over the map at this final table so far. He started off, I believe he round up the chip lead and then dropped way down.
Did he lose a big hand or something? I didn't see what
kind
happened.
Of a sequence of hands.
He lost like
every hand
7 hands for 3 big blinds each, kind of thing. It's really his fault for hiding that pretty face behind that buddy.
I mean, when you look like Ryan Gosling, I mean, how could you ever cover up like that, you know?
I guess
Ryan
all
Gosling
the
doesn't
attention
own a
for
hoodie.
being mistaken for Ryan Gosling would be exhausting.
That's
He's
true.
like, all right, I'm sick of this.
If you were Ryan Gosling, would you own a hoodie? Probably not.
Never. Absolutely never. When you got a pretty face like that, just got to show it to the world.
Also, a true fashion icon, Gaucho, for sure, in between the kicks and the sleeveless hoodies.
I do my I like to have my own style, you know what I mean? I don't like I'm not a follower, you know.
I like it.
Well, Matt, I believe, is raised out of the small blind here to 325 with a6. I could be wrong, could be the big blind, but
He's the
for
button.
the button, that makes the most sense.
Yes.
Hyung here has limped. Matt has isolated him with a6. Hyung is saying, how much exactly is that? Okay, I will call. I think. That's my Hyung theory. He has defied our expectations pretty much every time around.
We've also learned a little bit about his limping range. Like, he limped the Jack 10, now he's limping the Jack 8 suited. So, like, basically hands that he wants to see a flop with, but which he doesn't view as strong, basically.
He limped Ace Jack and then folded, but he did fold to a 6x.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Got 6x behind him and he folded.
By which player?
Tarzia.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, a little something for everyone on this flop of ace 8-6.
A lot of something for some.
For Hyung.
So Matt's just like, again, I love seeing like the visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads. It's like, how much am I gonna win?
Okay, tell me this: what does a sugar plum look like?
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Exactly. So why is that our go-to saying?
I'm not sure. But
I mean, if
that's not a look of sugar plums dancing in your head, I don't know what is.
If Hyung Check folds here, I was gonna say I'm done. I'm done here.
You're like,
I'm
I
leaving
gotta
the booth.
go.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Oh,
that's the card. No, Hyung, you're in bad shape.
Don't worry, Hyung will find a way to check fold here. he always does.
Oh my goodness.
Matt's not that
this could
deep
get
here
bloody.
either. He's gonna probably just get it in, right?
He has not on the turn. I believe.
Not on the turn,
yeah,
but like
he has
in
the
his
right amount to go
hand.
bet all in.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's also possible that he bets turn and Hyung shoves on him.
Oh.
This is such an ideal spot for
There
Matt.
you go. 2.7 million.
Yeah, you got to think he's gonna bet 700K here, something like that. Yeah, 750 it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's just absolutely no way that Hyung
Here it
is.
goes.
Okay, I guess he just calls.
They just call.
Have
Okay,
I ever
Hyung.
told you you are my hero?
Hyung might just get like, you know, a diamond.
That's
Eight of
what I'm
diamonds.
saying.
Oh wait, no. 8 of diamonds. Would give him a- like a diamond that shuts down his action.
Oh, nice hand, Matt. I think you're getting the double.
Don't think that's the one that shuts down the action here.
So Matt's gonna posture a little bit, take his time, make sure he gets the call, look weak, do a couple blinks, breathe heavy. I'm just telling you guys what to do when you have value. You can see the carotid artery throbbing a little bit for him.
You're gonna miss the fake tell playbook here.
Yeah.
How much do I have here? Oh man, what am I supposed to do?
I do wonder if he bets without going.
He's going for the Oscar right now.
Wish I could see something past all these sugar plums. Oh man.
The frown. You got everything going on.
It's entirely possible he bets like 1.3 million, like something like that.
Oh.
Snap call.
Yep, snap call.
Let's go. Very nice.
Yeah, I don't think he went all in.
He shoved. I think you're right.
And hey, like he got the snap call. Obviously, you know, seeing his hand, we know he could have shoved and gotten called.
Yeah.
But that said, he's ensuring himself a call,
From like
which
a naked
is
ace, I guess.
yeah, again shows how Matt's savviness, I would call it.
Hyung refuses to muck. This would be the most epic slow roll if he had a better hand I've ever seen in my life.
He's like, how did I lose this hand? I have 2 pair. No fair.
Oh man.
And that's such a huge hand for Matt.
This is gold.
This is amazing.
I've never laughed this much at a final table. Oh man.
This is definitely the best final table I've seen in a long, long time.
So this evens things out a little bit.
Yeah, that's such a huge spot and hand for Matt, and he played it perfectly. Sizing ideal. Obviously, he had the hand to get called by, but you know.
And nobody's short here.
I mean, this is just amazing. This is amazing to see 40 bigs as the shortest stack, super deep in a 3,500 with 6 left. I mean, that's just perfect for for like deep stack, thoughtful, real decision tree plays. Like all the options are you've seen limping, you've seen large size 3-bets, you've seen check raise, bluffs, opening the 8-4 off, like all the plays are in the playbook. You're not just like forced into reshove mode, which a lot of final tables are. Shout out to the Hard Rock for providing such a great structure for us.
Shout out to the Hard Rock for getting everything right.
Oh, I mean, this is incredible. They smashed the guarantees. Everyone came down. I didn't play much cash, but I'd imagine the cash games were good.
I heard they were good.
And just
satellites were good.
Satellites were fantastic. Yeah, there's everything right. I mean, they really did it well.
Classic case of if you build it, they will come down here at Seminole Hard Rock. Putting guarantees on things is really made sure that we get field sizes here, and not a lot of casinos are willing to take on the risk in this day and age of putting guarantees in poker tournaments. Seminole Hard Rock, very comfortable with that risk.
Yeah, and they actually didn't they miss a guarantee at some point?
Before.
So
they lost 7 figures on that, and they paid right on.
And they paid it off. So I mean, that just shows like they're really trying to build something special down here, and it looks like they're right now, other than Borgata, I would say like the premier non-Vegas poker destination for us.
Yeah.
Which is great to see.
We'll start with Ben. Once again, this is our final hand at 51 minutes.
All right, action over to Tim now.
Matt just folds the ace-5 off. He just won a big pot. He's like, all right, I can take a little breather. Let these other guys battle it out. Let me count my chips. I've been really impressed with Matt's game so far.
He plays very well.
I don't know too much about like if he plays any cash or anything, but
I think it's half and half.
Half and half for him. Okay, yeah. Well, do you know where he plays or where he's from or anything?
No, I want to say
East Coast guy.
Oh, okay.
I've never seen him play cash, so I mean I play everywhere, so I'm not sure. Maybe he's. I'm not. Maybe he's from. I have no idea where he's from, but yeah, I mean he clearly is a extremely good player just from the few hands I've seen.
So ace king 6 on the flop. Both players make a pair, and it goes check check. So Tim trying to induce some bluffs from Hyung, who does have bottom pair here. We'll see if he finds a fold on this turn.
And Tim bets 250,000.
Hyung, and again, Hyung goes right back to the like ridiculous tell boxing. He just like snap calls anytime he has top pair or a clear decision here, and then like super tanks and agonizes with fourth pair. So,
yeah, I'm sure these guys are picking up on some of his tendencies.
Yeah. There's one of those spots where I think Tim would be
checking versus many people.
He would think twice hard versus most players, but it's just too easy of a value bet against Hyung here.
425 on the river.
Wow. What are you doing?
Hyung may be a little steamy after that, the loss of the hand to Matt.
I mean, this is also like classic Hyung. He just instantly picks up like 10 million when he has to call like 200K,
Right.
So
there he gets away.
12 folds. Tim picks up the pot.
I mean, there's no way not to be steamed from Hyung's perspective after losing with 2 pair. So it's going to be interesting to see like if his game changes for the worse, like if the wheels come off a little bit, especially how many chips he has and how deep these guys are. I feel like it's almost like you see a cantaloupe bleeding in the African desert or something, and like you're just like
antelope and not cantaloupe.
Oh, sorry, what did I say? Cantaloupe.
You said cantaloupe, and I was like,
well,
where's he going with this
analogy?
Yeah,
I'm not sure where the excuse me, an antelope. But I think you guys understand.
Bleeding cantaloupes on my acid trips, and man, this is just like that.
Yeah. But yeah, this is
So the Sharks are circling the blood.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what I was going for.
And here, Justin has raised ace-4. I think he's gone up to 250. Hyung is definitely in a mood to play hands. Calls out of the small blind with king-5 suited, so we'll go to a flop heads up.
Like, I don't know what you guys' feelings are. If you saw Ben fold the 9-6 off there, is it just like multi-way you're never defending? Like, you see like Matt defend the Queen 4 off and stuff like that. Like, I'm not exactly sure how these guys are thinking about their defending range from the big blind multi-way versus single raised. But clearly the tighter standard fold with the 9-6 off. But I could see people peeling there, getting a pretty sick price.
I peel wildly light.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you're getting the correct mathematical odds to do so. So, like, you know, it's, you know, it's a question of how confident you are being able to get away from your hands, so to speak,
For sure.
or pick up.
Bet young.
I just like math.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a math. We are playing a math game, so.
And Justin
taking your
will probably
prices.
bet here, like 600,000 or something. Whoa, he bet 1 1/4. Wait, really? I guess he's trying to induce a bluff or something. I don't really know.
He got value.
He got value.
So that's like, that's just like, you know, Justin knows he's trying to get called by a king or jack, you know, 9, whatever. Like, if he bets big, like, you know, he's decreasing his calling range. He wants to ensure a call. Plus, like, he doesn't really want to risk that much, like, on the off chance he's beat, you know. You're just putting out like a, what, like 1.5 big blind bet, and then, you know, just that's an extra 1.5 bigs, you know, that's a good amount of chips.
I feel like versus Hyung, though, I would just, whatever Hyung bet on the turn, which was 400,000, I would probably bet something close to that on the river if I'm in Justin's shoes.
Yeah, no, I understand. I think that's maybe a little fancy by Justin. Maybe he was going to call it a check raise or try to, like, see if the guy's going to spaz.
Yeah.
But you know, it kind of like works in both ways. So it's a unique, creative bet, I would say.
Tim, first to act. Our blinds are now up to 60,000, 120 with a 20K ante. We'll be seeing a lot of players go to 250.
Tim and Justin
Over to Garrett.
Oh, our blinds are up.
Yep.
Is this new?
Yes.
All right.
Just noticed that.
All right, all right.
Garrett.
Everyone's
is
shorter.
Going to enter here up to 250, I believe.
Ben, let's go.
I feel like Hyung hasn't just snap folded in days.
Yeah, that must have been terrible.
Yeah, what did he have there?
Matt, unlikely to fold A7 here.
No.
If Matt's going to call with the Queen 4, he ain't going anywhere with the A7.
Yeah.
Looks like he's considering something a little more
I saw him
evil.
squeeze ace rag with, I think it was A7 offsuit. Out of the big blind. Would he just... He is just going to straight up 3-bet here.
This is like kind of good game flow wise. Like Garrett hasn't played a hand in a while. Like in theory, Garrett could be using this like his image to steal. Matt has a blocker. Matt has the momentum, so to speak, after having just won that big hand. He puts a lot of ICM pressure on Garrett by this 3-bet.
We also saw a hand earlier where Garrett opened ace queen in this exact spot. Matt 3-bet kings in this exact spot, and Garrett folded.
And I bet they're
There you go, another game. There's another aspect of the game flow. Like again, like I've just been really impressed with Matt's play throughout this final table. Like he's just doing all the right things, and he's playing like incredibly solid and well.
Bruce Wizane, killing it.
Killing it, playing well, making hands. All his plays are working out, losing the minimum when he's supposed to get stacked.
Yeah.
It's all working out for him.
And it's funny because all of this is true, yet if Tim Riley 3-bets ace-ace,
yeah, he's gone, yeah.
He's pretty much gone.
Yeah.
But the lines are sometimes that thin in this game, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of the sick part. You're not always a controller of your own destiny. He had nothing to do with that, you know?
Right.
He just raised his jacks and went from there. And that's interesting. Either we have a typo or he opened almost full 3x, Justin. Which is different than he's been doing and that anyone here has really been doing.
Hyung almost did it with Queen 6. Ben calls, makes a very optimistic
I believe
call
that's
here on the
250
button.
that
Yeah,
he
I'm
down
gonna
in
assume
front
it's
of them.
250.
Maybe not.
Definitely looks like 250.
If it's 250, Tim better at the call button.
That makes me think it's 350. Tim folding there.
Maybe
Not
Tim's
folding,
just staying out of the
350.
fray of that kind of,
Let's
Wait.
operate under the assumption that it's 350.
Okay.
The flop is queen.
Yeah, it looked like 250. Okay, well, whatever.
Poker tournaments are very difficult.
Oh, Ben just snapped.
Come on, Ben.
Another 9 on the turn.
I don't know.
What's he hoping
I understand
for?
I understand the logic of taking hands out of your ranges that are, having a hand that's not supposed to be a part of your range. But, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he's going for here. Now he's going to lose. Like, he should have won. Now he loses.
It was an interesting scenario because the other hand, he raised the gutter on the turn after checking the flop back, i.e. attempting to win the hand. And now he flats the turn.
Wow, it's a tiny
after
bet.
checking the flop back. So it's sort of like a little logically inconsistent in his lines.
You can't fold this hand. It's just getting 4-1. You have to be good 25% of the time here with 8-8.
I'm getting like 5-1.
Yeah.
You need to be right 20% of the time to make this profitable, which makes me think Justin will just side call.
So Justin's talking it through, making sure he comes to the right decision. You beat a bluff, that's it.
This hand is over if Ben bets the flop. Like, Justin might not fold then. He very well might. But this hand's pretty much over if Ben bets the flop. And that's no good. Justin makes the call.
So, like, we saw a little logical inconsistency there from Ben. And we also saw, Justin, his thought process, correctly thinking through the river decision and understanding, like, okay, this guy checked the flop back. He's going to think a little bit with clubs. He's going to think a little bit with a queen.
Yeah, he, like, snap checked.
Yeah, like, it just all the signs were there for Justin to call there.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, Ben just needs to bet about twice as much. He should win the hand. Justin might still not. Like,
he might not.
Fold, but like, if he gives himself a chance when he bets larger.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like, at the same time, by betting smaller, he probably saved himself chips because I think Justin probably would have called a bigger bet as well. But yeah, for sure, he would have a little bit more fold equity or tougher decision.
Action with Garrett here, holding 7-6 suited under the gun.
Garrett stays so incredibly patient throughout this entire tournament.
Going up to 250.
I like this by Garrett. He just raised folded Jack-10 off. He's under the gun now. He still has the fold equity from his image. It's not like his image is like went to trash because he raised folded a hand. So I think it's good that he's like not shying away and opening the 7-6 suited under the gun.
Tim releases King-2 suited in the small.
And there you go. He picks it up with a 7 high.
And there we see Justin folding 9-5 in the big.
Very solid open. Not like a lot of people like, look at gun shy after just having gotten 3-bet and be like shy away from that open, but that's a strong, good open.
Shout outs to Janine Deeb, part of the WPT family. She had some surgery today, but she's actually doing well. She got out, posted some pictures on the Facebook. But yeah,
Hi, Janine. Hope you're doing well.
We're all hoping
the recovery goes well.
Yeah, for sure. Garrett just hanging around, 30 big blinds, probably right where he wants them. Probably prefer 100, but he's good with 30.
Ben raises to $225.
We have certainly seen less pre-flop aggression than I would say I expected, although there has been some aggression. Less 3-betting, less dynamic play.
Yeah, and they haven't really had the hands to do much. Like, here's a spot where Tim could 3-bet, and it looks like he's thinking about it.
I'd expect him to 3-bet here.
But like, yeah, we haven't seen like these type of hands where like, okay, the guy opens, now you have Jack 7 suited on the button. Like, just just the cards haven't been
I guess
there
that's a
for
good
these
point.
guys.
That's fair.
I don't think these guys are specifically looking to avoid good spots. You know, Tim views this as clearly a good spot.
Yeah.
Ben, you know, obviously it's you're putting a lot of pressure on Ben, both ICM wise and like tournament value wise, by this 3-bet. So it's good. It should get through a lot. Ben has lost a couple pots, so maybe he's a little steamy. You never know.
He's pretty short relative. I mean, when we came back from break, he had 7.5 million.
Yeah,
now it looks like
exactly.
he's playing
Yeah.
about 3.5.
Yeah, and see, like Tim picks a very good spot, good hand to do it with, and you know, understands the ICM pressure he's putting on, and that's a great pickup.
Yeah.
You add significantly to your stack with that, and you know, you build your image, etc., for when you get a hand.
One of the weird things about playing here is, as the chip denominations get bigger, they literally get bigger. Each chip denomination is a larger chip than the one before it. So sometimes you'll be making bets, and it's like hard to hold them because you have 3 different sized chips in your hand.
And now they have the plaques.
And then they
too
go
to mess with.
plaques.
Oh,
Just bigger and bigger and bigger.
If you win, you just get 1 giant chip, along with your giant check.
Ben looking annoyed right now.
Ben folds on the gun.
Matt going to 300,000. Tim thinking over 3-2-0? No. Just taking a beat. Justin with King Queen suited is likely to call on the button here, though. He will make the call. Garrett with Jack 7 suited in the small blind.
Justin has called 300,000.
He's going to go out. Now with Young. He's got King 9 in the big blind.
Getting the price, getting also the reverse implieds, but
I think he'll come along. Though.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't seem to be in the folding mood at this point.
Maybe something feels wrong, but otherwise I expect Young to call. Nope, yeah, something feels wrong.
Something felt wrong, and he was right.
Yeah.
Flop is Queen 10-6 with the Queen of Clubs 10 of Spades.
So this is a pair for everyone on this flop.
This is kind of a like a pretty good hand for Matt to see bet with, like with the bottom pair and the back doors. But at the same time, like Justin's flatting range
is drilled by this board.
Yeah, so it's like it's kind of an awkward spot. Like you have a good hand to do it with, but like against their particular flatting range, it's awkward. But like I guess like game theory wise, it's still a bet, but it's not going to work that often.
Right. It's a bet because many turns will also be a bet, and
that
will work more frequently.
Exactly, and you can't really check call, so like it's just
the lesser of 3 evils.
Pretty much.
So we do get a bet and a call, and then the 9 of clubs on the turn. So Matt finds a flush draw. Justin picks up a straight draw. I would expect Matt to bet again, but I'm not 100% sure because that card also helps Justin's range. Yeah, Matt is gonna fire here. Looks like he's gonna make it 750,000, so about half pot.
750,000.
Yeah, it kind of has to bet here. I mean, checking just puts him in such an awkward spot when he has to check call and then see a brick river. He can actually bluff. If he will then bet blank rivers, he can actually get a lot of better hands than his to fold. I don't know about this one though.
Yeah, and especially after you bet the flop, you can't really check this turn just from like a theory standpoint. Yeah, like, but you know,
of the clubs he could have turned, this is not the one he wanted. Justin raises.
Okay, so Justin is a PLO player. I mean, this is just like you got the queen, you got the king and the queen. Okay, you have the key blockers for king jack, and this smashes your range. So like it's just he could even fold like ace queen, It's just a really strong, good play by Justin, and like, it's a good like, I don't fault Matt for his bet. I like his flop bet. I like his turn bet, but like Justin's just doing it.
It's just weird because like there's like two hands that you're getting to fold that are better than yours. I don't know. It's optimistic, but I do like it.
I mean, it's also one of those turn raises so you can check back river. Not that one.
Yeah.
I would not be stunned if Justin checked here. I wouldn't expect him to.
I'm also surprised by Matt's call. Like, how are you going to win the hand? Like, what
river a club?
River a club or a 6, I guess.
Right.
He's getting 4 to 1.
Nah, just river a club.
He wasn't exactly getting.
But it's not like, okay, you hit a club, then what? You're just going to lead, and he's going to.
No, he's the button, I believe.
No, he's
no,
out of
he's
position.
out of
That's why
position.
the call's a little
Yeah,
surprising.
it's just.
Oh,
It's a little awkward to call there. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't see a clear plan.
Yeah.
For sure.
But.
Bet folding here just seems crappy, even though it's probably even though it's correct.
I mean, like, again, Justin's turn play is just
Overrepped his hand.
Well, I mean, like, against, I don't know. I understand completely the logic, and like, given that he's played PLO every day for the past 5 years, you know, like, he
This is
clearly,
Justin.
yeah, talking about Justin, like,
Yeah.
you know, he's gonna make those plays more often than a no limit player would. But like, clearly, it's a good play. Like, if you're getting called by a pair and a flush draw, and you're getting value with the guy being out of position, like, which is why I find Matt's call slightly problematic. But that's a very interesting hand. Like, they both played it very well, and unique.
Oh, that is a 5 million chip pot. So Justin Young is our relatively commanding chip leader now.
He has twice as much as everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Justin's by far played the most creatively, and
I also just sorry to cut you off. I don't think a lot of the hands that he theoretically would get to fold there are going to get there as played. I don't think that Matt is always just going to go bet with ace queen as an example, especially on that turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, look, if you see Matt's hand, he played it
right.
You know,
right. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that clearly that's a creative play, non-standard, and it happened to work out. So, you know, against a specific hand, like, not that he's playing that, but I don't know. I kind of like it against he's putting Matt in tough spots, and like Tony said, he also gets to check behind the river a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, that's another added benefit to the play, like a showdown limit hold'em raise. You know, so, you know, that hand it's a very complex hand actually. Like that hand deserves like quite a bit of analysis. I would guess.
Both these guys are absurd with the timing tells.
We've never seen Young bet no pair. Yeah. Never. Every time he raises and flops no pair, he checks, no matter what the situation.
Like snap bet.
I mean, well, yeah,
man,
drills the ace.
It's easy.
Check.
8 ball.
Ace ball.
I just felt like he deserved an 8.
And more teleboxing from. Come on, guys, just pretend for a second. True.
I mean, not to say that. I mean, obviously, we know this is a horrendous call, but I get it.
Oh,
I totally get it.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, but man.
I totally get it. I mean, for Hyung to check call here, and there's only 2 aces left in the deck. He never has anything but an ace, or you have the best hand.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get why he's calling, for sure. Obviously, it looks awful when you're watching.
Incredibly frustrating
for Ben.
Sequence for Ben.
I mean, it's one thing for the turn ace. That's just like a super annoying whatever. But then river ace also like takes so many ace combos out and whatnot.
That's a card where you're just stuck calling. But
okay, guys, I have to take off. I'm gonna go to work out with my buddy Taylor Von Kriegenberg and hang out with my family afterwards.
Right.
But this was a pleasure being here. And
he has a family.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I'll be around for the TOC, and I look forward to seeing you guys there. And I wish you the best of luck. This was a great time.
Thank you for coming
Appreciate
in with
it, man. Yeah, for sure. We all got a little smarter.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Well, the booth has gotten worse looking.
Yeah.
Worse
Afraid
shoes.
so.
Less cutoff hoodies. It's a bad thing.
Yeah.
We
All
lost
negative.
quality just now. But you know what? We're gonna subsist. I'm gonna go take his seat as well.
Jump in.
Let's go. Ooh, couch. So Hyung right back at it. He's
right in the mix of things. He might be the chip leader again.
No, I think Justin Young still got that.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
it's
Actually,
close.
he won that big pot. Young
Matt,
chasing him though.
Matt has
He got a
700,000.
lot out of that pot against Ben, who is all in the small blind here.
Oh, Matt has a more hand. One of my biggest pet peeves, which is silly, it shouldn't be that important to me, is when it's like small blinds all in and the big blind has to like peel his cards, as opposed to just like pulling them up and looking at what they are.
Right, because
there's no action.
It doesn't matter if anybody
drives me
sees your cards.
Slightly nuts.
And he's getting a little under 2-1 here, and gets away. Decides to fold. One of those really close spots there.
Yeah.
But I think that's a pretty sensible fold from Matt. I think he's not too worried about keeping Ben in a sort of short stack position.
Yeah, I think if he wins that hand versus Justin, he calls. If he has 11 million, he probably just says, you know what, let's pay jump. Let's try to get him out of here. Don't know if it would necessarily be a good call, but I think he just does if he has that stack in front of him that Justin has. Uncle talking to nephew right here.
In the bearded club?
Yeah.
All right, Justin out. Now over to Garrett.
Quietest man in showbiz right here. Another fold.
Young out.
Garrett today is one of those things that not only, but especially a pro poker player will appreciate, because he hasn't done much. He's been out of the action, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but he's playing perfect. He's playing great.
He's played perfect so far at this final table.
Made 90 grand already just pay jumping. He's done nothing special, nothing where someone watching who knows a little bit would be like, oh, he's great. But this is part of poker sometimes, you know, taking it slow and folding when you're supposed to fold and all that good stuff.
So Matt completes in the small blind with Queen 3 suited. Tim checks 9-7. And a nice looking board from Matt here, who has a pair and a flush draw.
Interesting. Remember this exact same spot. Different players for sure. Matt is a different player than Tarzia is, but Matt raised 9-7 off in this exact spot against the small blind, whereas Tim chooses to check here.
I think that Tim knows that Matt is limp calling many more hands than Ben is.
Yes, for sure.
Ben will play his strongest hands and weakest hands as raise fold, whereas Matt might even limp all of his best hands.
For sure. Absolutely. Matt bets here. I personally would have probably led the flop. Checking is totally
either way.
Yeah, I mean, there's as long as you don't hit the fold button, there's nothing wrong with this hand on this flop. Pretty much all right. You can get one big blind or 50 big blinds in, and you're really not doing anything too bad.
Tim thinks it over and then drops his gut shot in the muck.
Thinks about how annoying it is to flop equity and put 0 chips in and fold.
Yeah, that is
but does it anyway. Well, certainly looks like everyone's kind of waiting to see what happens with our super short stack, Mr. Tarzia.
Yeah, and they are a little bit constrained right now so long as Tarzia remains this short.
If I'm Justin, I would get relatively merciless at this moment, if possible, if the spot arises. You know, I mean, it's just $35,000 they can all just print by waiting for Tarzia to bust. So.
Meanwhile, is Tim drinking water or a 40?
I hope he's drinking a 40, man. That's right out of my
That's
heart.
out of your playbook?
Yeah, for sure. When I was young, oh man, Brooklyn kids love to drink 40s. No, not over the age of 21. Stop it.
Young, I think just...
No young kids should be drinking.
I think Young limped ace-8 here.
But when I was a young kid, I was drinking. Nah, I've never been much of a drinker in seriousness. Yeah, it's limp. We seem to have a pretty defined, fairly defined limping range. Yeah. Poor aces, suited connectors. That's it.
Broadway hands, maybe? Did he occasionally limp offsuit Broadway, maybe?
He limped like the Jack 9 of hearts.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen the offsuit Broadway.
And he limp folds there against Matt, so it was okay, you know.
It's interesting. I think that's a spot where a lot of people, and probably Matt sometimes too as well, would limp behind against most players, but not against Hyung, because he's so defined in his limping range that you would love to isolate that range.
And to play in position post-flop, heads up, opposed to letting the blinds in.
Exactly. I hope everyone was taking notes when Gaucho's in here, because he's a beast.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, it doubled up through me in the 10K, and that was the beginning of the end for me.
Punk.
One card from eliminating him. One card. All right, Matt here with ace-jack suited, coming in for a raise, going to 300,000.
A little surprised he hasn't gone smaller with his opens now that he's shorter, just to give himself a deeper, effective stack.
Yeah, he's all about the 2.5xing. Tim is out. Justin is out.
There's always weird spots as like a commentator / whatever, because it's like I know he's really good at poker, so it's weird of me to like be questioning kind of what he's doing, because I know he's thinking things through and has critical thought. But every so often, your own opinion doesn't align with someone else who's really smart, has their own opinion, you know?
Also, whenever we're debating opening sizes, it's a fairly small thing. Like whether you make it 250 or 300 doesn't have an enormous impact on the play out of the hand. And
it's not like you're gonna win or lose based off of that solely.
I think that in this this moment in poker history, there's this huge disparity between what people call facing a minish raise in the big blind and what they call facing a 2.5x. So maybe he's actually getting the better of it right now because people are so averse to calling 2.5, but snap call against twos.
Especially with the pay jumps and whatnot. Yeah, for sure.
All right, action with Ben. Now to Tim with a pair of sixes.
Timmy. If it were brighter up there, you could see Tim's wife right behind him railing. She's been on the rail this entire time.
Justin right behind him with queen 9 suited is going to call.
He's a big fan of flatting the button.
Well, he's especially a big fan of flatting the button when Hyung is in the big blind.
Yes.
I think that we might see a slightly different play from Justin today if that were not the dynamic.
It's a good point. Very good point.
And Hyung going to call with king 10. So 3 ways to this flop.
Flop is queen 8-4.
And Justin in the lead with top pair.
8 of clubs, 4 of hearts. Paul's first.
Hyung has every trick in the book. Like all of them. Every.
He has tricks that you and I never even considered.
I have no clue. I don't even know.
Paul checks.
It's one of those things when you're watching, you're like, this is so obvious. But then, like, when you're sitting there, you're like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
Every so often. Like, usually you can probably figure it out, but every so often it's like, wait. So when he has his hands over his head, does he have the set or does he have the king high? Like, you know?
This time he had the king high.
Usually it's going to be the king high, but I feel like he may have some level of balance, possibly.
Do you think Tim peels or folds here?
I would expect a fold for sure.
Me too.
There are just no good turn cards in the deck. This is actually, like, I want to say the third time this final where Tim has opened a small pair and then just checked. And I believe he's been right every time. He's actually been beat all of them. But in this spot, he's kind of just check given up before now. Yeah.
As Timex likes to say to me when we talk strategy, small pairs suck. Like, they're terrible in tournaments, particularly as you get deeper in the tournament.
I played with him in a 5K 6 max in Malta, and he shoved like 23 big blinds, just open shove, and everyone folded. He's like, you all know I had a small pair. I hate small pairs. And then that's like the only words he said the whole time.
Yep. There you go.
He's like, you all know what I have, of course. I had to shove. I had a small pair. I'm like, all right. Guy doesn't like small pairs.
Nah. I like that you vouched for my story. You're
yes,
like, oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
I also have a story about Timex hating small pairs.
One Timex interaction of my life.
Yeah.
That's it. And I actually knocked him out of that tournament due to only skill. I was just so much better than him that I knocked him out, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it was clearly a skill-based situation in a 6-max turbo.
Here we go. Matt going up to 300,000 with ace-king suited. Tim right behind him with ace-9. Thus far, he's been real disciplined about these kind of spots.
I like a 3-bet here. Obviously, I don't like it when Matt has ace-king, but it wouldn't be bad.
Folds there. Now with Garrett, not going to play.
For what it's worth, also, I mean, Garrett has really had nothing. So he is playing tight, but he's also kind of playing tight by necessity.
No takers all around, so Matt will drag that pot.
A lot of players are peeling that 5-6 and shoving all their equity on the flop. He has like 8, 9 big blinds. Like a lot of people would peel there if it comes 8, 9, whatever, they're just all in, or 5, whatever. That is the look of a guy who has 8 big blinds.
Yeah.
Right there. That's what that is.
He's had a very frustrating final table overall.
Yes.
Just things have kind of fallen poorly for him. You know, and for the both aces to peel off in that hand against Young.
Yeah. And it's Young, and he bet over the pot.
Yeah.
I think I don't mind the call at all. I think he just called way too fast. He should have thought it through.
You know, if you incorporate the live tells, I do think you can find a fold, because thus far Hyung has not acted quickly when he was bluffing or just uncertain of his hand.
I would talk to Hyung. I would do I mean, you might as well. Like, you have nothing but time.
Yeah.
Talk to the guy. See what he has to say. Ask him if he has it.
Ask him if he's willing to show. All these kind of things that can imply confidence from a player. So Tim opens pocket 3s. Hyung with a pair of 5s wants to get involved.
All calls 325. Ben folds small blind, and Matt lets go of his big. Go heads up to the flop.
So heads up to this flop, and it is a set for both players. This is ridiculous. Well, if they fast play it on this flop, the money will get in.
If Tim Riley has any, I don't know what the word is, like, if he has any built-up karma in his life, they'll turn to diamond without all the money already going in.
And Hyung did just call the flop.
Hyung has no idea.
Oh, no, it's over.
Hyung has no idea how badly he could have messed up if that wasn't the turn. I mean, this is an absolute disaster. God,
Hyung,
Slim Jim.
This is so bad, dude.
1 million.
I mean, and this is where Hyung will really, really mess somebody up. Yeah. He's betting pot on a turn of 8-8-5-3 with 5-5.
Tim might just I don't know how Tim's going to try and get value here. How do you think he tries to get it?
He calls. I think he calls and then checks over. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
The reason I say this is because, well, I guess actually,
check
he might just check raise right here. Yeah, for sure. Hyung definitely has a bunch of 8s. I just think when Hyung has the 0% next to his name, we want to give him every chance we can, you know.
But he hasn't shown himself to be that much of a bluffer so far.
Right.
Tim has called 1 million.
Okay. So far, you're the one that's correct in this hand. Only an 8 will keep Tim from getting stacked here.
River is a 9.
Nope.
Ugh.
Time to get stacked. That's pretty brutal.
Tim has a check.
Is he just going to call in? No.
Pause bet.
Oh my God. Tim's sick.
This is
he
so
knows.
brutal.
Like, he doesn't know. He calls, but he knows.
From Sim. Paul has shown 5s full of 8s. Tim shows 3s full of 8s.
3.5 million on the end.
Jesus
5 of hearts, 5 of clubs.
You got to feel for Tim. I mean,
that's brutal.
Not only is it brutal, first of all, the fact that he's still in the tournament is mind-boggling. He saved himself whatever he has left. Number 2, what's that? He has 1.7 million left here. Number 2, I mean, we're never folding against anyone in any spot ever. Like that's just a cooler. But against Hyung, I mean. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go all in on the river, even though you don't beat much. Like Hyung is a guy who's gonna have 10-8 there. Like he's just gonna have trip 8s and be bombing.
Just call it off.
Oh yeah, I mean for another 1.7 million.
Wants to see cards. Sometimes he has the flush and calls it off.
I hope Tim. I mean, it's impossible for Tim not to tilt here, but he should really be proud of the fact that he's still in the tournament, I suppose.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not what you take away from those type of hands. They're not like, man, I played that so great, I didn't even
bust out with boat under boat. Instead, you're like, lots of swear words.
If this were like played behind computers, he would be like there'd be multiple electronics broken, and he'd be he is heated. I mean, look at him. That's like classic. I know for me, like when I lose a hand like this, and then I just keep counting my chips over and over and over. That's just me trying to detail like as hard as I can, not just flip out. He's gonna count his chips, and like his eyes are gonna roll. That is great news for Garrett, who's no longer our short stack and is looking in the eyes of another pay jump. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is over dramatic, but like legitimately my heart is out to Tim. Like that was horrendous.
That was so brutal.
That was really bad. And Hyung like gave him the out to not lose too much, but the turn card was just like, you know, there's a lot of turn cards in the deck that slows everybody up, and that just wasn't it.
Instead, you got the lose everything card.
Yeah. This is interesting. Tim has already looked at his hand and given a deep breath, which kind of means that he hates it. And Matt knows this, but I mean, yeah. I don't think it affects that much, but it affects something. Jeez, how bad is that hand? Huh. I guess with his stack. So Tim is... This is crazy. I mean, Garrett is now the third shortest stack. Which is, I mean, he hasn't played a hand since...
His ICM game is the best.
Nam. Yeah, basically. Meanwhile, Hyung just destroying lives over there.
You see, he's still not actually the short stack. Ventarsia has half a stack, so all the chips concentrated on Justin Young and Hyung Jae.
If you're Matt or Garrett, you are just stoked.
Yeah.
At what just happened. And to be clear, those guys all may like Tim, but they were all gravely rooting against Tim in that hand. They all were desperate for Tim to lose that hand. You want all the chips, not in the poker professionals' hands.
Young here with A7 suited.
Paul raises to 350,000. Both Ben and Matt full.
Oh, here we go. Let's get him back, Timmy. Well, you see, Vance.
Yep.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction here.
This will take about 3 minutes before we get a decision. Maybe not. And I'll say this. Tim may be even more tilted if Hyung folds. This may just get him more tilted. Oh, he calls.
2 aces, ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Paul shows the ace of diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
All right, so we're going to the flop with Tim, a huge favorite to double up and be right back in at around 4 million.
We're off to the races, and like races if one person's 2 feet were tied together and the other person just got to run. That's roughly where we're at. Let's see.
Hyung is having one of those days, though, that makes me very worried for Tim.
Also makes me kind of worried for Hyung. Like, he's as lucky to be 6th as anyone else, or he's as likely to be 6th as anyone else. He's just swinging left and right. No, that is an excellent flop.
Nice and safe for Tim.
Can't ask for better than that.
Okay, and that's it. Tim's going to double up.
So as bad as he feels, I mean, his bag is over 30 big blinds. He's chilling. Look, he's telling his rail, I got this. They're all done now. Tim just said something along those lines of like, how good was that? How cool was that? I just get aces against ace 7. Can't do much better.
So the waiting game for Tim is over. But Ventarsia is still hanging at 8 big blinds. That's some serious risk here.
So we now have a very defined, very short stack. And everyone's kind of 25 plus big blinds again, I think. I think we're back to largely normal. Young is going to lose, give or take, 0 hours of sleep about that hand.
Now
he's right back at it. This will be interesting. I wonder if he limps. I don't expect him to, but he just made it 350 last hand with ace-7 of diamonds. Very interesting stuff. I mean, Garrett can't even defend his big blind. Like they've really just been killing him.
And he folds. Paul will take down the
So it should be a fun couple days coming up. We got this obviously, and then tomorrow the 10K final table, which you will also be doing commentary on, correct?
I will indeed. We'll be right back here at noon tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gus.
12:30
is when our stream starts.
Yes.
Final table itself will start on noon, but we're on a 30-minute delay.
Then right after that, the next day, we got the Tournament of Champions, 15K buy-in. Should be a doozy. A lot of added money, added Corvette, watch, and possibly the best added prize they had.
Yeah.
A round of golf with Matt Savage.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you can go get yourself hustled.
I don't know if you guys knew that. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is Matt will take the Corvette from you on the golf course. Unfortunately, we no longer have David Paredes here. He was before. Did a great job. I'll unfortunately be getting out of here shortly as well.
Yeah.
Man's got to eat.
Man's got to eat.
And whatnot. But I've been having a blast. It's a great time. This is a really fun final table.
Yes, this has been great, actually.
For sure.
This has been a really entertaining and interesting final table. Action with Ben Tarzi, our short stack right now. He's got 4 deuce suited.
Like, imagine how Matt looks when that thing is fully zipped up. When you don't see the shirt or, like, the chest hair or anything.
Straight pimping.
Yeah, it's like he literally just looks like a pimp.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass, if you ask me. One thing we haven't seen is any limping except for Hyung. Like, nobody, you know, there's a lot of pros out there with limping ranges who are limping a bunch, who take different roads, and we really have seen none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is incorporating limps as like a
variance,
a logical, thought-out, variance-reducing strategy. Hyung does it, and I'm not trying to discredit Hyung, but Hyung does it because Hyung looks his hands like I want to limp. Yeah, sure. There are certain pros who have very defined ranges, who are very, who limp because it's like a spoken-out strategy. Looks like Garrett is all in. Yeah.
Once again, Justin has raised a 250 on the button.
No, Justin raised. Garrett's out. Hyung.
Wow, Garrett folded?
Yeah. Well, the Tarzia thing is an issue right now.
Oh, sure. No. I just thought I saw him say the words all in.
Oh,
that was all. Yeah, not that it's a he has to shove there by any means. Because I thought I saw him say something, and then Justin tapped the table, which like a lot of people use for our good luck, something like that. So that's what I thought. Yeah, Tarzia is the chip that kind of has to fall before anything else can happen. Which is why if I'm Justin, I'm just blasting off here.
Yeah, Justin opening up his game like you expected.
I mean, he shouldn't. Tim and Matt shouldn't be able to get an open through currently, past Tim, given the situation. I get why he wouldn't play like that, but it's he has them in a vice right now. They're just lighting money on fire. Oh look, I got a little shout out.
Yeah,
top right.
You're right in the corner there.
There we go.
Right above Dylan Wilkerson and Jonathan Jaffe.
They got my best side on there, which is my whole face.
Gotcha. This is the good side. Back here, less so.
I gotta copyright that. One of my friends from home uses that all the time. My good side is my whole face. So, thank you, Al. Appreciate it.
Matt, you're gonna open up Queen Jack to 300,000.
Like that's. I mean, not to take anything away from Justin Young. Just folded ace-8. I would never.
You would not let Matt's open slide.
Never. No shot.
Nah, brah.
No shot. I mean, if yeah. I mean, good luck.
Coming to get you.
Good luck. Is all I can say. Prove it. That you actually have it. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's logical all around in the sense of like Matt should fold. when he gets 3-bet. There's like $100,000 that he's just giving up on when he busts before the 2 short stacks.
Yeah.
So it's not. Yeah, it just seems pretty logical. Looks like he's chilling out for a second. Look at that picture of Dominique Niche in the top right.
He does not look anything like that.
How epic is that?
It does not look like
I didn't even know he ever looked like that.
That was like him 20 years ago.
That's awesome. Man. That is an awesome picture. I can't get over it. Let's go, Garrett. You know, that long peel was of the 2. He was praying. It was
nuts. A raise to 250,000.
Yeah, he likes it enough to raise, going to 250. Young is out. Tarzi.
This is the nightmare for Garrett.
Yeah.
Tarzi moving in. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing with King Jack suited there. Oh man.
No. It's interesting.
3 players to the flop.
Yeah. If Ben is willing to shove 100% of flops,
the flop is
can't be the worst thing in the world. Even though I truly don't enjoy it. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if he's willing to, if they had went heads up and he had shoved 8-8-4, it's okay. Because then he's at least picking up fold equity he didn't have pre-flop.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Garrett may be a little worried that Ben flatted something really good. Just checks back.
For sure.
Ooh, and Ben will not be winning this hand, so.
Figured he'd wait till they both had the 0% next to their names, and then he'd start doing stuff.
Garrett might even check again.
I would greatly enjoy that.
Yeah.
Personally, I think there's. Again, this is weird just because like Garrett knows what he's doing, but like there's probably no merit to really betting here.
I think so. You're not really getting any value. Nobody's falling with a worse hand.
Right.
If somebody has an 8, they will check that turn card.
For sure. And yeah, it's like no one's check calling 9s or like 7s there. You're not. I don't know.
Yeah, if anybody has a pair pre, either Matt or Tarzia will let you know about it.
Matt would have shoved everything on the flop except for like kings and queens.
Yeah.
He would have shoved all his. Whatever.
So Tarzia down to 4 big blinds.
That's a rough flat for him. That's a rough hand to not win.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, he would have been eliminated as it turns out, but when you have King Jack suited, you're getting it in against the opener's range very good.
Right.
And what you really don't want is like you flat, the big blind comes along with something kind of dumb you should never be there with, and then knocks you out as a result. Like all kinds of bad things happen when you flat there as opposed to shove. So.
I mean, he could have certainly made an excuse for folding only because Garrett is opening so tight. Yeah. Even then, I'm just like, we're 6 big blinds.
Yeah, we got 6 big blinds and King Jack suited. This couldn't be better.
I like put it like this. I was surprised to see Garrett open what he opened. You know,
Yeah.
like I didn't even think he'd open ace deuce off. So I totally get it. For whatever that's worth. Oh baby, we're gonna see some fireworks.
Here we go.
I think this is one of those spots where Garrett will find a fold. Super upset. Not like super upset, but it'll be like another chapter in the book they've been writing for him this final, which is like him like having to fold all the time and just getting like, you know. He's kind of been getting pushed around, but he hasn't in reality. Just like if you can't see the whole cards, it seems like he's getting pushed around. In reality, people just have it when he plays hands, it seems like.
And because of the short stack, I don't imagine he can do much besides fold.
Yeah. I just mean, yeah, that's such good discipline when you've had to fold as many big hands as he has.
Yeah.
Here comes the theatrics and the hysterics.
Wish we knew Young's hand.
I wish we could see one card, you know?
Oh,
Not two,
there you
though.
go. 6 of clubs.
Let's go. Wow. Ask and you shall receive. Wow, there's got to be a low club.
You assume the other one's either like the 5 or 7 of clubs or a 6, right?
Or like anywhere from the 9 to the 3 of clubs, probably.
Okay. Young calls a 3-bet, which makes me think it's more likely to be another 6.
Yeah. I think 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 5, 4 of clubs are all probably calling here too. Like 6, 8 of clubs.
Yeah.
6, 8
But the speed of the call makes
me
think 6.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
And he snap called Garrett's raise in the first place, like right away.
And there we see 6 of diamonds.
Oh, that's why they pay you the big bucks, man.
Flop is King, Queen, 7.
Decent window.
King of clubs, Queen of diamonds, 7.
Matt checks here on King, Queen, 7. I like his check. I don't think he needs to really be balanced here against Young. Young checks behind, doesn't take the bait, the bluff. Turn is a deuce. Be surprised to see Matt check one more time now. I think if he bets, he'll bet fairly small, maybe like 800K. Looks like he might want to do about $1 million even.
Matt bets.
Yeah, we're just getting the snap call.
Young has a real head scratcher. Okay, hat back on, hands in face. And he gets away.
The eventual fold that we do. Oh, and he claims a straight draw. That's awesome.
Claim, yeah, he folded a straight draw, sure.
And you know, it's I think one of the most interesting things about Young is you pretty much like, you're almost better off playing him based off of live reads and stuff than off of timing tell, not timing tells, like sizing tells,
completely
betting patterns, because there is no pattern.
Yeah, there's no pattern.
But there's a pattern to the way he's acting as he's playing.
A very consistent one.
Right. Which poker is more generally the opposite. It's like you go off of betting stuff and like then you use like the ancillary stuff, which
2004, everyone thought poker was about facial expressions and it was about math. Right now, it's very much about math, but this final table is about facial expressions and timing.
For sure.
Young.
Open call.
No, we didn't open call.
So suited middle cards or high middle cards seem to be his limping range. Every time he has limped, oh wow, I was going to say Matt has ISO'd, so I was interested to see that fold.
Ben and Matt have both fold. Same in the small line. And fold. Actually, it's not Justin.
The thing I've been most surprised about is no one has limped behind him yet. Once. 0 limps behind.
That is surprising, you're right.
Slightly, you know.
Because there are some decent opportunities.
Both
players check. Young in hilarious fashion. And he Justin turns the diamond flush draw and checks here. Young will take the opportunity to bet. I do not believe Justin will be folding.
Nah. Justin's going to be annoyed if this river goes check on like a 3 and he loses to king 8.
Or he could just river a 4. Well, if he checks and Young bets, then he has a decision.
Is he about to bet like 1 million?
Okay. Do it quick, Young. Do it quick.
Yeah.
See, if he just splashes out 500K there, I love it. Instead, with all the purposeful motion. And Justin is, I think, of the pros on this table, the most likely to make a live reads-based call or whatever. And he doesn't even think to be okay. I thought he was just gonna like snap toss it in.
I mean, also like what does Young have? Basically, he's basically saying it as like ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, because he would. I don't think he would even check ace king or ace jack.
And would he? And Justin might not know if Young is limping those type of hands. I guess he is getting the hands, and he's seen him limp those type of hands a couple of times.
If he's getting the hands like detailed, he knows that he never has an ace here. But that's like a big. Someone would have to be telling him every hand.
Young does limp some medium offsuit aces.
Did he?
He did, but he has yet to like think it over on the
Wasn't he raising like ace 6 off?
He's been mixing it up.
Oh, I guess
he's been mixing it up. He limped an ace 8 offsuit earlier. Yeah.
Justin Young.
Justin makes the call.
Makes the sick call.
Yeah.
Great freaking call.
King 8 of hearts or king high. Diamond and wins the hand.
What an entertaining final table.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice pair of fours.
Speaking of guessing right and wrong at this final table, has Justin guessed wrong yet?
No.
No. I don't think so either.
No, he's been playing well for sure.
He had that check raise bluff against Sam Soverall. And a couple of call downs. He's been right every time so far.
I would have loved to see Sam call that turn just to find out what Justin was going to do on the river.
Yeah,
I assume shutdown. I mean, you just don't want, like, the zero equity is just a terrible thing. You don't want to get called all in on the river when you have 8 high.
All right, Tarzia all in here, though.
All in. Matt folds.
He's got a pair of sevens for his last.
Top of the range.
That's for account.
This is classic. No, this is a classic pro move, getting the count for the people behind you.
Oh, okay.
You know, just so they all know exactly what they have to call, make sure nobody gets something dumb through.
Wow. Garrett probably gonna side call. No. Ooh, I don't know about that one.
I mean, against Ben's actual hand, it's a great fold or a good fold, but
against Ben's range, I don't know about that. You're getting 2-1 with
better.
3-4 suited.
This will be the
better. You're good.
hand of the level.
Huh?
Right. This is the last hand before break.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We'll send our players on a 10-minute break and remove all the 5,000 units out of play.
Take some of the chips out of play.
Get those 5Ks out so everything doesn't look exactly the same. The 5s and the 25s or whatever it is. Tarzia hanging around with that 4 big blind stack, man. He has really been here for a while.
Yeah.
Since losing that unfortunate hand. I would guess he's all in again.
Yep. Ripping A7 now. Tim with a real decision here.
Don't think he'll be folding.
It's close, but I think he'll call.
Yeah. I mean, fold is absolutely fine, by all means.
Tim doesn't have much more than this either, so he might even have to like, rip to commit himself. So this isn't like easy.
I completely forgot. Yeah, well, I think he has 4 million, I believe.
He's got 3 players behind him, which also is not ideal.
For sure. I believe he has looks more like 3 million.
Tim and Joseph.
He does fold. So Tim lets it go. Ben might get this one through.
Careful.
I mean, who gets more shoves through than Ben? Yep.
And yes, he's going to get this one through.
Nice hand, Mr. Ben. He'll be bringing his
mojo right on back from the break.
7 big blinds again. It's the funny part about this is he shoves, and then they go on break, and he has less big blinds than after he got the shove through.
All right, so Ben will take that one down, playing some good short stack poker. Drags that pot from Kyung in the big blind, and we're going to be on break, so we'll see you guys back here later. Asher, I think you're going to step out, right?
Yes, I am out. I hope you all had a good time.
Yeah, we had a great time. Thank you very much for coming in here today, and I will see you again Friday.
Yeah, 15K, let's go.
All right.
Take care, y'all.
And
Tim going with the one of my favorite looks with the backwards hat and the hoodie over it, so it kind of looks like you have a massively bulbous head in the back because like the brim is sticking out.
Yep,
it's awesome. I'm a big fan.
That's the look, huh?
Oh, here we go.
And Tim does make the call, so we might be seeing hole cards in the not too distant future. Here it is out, and we have King 8 suited for Will and Ace 9 offsuit for Tim.
Pretty standard.
Yep. So Tim, aware of the fact that Will will be shoving fairly wide there on about 12-ish blinds on the cutoff.
Yeah, I guess Will had paid a set of blinds and antes because he started with about 15 blinds. So off to these kind of races. Yeah.
Well, as King 8 of diamonds.
Who are you taking?
Taking an Ace 9. It's got the diamond blocker.
All right, King 8.
You got the King 8.
$1?
Huh? $1 sold. You want to get it in this bad? You want to lose 20 cents or whatever it is? Yes! I'm a rich man.
We got spades on the way. Queen of spades, maximum.
No, I want to see hole cards. Nothing against your boy Will. I just want to see some hole cards.
Fair enough. There it is.
Damn it, Asher.
6 of spades.
One time for the kid. I mean, I like Tim a lot though, so it's kind of.
Spade 2.
Yeah.
4 diamonds on the river. No help. So William will be eliminated in 10th place. Made a nice run in this tournament, but came into our final table as one of the short stacks and was not able to improve by winning his first major all-in.
He, as I said, is a great player. He cashed the 10K as well as cashed this. We actually had 3 people from this final table cash the 10K, clearly.
And there it is, 200,000 from Sam Soverall. Kate with ace-5 suited, right behind Sam.
An interesting spot for her. She has to think that Sam will be isolating Ben's limp pretty wide, hoping to play him in position.
But Ben also doesn't fold very much, so I think that takes the very worst hands out of Sam's range.
Sure.
And if she were to rip here, I don't think she necessarily has much fold equity when Sam goes to 200K and she has like a ball about $1 million.
Well, there she goes.
So, and she has only 800K, so she doesn't really have any fold equity here. I'm not really thrilled with this. Like,
I guess what I'm saying more is like if Sam looks at the 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, things of this nature, he's gonna want to isolate Ben and play in position versus what he thinks is a fairly defined inferior range because he's limping.
Yeah, and I guess my issue here is against the like optimistic parts of Sam's range, Kate is still flipping. Like when we're like, well, he could have 9-8 suited, it's like, yeah, you're flipping versus 9-8 suited. So I'm not a big fan of this play from Kate. It's easy to say when I'm staring Sam's queens in the face, but I think it's just a little bit ambitious when she can't realistically get a full pre-flop, so she's like just kind of forcing yourself into what's usually going to be a flip-ish or behind scenario.
Right. Unfortunate, and it also sucks that there is an ace out of the deck, but she will be looking for some diamonds or an ace.
I will say if everyone on this table, if I were going to make this play against them, Sam might be like number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like I would just think Sam, more than maybe anybody else on this table, would take advantage of Ben's limp.
That face is about the only face you can make when it comes Queen 10-7.
No, none of your suit. Yeah.
Yes. So. And we have a
8
good
on the
game
turn. We'll end this one. So Kate Hall, I believe will be our runner-up for Player of the Year, but will not take down that title. It's going to belong to Mike Sheriotti, who finishes in 9th place here. And I imagine we'll see seeing plenty of her on the World Poker Tour in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But today she is going to go home with $65,404 and another final table.
And another final table. I mean, her right away. I'm lost for words, honestly. I don't even really know what
Young is a classic feel player. He's like, I feel like I'm going to win this hand. Nope, this one feels wrong. I'm out.
He's a pure field player that has no idea when you're actually weak or strong.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I was going to say, Andre has to have it, not shoving.
Not shoving.
Yes.
Young just puts out infinite.
Oh! Get out! I feel like we're watching like a... I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Like
Andre's face is so priceless.
We're reacting like we're watching like I don't know, like a prize fight or something. Like it's amazing. Honestly, I'm
Tails
feeling
cracking up. Andre finds it mildly amusing.
I'm feeling Andre right here. I'm feeling it. Let's go, kid.
Get some diamonds on that.
Andre's going to approve.
We're finding a sweat for sure. There can't be no sweat.
Well,
backdoor straight draw for Andre.
Ish.
He's not dead or anything. Jack is definitely the card that we're rooting for.
9.
Nope, 5 of hearts, so now a queen and only a queen will save Andre.
Oh, the stand-up works like he's up to 8% for sure. Easy.
Ooh, face card, but no queen. Young holds up there. Gets a little shiver, but does eliminate Andre in 7th place. So his Hendon Mob will have a score on it now. And he played well at this final table and just ran like crap.
Did he just pick up a stack of chocolate, or did he actually go all in? That would be kind of interesting to know.
Shetty and
Shetty
the man.
Was really nice to Shetty was really nice to me. he took me to the Plum Lounge, which is the high roller lounge.
Love the Plum Lounge.
It's like a really nice place that has like buffet style food, and
it's the kind of place that makes you feel way more important than you actually are.
You just feel like a baller when you're in there. You got the like really nice TV, couch, table set up, and great food and drinks and stuff. And it definitely is a perk of being at the Shed Rock, as they call it.
Oh boy, so okay, here we go. So Sam shoves his 18.75 big blinds, and he will get called. We are going to see 5 cards here.
Gotta get action.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the action he wants, but
no. What is your thoughts here on Sam's play?
Like from a strictly shove chart perspective, it's going to be a plus EV shove.
Yeah.
But
announced a call of 1.875.
Okay, let's see. So he calls. He just flats. It's fine.
This is the problem: is that anytime you get called, that's the face you have to make.
Right. Exactly.
You're never gonna get called and be like, "Nice,
right? So
I got it against that."
It is
hand.
a lot of big blinds to shove. Like I know very good players who don't tend to shove anything like anything over 15.
Right.
You know, as like a policy.
Sam's looking for one of the 3 aces.
This is shorthanded also.
Yes.
So no one would ever fault. No one would ever fault Sam for the shove.
For sure.
But, you know, of course,
Oof.
I would always say Rhea's full slightly.
See the queen and you're upset, and then you remember, oh wait, I picked up an out. Things are better for me now. Yeah, I think you broke it down really well right there. I think that's how it goes. And no, Sam is out. So I know you guys have all been watching on that turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, look, if you see Matt's hand, he played it
right.
Gutted, you know?
Right. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that clearly that's a creative play, non-standard, and it happened to work out. So, you know, against a specific hand, like, not that he's playing that, but I don't know. I kind of like it against. He's putting Matt in tough spots, and like Tony said, he also gets to check behind the river a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, that's another added benefit to the play, like a showdown limit, hold 'em raise. You know, so, you know that hand it's a very complex hand actually. Like that hand deserves like quite a bit of analysis, I would guess.
Both these guys are absurd with the timing tells.
We've never seen Hyung bet no pair. Yeah. Never. Every time he raises and flops no pair, he checks, no matter what the situation.
Like snap bet.
I mean, well, yeah.
Man,
drills the ace.
It's easy.
Check, check.
8 ball.
Ace ball.
I just felt like he deserved an 8.
And more tell boxing from. Come on, guys, just pretend for a second.
0.5
True.
I mean, not to say that. I mean, obviously, we know this is a horrendous call, but I get it.
Oh,
I totally get it.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, but man.
I totally get it. I mean, for Hyung to check call here, and there's only 2 aces left in the deck. He never has anything but an ace, or you have the best hand.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get why he's calling, for sure. Obviously, it looks awful when you're watching.
Incredibly frustrating
for Ben.
Sequence for Ben.
I mean, it's one thing for the turn ace. That's just like a super annoying whatever. But then river ace also like takes.
Yeah. Hand against Hyung.
Yeah. And it's Hyung, and he bet over the pot.
Yeah.
I think I don't mind the call at all. I think he just called way too fast. He should have thought it through.
You know, if you incorporate the live tells, I do think you can find a fold because thus far Hyung has not acted quickly when he was bluffing or just uncertain of his hand.
I would talk to Hyung. I would do every. I mean, you might as well. Like, you have nothing but time.
Yeah.
Talk to the guy. See what he has to say. Ask him if he has it.
Ask him if he's willing to show. All these kind of things that can imply confidence from a player. So Tim opens pocket 3s. Hyung with a pair of 5s wants to get involved.
All calls 325. Ben folds the small blind, and Matt lets go of his big. Go heads up to the flop.
So heads up to this flop,
And it is a set for both players. This is ridiculous. Well, if they fast play it on this flop, the money will get in.
If Tim Riley has any, I don't know what the word is, like, if he has any built-up karma in his life, they'll turn to diamond without all the money already going in.
And Hyung did just call the flop.
Hyung has no idea.
Oh, no,
it's over. Hyung has no idea how badly he could have messed up if that wasn't the turn. I mean, this is an absolute disaster. God,
Hyung.
Timmy Slim Jim.
This is so bad, dude.
1 million.
I mean, and this is where Hyung will really, really mess somebody up. Yeah. He's betting pot on a turn of 8-8-5-3 with 5-5.
Tim might just I don't know how Tim's going to try and get value here. How do you think he tries to get it?
He calls. I think he calls and then checks river. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
The reason I say this is because, well, I guess actually,
check
raise, he might just check raise right here. Yeah, for sure. Hyung definitely has a bunch of 8s. I just think when Hyung has the 0% next to his name, we want to give him every chance we can, to.
But he hasn't shown himself to be that much of a bluffer so far.
All right.
Tim has called 1 million.
Okay. So far, you're the one that's correct in this hand. Only an 8 will keep Tim from getting stacked here.
River is a 9.
Nope.
Ugh.
Time to get stacked. That's pretty brutal.
Jesus.
Tim has a check.
Is he just going to go all in? No.
Pause bet.
Oh, my God.
Tim's
sick.
This is
he knows.
Brutal.
Like, he doesn't know. He calls, but he knows.
From Sim. Paul has shown 5s, full of 8s. Tim shows 3s, full of 8s.
3.5 million on the end.
Jesus
5 of hearts, 5 of clubs.
You got to feel for Tim. I mean,
that's brutal.
Not only is it brutal, first of all, the fact that he's still in the tournament is mind-boggling. Over there.
You see, and he's still not actually the short stack. Ventarsia has half a stack, so all the chips concentrated on Justin Young and Hyung Jae.
If you're Matt or Garrett, you are just stoked.
Yeah.
At what just happened. And to be clear, those guys all may like Tim, but they were all gravely rooting against Tim in that hand. They all were desperate for Tim to lose that hand. You want all the chips, not in the poker professionals' hands.
Young here with A7 suited.
Paul raises to 350,000. Both Ben and Matt fold.
Oh, here we go. Let's get him back, Timmy. Well, you see, Vance.
Yep.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction here.
This will take about 3 minutes before we get a decision. Maybe not. And I'll say this. Tim may be even more tilted if Hyung folds. This may just get him more tilted. Oh, he calls.
2 aces, ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Paul shows the ace of diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
All right, so we're going to the flop with Tim, a huge favorite to double up and be right back in at around 4 million.
We're off to the races, and like races if one person's 2 feet were tied together and the other person just got to run. That's roughly where we're at. Let's see.
Hyung is having one of those days, though, that makes me very worried for Tim.
Also makes me kind of worried for Hyung. Like, he's as lucky to be 6th as anyone else. Or he's as likely to be 6th as anyone else. He's just swinging left and right. No, that is an excellent flop.
Nice and safe for Tim.
Can't ask for better than that.
Okay, and that's it. Tim's going to double up.
So as bad as he feels, I mean, his bag is over 30 big blinds. He's chilling. Look, he's telling Israel, I got this.
Players, take your seats. Take your seats. Cell phone. down the ante now, playing 75 and 150. The 5K chips are gone. All right, Tony. Chip counts. Seminole has 9,475,000. Matt with 5,975,000. Ben has.
You need an abacus?
1.2. Tim, 3 million.
All right, guys, we are back here at the Seminole Hard Rock, still six-handed for our 3,500 main event. Asher is out. I am now joined by Stu Newman in the booth. Stu, thanks for coming in.
Glad to be aboard. Excited.
As you may have heard, we've had a pretty entertaining final table so far. And right now, we've got Pentarzia as a very short stack. Pretty much at risk anytime he chooses to get involved.
I think I saw he had 8 or 9 big blinds to start right now.
Justin Young is our chip leader, and everything's really going his way. Just made a really nice call down with the 4th pair, and was right on the river. Action over to Garrett now.
Tarzia is in the big blind?
Tarzia is in the big blind.
Interesting that you would open 8-6 on his big, because...
Yeah, well, Tarzia flatted a king-jack suited when he was on the short stack out of the small blind in a spot he should really be shoving, so I think Justin is aware of that and wants to attack him a little bit.
I guess he's just going to raise fold there.
So yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to raise fold. And I think that if you were raising into, a couple of pros in the blinds, he'd probably pass that one, but... raising into the 2 more recreational players on the table. And plus, with him just having the big stack, he's very apt to open up his game.
Of course.
So you did pretty well in this event. You told me you made it to day 3, right?
I did make day 3 of this event. Actually, as it turns out, I played late on day 2 with 2 of the 6 remaining players.
All right.
Justin was at my table for probably the last hour or 2 that I played, along with Garrett. Greer. So played the last 2 hours of day 2, which at that point was there's around 75 or so left at the end of day 2, and played a couple hours with both of those players. I played a lot of poker with Justin over the course of the last 10 years. Not so much with Garrett, but both are good players for sure.
Now Ben all in here with Ace Jack. On the small blind. Blinds are 75K, 150K. He's all in for $1 million. Matt has a 6-5 suited.
I'm not really sure why he's asking for a count. I don't think he's really ever going to call the 5-6 off.
He's suited.
I know, but Matt's a good professional player. I just don't think he's going to want to gamble 6 high.
If he's getting 2 to 1, I think he'll call. This is fairly close to 2 to 1, so I think right around that number he would make the call.
How many in his stack is?
Ben?
Or Matt.
Matt maybe started this hand with around 4 million, so a little under 30 blinds, if I'm seeing his stack correctly.
I heard a little too much, I think. I don't think I would be 5-6, might be a little.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that Ben is probably shoving quite as wide as other people.
You're right about that. So that's why I think Matt kind of wanted to see, wait, how much exactly is that? And if it was like a really easy pot odds call, he'd go for it, but otherwise he does fold there and gets out of the way.
Toronto, Canada.
So 2 short stacks on the table right now in the form of Tim Riley and Ben Tarzia. Everyone else pretty healthy, but as I mentioned, our blinds are up between 75 and 150 with a 25K.
Yeah, so this is a level where the aggression should be a little bit higher because the ante is 1/6 the big blind. It's a little bit of a bigger ante situation. So I think you should see pre-flop aggression be a little higher as a result.
All right. So Justin opens. Garrett wakes up behind him with Ace Jack suited.
This is Garrett. So Garrett has 2. He's actually 3 of 6, even though he doesn't have a lot of chips, right?
I believe you're right.
This is a close spot for him. I assume he would probably shove this spot, but it's not exciting for him.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how many chips he has. It looks like it should be a shove. Yeah, and he's going for it.
But being 3 of 6, it's not a... Well, he's 2.8 million.
Yeah. So he's under 20 blinds, and so that leads him to shoving. Young probably will not call, but he always
He
likes
doesn't
to
like
get
to fold
over.
pairs too much, I bet.
He really doesn't like to fold pairs.
It's hard to make. Oh.
Ooh, Tim was like, I really wanted to do that, but he can't now. And Justin will not posture here. He reacts pretty quickly. He goes out.
Yeah, Tim can't be. Garrett's shoving a pretty tight range there. I don't think he can really do much. But it's frustrating.
The real question is, what does Tim do if he finds ace queen under there?
I don't know. I think he'd be still tanking for a few more minutes.
Tanking for a while.
Justin sports a very similar hair color to myself. He has a little bit of the premature gray going, so I have to appreciate that.
Okay.
As someone who's afflicted with the same situation.
It's a good word, afflicted. We were discussing his hair color and the variety of Justin's hair color before, because between his mustache, beard, and hair, it's all different age groups in there.
Well, he actually has less gray hair than I do. The only benefit is I have lighter colored hair, so it's not so obvious that a high percentage of it is gray. In his case, being darker, it's really more flagrant. But I promise you, I have more.
Action folds around his Tim in the small blind. He's got ace 10, so he wants
is
to play for
playing
more. Maybe all.
Was he playing 20 blinds, the rough?
Ballpark.
He limped.
Complete. I think with Ben being so short, I don't really like the complete. I don't think Tim wants to play for a bunch of chips here.
He might be going for a limp shove.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Limp shoving is perfect. But if you think that you limp and Justin shoves, it's not really ideal. You'll call, but you don't necessarily want to risk elimination with Ben so short. But this is going to work out perfect for Tim.
Yeah, I think a limp shove is a really nice play here. Ace 10 off also plays pretty tough out of it's the best hand a really high percentage of the time, but it's not a particularly easy hand to play out of position.
This
and
is
he limp
surprising.
called.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see this. I thought if he was limping, it was for the purposes of limp shoving.
Me too.
Good flop.
And unfortunately for Tim, Justin flops top pair here. And it's one of those unfortunate situations where he won't get to realize his equity. If he, limp shoved, Justin would never call, but if he had called with something that makes top pair of queens here, then Tim would at least have the redraw. Instead, he's going to have to give up.
I wouldn't be stunned if he check called this flop, but
Might, but if he had more chips, I would expect him to at his current chip stack. I'm less certain.
Interesting. I would have. If you're limping ace 10, I would have sent a pre. This is an awkward situation now.
Yeah. He also doesn't have a spade, which is problematic.
Prediction correct.
Yeah. Yep. You're right about this one, Stu. I don't know.
So what is he doing if it turns to 4 of hearts and Justin goes all in? He's just gonna fold and.
Oh man.
There's a good.
That's the one to hit. Do you think he leads?
I don't think there would be a lot of purpose in that.
Justin checks behind. And does not river a spade, a 9, or a queen, and so Tim is going to win this pot. One more check. Justin checks behind, realizes it's very hard to get value from a worse hand.
Actually, I think the mistake that I think Tim just made in this hand was not leading the river. The reason being is that Justin cannot raise him on the river with any hand that he would check the turn with.
Yeah.
So, but we'll probably call a queen off because Tim would not be perceived to have any aces in his range.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He certainly shouldn't, right?
So I think he should be betting that river because even if he's sometimes betting in, a lot of times one of Justin will have an ace that he bluff the flop with and then check the turn back. So then he's chopping with those aces for the most part, unless it's ace king. Even if it's ace king, he's not going to get raised on that run out. So I think it's a good time for him to be betting his exact hand. Because if he leads the river, he's going to get called by chops, by queens, and by maybe even by jacks. So
and when the board pairs in the end, you don't expect Justin to bet as frequently either.
No, and in a spot where he's not folding to a bet, I'd rather be the better where he can get called by worse hand. And he let him check back a queen where he would have got called if he bet.
I'm still surprised he just limp called 3 flop though.
That hand was played differently than I would do on most streets, but oh well.
So action folds around to what happened here? That all happened very quickly. So a
Must
hand happened so fast. Maybe somebody got walked.
So while we're in a little delay, the first time I played poker with Tony Dunst was when? Do you know what I'm talking? When it happened?
It was a long time ago. First of all,
It was actually a significant poker event in both of our lives at the time.
And I want to say maybe it was at the World Series of Poker.
Correct.
And maybe it was even in the main event.
Not correct.
Not correct. Was it? It was which one? What was it? Now I don't remember anymore.
We were at the same WSOP final table.
I only won the 3K.
Yes.
Yes. How'd you finish there?
I
know
got
who won.
Yes,
Yeah.
the winner
Yeah.
busted me in
Okay.
6th place.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have Young opening under the gun, and he
Ben
limped.
all in. That's right, and then and we played together on the playdown day as well, maybe.
Yes.
I want to say so.
We did not know each other really at
Yeah,
that point, but that was the first time I played poker with you.
2008.
Is that amazing? 8 years ago. Okay, we have an all-in and a call. I believe that Young limped and then called, but obviously he's not folding eights for Ben stack, and Ben made a standard shove with ace 10 of hearts.
So Ben at risk here.
Ben the all-in player. We'll see the flop. The flop is
9-9 deuce flop. No real help for Ben. He could go running, Jack and win this pot, but otherwise he needs an ace of 10 or running hearts.
There's your first jack.
There's your first jack, so there are outs. 9 outs going to the river for Ben.
Is a 4.
And it's a 4.
As soon as I come in, there's a bust.
Yeah.
What'd you accept?
Put the jinx on them.
Well, but it's I think Ben has been short for a long time, so he did a pretty good job staving off elimination.
All I can remember from our final table, I remember a couple of the hands I played and everything, but what I really remember was the guy who won, whose name is evading me right now.
John Fan.
John Fan was the ultimate tanker and among the ultimate anglers.
Correct.
Yeah.
I am not.
All-time
we're on a live
tanker.
stream, and I am an ambassador.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest and say I'm not a big John Fan fan.
No, neither am I. He seems like a.
There's the John Fan fan. There's that's fun. But
Yeah.
he's not. He was doing tanking before it was cool.
Right.
Like I said, I guess if you want to call him a pioneer
And
for
just
that.
excessive amount of tanking.
I asked one time, if you probably don't remember this, but one time, and I was really quiet and never said much at this time, 2008. I was new to mainstream poker.
Yeah.
And finally, at the final table, I said, John, sometimes you have to just have 8 deuce off in the big and no decision.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I specifically said you have to have 8 deuce off in the big and not have a decision, so we just can't always waste our time.
Did he maybe spike tank more after that?
Yes.
Yes, I knew it. God, that guy's the worst.
And what he said to me is like, it helps me play well to take the same amount with every.
He's in the Champions Club?
Yes. You don't remember, I lost his big all-in to him later after you busted. He went on to get card player of the year that year, and I had to look at his face on the cover.
That's so painful.
Oh, so we have right away. Tim has a pair of 7s. He's now.
He's raised it up. Justin looks like he has called behind with King 10 suited. Now with Garrett.
Jack 6 and then the muck. We'll go back to our John Fan story because that's fun. It's fun.
It's great that he's not here to defend himself. We can just.
I had an interesting side bet with Chance Gordon to bet with.
Okay.
Relating to that, that will be fun.
All right, Hyung here. Going to call with Jack 8 suited, so 3 ways to flop everyone with something good.
Okay. Here we go.
And it's King, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. Great looking flop for Justin here, who has top pair, open-ended, and backdoor flush draw. Tim shouldn't lose any more chips into this pot. We'll check. Justin, and we'll check behind.
Interesting check behind from him.
Yeah.
I think I'd be betting there normally.
He checks a fair bit in position, and he particularly seems to like checking in spots where you think maybe Hyung will take a stab at it. I don't think Hyung will here, but he has really surprised me every time I've tried to predict what his play will be.
Not a bad check. I just think my standard would be to bet.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty good flop for his hand, especially when people check to you. I'm sure he's going to bet this card in case someone made an ace.
Justin bets 425.
This should end the hand. It's a bet of 425. Yes, it will. Well, Hyung likes to posture and touch chips and then eventually fold. So I'm going to assume that that's what happens here.
Can't just imagine him finding a call with Jack 8 on that board. Unless he decides he wants to bluff it. This is the bit.
This is such a posture.
Yeah, that I
That's
have
such
a lot of
a
experience
posture.
playing with players similar to him, and the grab of all the chips is never an all in. It's always just a fold.
Yeah,
But that was
so-
it's fun. It's fun.
So tell us more about John Fan, please.
Well, after I asked him, like, don't you have 8 deuce sometimes? He said to me, it helps me to take the same amount of time with every decision.
Okay.
And I said, oh, well, I guess that. I understand
Right.
that. But, like, when you have no decision, which I think a lot of situations there are really no decisions.
Correct.
Then I don't really think then it's not really a fair comment. Because I think, poker, if you want to take the same amount of time every poker decision, fine. But there are a lot of times where there's no decisions, and then 1 second is perfectly fine for this. And and at a final table, when you're playing 20 big blind, 30 big blind average stack, taking 2 minutes every hand affects everyone.
Very much, yeah.
So it was very tilting. And he's not a fun, he's just not a guy, it's hard a guy to root for.
Very, yeah. I seem to recall, if not some angles in that tournament, hearing a lot about his angling at that time.
Yes.
So
My bust hand was very
What's
fun.
that? I hope he does too. I bet there's no chance he's good at poker
Well,
anymore.
not likely because of the prop bet that I just lost to Chance Corner earlier today.
Okay, which was what?
We made a bet because I said I was coming on here, and I said it came up that we played this. I told the story that we played the final table together in 2008, and I said we made a bet on like the aggregate amount of money that John Fan has cashed for in 2016 and 15 on a combined basis, and the over/under was set at 20K. I took over, he took under, and it was $1,900.
1,900. Yeah.
So I don't know if he's going to be too big. He may not have the tournament champions behind at the moment. That being said, we're giving him too hard of a time, but
maybe
he was.
I don't know. I'm gonna enjoy my
really,
Schadenfreude for a minute here.
He was he was not.
There was nothing to like. There was no redeeming qualities.
I can still remember the 2 words he told me when I lost a big bust hand to get 6. And the 2 words he told me, I can still hear him audibly and picture when he said it. Sorry, bruh. B-R-A-H.
Okay, that's a little redeeming.
Well, I'll tell you the bust hand because it was actually really funny. Not so much the hand is not interesting, but there was very, very funny. Keep in mind that that was my first time in any sort of significant final table of any kind, 2008.
Yeah.
So I was just new to everything. I had played online in like a few live tournaments here in Florida. That was it.
And Tim wants to Justin takes the blind to the Andes.
Justin's opening wide as a chip leader, but
takes it down with Jack 9 suited.
I guess he may not be chip leader, maybe second.
He
but
is.
Still,
He
he
definitely is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So with 6 left, John Fan opens the cutoff, folds to me in the big blind, and I have king queen offsuit with about 20 bigs, and I jam, which in 2008 is a bluff, right?
Definitely.
It is. So he tanked he tanks a long time with every decision. He tanked this spot for maybe 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay.
I can still remember myself nervously hoping he folded.
Right.
Because in my mind there was no possible way that worst hand would call.
Called the worst hand, yeah.
Yeah. So he tanked 5 or 6 minutes to call with king jack.
Okay.
So I had the range of emotions of like devastation when he called because I thought there was
and
like
elation
a dead.
when you see his hand.
Elation when I saw his hand, and then immediately a jack on the flop. So I only had like 10 seconds. Actually, the main emotion I had during the time in which after he called and I saw his hand was confusion because I didn't understand how anyone would call king jack.
Yeah.
Didn't even seem possible.
Which in 2008 was not a good idea.
I was a nitpick and I was bluffing.
Everyone was.
Yeah.
Everyone was. So that's why it was not a good idea.
But he went on to win.
That call. So
that was the end of my. Now I have not been back to a WSOP final table since. So
you and me both, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are hard to make. The events are huge, and you're 10-handed, and your chip stack's pretty short, so you really don't have room for things to go wrong at the World Series and the prelim events. The main event you certainly do, but in the prelims, meanwhile.
So Matt gets a nice 3-bet through with H7 offsuit. I like the play.
Yep, comes after Hyung.
Interesting note that Hyung limped 8s in the hands, but then opened 6-3 of clubs. So he's
a field player. We've been discussing this today. That very much his hearts don't matter so much as the way he feels in that moment or feels about his opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a great hand earlier where there was a crazy amount of action, and then it came back to Hyung with ace 10, and he tanked forever before folding, and then he would have drilled it on kings and queens, and you could tell that he felt like he was supposed to call that time.
I heard about that. I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
Man,
That was Justin got a big amount of chips. He had kings
Yes.
against the queens, right? Against gentleman's already out.
But here, Young opens to 350 with pocket jacks. Matt 3-bet him last hand. This time it looks like he wants to flat ace-10, so he makes the call.
So Matt might have picked up a nice read because he 3-bet ace-7 off last hand. In this hand, he chooses to flat ace-10. Granted, ace-10's a bit better hand, but Matt might have picked up something because he's making two good decisions in a row.
And we've been talking about the fact that Young is fairly transparent with his tells, especially his timing. He's very, very transparent with his timing. When he's confident, he acts quickly. When he's uncertain, he delays. Meanwhile, Tim Riley on the button has woken up with pocket sevens and is about to get in a world of hurt here.
He is going to be all in versus Young right away.
Basically all in already. Committed most of his stack.
I don't think it's a bad shove either, because I think that Matt is probably not trapping as a flatter.
Not after flat or 3-betting the previous hand, especially not.
Especially not. Yeah. And I don't think Young's the guy he needs to bother to trap, so he probably is going to 3-bet his value hands.
Exactly.
So
good shove by Tim. It's just not going to work out for him.
And Young opens wide enough where this is fine. Just turns out. I wonder if he flats sevens if Matt folds too. So again, it might be maybe possible, but now he just kind of gets stuck in a spot he has to take.
And Matt will get away. So it looks like Tim has maybe a $500,000 behind.
Oh, so he just flatted it.
Yeah, he flatted it. They'll go in a second.
Oh boy,
That's not the flop either of them wanted, but I don't think anyone's gonna fold.
Check, check.
Now Tim must be wondering, like, maybe I should rip in case he has ace-jack or ace-10.
All in and call.
Yeah, I don't really blame Tim for doing that. He thought, maybe I might be in the front right now. He might even fold.
But he didn't even think of folding.
Yeah, he didn't even think of folding.
I would have checked. I think if I'm 10 there, I would think of Showdown is fine. It's a really weird spot.
It's a very weird. It's not a spot we're used to analyzing. That's for sure. 9 on the river. No help for Tim Riley. He is going to be eliminated in 5th place. So kind of a roller coaster final table for Tim here, but unfortunately runs his sevens into the pocket jacks of Young in the end, who's gonna be right about up there with Justin and our chip lead. So very close.
Actually, that turn spot is very tough.
Very weird.
He had $1 million chips left in there. Were 8 million in the middle.
Yeah.
So
our chip count's going into 4-handed there, just under 14 million for Hyung Chae, Matt Haugen with 5.6, Justin Young also just under 14 million, and Garrett Greer bringing up the rear with 3.3 million.
So you have 2 haves, 2 have-nots effectively now, but the stacks are still deep enough where no one's in desperation shove mode at all.
Nope.
Garrett obviously has shown he knows how to grind a short stack well. As an aside, Garrett doubled through me towards the end of day 2.
Garrett's like the MVP of this final table. I mean, he was short when we were 10-handed. He's been short the entire time.
He was short when we were 75-handed when I doubled him.
So the guys folded his way to like 200K, making good decisions, prudent decisions.
I think that, by the way, I think if in that spot, if Tim checks the turn,
check river.
Check river, and he still has $1 million chips, which is pretty valuable.
Well, Garrett should be all in a moment here. And there we go.
All in.
Young
has a hat tossing hand.
And like I said, Young a little bit transparent about.
He has a hat tossing hand.
He has a 5-3-0.
I
don't understand.
It is a 6 spot for him.
Well, now he's sending off some fake tells for maybe he hadn't even looked yet.
If it comes 6-4 deuce, he'll definitely get him.
Yeah.
No problem.
Good entertainment value with the 5-3 offsuit.
Young has been great entertainment value. I'm rooting for the guy.
When he's got the money in, it's been good spots.
Yes.
To be fair to him. A little bit of erratic stuff here and there, but overall, when the money's gone in, he's had good equity or been ahead. So. smile out of it. You don't see a smile out of Matt Haugen very
Not
often.
many. We've seen a couple today, but not many.
I played an entire day one of a main event a couple of years ago with Matt Haugen, the World Series main event.
Yep.
And I'm positive he did not smile once.
I believe that.
He played exceptionally well. He's a good player, but not a smiler. And he seemed very unhappy all day. And I think it's just kind of how he looks. He's probably not really unhappy.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a grumpy person, but he looks like a grumpy person.
Yeah. Somehow 5 high came up. That somehow Young revealed from the audio, revealed that he had a 5 high that hand.
Justin out here.
So now the players are aware of the fact that he just Hollywooded 5-3 offsuit small.
I wonder if he like Hollywooded and then checked his hand. Like I don't know. Nothing really makes sense from that whole sequence of events. All right, Garrett raising up pocket tens.
Has
Young
a premium on the button.
Snap calling, ace jack suited, and
wow,
a spot
very
where
interesting.
Almost everyone else 3 bets and gets Garrett all in, but Young, I don't know. I don't know, Stu.
Well, he's suited. He wants to see if he can flop a flush draw.
And he gets a good looking flop there. Jack 9-3, 2 clubs.
Garrett again is avoided elimination basically by the play.
Yep.
Unless it runs club 10 or something. He's going to be c-betting this flop too.
Yeah, it seems close between c-betting and checking.
Garrett bets 300.
And Young snap check raises him. And again, with the timing tell, when he's strong, he acts very quickly. And I wonder whether Garrett pick up on that.
This is a really tough spot with tens. One of the downsides to betting is if you get raised, you're sometimes getting folded off. You're folding the best hand if you let
That's
it go.
why I thought he might check behind on that stack size.
Especially, I like checking behind, even like against a player like Young a lot.
Because we don't know what he's doing. We just don't know.
Because you and I can assign pretty accurate range. When someone checks behind, they always have like a medium strength value hand for the most part.
Young doesn't see it quite the same.
Right. So we know, like, if I check behind the button after raising and you're in the small blind, you're aware, like, okay, Stu has a showdown hand, but it's not a really big hand.
Yes.
You can. So then I'm not going to necessarily check behind as much because you're going to. I don't want you to be aware of that. But against Young, where he doesn't really thinking about it that way, you can check behind like one, and then eventually bluff catch effectively, or even get him to value bet a 9 or whatever else. It allows. I think it allows you more options. So I think I would check versus that specific opponent as well. Where I would be betting versus most of the world.
Yes, I agree. And particularly when you have the 10 of clubs,
yes.
It's an easier check. But credit to Garrett, gets away facing the check raise. Young.
He immediately folded.
Folded. Young missed an opportunity pre-flop to get Garrett in and at risk. I mean, technically Garrett would have gotten it in front, but you get into ranges and all that.
He would have. Garrett would be in 4th place finisher.
Yeah.
More than likely, if that.
He didn't run a run or something.
If Young had played that hand the way 90% of Americans.
Suited here. I guess he's on a really awkward stack size.
Garrett's pretty snug from my experience. But that'd be a bad open spot. They're playing 4-handed. He's not going to necessarily just be able to wait for premiums.
Yeah. Young take folds 5-3-0. Matt in the small blind has 10-8.
Didn't complete.
And walks. Whoa, walks Justin. Huh. 10-8 seems like a complete hand.
Yeah.
Matt just like, screw it. I'm just going to play 100% of pots against Young. Like, I'm just going to fold.
He does sitting to his direct left. Not a bad spot.
Yeah. But yeah, I would always complete 10-8 there.
Yeah, he's not playing that shallow, so I don't know. Confused by that one.
And if there were a really short stack on the table, maybe I could see it to just avoid the risk of playing a big pot. But Garrett's not that short or anything. He's got like 2.5 million.
I don't think Justin is incredibly aggressive pre-flop either, so he's not going to option him as often as other opponents. So I think you could limp more 10-8 without getting exploited too much.
This time Matt's going to open the button with King 5 suited.
Justin has a cash game background.
Yes.
I mean, he's played a lot of tournaments, but he has a cash game background where I think he opts to less amount of pre-flop aggression than maybe the average player.
And I would like to see Garrett go for it here too, facing a button raise sub 20 bigs. I would assume he shoves here.
Yeah, but
Yep, there we go. Good play by Garrett.
Yeah, I would think 20. Yeah, he had 3.175.
21 blinds.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
25 or more, I might just defend.
Yeah,
Probably
agree
about the inflection point.
Right about the inflection point.
Because then you're just only going to get called by better hands, and you can flop a flush draw and other things. But no, I think shoving is. Also, as 4-4, like you can't be quite as risk averse at this point. You can, so.
Yeah, you might as well whip it in there in those close spots between calling and shoving.
So did you find any cashes at the SHRPO yourself?
No, I've gone 0 for 2. I'm going to play the 15K on Friday.
Ah, I forget you're a champion.
I'm a champion. One of the smallest WPTs of all time, but still a champion.
Champion is champion. I haven't even made a final table, and I think you have more than one, so I don't want to hear anything about.
You won a WPT regional. Oh, okay.
Wow.
You got some secret wins going on here.
Someone did some research.
Oh.
I mean, that's deep into the
That's why
archives.
Jess is here. Yeah.
Deep into the archives to find that WPT regional win.
All right, Matt has gone to 375. Justin is called in position with Jack 9 of hearts.
2 hearts on the flop would be fun.
Yes, it would.
For one opponent.
Heads up to the flop. The flop is ace.
Wow.
It's also a little bit of an action flop for these two particular holdings.
I would not expect Justin to fold to 1, but probably eventually can be blown off that hand, but not
Both players
easily.
check. 10 of hearts on the turn.
I don't like Matt's check much on the flop.
Me either.
He is c-betting all of his air on ace, 9, 2 clubs.
All of it. You have to bet the aces too.
So when you make 3 aces, and also Justin has no big aces, so you like, even if he has ace 7, he's not gonna get raised and have to worry about having to stack off ace deuce, which so 100% a bet. The check actually tells Justin he had a showdown hand.
Yep, exactly. Like Justin's more worried he's losing to like pocket jacks on this turn than an ace, but he's still worried all the same, and I don't expect him to call any more bets here.
This is a bad river card for Matt to get action also.
For
'cause
sure.
If he might sometimes check a flush draw on the flop, and so then
1.2 million.
Justin can't be one single hand. Now, the reason, which is back to the point of why he could beat a lot of hands if Matt had bet the flop.
Right, if he'd gone bet, check, bet.
But this check, bet is just never, there's not enough bluffs in there to get Justin to call a 9. And that's why I should go back to the fact that we should be betting the flop.
I agree.
If he has king, queen offsuit, he's betting. If he has queen, 10 offsuit, whatever, an air ball on the flop is 100% betting ace, 8, 9. So I don't like for a good player like Justin to get buried in area range that quickly on the flop. He's considering calling anyway, but because he's probably confused by the line. But I just can't imagine that. See, I just can't imagine. He just can't find a bluff that would play the hand that way.
Take that line. He's like, oh yeah, all the bluffs is bet flop. In
Yeah.
his hand.
So it's just a flush, an ace, or a pocket pair, probably higher than 9s. So then, or a random 10-y turn because he bet the turn. So then, it's just nothing for him to beat.
Either way, Matt will drag that pot. Ships up
It's
a
funny
little
to
bit.
watch these poker tournaments, and I'm guilty of the same, wearing a fleece as well because it's so cold and where we.
It is cold.
He's wearing. We're in Florida. It's 85 degrees out. And he's wearing a Patagonia jacket.
Yes, we had a lot of discussion about his jacket before.
But to be fair, the temperature that's in these rooms, he's wearing appropriate clothing to some degree. But it is a little bit funny that we're in a very, very warm climate, and he's wearing a Patagonia ski jacket.
Indoors.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Justin going to 325 with ace king here. Garrett behind him with jack 3 suited. Not going to get involved. Over to Hyung.
Okay. He's looked at his cards, I assume. Interesting to see if Hyung will play the app to be aggressive and get into big pots with the other, with Justin as the other big stack. I never got to see Hyung's cards. What approach he would take relative to like engaging with Justin, the other big stack, or not, or being kind of like. Because generally speaking, the policy would be to avoid confrontation with Justin, but not sure that Hyung will do that.
I don't think he's as concerned. I think he's here to win.
Right. So it could end up being a big pot between the two of them theoretically, where otherwise wouldn't.
Check on this 9-8-6 flop.
I would have liked to bet for Matt there in the turn. There's really
Yeah, Justin's never betting this turn for him.
no, and he doesn't have any 7s in his range. They bet the flop. I like this bluff from Justin, actually.
Yeah.
Might seem Justin probably figures he can't win on this run out, and I think it's a nice bluff.
And that Matt has a lot of one pair combinations.
Yes, and he can have 100% have a queen that would have checked down. And he get caught. Wow.
Wow. Matt being sticky. He's going to win this hand.
Interesting.
There's not a lot
I like
of
that
hands
bluff.
that Justin can be bluffing with, so.
I like that bluff. He could even be value betting a jack. So like that's interesting that he called that down.
One of those spots where he was right, but the call still seems pretty ambitious.
And I like Justin's bluff.
Yeah.
Oh well. I have the same situation come up all the time because I play in a poker room regularly when I go to play cash, where it's quite cold. They kind of over air condition the place.
Yep.
And I always think about when I walk out to my car to go play poker, I'm wearing an outfit that's really not commensurate with the weather outside. So I wonder if my neighbors are thinking, like, what is this guy wearing? This guy seems like an idiot. He's wearing like a jeans and a sweatshirt. It's 86 degrees out.
Action with Garrett. He's out.
I've thought about that quite a bit. Has to be concerning to them.
Matt with king queen in the small blind is going to complete against Justin.
Matt calls 150.
Justin with 9-4 suited.
Nobody opens the big.
Check.
No one opens the big blind, the small blind anymore. It's kind of like a.
It's all about limping in the small blind these days.
Whole range.
All right, and it is ace 10-9 on the flop, so bottom pair and a flush draw, backdoor flush draw for Justin, and a gut shot for Matt. Who checks? Check behind from Justin. 8 of spades on the turn. One more check for Matt.
I would have bet the flop from Matt. Gut shot.
So too, yeah.
Bets 200.
Now we just lost the hand for the most part, unless you want to check call, which I think I'm really liking on this point. But we did.
Okay.
Matt and I haven't agreed on a lot of streets so far, but he's he's an excellent player. He's just playing it slightly different than I would have approached a couple of hands.
Trips on the river for Justin. Also completes the backdoor flush draw.
See a value bet.
Yep. 550.
Justin bets 550.
To call this river, Matt would have to be assumed to be thinking that Justin's betting a Jack X bricked hand.
Yeah.
Because he checked the flop back, so he doesn't really have a bluff overall.
Right.
The only bluff you could have is like Jack 6 off of that. I mean, because the flush, if you bet a flush draw, you got there. So I think it'd be. I know he called a hand last time that I really would think he's up against almost no bluffs. This one would have to be again because Justin didn't bet the flop. The pot's not big. You'd have to give him exactly a Jack wheel card to call this river.
Yep. Matt gonna get stubborn, and this time it's no good.
Yeah, I don't like the way he played that one. They're just not. When the board pairs the river too, and it comes to spade, I just don't know if Justin's really choosing to bluff that spot that often. And like I said, the only real bluff he has is a random Jack X to decide to stab on the turn. Not quite enough, I don't think, to justify that one.
Back-to-back hands between Matt and Justin. They split the two, but kind of feel like Justin slightly got the better of it.
I like the way he played both. So how speaking of this series, how many times have you been to the Hard Rock for these series now?
2 to 3 times a year.
You come all the time now.
Yeah, pretty frequently.
Pretty enormous series. I mean, you gotta be
great this series. It was amazing.
Yeah, the turnouts even for like the 2K
10K.
PLO
Yeah.
last night.
How many
Versus
did that
80 people played 2K PLO.
Yeah.
Well after the main series is already over.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Versus almost $50,000. I mean, it's an amazing amount of turnout across the board. 1,200 people entered this $3,500 main event. That is and on
only one day.
A one-day turn that is a tremendous turnout.
So congratulations to the Hard Rock for putting on such an excellent series of tournaments. Really appreciate the way they are treating all of us at the World Poker Tour and the players as well. Meanwhile,
This series in April is becoming a major
stop on the tour.
Yeah,
Major
now
stop.
with like a lot of high quality events. Young opened things up, by the way, with the Queen 7 of Hearts. My guess, and I haven't watched a ton of the hands, but my guess, Young has an Asian background, likes suited hands. If I were to guess.
He, thus far, has been pretty apt to play all of them, and he likes to get to flops. We saw him with that ace-jack suited, right? He's not really, doesn't blast it pre-flop very much. See very, very few 3-bets out of him. I don't know if we've seen a 3-bet out of Young pre-flop. I'm not sure about that one. Which is kind of remarkable when you think about it.
Yeah.
Now behind the final table, you see a shot of the WPT Champions Cup, which bears the name of every WPT champion, and a list of players who are eligible for Friday.
Including Tony Dunst.
Tony Dunst, that's right.
Look for my name on there. You could be a long look.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what WPT regionals don't get?
Yeah.
The name on the trophy.
Okay.
I got some money.
I got some money though, and that's
and
pretty good,
apparently it's notoriety enough for Jess Wellman to dig into the archives. I actually, to be honest, until she brought it up, had forgotten that I won that.
Really? That's funny. Matt.
Okay, so Matt was an open ace. So Garrett has a reasonably good hand that you could think about shoving, but I'm not. Will be interesting to see what he chooses. Very disciplined
Very
fold.
disciplined so
I
far.
might have thought about sending that one.
Young quickly calls, so we go to this flop heads up. And it is Queen 7-6, 2 spades. Top pair, top kicker for Matt.
Don't see Young continuing too far along with this one. Nice flop for Matt.
That's 500,000.
Young gonna make a spade check and get out of the way.
He tossed a card at Matt as he folded. But I think it's all in playful fun. He seems like a really nice laid-back guy.
Seems very good-natured
Yeah.
so far at this final table. So
really good guy, and having fun with his final table experience, which is the way you should play it. If you're someone like him, you know, he's having fun with it. He's playing, you know, playing well versus the style that he likes to approach. And I think he's keeping things. He's obviously hard for the players to read. It's you know, to some degree. So easy for him to continue to have success.
Justin out with Queen 8 there. Over to Garrett.
Garrett had to win that coin flip against me 2 days ago. Well, actually, now it's been more than that. 2 poker days ago.
Yep. And big raise from Young here.
Suited hand.
Suited hand.
Ooh.
Matt with a pair of 8s.
How many blinds is Matt now playing?
That's the question, really, because if it's not, if it's 25, 30 or less, he's just going to rip it. But if it's more than that, he might just peel. And it looks like he's going to call. He's got 2 million in plaques there. Yeah, he's got somewhere around 30 blinds.
Yeah, too much to shove.
Certainly seems close. But Hyung has generally been strong when he sized things big. So if I were Matt, I'd be a little weirded out by the huge sizing from Hyung.
It'll be interesting to see how much Hyung has flopped absolutely nothing.
Yep.
So
he's going to go 550, and his sizing might just win the pot for him.
It's going to be really hard for 8 to continue off that board.
And a quick fold from Matt, and Hyung
bluffed him.
He's acting like, no, I didn't want you to fold. No, not that.
Feel like we mentioned that hand will eventually be seen by Matt Haugen. So he's going to realize you have the 10-6 eventually. You can keep the lie up for a few minutes. I like the defend from Matt there. He just, when he have it, the kind of advantage that he has over, like it just
the
seems.
position and everything. Why just?
Yeah, I don't really want to just put in 30 blinds and 8s and hope, you know.
Hope he doesn't have 9s plus, you know.
You know, it just, I would have called too, even though he got exploited by that hand, but sometimes that happens.
Garrett here, first
Garrett
act.
should be opening this hand.
Yes, he will.
Garrett announces a raise to 325,000.
Hyung, not out yet.
Going with his thinker pose. Might be seeing a first 3-bet.
No, we don't know his chips. Or excuse me, his cards yet.
Oh, he's going with a fold.
Nope. He does that a lot, where he like goes for the big chips, seems to think about raising, and then drops it.
I already got a text needle about my comment that Asians love suited hands, but it's not completely inaccurate. I know it might be a little bit of a, you know, I find that they like flush draws.
Okay.
But especially gentlemen like you, and I don't think he's somebody that's folded a lot of flush draws in his life.
I don't think so either. I think he's an optimist when it comes to flush draws.
He doesn't drive to the casino and think, I'm going to flop a flush draw and let it go.
Yep.
It's not what he thinks on the ride over.
Young here, first to act.
10-4 off.
Wait, no. Okay.
Seems like he's really amping up the.
He's cracked up Matt though. Like Matt is so stoic all of the time, and he's losing it today from Young. Okay, call here from Justin the small.
Limp.
King 5. Garrett will check in the big blind.
I think actually I would like a raise fold out of King 5 from the small against a player like Garrett.
I think that's fine, and Garrett has been pretty tight so far. And so Justin's just going to
That's a
stab
good
at this
bet.
and take it down.
That's because he has the best hand enough, and not much you can do.
And it doesn't play that well post flop or anything, and you've got a blocker to Garrett having a really good hand. So
I like a raise fold out of King 5 off specifically there. Because
maybe
you can
like
comfortably
King
raise
Deuce to King 5 or something. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't play well, and Garrett's not going to exploit you by reshoving light. And, you know, picking it up is nice. But I think, you know, like we mentioned, I actually have played my first times playing live cash. I was going to the Bellagio days a long time ago. Back at the time, Florida did not have live cash games, not traditional ones with real buy-ins.
Right.
And Justin was a regular in 5, 10, 10, 20, and
That's
a big
right.
one of the big winners at that time.
Yeah.
All that time ago. So very solid bet, but he has a cash background. So I don't think you'll see quite as much pre-flop aggression with people that have a cash background. That's generally they lean more.
Oh, Young.
Oh.
Someone must have heard us out there.
He's like,
Going
Tony
for
Dunst in the booth said I have not 3-bet all day.
Yeah, I've got the image here.
But he hasn't, to be fair, he might not have woken up with Queen 6 off in the small blind all day.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately for him, Justin has a flatting and going to the flop hand here. But a bunch of the time, this would just work. You know, Justin's opening everything on the button. And then one time Young decides to fight back, Justin has a real hand.
Justin's under the gun, I believe, this hand. Oh, he's the button.
No,
okay.
he's there. He's going to the flop, trust me.
Yes.
Cash player is not folding this hand.
No, of course not. The 3-bet is big, by the way.
Big, yeah. And yeah, the irony is this is going to work a very high percentage of the time from Young, but he ran into a hand here. But if, you know, you just get a bricky board and he fires at it, or if he just flops
the
pair,
best hand,
he's very good. What I'd like to see Young do is bet small here. He's been very erratic with his sizing, and I think he just bet big like he's bluffing. And that's gonna win it for him. I think he bet like 1.5 million or something. There you see. I think he only needs to bet half of that or something in order to really decide the pot, and Justin folds. So a little bit of pre-flop aggression ends up working out for Hyung, who's continuing to keep us entertained.
Strange that he did not 3-bet all day and then chose the Queen 6 off.
Did he show it?
Did he?
Did he show? Oh, you said show.
No, Queen choose that as his hand.
Okay.
Like,
This
Queen
is
6
the
off
one.
out of the small. That's
Yeah.
the spot I've been, you know. But hey, look, to be
waiting
fair,
for this all day.
he won a lot more chips in that pot than I would have won with that hand.
Yeah,
I would have
that's right.
folded pre, and he won 1.1 million in chips. So hey, give him credit.
There you see our payouts, 669 to the winner, plus.
I don't think it's why he 3-betted, but his 3-bet should get more credibility because of how frequently he did it.
Yeah.
He has done it.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't believe that's why he did it. I think he just did it because he just chose
He
to
felt
do
like it.
Yeah. But
Justin here, raising up a jack 10 to 3.25. Garrett is out. Young inquiring as to the bet.
Garrett just folded the Young. The Queen 6 off.
Young.
The chip touching has usually been a fold, right?
Yeah, that's the fold symbol.
Yeah.
The I'm gonna raise is the fold. If he's gonna raise, he does it very quickly.
It is. Now I'm looking at this on the live stream. His mustache is different color.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost got a reddish hue to it.
Yeah.
The beard in the center is like brown, but around the edges is gray, and then the hair is kaleidoscope.
Join the winner of this one and the tournament champions this weekend.
Gray is, the word we like to go with as gray hair is distinguished.
Distinguished. His beard is distinguished.
Yes.
And
that's. I think that's a better word for it.
Don't worry, I'll be there soon. My dad is very distinguished, so I will be right there with you.
Yeah, but you're a young guy, still, prime of your life, very good looking guy,
But I'm gonna be
old married people, and
yeah.
Justin is married like myself.
Yep.
Don't give us too hard a time.
Okay. Here we have young
Limp. Limp the button with.
Limp the button, yeah.
He's gonna limp raise it.
Is he?
Full announces all in.
Yes, he went all in. I love it. Yes, get him.
Wow. The limp raise, and it turned. That's a strange play with ace 10
so
specifically.
Vicious.
But it really smashed again.
Smashed him.
I was confused by the limp, but he was just inducing.
Yeah.
That's all he was doing.
10 minutes left in the
Matt is. His head is spinning. He's like, what am I supposed to do against this?
Matt is also steaming because he raised a hand that he would really like to have gone to the flop with, queen jack suited.
Yeah. He's like,
and he just got sent right away. He just sent him. He showed him the door with the queen jack of clubs.
Somebody passed Hyung a note that says the commentators mentioned that you've never raised pre-flop. He's like, oh, I see. Like, okay then.
He just showed him the door with the ace 10. And I think if he opens the button, Matt would have defended that hand against this specific opponent. So, ended up working out perfectly.
All right.
Suited hand
deuce.
Will be played. Oh
man.
Doesn't like the king 2 suited. I was surprised by that. Matt's finding the 10-6 of diamonds though.
Matt raises the button to $400.
Matt has been using big sizing on his pre-flop raises. Typically we've been pretty cool with it, but this is one of those spots where I think it would really pay to cut down his sizing because he and Garrett are the two short stacks. They're really playing push fold against each other, and I don't think he needs to go to 400,000 there.
No, I'd agree 100%.
Yeah.
And because he's calling this, he's raising he's calling the same range if he makes it 350 or 400.
Yeah.
So to save the 50,000 chips when you're not calling anyway. Garrett has not been a huge defender out of the big, so like if you're trying to be avoiding being defended by making it a little bigger, I don't think it's really changing that range much either. So I think risking less to win the same amount would be correct.
Now, Stu, I'll ask you what I've asked many people that have come in the booth today. Do you have a bet on the big fight tomorrow, JC versus Olivier?
I do not. I know there's huge action from a good friend of mine, Jason Mercier, but I personally have not wagered on it. I guess I just don't have a strong enough opinion.
I don't either. My only opinion is the fact that the market has moved towards Liv, and in my opinion, probably a little too much because markets tend to overcorrect on a small amount of information. But like, as far as the fight is concerned, I have no idea. And Liv is such an intense, smart and huge guy right now that I don't know. And he gets 20 pounds in the fight. I just don't know. I don't know. Well, Justin here going to try and take advantage of Matt. 3-bets him up to 900,000, but I believe that on Matt's current chip stack, he's probably going to rip pocket eights when it comes back to him.
It's one of those spots where I think he has to, but he's not excited about it.
He's not excited about it, but he knows that Justin, of all people, is the most apt to come after him pre-flop with a non-premium hand.
Well, yet one of the how many blinds does Matt have?
Under 30. So
as for those that are watching this and thinking about the spot, why is he 3-betting queen 5? The stacks are the easiest attack. The one you should be 3-bet bluffing the most in tournaments are stacks around 20 to 30 big blinds. You can 3-bet a 20 to 25 big blind stack, reasonably small, and basically put them to the test for their whole stack. They're great stack sizes to attack.
That's
as
exactly
a bluff.
right.
Because they can't really peel your 3-bet. They can really only go all in or fold. And most of the time, the hands you go raise are not good enough to go all in with, so you can just attack them very profitably as bluffs, which is what Queen. Now, Young, who open folded the King Deuce of Clubs, which is a better hand than the Jack 5 of Diamonds, is tanking.
Tanking facing the 3-bet, and is now tanked for so long that
I would have raised up the King Deuce of Clubs, and I would not be tanking the Jack 5 of Diamonds. But Young is sitting here four-handed with the chip lead, and I'm on the live stream. So
he's a tanker by nature. And Matt.
So the other reason why Justin's bluff is very good here, even though it probably won't work is because of Garrett being shorter.
That's right.
He can pressure Matt with the pay jump. I don't think Matt can find a fold with 8s. I think I would probably fold maybe 6s, but then that. I'll tell you what Matt was really happy about when Justin immediately mucks his cards.
Yeah.
He would not want to hear a call.
Yeah.
If
You
he
didn't
hears
even want
call,
to see tank call or anything, because then he's probably facing like ace-jack, ace-queen, and he's got to win a flip for his tournament life.
Because it's one of those spots where, unfortunately, if you're called, you're probably up against ace-jack, 9s plus ace-jack.
Yeah.
But you just, because of Justin understanding the spot, there's no choice with 8s.
Good hand by Matt.
Nice pickup. He lost a lot of momentum. Young had been owning him with some of the, the limp shove and some of the other spots. So he kind of needed a little momentum back. That helped him quite a bit.
Action returns to Matt here. Our focus is on Justin. Oh, wait, sorry, it's on Justin. We're four-handed, not 5. My mistake. And now over to Garrett on the button.
Interesting to see if he'll open this hand. I think he should.
I think he should.
But I know so he's on the tight side. I thought he might not. I think with his image he should be opening that.
Particularly with Young in the small blind, who has not been, we just saw him 3-bet before, but prior to that he hadn't done it at all. So I'm not that worried about Young coming after me. I'm really only concerned about Matt ripping over the top.
It might defend, which is
Matt's a little more defend than shove oriented, I would say.
Which is fine.
Yeah, which is totally fine.
But
that means Queen 5 suited becomes a more natural open.
I think one thing that people that don't play tournaments as much is when they are opening a 20-25 blind stack, they fear being defended too much.
Yeah.
When in reality, getting defended is not so bad. You win a high percentage of those pots.
Ooh, Young just turned trips here on ace, king, deuce, deuce.
And Matt just randomly made good check back. I would have probably bet again with a no showdown hand there. So good give up on Matt's part.
Young gives him one more chance.
Now Matt can check because he's actually playing the board.
Yep.
Matt now ties a queen high flush draw with 9-3 off.
Steady loses to a full house.
Yes, can't beat that. Do you have the live stream for the 10K as well?
Yes,
tomorrow
starting at 12:30 for our viewers.
Wow. I played that event as well. That I had made day 3 of this one. Did not make dinner break of the 10K.
Really?
Not a strong effort on my part.
Did you have a good table?
I did. It was a really good table, and I just couldn't beat him.
I know that feeling. I had an amazing table. Better table than I've had in at least a year in any tournament. It was incredible.
I actually was really, really pleasantly surprised by the turnout of the 10K, and then quite honestly, it was not a heavy professional field considering for that buy-in.
For that buy-in, and for it not even being a real, like a central main event, it was kind of an additional main event.
Terrific turnout and a lot. They did run a lot of satellites.
Yep.
Credit to the Hard Rock for running a ton of satellites. I think they had a mega the day before that 10K. They had 28 seats awarded.
That's right. I was in that one.
So that's great. So those sort of things really help, drive field sizes and also make fields not so pro heavy.
Yeah, exactly.
And a little bit more fun for people to participate in.
Well, Garrett takes that down, raising ace-6 suited.
I like that. I'm disappointed to see the queen 5 fold on the button there. I think with his image you can get that through, and it's not a bad handing if he gets defended. But I know he tends to play tighter, and that's been a good approach. But you gotta open up slightly now. We're four-handed. Young likes to tank the 5-3 off specifically.
Matt finds him so funny. Okay, Matt.
To get him Matt to laugh is something.
Yeah. It's up to 350, I believe.
They made an adjustment. He did come down a little on the raise size.
A little bit.
From the 400 that we saw before.
Garrett forced to go out with 8 deuce suited there, so Matt will drag that pot.
Players have just a little over a minute in this game. And this level's
Now, there's one other interesting thing that happened at that final table we were at years ago.
Okay.
And I don't know if you remember it.
I was eliminated pretty quick, so I may not have even
Actually,
been
you might not have been around for this to occur.
Well, it was an inadvertent needle.
It wasn't meant. No. The one interesting thing is David Singer, who was at our final table. If you remember, we were not in like the feature Thunderdome thing. We were kind of like on the side.
Yes, we were.
Like a secondary feature table location.
Did he raise hell about that?
Well, we didn't have a clock, if you recall. We didn't, and then it was kind of like not a great setup.
Okay.
And there's something weird about the lighting for the main event that David Singer complained incessantly, and I think it must have been eventually we moved.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when we moved the final table?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I was short-lived.
Who busted you?
Matt.
Matt Vangren.
I got Kings in versus 9-8 suited. Did not win.
Didn't find a good. Got to find a better spot than that.
Yeah. Kings and me at final tables don't go so well.
9-8 suited over Kings. That's brutal.
Yeah. Might have been 10-9 suited, but you get the idea.
Yeah. So David Singer complained incessantly to the floor about the lighting, and he couldn't see his cards. It's like just bad lighting. We eventually moved the final table. So when it moved, we no longer had a clock of any kind that we could see. We had the clock is one of those little handhelds.
Right.
So and the payout information was nowhere to be found.
Okay.
This is the days before everyone could just look it up on your phone too.
Right.
So like we didn't have, you couldn't look at the clock and see the pay jumps. So the information wasn't even available during the play. And we were out in the middle of the regular. There was like a 1K going on, like a day one, and our table was just amongst the rest of them.
Really?
The final table.
You guys must have felt special.
Yes, it was a very unique situation. This is my my final table experience wasn't as good as it should have been.
What a cast of characters we had. One of the all-time great tanker/anglers and one of the all-time great complainers, if not the all-time greatest complainer.
He got it moved. I mean, can you believe that? We moved out into like we were like, you know, the sea of tables at WSOP. We were out at like table 38.
Yeah.
Just a random table in the middle of a 1K day one field.
All right. Action here, though. Garrett, I believe, limped the button. I think that might have happened. He might have been raised. He might have limped. I wasn't able to tell.
And he got all in. Even either way, he was going to be folding Queen Jack. But yeah, we moved out to the regular field, and so that was strange. There was a hand where I got check raised on the flop and really felt like just bluff shoving, but that was a big thing for me to think about doing.
Right.
My first, I mean, I was more, novice player at the time and didn't make a lot of big bluffs, but I really felt it was the right thing to do. And the person who check raised actually was David Singer. It was like 9-9-8, and I had ace high. And I just didn't think there was a lot of hands he'd be check raising, and I thought he was just bluffing. And I thought about shoving. Like I think I may have had like an ace 10, ace jack type hand.
Yep.
And as I was tanking, the 1K went on break, and all the people crowded around our table because we weren't like quarantined off. And so like 20 people were standing right over my shoulder as I was making this decision. I just never forget it. And I just kind of like panicked about bluffing in front of all these people.
Right,
and folded.
looking dumb and getting it in drawing dead or something.
Yeah, just have like eights full and be like, oh, whoops. Kind of panicked about it, and I think I made a wrong decision because of that circumstance.
Just a quick note: our blinds are up. We're playing 100K, 200K. Hyung has limped the button. Matt has completed the small. And Justin is going to raise his ace queen up to 800,000.
Is Hyung not putting? Oh, he's sevens.
Yeah.
This will be interesting how he plays against a big stack.
Probably peel this, right?
But he likes to limp raise, but not.
He's only done that once actually. That was his first one all day.
Well, like, oh, interesting.
So he limp calls. Typically, he's been limp calling. That limp shove was very surprising for Hyung.
Okay.
Heads up to the flop.
See if we get a good flop. Okay.
Not bad flop.
I don't expect to have Hyung fold this flop.
But he defies expectations. So
he could go all in. He could fold. He could call, right?
Any of the above. He could limp raise. You don't know.
The standard would be to call.
And I would like to see him call. How much you have? What a question on this board. Wow.
King 5 through rainbow.
How much you got?
Justin's stack does not appear to be as big as it once was.
No, it was not. He's lost several hands, including 2 Hyung.
Okay.
It doesn't even look that big. I almost wonder, where's he hiding the rest of those chips?
But those are 2 million stacks, right?
Yeah.
So that's 8 million in those, plus he bet 800,000.
Yeah, plus it's got a plaque or 2. So 10, okay.
Oftentimes how much you have, kind of like showdown type This is followed by a fold from a player like Young.
I feel a little bad sometimes though because he's just so transparent with the timing stuff. It's almost unfair.
So if Justin has picked that up, then I'm blasting any turn card.
Right.
He doesn't really love his
I'm
hand.
pretty sure Justin has picked it up because he tank called off the river earlier with like 4th pair, and in a spot where I think the only real reason you would call there is a live tell.
This situation, like Justin can like sometimes against amateurs, you'd be like, oh my goodness, he limp called me a set of 5s. But Young has not shown that tendency, so you can just assign him like a weak 1-pair hand.
He also doesn't
and pair him
act.
off it.
I've yet to see Hyung act. He acts like when he has a crap hand and then he tank folds, but post-flop, we've yet to see him act. He just does a lot of uncertainty when he's uncertain. And he acts very confident and quick when he knows what he's going to do or he has a good hand, so...
One other thing, that amateurs put players on the specific hand of ace-king way too often.
Way too often.
They don't realize you don't get dealt the hand as much as you think. But they assign it to people, like, at all times. When there is an ace or a king in the 5 or when there's not.
Oh, Hyung, no.
Yeah, I don't like that hand. It wasn't I thought he was folding the whole time, though, with the way he was acting. You know, like, but they over-assign that specific holding. So when it comes non-ace or king, they just...
They put people on it, and then they're like,
oh,
I
can
can
call
call
justify
off
calling
well,
down
why'd
their
you call
sevens.
off? Well, I put him on ace king.
Yes. And ace or king high flops, then they immediately get fearful of that exact hand. It's amazing how often they think people have that exact hand. When they don't realize mathematically, it's still not that easy to get.
All right, Hyung, back in action here. He's got queen jack.
He ended up getting hurt by the limp call approach last hand. Although he probably would have got 3-bet, so he ended up losing a similar amount.
Yeah, but then he might have got 3-bet, called the 3-bet, and then on the flop he's like, well, I've invested this many chips, I'm not folding now. And then he continues.
Or maybe he got
Like,
3-bet, he
all
would
of
have
that
sent
could
it. You never
happen.
know. Like, we just... He's a fun guy to watch. I'm glad he's on board. Makes for some good entertainment. And he's taking the... I mean, he's having a blast while he's playing.
He is.
Doesn't appear that the pay jumps are too meaningful to him, so he's just having fun trying to win, which is great. What is the 4th, 3rd pay jump specifically? Do we?
It's pretty small actually. It's like we can get it up on the board in a second here, but it's like 2 something to under 3. 220 for 4th, and 297 for 3rd. So a 50K jump. And
220, like 297.
And then from like 3rd to 2nd is like 150K. So it's like a 3 times as big jump.
Okay.
You should definitely be willing to gamble if it means potentially going out 4th.
Did I see Justin fold the button with king 6 offsuit? That was interesting.
all in, Wong says.
Well, I can tell you one thing Huang was not going to be doing with king queen of hearts, and that was mucking it.
Yeah.
He did not drive to the hard rock today to fold king queen of hearts, so that was going to end up being a good decision by no one to engage with him.
Action's going to open with Justin here. 8-7 of diamonds will not be folded.
He would really prefer it to be on Young's big blind because he really is hoping to get defended by specifically him.
Yes.
But this is a nice hand. Garrett folds. I really liked, not specifically 10-8 offsuit, but I would like to see Garrett do some little bit lighter reshoves on Justin's opening. He's opening so wide.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if that's something he generally tends to do, but I think it would really be a good time for him to start considering it.
Matt with kind of that borderline hand. Is he going to call min raise or not? Nope, just drops it. Justin takes that one down.
I think I would fold Jack 6 off too.
You'd call Jack 7 off though, wouldn't you?
Yes.
For a min, exactly. So
Jack 7 makes more straights.
yes, it makes straights.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It makes
2 card straights.
correct.
Yeah.
It's so, you know, it's funny. The dynamics of poker have changed. Now, playing this tournament, I was thinking about it, where we harken back to the 2008 days. But like up until relatively recently, it was frowned upon to peel 3-bets out of position.
That's right.
It was like if you open, you should be either 4-bet or folding.
Yeah,
because
that's changed drastically.
Out of position poker was looked at as very difficult, and as a result, this it's kind of like 4-bet or fold was kind of the approach to like when you were a 3-bet.
Garrett all in here for his last 10 blinds.
I didn't know he's
No
down.
takers.
Now, almost all 3-bets are just peeled.
Yes, you're correct about that.
So it's very interesting how that's gone almost 180 degrees. Now people peel, they pull it down. I don't think it's necessarily a bad approach because they're peeling full ranges. They're peeling aces through suited connectors.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily, you can't assign them a certain thing by
now when you 4-bet, people were like, why are you spewing?
Yeah.
It used to be like you called out of position. You're like, oh, you're playing so bad.
The default is peel 3-bet, check call any two, like check call 1-bet almost always, and then you start making
you have
decisions.
to decide.
It's the complete 180. That never happened. Only a few years ago.
Action with Young.
There we go.
He wants to raise.
Yeah, I think his last open was 500K. See if he did that again.
Maybe like 4 something, 425, 450.
Okay, this one's smaller. He went 500 with Queen Jack. I don't necessarily think you can read too much into those very specific stuff.
Matt gonna 3-bet here on the button, going up to 1.1 million with Ace-3 suited. I don't know what I think of this 3-bet because, Garrett probably. Garrett.
This is a really close spot for
This is
sevens.
so close.
Because he has 0 fold equity.
Yeah.
None.
So do you think that Matt has a bunch of crappy hands here against Hyung? And that's very hard to say because Hyung doesn't really fold a 3-bet. So I would expect Matt to have a fairly value-centric 3-betting range here. But still, sevens are a really good hand four-handed when you have 10 blinds. And there's going to be dead money from Hyung if he folds.
Yeah, this is incredibly close. I would
extremely
probably
close.
fold 6s, go with 8. 7's the exact hand. That would be
Completely
like.
agree.
This is really, because you never really like to put money in with smallish pairs with 0 fold equity.
Yeah,
and he
I
has
agree.
0. He has the small risk that Hyung wakes up with something too, because he and then he has no fold equity versus Matt, who's probably not 3-bet complete 3-bet bluffing that often. So it's really tough.
Yeah, I don't really mind Garrett's fold there. I wouldn't like if he folded 8s. I think you have to go with them.
8s is 100. Yeah. That's how close it is. It's an awful spot. Hyung is gonna looks like, although this doesn't necessarily mean anything, he's gonna peel the Ace-8 off, which I don't really.
This is not a good peeling of the 3-bet out of position.
No.
This is like among the very worst hands you could make this play with.
Yes. I know we just talked about peeling 3-bets out of position is tough.
But offsuit aces, particularly Ace-6 through Ace-9, are among the worst type of hands to peel 3-bets out of position.
They don't connect with hardly any flops, and they have the reverse implied odds. They're just very challenging. We'll see. So Matt's just going to win this pot, probably because they both have an ace, too. Matt's going to win this pot 75% of the time, probably, because they're both going to flop nothing. And then, this board, like Matt has. This is a tough spot for Matt. He's in
because it should drill a flatting out of position 3-bet range, but then it's
and
also
he has
Hyung.
absolutely no equity versus it. But on the other hand, like he has a no equity hand, so I think he kind of has to bet it because
I think you should bet small though. Like Hyung will not take advantage of his bet sizing, so I think he can. He bets kind of small. He bet 1.2 into 2.6, and that's fine. But I'd be tempted to bet pretty small there in case Hyung.
Yeah, I think
has
that's
a weird
actually
pair.
too big because he's not folding anything out.
Right.
So he should lay himself a better price on the bluff. Because if he has a 10, a Jack 10, Queen 10, like he's not folding any of those hands. So I prefer a smaller bluff.
Let's see, is Hyung gonna blow our mind here?
If he check raises Ace-8 on that board, gotta give him credit. I think this is gonna be another one of those grab the chips folds moments. I can't imagine him continuing on that specific board with that hand. By the way, if Garrett sends at 7s, he's in pretty terrific shape on the flop.
It's true, yeah. He's loving it.
That would be. He did looks now. He's like, oh, he's thinking right now. He's really happy that he folded the sevens. Turns out he would have got it all in against ace-3 on that board, and been a huge favorite.
Yeah. What's going on here?
I think it's another posturing situation.
I think it's a posture.
And then a fold in process. I mean, that board. It's just not one you would think you could continue with a bluff on it.
Pretty confident this is posturing.
Obviously, you can't completely predict this gentleman, but we were right. He folded. It's just he has a hand that's not going to continue on king 10-9. Very few people have a check raise bluff on that board in their heart. Nor should you, really.
Yeah. It's not the right board to be check raise bluffing.
He has ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
But that's about all I can say. Right now, the strangest part is right now Garrett's thinking to himself, wow, great fold. I know.
Yeah.
Dead. I mean, if you bet king 10-9, the sevens have to be dead. Turns out, no.
Nope.
You would have been 2 cards. He would have been 2 outs away from a double up. There's an ace dead. So like you would have been almost assuredly doubling up there. Matt sticks with a little bit bigger raise size. I think it goes to 475 and 200K.
And no takers.
So we don't always see Young's cards on the folds, seems like.
No, there's some quick folds. Every now and then he'll even enter a hand and we don't get to catch his cards, but they normally pick them up over time. Figure out what he's working with now after playing a few hands against.
He's had a note. He has a nice little uptick. Justin's been a little bit of a downswing, except for the ace queen hand that he got bluffed through sevens.
425.
Raising up 6-5 suited here. Garrett going out. Young calling queen jack.
Paul calls out the small.
And Matt.
This
what
is
does he
interesting.
want to do? Well, I would kind of like a squeeze here, but it's tricky. It's like if you squeeze,
you're folding to an all in.
You're folding to an all in, but you only have to worry about that from Justin. Well, I guess Young did it last time, but this board all Young, queen 9-8 all diamonds. I guess Matt has a gut shot, as does Justin technically. But it checks around, and 3 of spades on the turn doesn't change very much.
You should expect a lead from Young, I would assume.
Never expect. I think he will bet, but I would be surprised to see him get any takers here.
I know my players.
Oh, I still think you should expect a bet from anyone there, but from Young, it's
yeah.
like
I know he's unpredictable.
The least consistent.
I've played a lot of poker with unpredictable players over the last 10 years, and I have
I
some
get
feel for what
your games.
I have some feel of how they approach the game. Now, obviously, you can't have a complete feel because some of it's kind of just how the wind blows. But they, you know, we'll have a little bit of insight into the minds of these players like him.
Okay.
I've played 0 hands in my life with Young, so I should say that.
Yeah.
And he's at 1 more WPT final table than I've made. So, and I bet he's entered a lot less of them.
We might see him in the 15K on Friday.
I bet he's entered a lot less, and he's made 1 more final table. So, I don't know. Not much I can say about that. How many blinds did he have with the king deuce? That was probably close. He's really blinded down. That was pretty close.
Young gonna fold queen 6 on the button. Over to Matt in the small. He might even just
he
give
folded
up
queen
here.
6 on the button. He 3-betted not too long ago.
Yep. Well, it felt different.
Yeah, and back to the predictability. Yeah. If he had, if Garrett had 8 or 9 bigs, I think I would have sent the king deuce.
Was it offsuit or suited?
Off. I know it's a really bad hand, but
it's still very close.
There's only 4 of you, and you can't really be, you know, he's in the big blind next, and you can't wait too long. That was the one challenging spot about that 7 situation. Is like even though that wasn't a dream spot, it was a chance to get back to 20. If he wins that pot, he's like has like 26 blinds because of the dead money, and that would be really valuable.
Wait, did Matt just walk Garrett with 3-2? No, okay, somebody raised.
Matt
raised. Excuse me. What am I saying? Did Justin just walk Garrett? No. Matt raised 3-2 suited. Garrett folds the big blind, and our tournament continues.
Any idea from your contacts what the turnout will be for Tournament of Champions?
Well, my personal feeling, having very, very little inside information, is 50 to 60 players.
So how many automatics are there for the season?
20-ish.
20-ish. So you think 30 to 40 other people will, show up?
And maybe after the strength of the turnout in this festival, I'm slightly undershooting it, but I don't know.
Well, but there's only so many winners, and they,
Only
a
so
lot
many
of
that
winners
have
are not really
15K.
like regulars on the circuit anymore.
Yeah,
so
and wouldn't even ever dream of playing like a pro-heavy 15K, even if there was added prizes and money and whatnot. Justin here opening King 10 suited. Garrett out. Looks like Young gonna make the call. So King 8-4 rainbow flop with a heart.
Very good flop for Justin.
Very good flop for Justin. Young will check. Justin will stab. And Young with his 9-5 of spades, as we find out now.
Probably do a short pause, grab his chips, and then fold.
That's the one. I do find stuff like this annoying and unprofessional. Like I get that you want to tank a lot, but like when you have absolutely stone nothing and you're really just posturing
That one wasn't
over
too
and
bad.
over again.
That one wasn't too bad at length, but yeah.
No, yeah, but if he had spent another 30 seconds in the tank, I would have been like, come on.
There wasn't even a spade on the flop. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if you picked up one thing that I've seen Justin do. And I'm gonna watch more carefully now, and something I do quite often when I'm playing with players like Young or other more like non-professionals.
Yep.
Is when you want action, he bets even increments. And I will see if that, not pre-flop, but post-flop. See if that stays the same. It sounds like a really odd, like kind of innocuous thing.
No, it doesn't.
But it's very, when I want to get called, I bet I don't bet.
A number that's easy for my opponent to figure out.
Oftentimes, even if I'm betting 10,000, if it's just, I'll bet it in 2 5K chips versus 10 1K chips.
Yeah.
Just want it to look as appealing as possible.
I agree.
So in the case where he flopped gin basically with King 10 hearts there, like he bet 400, not 425. Would you bet 425 if he had ace jack?
Oh, Garrett all in. Matt gonna call.
Okay.
So Garrett is at risk here with 3 outs.
And it's a perfectly fine button shove with King 4.
Yeah,
Eight bigs.
He has to shove here. Matt in the lead, trying to get our final table down to 3. Garrett looking not very concerned. Well, he does find a 4 on the turn. He calls it running spades for a chop.
No spades either way, so still needs.
And that
There we
spade
go.
possibility comes through, so let's see. King on
King
the river.
up.
Garrett gonna double up, and it's not even the king of spades.
This guy is like a cockroach. I try to bust him on day 2. Look
Yep.
at it. It's down. Like, no, I give Garrett. Garrett has played excellent poker, but he has been
so patient.
He's been a hard person to eliminate because he's been 10 to 20 blinds forever, and no one gets rid of him. I can guarantee you that Matt and Justin were not pleased with that river card.
Definitely not.
The page up would be nice. Also, now that he has a 20 blind stack, roughly speaking, after doubling, that affects their openings ranges a lot because he now has a reshove stack that they have to be aware of. Before, on 10 blinds, he was kind of handcuffed to just like waiting for a hand that he could show down. I also would like, as I said before, now that he's back to a blind level that's a little bigger, I would like him some lighter 3-bet shoves, specifically over Matt and Justin's opens.
Yes, I would like to see that.
I think they would get credibility, and they're opening wide enough that they would show a big profit.
Really, Garrett's 5th top 10 finish.
That
in
is
WPT.
incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Credit to him for that. It appears that his patience style is effective, especially in the structures that are prevalent in WPT WPT events.
Yep.
Great structures probably lean well to Garrett's approach.
Matt here, gonna open King Jack offsuit the small.
He had been limping a lot, so interesting to see that he went with a raise. He limped King Queen earlier.
He did.
Probably regretted the result of it by paying off trip nines.
I wonder if the limp was partially a result of someone being so short on the table, and now that Garrett is not in that type of chip range, he's just like, okay, let's play bigger pots.
Could be.
Could be.
But also he might have been like, you know what, the King Queen limp ended up in me paying off King High versus trip nines.
Yep.
Maybe I should start shooting it up.
That could be it too, yeah.
Folds first act and folds. See Matt on the button.
Let's see what we have here.
Matt raises to 400,000.
Matt on King 5 off on the button. Little bit of a loose peel from Justin. This is a cash game peel for sure.
For sure.
I think most tournament players would 3-better fold that hand from the small blind as a default. But
I would just be 3-betting it here. I think that
I think most tournament would go 3-better fold from tournament professionals with specifically 7-5 hearts would be like. But that I think cash background here is the reason why you see appeal.
So everybody holding each other's outs, and on this ace-ace-king flop, both Matt and Garrett have 2 pair. Everyone checks.
So almost assuredly going to end up being a chop pot.
Yeah, one more check from Justin.
Unless Garrett can find a deuce and then win it.
Yeah. Garrett checks again. Matt will check one more time. 10 on the river is going to make this a chop pot between Garrett and Matt. Is anyone going to bet? Yes.
Matt bets 600,000. Justin folds.
Have to be calling here with Garrett because he could be value betting a 10. There's no way he checked an ace twice. You just have to call a king here.
I agree. You don't think he has clubs either. He bets the tournament clubs, so.
Right. I don't think you would check an ace twice unless it was specifically ace king and you have a king. So, and it's possibly his value
call
bet.
and chop up this pot.
Matt shows aces and kings with a 10. They both show aces
And it's I think you might value bet the river that could go with a good 10.
5 of spades.
That's played. So you just can't.
The tricky part is what calls you that's worse if you're value betting the river with a 10.
Yeah, not a lot, but I think you might.
Because you're chopping with every other 10.
Right. And I guess there's no such thing as a good 10. Yeah. But I think he would still bet.
33 and a half minutes left in the level.
Somebody might decide to be a hero. All right.
Swap out our dealer.
Oh, it's one of my favorite dealers. Excellent dealers here at the Hard Rock. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an ambassador. I'm trying to befriend my colleagues. They really do a good job.
There you see our current chip counts. Young out in front. Justin now in a definitive second with 10.8. Matt in third, and Garrett still our short stack, but breathing new life after that double, where he got his miracle card on the river.
King 4 to 8. That's a tough one to win. Well,
and you can't catch a spade either. Like, you can catch a spade for a chop, you can't get it for the win, so.
All 3 of these gentlemen are what they're dreaming of right now. Is playing young heads up for the title. Now, I'm not saying it will be easy to beat him because I think he's going to play unorthodox, and he has the chip lead and certainly understands aggression.
But he's going to make more mistakes than anybody else.
Yes, so they're obviously all just like, let me get heads up with this guy and try to win it.
Particularly with Young having all the chips right now. Justin going up to 4 1/4. And Young looks like he's
doing
gonna call. He has 5s.
See if we get an action flop. Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah, Jack deuce.
I don't expect either Young. I would not expect Young to fold.
Justin has bet.
You're not gonna check raise, are you? Yes, he is. This doesn't make any sense, but he's gonna do it. So 5.
Justin wasn't dying for action this time and bet 425 instead of 400. Not that it was a bad hand, yeah, of course.
He's certainly not folding yet. I'm sure part of him kind of wants to fold. He's just like, oh, for real. But no, he's not going to be folding here.
And he can't. He just Young has way too many jacks that he raises to like to send it.
Yeah.
Justin calls 1.3 million.
It's funny. It's one of those lines from Young that doesn't really make any sense, but might actually result in him winning a bigger pot than he ordinarily would.
Yes.
Or than any of us would.
Is a queen of hearts.
I don't think Young will love that card, but we'll see how he reacts to it.
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
It's not a particularly relevant card
Yeah.
to you and me, but
Yeah.
he might not like it.
We don't know what he's going to do. He'll check.
He just sees. That's what I mean. He's not going to like that queen because it just like Jackson 5 seems like a good hand, but now he's like, oh.
Justin has to feel just confused here, and probably is content to take a river. Especially he's second in chips, so I'd be surprised.
Plus, he
if
could be up against a worse flush draw sometimes.
Yeah,
and
or
at
just
that
nonsense.
point, like, oh, this is interesting.
This is
I don't really like.
unexpected.
I don't particularly care for this bet.
I don't bet here either.
Because there's a chance that Young decided to check raise a king or you know, a 10 high flush draw, and then if you can river a club, you can really win a nice pot. And I don't think he folds any value hands to this bet, except
Unless
maybe
he's seen
fives.
Young do stuff specifically like this, where on like, you know, a paired low card board, he check raise some small pair or something, and Justin think he can get rid of him. But this is such a weird hand on everyone's behalf.
Let's see here. Looks like.
Is it posture o'clock? I
This
think it is.
I think we're looking at a posture fold. Right when that Queen of Hearts came off, I knew that Young was not going to like that card, and despite it not being very relevant. It only means if he has Queen X of clubs is about the only time a queen would actually impact Justin's range. But it's a hard spot, but he put himself in this spot by check raising fives on a flop. I would probably be check calling. Now it's challenging. Folded.
Wow, what a strange hand. But it works out for Justin.
So Justin bet a turn that I may not have bet, and look at it work. Maybe people just don't take my approach, and they'll be more successful. Young put himself in a tough spot there. It is when you check raise the flop and get called, it doesn't feel great to bet the turn with fives, which is probably why originally you could have gone with just a check call. You do feel like if you check raise fives, which wouldn't be your policy, that it feels awkward on the turn.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can just go check call, check decide in a normal pot, and risk
But
the
as
same amount.
as a check raiser, when you get called,
now you're stuck.
But in return to queen, you're sitting there like, I don't know what I want to do.
Yeah.
So which is what happened to him. And he ended up losing. Garrett has too many blinds to this shove, I think, King Jack. I expect to see him open.
Yeah. Yep, 4 1/4.
To 425,000.
Young out. Over to Matt. Matt might just rip on him. Yeah, I would rather rip if I'm in Matt's shoes, facing a button raise with who's under 20-ish blinds, and the guy between us is never three-betting.
He's not raising as wide as most people, but I still.
I shove this. I still shove this one.
This is actually a tough
check if I'm in Garrett's shoes
this is
here.
a very tough flop spot. I'd want to bet, but with his stack size, you can't call a shove.
Boom! There it is.
That's a good turn. Probably not going to get a ton of action from ace 4, but that was pretty. He's probably, when it came off, a little warm feeling came inside him.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's nice. Just going to get a fold from ace 4 on this turn card, especially where it's a check back hand, and you can't win with ace 4.
I really question whether Garrett would have called pre-flop 2 facing the shove. It would have been like right on that borderline. So this pre-flop call might have cost Matt this one in a results-oriented world.
I actually don't. I agree with you on the shove. I'm not a pre-flop aggressor as a default. I know what he's thinking is that like Garrett's not opening buds near as wide as a lot of people.
Yeah.
So shoving ace 4 doesn't feel as exciting as it normally would, but I still think it's probably just the default best option.
Suited small aces are good hands.
He's not raising. He's not quite tight enough to think where I think anything other option other than shove.
Right.
But I know what he's probably thinking is like, you know, I don't know if he already knows from the live stream, he open folded Queen 5 suited and a couple other like pretty good button spots. So he's just thinking, oh, he's kind of tight, so maybe I just defend. But he ended up I just don't. I mean, I think you just have to rip it.
Yeah, I think he needs to rip it. Okay, Garrett here with 8-6 offsuit. He is out. Young is going to raise the button here. Queen 9. Now with Justin. Ooh, he's got a real one. No, 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 Justin.
Just defend.
Whoa.
Interesting.
This is, I mean, I guess this is maybe an ICM thing, but I just think that we have such a sweet hand and Young plays absurd, so I would 3-bet. Check.
The turn card. The 3.
So I'm betting this
bet
turn
for
is
value. Yeah,
yes.
now I'm betting for value. I don't know what Justin's doing in this hand.
River. Is a king.
Rivering top pair.
Check raise this hand or something. Yeah, but Young just like doesn't bluff at these things, so.
Justin shows ace king with ace of diamonds, king of clubs for kings and threes with an ace.
He probably against him Civic Queen 9 would have just gone pre-flop to a 3-bet, but I think 3-betting is just has to be a little bit better option.
It just has to be.
I also think that turn check was not. You have
Not
your hand can't be beat on the turn.
Yeah.
As played.
Young bets all his pairs on the flop for sure.
So like you just have the nuts.
And
need to protect against overcard.
If he
or
check
get
back
called
that flop,
by worse
he's not
ace.
checking that. He's not betting that turn very often.
Also,
either.
Young would 100% call that turn with worse ace highs.
Yes, I agree.
Because he wouldn't necessarily continuation bet ace high, but he would not fold that turn to with ace high. So, good spot to be value betting. All right. They're trying to take a low variance kind of small ball approach to Young.
They're overdoing it.
But they're going a little too far with it.
Yeah. Matt here going to raise up ace-10 suited on the button.
See if Garrett has a hand to rip, which he will get called if he rips this one. No, it's gonna. Oh, that's Justin's hand. Oh.
Jeez.
Well, this is gonna be an all-in a call.
Yeah. Whatever you do, Garrett, don't do something weird and clue Matt into the fact that you have something huge. Just go all in. He did something weird. I'm not sure that Matt will get away, but man, he really just told Matt that he has something huge. I mean, you got under 20 bigs. You just don't have to do this stuff.
One of the big, you're seeing a mistake that and it's really frustrating. I mean, Garrett's obviously a very good player. He has 5 top 10s.
Yeah.
But
now Matt
if
just
he
might
has
just peel.
if he has ace jack offsuit, he's sending it.
Yeah.
Or if he
All
has pocket 4s, he's sending it.
He might not have a 3-bet fold range here on sub 20 bigs either. So if I'm Matt, I might just be like, whoa, something's really wrong here. I've got a hand that flops pretty well. I'm in position. I'm just going to peel here. And if I don't connect, then I'm getting out.
Matt's a smart player too. Like he understands that Garrett's just sending all of his medium strength hands. So and he also isn't 3-bet bluffing. So then what's the point? What are we accomplishing?
By shipping.
By 3-betting, we're getting him to peel hands that would fold to a jam.
Yeah.
And that I guess that's the only thing you could say. And I don't really know if that's even true.
And that's why you don't 3-bet small. So we took a hand that was a complete snap shove from our opponent and turned it into like, okay, I guess I have to fold this. So, yeah, that's why you don't make that play.
Gigantic error by Garrett there.
Yeah, that was a
probably
real lost opportunity from him.
To say that was one of the biggest error I've seen from any of these players.
Yeah, afraid so.
You just have to rip. I know it feels like so exciting. You have kings and a big blind. I need to get action, but like.
Meanwhile, great play from Matt because many players would just be like, "Oh, 20 bigs, button versus big blind. He could be using this weird sizing to try and get in my head or something. And I'm just gonna put it in." But no, excellent play by Matt.
Superb fold.
Yeah.
Superb fold. He picked up the same information that we were thinking, and we had the advantage of seeing that he had kings.
30 minutes from now, Matt's gonna get a text that's like, "Hey, you're a genius."
That should have been that was a auto all-in call.
Yeah. Raise all-in call instead of raise 1.1. Holy shit, this guy has queen plus.
Huge 3-bet from Young.
From Young, yeah.
You went from 4. You made it 4
to like 2.2 or something.
Over 5x 3-bet.
Yeah.
So that would be a hand. If I were here, I would want to like find out what he had later on the stream.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like he just 5x 3-bet and he hadn't done that, except for the queen 6 off. But that wasn't even that big. So now you just know that those huge 3-bets are just super premiums. He's defended ace jack suited and 7s and 8s, so like they
yeah,
can
there was
basically
another opportunity to knock out Garrett that never materialized, because it would have gone, you know, raise, basically Hyung goes all in, Garrett snaps, and then he gets jack jilled on him. Here Justin is going to raise king queen. Garrett has ace 3. Now he's got enough chips that I don't think he can really go for it with these type of hands.
Garrett folds, Paul folds.
Yeah, I like the fold. Over to Matt. Queen deuce
Feels
probably
tight
not
to
gonna
fold
play.
that, but I don't think you have a lot of other choices.
Justin's gonna win this pot.
Really big era from Garrett. I mean, I'm surprised to see him make it, because I think he's obviously a very good player. But he should realize, you have to realize when you're playing, you have to be aware of your own image.
Right.
Not just, you know, thinking about your other opponents. Like, he's perceived as tight and not a big bluffer. So all of a sudden on 20 big, he decides to 3-bet instead of shove.
Yeah.
Alarm bells went off in Matt's head, and he shouldn't have allowed those alarm bells to go off.
This is a funny way to describe it, but that was a very disrespectful play from Garrett against Haugen. It's kind of like, I don't think enough of your game to infer what this small 3-bet means. And instead it was like, Matt was like, no, I know exactly what that means.
Garrett and Paul have both folded to Matt in the small blind. Matt calls in the small. Justin checks his big blind out.
Matt will complete here with queen 5. Justin will check. And the flop is ace king 9, 2 clubs.
King of clubs and 9 of clubs.
Justin, the only one with a pair here.
That's 250,000.
Justin makes the call with the 250K from Matt.
Turn card.
We'll go to a turn. And it is a 6 of spades. Now Matt will check.
Matt checks.
Justin checks behind with his third pair. We get a 5 river. So now Matt with a little pair of his own, though he knows it's almost certainly not good. I don't imagine he'll bluff anyway. Both players check. Justin wins this pot.
Matt shows down queen 5. Justin shows jack 9 for a pair of 9s. Jack of hearts, 9 of spades for the pot.
I noticed from the start that Justin was having cocktails from the outset of this final table.
Justin is the drinking man.
Yeah, give him credit for that.
Yeah.
You know, he's always, every single time I've ever played with him over the years, he's always, he's very laid back, has fun while he plays.
He waited. He waited a few hours. Yeah, no, he's not a drinking all day at the table guy.
No,
he's
not getting smashed up. But
yeah, no,
you know,
never. I've
enjoying
never seen
life.
Smash,
He
enjoys life. Yes.
Well, no question. You know, you don't have much left when you're an old married guy. You know, you got. I'm 39, but you know, most people in the poker world, that's old.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. I'm 31. I'm approaching old in the poker world.
Yeah, but look, you know, you still got that young face.
Yeah, fortunately. Sunscreen. There's your secret.
Oh, okay.
Sunscreen every day.
Well, you lived in Australia at one point, so I guess.
Yeah, you better do sunscreen down there. They ain't got no ozone.
All right, Matt with a jack 10 off, and
Order Garrett out, and so Matt will drag that one.
What a fade that was from Matt with the ace 10 of clubs. Hell of a good fold by him.
Great fold. Maybe the best play we've seen from Matt all day.
Yeah.
He's played a really good final table here, but that was excellent. That was very disciplined. He's sitting on about 4 million here.
I got a text that people want more comedy and funny stories from me.
More comedy and funny
less
stories.
analysis.
And less analysis. Fantastic. That's what we live for here on the live
Okay,
stream.
so I'll have to come up with some good funny stories.
Okay, I will see if I can prompt some of your stories, and I imagine we'll have a conversation at break. So these guys got to be coming up on their break fairly soon here. Matt here with an ace queen. He's going to go to 4 and something. 50.
Raise up. 450.
Justin out.
Justin folds button.
Garrett to 950. No. Hyung also out.
Both Garrett and Paul fold their blinds.
And Matt will just drag that pot.
Guys are a little subdued at the final table.
Not a
right
lot of
now.
banter.
No.
The only thing
there's
that
not
really
been very much banter
that comes
today.
out of it is Garrett is very quiet. I
Yeah.
play with him, and Justin is a talker at a table.
Mhm.
But I don't think he has anyone to talk to specifically.
That's right. If you talk to him, he'll very much get into it
definitely
with you.
engage, but he doesn't have a. Young makes a few kind of odd comments that are hard to, necessarily.
Matt is always silent. I've never heard
He
Matt
made-
speak
he got-
at the table.
No.
Never. I've seen it here today. I think he has said some
He has
stuff,
made
but,
some.
like-
Young made him laugh a couple times.
Yeah.
Which was fun. Just another premium.
Garrett out. Hyung gonna make the call. Making another one of those calls that we're not really a fan of here. Matt probably gonna get away from 5-2-0. Nope, I'm wrong. He's typically been folding these kind of spots, but I think he's a little bored right now.
I think quite honestly he folds it, but he wants to be in the pot with Young.
Yeah, that too. That's part of it. And it is King, Queen, 6. So good news for Justin and not much happening for either of his opponents.
Both players check to Justin. Justin bets 550,000. Both players fold.
And a 550,000 bet from Justin is all that's necessary to drag that pot.
You know that I've never reached the point in a tournament where I've got to play with plaques.
We've discussed plaques at
And I
great length
never
today.
just
Jess
thought-
hates plaques. Myself and Asher love plaques.
Maybe I should try lasting in a tournament long enough where I get to the plaques portion of the event. There are a couple of one of the things that we'll tell a little anecdote about me. One
Okay.
of my life goals.
All right.
Which I have yet to achieve, which is one is really impossible to achieve. It's nearly for someone who does what I do, and one I should have already achieved but somehow haven't. The first one that I should have achieved is I really want to get a big cardboard check.
Okay.
I've won lots of poker tournaments,
Right.
not big ones like anything, but the small to medium ones, and for whatever reason, none of them had the big cardboard check as part of the winning process.
Sure.
Huge disappointment. I've always wanted the cardboard check, stand up there, hold it,
Yeah.
or maybe even walk into the bank and try to cash it. Thought that would be fun.
Yeah, that would be the best.
Walk into the
Try
bank.
and-
Yeah.
You should try
walk
in on the too
It's
wide
always
and
been
like,
a
"Ooh,
big
man."
cardboard check.
Yeah.
And then I actually won tournaments and other Hard Rock events in the past. They had cardboard checks in the winner.
Yeah.
Just none of the ones that I won.
By the way,
No.
Matt limped there. Justin went all in, and Justin dragged the pot.
So
Other
that-
life goal?
Key to the city.
Key to the city.
You know,
excellent.
That one is going to be harder to get. I don't think I do. I'm not civically minded enough to
Mhm.
probably be in line for a key to the city anytime soon. I don't really see that as a.
Would you like to hear something on a related note that utterly disgusts me?
What?
Phil Hellmuth has the key to the city I grew up in.
No way.
Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin.
So
gave that guy the key.
they've
to the
only
city.
given a couple of keys out ever, and one of them is to Phil Hellmuth. That would be bothersome to me.
That is very bothersome.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially
Nothing
as someone
against
who had a
Phil.
bunch
He's
of
a
money
good,
on
but
UB,
like,
yeah.
Nothing against
All
Phil.
right.
He's been a good ambassador for
Yeah.
poker, et cetera, et cetera.
Et cetera, et cetera.
He wouldn't be the guy that I want the key to my town to be given to. But it's hard to get a key to the city.
It's hard to get it. Yeah. It's
So that's why that goal is probably being a professional poker player, winning a tournament. I get a cardboard check. Key to the city, I'm a long way away from.
I would also abuse the hell out of a key to the city. Like, I would just strut into everywhere. They'd be like, "Sir, we're closing up." I'm like, "Oh, no, you're not. Key to the city."
Key to
And
the
then
city, yeah.
Oh, we don't serve those here. The hell you don't. Key to the city, and you know.
Yeah. Same thing. I would give my bank a whole lot of. So I'm like,
Yeah.
this check. Why can't you cash this check? I'll endorse it
Yeah.
on the back.
They give you a huge pen.
Yeah. That would be fun.
I know. Yeah.
2 life goals that I've not achieved. One I think maybe is within reach.
All right.
So Young just checked back 3s on Jack check 6. That's interesting.
I haven't achieved my life goal either. I have 2 life goals I haven't achieved either.
Which are?
I want to win a poker tournament for 7 figures, or have a 7-figure score. I had it in Aussie dollars, but that's not real. And the others.
I forgot that you just came out. Oh.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
every male's,
Right. Yeah, standard.
But you're drawing a lot liver than me being married.
Yes.
So.
Well, kind of. You got half the equation figured out, so.
Yeah, but a wife that's on board is a hard one to find.
Okay. Well then. Then I'm more live, yeah. But I would love
Well,
to.
a young guy like you, I thought maybe you could find some magical
It's
spot
been
that might
some
develop.
close calls, my man. There's been some real close calls.
You made some, you proposed the idea.
Oh
and
yeah.
threw it out in the wind. And
no,
then
closer than proposed the idea. I'm talking on the cusp. But
and then
yeah,
something happened. You couldn't win the tournament.
I couldn't win the tournament.
Couldn't close.
I'm not a closer.
Yeah.
That's why I got second in Australia. I'm not a closer.
What's
Hello.
the line from Put the Coffee Down? Coffee's for closers. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Good trivia.
All right, so Justin here on the button.
Made a
Garrett.
gigantic fold with 10-3 off.
Yep. The Queen 7.
Jess is, by the way, that was strong that you came out with Glengarry. That's a line from that movie.
When it comes to references, Jess is among the very best.
I mean, she came up with that at one
She's
with
a
the
filmmaker, there
WPT
you go.
original, and then she knows that this is not a good spot for Garrett.
No.
Queen 7 to queens.
No, but Young always goes very big with his strong hands pre-flop, and that's going to knock
He's
Garrett
not
out
going
of
to
the
limp
spot.
call Queen 7.
Yeah,
He's going to fold.
so.
I like the limp too. I was fine. It
Yeah,
just didn't work
I
out.
like what Garrett did there.
I don't think Young's going to do it, but I wish he would raise a little smaller with a hand that big. But his approach has been what his approach is, and he's not going to deviate from it now.
Hey, it's gotten him all the way to the four-handed chip lead, and there's
That
our
looks
lucky
like a
Scotch level
Scotch.
from Justin.
Looks like a Scotch level for Justin Young. Scotch is when you're a distinguished gentleman with gray hair.
Yes.
Scotch is the beverage you go with.
I see.
I personally don't drink it that much, but
Then
it
are you
fits the
distinguished?
whole, the beard, the gray hair.
Right.
That's a Scotch drinker's look, right?
Garrett here with 9-5 suited.
I'd like to see an open, and I think we'll see a fold.
Yep. Young gonna complete with 10-7. Matt, what's he gonna do with King 6?
The speed and kind of the way Young flipped that in, I think I would isolate here, and Matt picked that up.
Matt has been very good about picking up Young's live tells today. I guess he's got a front row view.
How
for
do you
them.
not? You haven't gotten a cardboard check?
No, no cardboard checks. No.
How could you not have known of it?
No, yeah.
But you're also a big DFS. But don't you want the big DFS for cardboard check
I
moment
would
too?
happily take it from DFS. Yes.
I know your DFS is another thing that you're
That's
actively involved in.
That's why I keep glancing at my phone to see how we're doing tonight. The what?
There are cardboard Tonys all over here. Yeah.
There are cardboard Tonys, but I want a cardboard check, which I later redeem for a whole bunch of money. Like, I can't take a poster of me into the bank and be like, yes, I'd like to cash this self-image. Whereas, when you got the big phony check, which I assume you could, I don't know if you could cash that.
No, I don't think you actually can. But I would like to try.
Yeah.
I would try if I had it. I'd walk right in and say, I'm going to endorse this. Please deposit.
My friends were actually the ones that won the biggest ever daily fantasy sports tournament. They won a tournament for $5 million, and they got the big check. So they all have pictures in their Facebook.
This is Aaron
and
Jones.
Instagram. Aaron Jones and Steve Silverman.
I'm well
and
enough
Dan Smith.
versed in DFS to know what happened there.
Yeah, and they got the big check, and it had a huge number on it.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
they
just
lived
holding
the
it up
dream.
like they're holding it up like they conquered Mount Everest. Yes, I want that moment. I almost had that. Well, I don't think I would have got. I did get second in the Sunday Football Million.
Oh, nice for like 100K.
I got it. I got second at the time when it was 100K. Now it's 500 for that same tournament.
Right.
But
For a while,
during the
100K.
100K era.
Yeah, it was like a 10x difference between second and first.
I
which
was in
is
first
so
for very
disgusting.
briefly at the end of the Monday Night Football. I had like a small window where my account said that million, and it went right down.
Did you get a picture?
No, I didn't screenshot it.
Okay.
I was so intensely sweating, I didn't even think about that.
I understand. It's a great sweat. All right. Meanwhile, Garrett
Back
here.
to some poker analysis. We might have had to like, spice it up with some fun. The text was like, hey, you know. Okay. King, queen off. This was once limp. This is the exact spot. We'll see if he makes an adjustment and raises this time. I would like a raise.
Yeah, he is on a stack size where it's very close between, is he going to raise and then do what?
So that's...
He has like 4 million, which is like 20 blinds, so he just ripped, which I think is also fine. Justin folds. There you go, he had 23-ish blinds, 24-ish blinds.
I think I'd like to raise it versus rip it, but hey, either one's fine. Ripping it, he's probably going to get a fold from ace rags anyway, but there's some potential opponents for the next tournament.
That's right, yeah. We're having a like a drawing party, like a seeding party almost tomorrow night when they're going to like draw
what does that
tables. They're literally going to like, determine the seat draw via like a raffle at the party or something. Just to give it a little more ambiance.
Here we're going to... Garrett will send this one.
Yep.
How many big blinds does Garrett have?
Let's find out.
Garrett announces all in.
He has about 17.
So Justin's decided to raise fold this hand, which I think is probably a fine way to go with it. Maybe.
I think I'd probably complete this hand and raise fold some stuff like King XL.
Yeah, I think I like that, but I think limping would have been a better option for that particular hand.
Yeah.
But raise folding is not terrible. It's fine.
Garrett continues to just hang around, get it in pre-flop, stay alive.
So within the next couple of years, one of us has got to get that cardboard check done.
Hell yeah.
Enough's enough. You know that I found a photo, which I sent to a colleague of mine, local, Matt Waxman, where it's actually one of the best photos. He's holding a cardboard check, but it's for a 4-figure dollar amount.
Like
he won some like random tournament, and they decided to give out heart. So it was like $7,200 or something along those lines. I have that photo. I'm gonna see if I can. It's really gold. It's one of my favorites. It's almost better that it's so small.
Yeah.
That you have a cardboard check for. You have to really be 5 figures to get a cardboard check, but it's not. It's from before Matt Waxman became a big deal.
I haven't seen him around. Where's he at these days?
He played the main event.
Okay, I just didn't see him. And after Justin opened the button, Young defended in the big blind. We had a king 9, 7, 2 spade flop. Turn as a queen after it goes check check. So Young still in the lead.
Check to go check again.
I would think so.
10's a good river card for Justin if he can get it. Oh,
Justin gonna take a little stab.
Not really understanding what he's accomplishing with this bet.
Against, this might be. No, yeah, I agree. This isn't a great idea.
He has the best hand. His opponent's nearly drawing dead. He's not going to get him to fold much of anything, so he didn't get 10-7 off to fold. So I think I would just.
Yeah, Young sticking around with his 10-7.
Hoping to hit a gut shot also.
Right. Or another 7. A queen is actually a safe card for Young, but will he get to find that out?
I would expect there's a lot of draws there. Justin's going to check to show this hand down.
Yeah. Yep.
And just lose.
Paul shows 10-7, 10 of spades, 7 of clubs for queens and 7s. Justin folds, Paul wins the hand.
Justin's hair looks grayer in the little avatar photo than actually. You guys grade him up for that.
Yeah, we did a little Photoshop.
If I ever make the final table, don't grade me up.
Okay.
Just let it be the authentic amount. You don't need to make it more than it already is. Not that I'm going to be too worried
about it. We could get somebody in makeup to maybe lighten you up if you want to go for the less distinguished look.
No, everyone knows the level of distinguished that I am.
Okay.
I'm not pretending anyone.
All right. Looks like our action's going to open with Justin here.
Ace-8 off. Open fold, ace-8 off. That didn't make.
That's a I want to take a hand off fold. All right, Garrett should open king 7 in a sec.
Garrett announces a raise to 425,000.
Maybe he noticed a live tell from Young. Nope. Queen Jack, call. Matt probably gonna fold 7-3, but last time he called just because Young was in the pot, and it looks like he's gonna do the same thing.
He's taking a little too far. I think with 7-3 off.
I think so too.
Calls as well with 3-handed to the flop.
Happens to be dominated.
Maybe if everyone's playing 100 blinds deep or something, but this is not what's going on here.
Flop is Jack 5 deuce.
And Young drills this flop, Jack 5 deuce.
Interesting to see if he leads or not. No.
Nope.
Paul checks.
Also interesting to see whether Garrett c-bets. This is
I think I would be
c-betting.
I would. It's really hard to hit that. You have backdoor flush draw, so I would bet, and he's not going to work out for him if he does. Probably we'll see if Young springs one of his quick check raises.
Going to be a quick call instead.
Paul calls 6.
Yep.
So Young seems to be playing a little bit more cautiously versus Garrett specifically. Maybe he is aware of the fact that Garrett's a bit tighter.
This is the part where Garrett turns a king and sticks around for a while.
10 of hearts, that'd be a fun card.
There you go. Told you.
Wow, Nostradamus.
I've been watching this for a while.
Paul checks, and Garrett checks back.
And Garrett checks behind. Not a fan of that either.
And
what a money card.
River. I just think against Young, just bet for value when you have stuff. He's not big on folding.
Paul checks.
He's gonna. I expect him to get called in this spot.
A bet of 1.3 million.
Bet too much here too.
He also bet very, very quickly. I'm not sure how much that's going to matter against Hyung, but you know, we've been talking about live tells from everybody, and I think that's kind of a live tell from Garrett to act that quick on the river.
I think I bet a little less too because Hyung is just check call, check. He doesn't have that good of a hand. I'd be surprised to even, if I'm him, I don't even think he has his hand as good as Queen Jack. So I would assume he doesn't even have a hand that good. So I would probably just bet 800,000 and hope to get called.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one.
It's optimistic to bet this big against what I would perceive to be a pretty weak range. Great fold for
Gets away. Great fold, Hyung.
I think the bet was a little too big, personally. But
I think you should just bet the turn, too. Just bet small, shove river. All right, this is going to be our last hand in the level.
So when I came in, we had 2 busts and maybe the first 3 or 4 hands. Now maybe took a little longer, I guess, to bust, and then none.
And then a bunch of attempts at busting, but no.
We had two fades. One, Garrett should have busted ace jack, but didn't because of. And then Garrett should have doubled through ace 10 and didn't.
Yeah. Action over to Hyung, who limps the button.
Oh, is he doing his same play?
Wow.
Might have. He had the ace 10 play. Might be in the move.
No, Matt. He completed when Hyung limped the button. Did this? What?
He's completed the small, right?
Yeah, you can. Oh, okay. Hyung. I'm sorry. I misread that and thought that Matt had the ace queen. I was like, what? No, this makes perfect sense. I take everything back. Hyung getting tricky.
That's why Young was. I think he was thinking of springing the same trap that he did with the ace 10 previously.
Yeah, but this time it just goes Hyung bets. Both of his opponents fold. He takes that one down. I misread the hand. And we're actually going to be on break here, so we're going to come back to what I believe is 120, 240,000. Maybe we even skip that and go up to 150, 300. Either way, these guys are going to be playing real high stakes when we get back. We'll hear something from Tatiana until then. Catch you in a minute.
After 4 levels, we lost 2 players. One of them is Ben Tarzia, who's going home with just over $132,000. And in 5th, Tim Riley, who's taking home $164,113. Players are now on a 10-minute break. Let's check out some key hands.
Kate with ace 5 suited, right behind Sam.
An interesting spot for her. She has to think that Sam will be isolating Ben's limp pretty wide, hoping to play him in position.
But Ben also doesn't fold very much, so I think that takes the very worst hands out of Sam's range.
Sure.
And if she were to rip here, I don't think she necessarily has much fold equity when Sam goes to 200K and she has like a ball about $1 million.
Well, there she goes.
So, and she has only 800K, so she doesn't really have any fold equity here. I'm not really thrilled with this. Like,
I guess what I'm saying more is like if Sam looks at the 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, things of this nature, he's going to want to isolate Ben and play in position versus what he thinks is a fairly defined inferior range because he's limping.
Yeah, and I guess my issue here is against the like optimistic parts of Sam's range, Kate is still flipping. Like when we're like, well, he could have 9-8 suited, it's like, yeah, you're flipping versus 9-8 suited. So I'm not a big fan of this play from Kate. It's easy to say when I'm staring Sam's queens in the face, but I think it's just a little bit ambitious when she can't realistically get a full pre-flop, so she's like just kind of forcing yourself into what's usually going to be a flip-ish or behind scenario.
Right. Unfortunate, and it also sucks that there is an ace out of the deck, but she will be looking for some diamonds or an ace.
I will say if everyone on this table, if I were going to make this play against them, Sam might be like number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like I would just think Sam, more than maybe anybody else on this table, would take advantage of Ben's limp.
That face is about the only face you can make when it comes Queen 10-7.
No, none of your suit.
Yes.
So
And we have a
8
good
on the
game
turn.
here.
We'll end this one. So Kate Hall
I believe will be our runner-up for Player of the Year, but will not take down that title. It's going to belong to Mike Sheriotti, who finishes in 9th place here. And I imagine we'll see seeing plenty of her on the World Poker Tour in the future.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But today she is going to go home with $65,404. And another final table.
And another final table. I mean, her right away. I'm lost for words, honestly. I don't even really know what
Young
to
is
say.
a classic feel player. He's like, I feel like I'm going to win this hand. Nope, this one feels wrong. I'm out.
He's a pure field player, but has no idea when you are actually weak or strong.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I was going to say, Andre has to have it, not shoving.
Not shoving.
Yes.
Young just puts out infinite.
Oh! Get out! I feel like we're watching like a... I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Like
Andre's face is so priceless.
We're reacting like we're watching like I don't know, like a prize fight or something. Like it's amazing. Honestly, I'm
Tables
feeling
cracking up. Andre finds it mildly amusing.
I'm feeling Andre right here. I'm feeling it. Let's go, kid.
Get some diamonds on that.
Andre's going to approve.
We're finding a sweat for sure. There can't be no sweat.
Backdoor straight draw for Andre.
Ish.
He's not dead or anything. Jack is definitely the card that we're rooting for.
9.
Nope, 5 of hearts, so now a queen, and only a queen will save Andre.
Oh, the stand-up works like he's up to 8% for sure. Easy.
Ooh, face card, but no queen. Young holds up there. Gets a little shiver, but does eliminate Andre in 7th place. So his Hendon Mob will have a score on it now. And he played well at this final table and just ran like crap.
Did he just pick up a stack
8th place.
of chocolate, or did he actually go all in? That would be kind of interesting to know.
Was it Eddie and
Shetty
the man.
was really nice to Shetty was really nice to me. He took me to the Plum Lounge, which is the high roller lounge.
Love the Plum Lounge.
It's like a really nice place that has like buffet style food, and
it's the kind of place that makes you feel way more important than you actually are.
You just feel like a baller when you're in there. You got the like really nice TV, couch, table set up, and great food and drinks and stuff. And it definitely is a perk of being at the Shed Rock, as they call it.
Oh boy, so okay, here we go. So Sam shoves his 18.75 big blinds, and he will get called. We are going to see 5 cards here.
Gotta get action.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the action he wants, but
no. What is your thoughts here on Sam's play?
Like from a strictly shove chart perspective, it's going to be a plus EV shove.
Yeah.
But
announced a call of 1.875.
Okay, let's see. So he calls. He just flats. It's fine.
This is the problem: is that anytime you get called, that's the face you have to make.
Right. Exactly.
You're never gonna get called and be like, "Nice,
right? So
I got it against
it
that."
It is
hand.
a lot of big blinds to shove. Like I know very good players who don't tend to shove anything like anything over 15.
Right.
You know, as like a policy.
Sam's looking for one of the 3 aces.
This is shorthanded also.
Yes.
So no one would ever fault. No one would ever fault Sam for the shove.
For sure.
But, you know, of course,
Oof.
I would say Rhea's fold is slightly...
You see the queen and you're upset, and then you remember, oh wait, I picked up and out. Things are better for me now. Yeah, I think you broke it down really well right there. I think that's how it goes. And no, Sam is out. So I know you guys have all been watching.
I want to say maybe it was at the World Series of Poker.
Correct.
And maybe it was even in the main event.
Not correct.
Not correct. Was it? It was which one? And what was it? Now I don't remember anymore.
We were at the same WSOP final table.
I only won the 3K.
Yes.
Yes. How'd you finish there? I know who won.
Yes.
Yeah.
The winner
Yeah.
busted me
in
in 6th place.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have Young opening under the gun, and he
Ben
limped.
all in. That's right, and then and we played together on the playdown day as well, maybe.
Yes.
I want to say so.
We did not know each other really at that point, but that was the first time I played poker with you.
2008.
Is that amazing? 8 years ago. Okay, we have an all-in and a call. I believe that Young limped and then called, but obviously he's not folding eights for Ben stack, and Ben made a standard shove with ace-10 of hearts.
So Ben at risk here.
Ben the all-in player. We'll see the flop. The flop is
9-9 deuce flop. No real help for Ben. He could go running, Jack-Jack and win this pot, but otherwise he needs an ace. Young is fairly transparent with his tells, especially his timing. He's very, very transparent with his timing. When he's confident, he acts quickly. When he's uncertain, he delays. Meanwhile, Tim Riley on the button has woken up with pocket sevens and is about to get in a world of hurt here.
He is going to be all in versus Young
He's
right
basically all in already. Committed most of his stack.
I don't think it's a bad shove either, because I think that Matt is probably not trapping as a flatter.
Not after flat or 3-betting the previous hand, especially not.
Especially not. Yeah. And I don't think Young's the guy he needs to bother to trap, so he probably going to 3-bet his value hands.
Exactly.
So
good shove by Tim. It's just not going to work out for him.
And Young opens wide enough where this is fine. Just turns out. I wonder if he flat sevens if Matt folds too. So again, it might be maybe possible, but now he just kind of got stuck in a spot he has to take.
And Matt will get away. So it looks like Tim has maybe a $500,000 behind.
Oh, so he just flatted it.
Yeah, he flatted it. They'll go in a second.
Oh boy,
it's not the flop either of them wanted, but I don't think anyone's gonna fold.
Check, check.
Is a fold. Check.
Now Tim must be wondering, like, maybe I should rip in case he has ace-jack or ace-10.
All in and call.
Yeah. I don't really blame Tim for doing that. He thought, maybe I might be in the front right now. He might even fold.
But he didn't even think of folding.
Yeah, he didn't even think of folding.
Stressing me out. Bridget Legger is the chip leader, and WPT Champions Club member Gino Ream is looking to make history by winning his 3rd WPT title and joining Anthony Zeno, Carlos Mortensen, and Gus Hansen in the WPT record books. Will he be able to make the push? Let's meet our final 6 and find out. Was that good for you?
So basically, when they go heads up, I think, I have a very short break, so it's just we lose one, and then we go to heads up. We'll have to rearrange the table so we can do. I'm saying next one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna have to do a break.
Yeah.
He's got 5, 6, 5, 0. Man has 4, 3, 2, 5.
You got it.
Got phones? Home? Can I get one more whenever you go? Still here? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Alright, looking ready to resume play. With quarter innings, 125, 250, down to 4 players. All have secured at least $220,000 today.
Yeah.
Once again, we're at quarter inning. Cards back in the air. Hour level.
Let's go, Gary. Go, GG.
Here's your chip count update on the break. Paul is our current chip leader with 13.725. Justin just a shade behind with 12.95. Garrett currently has 5.65.
All right,
Matt
welcome back to the
is
World
our
Poker Tour online
fourth
live
stack
stream.
at
Here,
4.3.
joined by Stu Newman, and we are still four-handed.
Been four-handed a long time.
The Seminole Hard Rock.
I first came in, they were bust, and now we're been grinding along for a long time. But stacks are such now that I really don't think the next hour that we should be with it. We should get an elimination or two.
We are playing 125,000, 250,000 with a 25K ante. So, Hyung to open the action here with ace 3.
We saw Matt's the shortest stack at about 17, 18 blinds.
Hyung will tank raise.
To 700,000. And Matt folds a button. Justin folds. It's Garrett.
Over to Garrett, who will go all in. No, no, don't call. Okay, that was just an assessing the stack. What do you have? More than you.
Is he making that joke because he's asking the
I
same
don't know.
question? I think Hyung asked that question of someone else.
Who
Garrett makes the call.
do not like this at all, particularly after Hyung pretty much tailboxed the strength of his hand pre-flop by tanking before he raised. We've been talking about this all day.
The flop is
All right, but
6-5-4.
Hyung is the one who flops the open-ended straight draw here on 6-5-4.
Garrett checks to Paul.
Now, I probably just have to check fold ace jack and
Yeah. With the ace of hearts, too.
Paul bets 1.2 million.
almost potted it.
Garrett folds.
And Garrett will fold, so another missed opportunity for Garrett there pre-flop.
He wasn't going to get called, but it would have been a big pickup for him.
He would have picked up about $1 million in chips.
Yeah, just I understand what he's thinking about. Like he has more chips now. Like Matt's shorter.
Right.
And so, like if you just hear snap call, he's just like kind of like, oh whoops, I just got fourth, and there's a guy shorter than me. But they're playing four-handed, and
there's not a big disparity between the two, or a particularly big pay jump from fourth to third. The real
Young
jump
is
third to
active
second,
enough.
so.
Ace jack is just too good a hand. It
Yeah.
should be. It's time to send it in. It's hard to make blackjack. He had blackjack already.
Yeah.
What?
Matt here. Gonna fold 9-2. Justin is gonna raise 6-5.
Just on the button announces a raise to 500,000.
Going with the min raise now.
That's the beauty of the plaque. You can just drop the plaque out, raise. Never had that opportunity.
10-7 suited. Hyung, Jack 5 offsuit. Posture.
So posture grab, fold. That may not been the specific time I would have done it, but I think Garrett ripping a hand like 10-7 of spades over that button open every once in a while would be a bad move.
Also totally fine. At the point he has 10-9 suited, it's a value shove, you know, so he's not that far off.
I think it's Justin opens a lot, and he also is going to be open a lot on Young's big blind.
And Hyung is not going to overcall very wide. Like he's going to make some folds that should be calls.
We haven't. Young got a little better the last hour about not tanking too much, and now we have a tank with a hand that I think he's just folding for a min raise. So
so
there was a little. We got a respite from it, and I think on break he decided to tank the first hand.
Just giving it a little pause, thinking it over.
It was only a min raise, and he was folded for it. So.
can't believe how expressive Matt has been at this final table.
They got him out of his shell.
Like for years, I've just been watching him walk around stone-faced in poker rooms.
I played the day one of I think it was the entire day one of the main event. I don't think it was day two. And he looked like he wanted to kill somebody the whole time, and he had every chip. So he's
lighting up today. Garrett here with an ace on the button.
Garrett announces a raise of 525,000. Paul folds a small blind.
Quarter.
Matt has queen deuce of hearts. I think he could probably defend this.
I think he likely will.
Deuce deuce jack flop, and then that's probably what Garrett's looking
We'll go heads up to the flop.
And queen 4-3 on the flop, so top pair for Matt. Gut shot straight draw for Garrett.
Garrett, would you think would see bet this? He has a gut shot, and like that's a pretty dry board.
He's right on that stack size though, where he might check back here. There you go.
Garrett checks back.
He sends to the side of non-aggression. Wow. That is a horrendous card for Matt. He made open ender and top pair.
Yeah.
Matt bets 600,000.
Funny, the Matt has such a huge hand here, and he is literally drawing to a chop only. That's it.
It's interesting to see how Garrett approaches this.
Yeah.
I think as a pre-flop checker, you would not want to raise this turn.
No, I think you should call.
Because it just announces you have a straight.
Yeah.
Too
Garrett
much.
calls 600,000.
He didn't bet the flop.
And we'll go to a river.
Let's see what.
River is a 9.
Wow.
Almost 9 of clubs on the river, and
That's
Garrett's
a
about to
total
win a big
brick.
pot.
Matt is not. Matt is probably going to check call, and I don't imagine he finds a fold. Can beat me at bet.
Looks like Garrett's checking back with showdown value. He might bet, but he's also like, you can check back a queen here. Looks like Matt wants to bet.
I think should get jammed on.
1.1 million.
Yeah. Imagine Garrett will have a much more brief posture. And then go all.
That was a disaster card when it came off 5-5 for him.
Yeah.
I like the way Garrett played it by not raising the turn. A lot of people would like get excited, raise the turn, and then I think you would give Matt a chance to fold a hand that he could not fold.
I don't think rechecking your hands, unless he's actually uncertain, I don't think rechecking and then shoving is a great idea.
No, really. Especially when you have a straight.
Yeah.
It's like you're double checking that you have it.
And an annoying decision for Matt here.
Matt, I can tell you, is stunned that he got jammed on when the river's a 9.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't seem like that. He's very surprised. You would not expect that to happen. Now he's sitting here thinking, this guy's not bluffing, but what does he have? That's what's on his mind.
Looks like maybe he's got 7-6 or something. Maybe he's got like pocket 5s.
I think you're more likely to raise with 5s on the turn. Probably bets 5s in the flop too. So it's really hard.
Yeah.
Good fold. I don't think I would call Garrett on that river because he just is a little bit too tight. But I'd consider it. So odd, you're like, okay, you're
got one of the relevant blockers.
And you're representing a straight or a set
to
be planning to like call the turn, jam the river. It's not like Matt can't have queen 9. That was Matt has 8 bigs left. He folded that river for. That was a
disciplined fold right there.
He probably can't win, and he knows it, but it does feel weird that happened to you. You wouldn't expect it.
All right, Garrett with a 9-2-0 here. Not going to be coming in.
9 deuce is a popular hand. Ambassador colleague of mine, Jessica Dolly, was 3-bet called by that hand in the main event.
What?
Yes. So you wouldn't have a ton of chips, but
Matt moves all in from the small
Matt
blind.
going for it from the small blind.
folds.
Hwang folded king deuce suited on the button.
yeah, he should be opening that.
Not,
Yeah,
not the thing
she
to do
opened
there.
the button in the main event, and Josh Beck, we 3-bet called her with 9-deuce suited for about 20 or so bigs. It was on day one.
Right.
A little bit, and it wasn't.
Doesn't seem
but
like a great idea for
It
me.
was funny.
Yeah.
She lost, of course. The reason why the
Right.
hand got described is
Right,
she lost
she
the hand,
lost.
but just made me think of it. She wasn't too pleased with that outcome.
I could understand that. Now there you see our payouts, 669 up top, including a seat in the Tournament of Champions 15K tournament coming up on Friday.
Yeah, one of these
458
could be
for
your
a run-up.
opponent.
Huh? One of these guys is going to be my opponent. That's right.
And there's no winners left, so.
One of these guys is going to get a seat. The other three not allowed to play.
The other three are going to get a lot more money than you and I got out of the tournament, though.
You have me there.
I finished just short of the 5-figure cutoff for payouts. Still a 4-figure win.
All right, action with Young.
Action will open up a little tall.
He is out. Now with Matt in his tiny stack, he is all in.
Ace.
Matt moves all in.
Now with Justin. Kind of a decision here with king deuce suited. Nope, gonna fold. And Garrett, no decision there.
Yeah, they get fold that. King deuce.
Yeah, I'd fold too.
Wins a hand.
You don't have to go too much higher up in the suited king spectrum for me to be making the call.
No.
Yeah.
Not a lot. 2 shoves gets through though for Matt, so those are pretty vital pickups for him. After that was a pretty big hand he lost there too, where he made a pretty good bet full in the river.
He did, yeah. Matt's played a very tough final table here.
Yeah, a couple of things, but otherwise I've been very impressed.
Our blinds are astronomically high at this stage, so none of these guys have a ton of room to maneuver.
Matt has another all in hand.
He's going all in. Ooh, it's double fisted this time.
Moves all in under the gun.
Over to Justin, and Justin has a pair of queens, so Matt is going to be all in at risk here.
Announces a call of the all-in bet.
Garrett is out.
Garrett folds.
Young is going to fold king 8. So one of the 8s is dead, but all the aces are live.
He likes to tank when there's an all in and a call.
Yeah, he loves this kind of stuff. He did it before with like a 6-2-0 or something.
He's like, well, if I go all in and I beat Justin, I could win the tournament.
Come on, Young. You know you're not going to call.
He wasn't going to call the original.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
What this stuff is. We're like.
Paul folds.
All right.
Justin shows pocket queens, the queen of diamonds.
Okay, so Matt
Pretty
is
bad
the one
luck
at
for Matt
risk
running
here.
the hand this from.
Thus far, the short stack has always found a way to double up in our four-handed match, though. Oh, wow, he might find a way to do it here. All kinds of outs. It's about a 60-40 now, as you see. 8, no problem. Short stack doubles up. I'm not allowed to go home.
Chop. And
Right for the chop. Justin's like cutting out chips, and he's like, ah, I'll take it.
I swear I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, everybody enjoys.
Oh, that was exciting. That was that felt like an old online run out.
Do you still play much online?
No.
No? Neither.
Well, there aren't really U.S.-facing sites that are particularly attractive for me. I guess there's some really small ones, but logistics are difficult. Cash outs are challenging. So just nothing is compelling enough for me to do it.
Yeah, and so.
Players have currently played.
I like the online poker in the old days, but it's just not, you know.
It's just not what it used to be. I understand.
It's not. I mean, I wish it was still around in the U.S.
Yeah.
To the way it was. Although my Sundays are a lot happier, I think, on the overall. I was 9 Sundays out of 10. I was in a bad mood at the end of the Sunday.
All right, so Justin is raised, and Garrett is woken up behind him with ace-10.
I would think that he would send this ace-10.
Yeah. I don't know. He's been so risk-averse, but I think he should. He definitely should.
Garrett announces a re-raise to 1.2 million.
Oh, he's going with the small re-raise up to 1.2. Although I don't know exactly what his chip count is, but if he's putting himself at risk of 3-bet folding this hand with like sub 30 blinds, I don't really like it.
See, he has 3 plaques. That's 1.5.
Right.
It's hard to see because he keeps his chips in a rack. I remember it because that rack was Sentinel in on me once. And I called it.
You called the rack?
I called the rack, and then I doubled up the rack. So Justin, I am sure, saw that he decided to 3-bet the king's hand by this point instead of shove. So that he's probably not excited by the situation.
And maybe without the previous hands, Justin would rip this. I don't know exactly Garrett's chip count. Looks like he's just going to peel instead. The sizing's pretty small, and Justin's a little more apt to make these type of peels than many players are.
I don't.
Heads up to the flop.
He started the hand with 6.7. So then I like the small 3-bet as opposed to just ripping.
Agree. That's a lot more chips than I thought he had.
A pretty good flop for Justin here. Not even a bad one for Garrett.
He has ace high with the ace of clubs, and he probably gets peeled by a lot of king and queen highs. I would be betting. And I don't think Justin's really trapping with big pairs, so he can't expect to get raised on a flop.
And it is a bet of 1.1 million from Garrett.
Justin is not going to fold to this bet. I expect to see him check call. .7 is more than I thought. Then I think it's 100% fine, that 3-bet size. Like I said, his stack's hard to see.
Yeah.
This is the rack.
Yeah, then I think it's perfect. I thought he might have like 4 or 4.5 million, in which case he should just rip it. But at 6.7, I think his sizing is very good, particularly with the history of going small.
Wow,
that's surprising. Though.
I don't think you can peel 6s and then fold 7-7-4.
I agree. I
mean, you just should fold pre if you're not going to call that flop.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Among the flops that you should peel, that seems like a
you don't often get a
backdoor straight draws.
You often when you peel 6s short of flopping a 6. That's about that's as good a one as you can get. if you're that uncomfortable with 6s versus the range 3-bet, then I think you should just fold.
I also think at their chip counts, I don't blame Justin for not doing it, but ripping in his position is a very viable play pre-flop. You can definitely just rip it in on him and be like, I got 6s, what are you going to do? But I think having seen the hand where he small 3-bet the kings, I like that Justin didn't go for it, but...
I don't think I would go crazy with the 6s and shove it, but I don't... If I did, I would probably just... If I didn't fold it, I would just not fold 7-7-4. Good bet from Garrett, though. And he had the ace of clubs, which have made it a little easier, but yeah.
Here with the 10-8.
Played that hand well. He won a nice pot off a hand that he might not have otherwise. Here's our buddy. He's all dressed in kind of a
monotone style.
Yeah. He likes to limp the ace high.
Yeah,
Justin checks his big blind option.
Not the hands to limp, but that's okay.
You want to bring him. He's hoping to flop opponent with a worse 6.
Yes, this is.
That was the reason why.
This is literally a best case scenario.
He's like, if I limp a 6 and the guy has a 6, I'll have
get him.
Yeah.
I'll just get him.
Maybe the turn's a 6 and sayonara Justin.
The turn is a king.
King of spades.
That's a flush draw.
Justin checks.
This is a spot where I expect him to check and he should be betting.
I agree again. Young checks.
River.
10 on the river, so Hyung should win. It should go check, I guess. Yep, and Hyung will win.
Showdown.
And That's why we lived ace-6 off.
To dominate his 6 range.
Yeah.
Paul also shows a pair
Well
of
done.
sixes with
If he
an
bet the
ace
turn, by the
kicker.
way, he would have got a call because it was pair flush
Diamonds,
draw and then
ace
won a
of
little
hearts.
bigger pot.
Yeah, that's right.
The river's check check.
That's exactly right. So, small opportunity lost for Hyung there.
I don't think necessarily he's going through all these things, but I think he'd. If I were to give him one piece of advice, if you were just his friend, to say, hey, aggression, just like aggression in the big bets, it's really hard for professionals to defend against that, especially short-handed. You're not going to wake up a lot of hands. Just be aggressive if you're him. Make them wake up with hands, and if they happen to, then maybe you can get lucky. I think it's the limping small ball approach. I don't think is long-term.
That is the exact opposite of what Hyung should be doing at this final table.
Yeah.
If I were Hyung's friend and I could just give him one piece of advice, I would say no limit at all, period. Like, it's just not, that's not going to go well for you.
You can play your hand, play it aggressively, if not fold it. Yeah. All in for 12 blinds, right? No, 10 blinds.
Oh, he's going to get called and be at risk.
Justin is waking up with big pairs in one of these spots.
It's like, do I get to win any of these?
All in from the small blind. Garrett folds.
Garrett is out. Matt is all in at risk with 10 blinds. Justin laughs about how he loses this time.
Well, King 4 is the hand that he got Phil Healy. There's a Phil Healy hand with like 12 left. You aware of that?
I didn't hear it. I want to hear about it as soon as we watch this board run out.
Okay, that's why the King 4 got a special smile.
The flop is Queen Jack.
Right, so this is going to give Matt some additional outs to a Queen.
Jack of diamonds, Jack of
Hell,
hearts.
even running jacks.
Any paint is probably good for him.
No help, and so he needs a king or a queen on the river. It's a king.
King of diamonds. Matt will double up kings and jacks.
Did he tell? He did tell us that hand. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a hand like 12, 13 left, or so. Where I don't know the exact round. Where Phil Healy opened under the gun off a 20 blind plus or minus.
And
stack.
Justin ripped the king 4 out of the big.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize. It was
And Phil's
that
pretty
deep.
tight, opening a 20 blind stack. It's probably what, and so it was ambitious play. Phil called with jacks and lost. So like that's why I think the special we gave go on King 4 specifically. But King 4 got him back.
More than once.
Yeah. Well, King 4, yeah. Garrett found a double with it.
Yep. And Matt found the double with it.
Yes, both were negative events for him, especially the Matt one because it was his direct chips. It's kind of amazing the shorts how often the short stacks won. We have the eliminations have been hard to come by.
Very.
We're just gonna have to. You and I are gonna have to spend a lot of time together. I didn't realize.
That I'm cool with. I just wish we could do it outside this booth. You know, that's all.
Maybe we can get cocktail servers up here eventually. You know, spice it up.
We probably could. We probably can get cocktails.
Extra folds just on the button.
Right. It might be the lucky Scotch level soon
Well,
for the commentators.
if we can get cocktail service up here, then they might spice up the commentary a slight bit. You never know. Garrett raising this Queen 7 off. I would probably limp against
just
Young
limp
with
for
that.
Young. Yeah.
Interesting.
Especially Hyung is not a folder. I would play a pretty linear style out of the small blind, by which I mean raising my stronger hands, limping my medium hands, folding my worst hands, or maybe even still limping the worst hands because Hyung's not going to isolate very much.
He mucked it. We don't know. A lot of the folds, he doesn't always show the fold hands, right? So, or just put them in the right spot where we get to know what they are, I should say. Couldn't have been much. I wouldn't expect him to fold a particularly good hand. You're not on a no drinking bet or anything. That's a big trend in the poker world.
I'm on a no drinking diet, but not a bet or anything.
Oh,
but I'm not keeping that up too long. It's like a month-long thing. It's not like some
So
big.
we can't get
permanent-
cocktails to the bank.
You can get cocktails.
Just raise.
I don't want to stop you from enjoying yourself. You're our guest.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, Justin raising ace-9. Garrett with a pair of 10s right behind him.
Garrett has nice chips, so I expected to see it under just 3-bet, not to rip.
Yeah. He might even flat
to induce Matt in the big blind.
Yeah. I don't think I would. I would just 3-bet 10s here.
I don't think he can really induce Matt too much. He doesn't quite
He's not
have
that
enough.
short anymore or anything, but
interesting to see what he does. Call.
Call 525.
I would rather 3-bet there.
So would I, yeah.
Paul and Matt fold their blinds.
I think Matt's going to
And
perceive that his
Justin
flat A
has
range is pretty strong and not take a light squeeze spot anyway. So I don't know if I would really. But hey.
Flop is
King 9-4, 2 hearts in the flop, so Justin with middle pair. Garrett is slightly better than middle pair. Justin is going to bet for value here.
It depends on how this run board. This might end up working out great. You might end up wanting a medium-sized pot. Where a 3-bet, Justin would just throw ace 9 away. More than likely.
So 525, call. Turn is a deuce of hearts. That should slow everyone down.
Yeah, there's an absence of hearts.
Check from Justin. Garrett will check behind.
Yeah, if it comes to brick, it might be check again. That is not a real brick.
That's a card that will probably cause this hand to check down. Oh, Justin, what's Justin? He's blocking. He's going to bet 250 for a blocker. 1/10 pot. Garrett's going to shrug and call.
Not really sure what hand he wants to get called by. I guess a worst 9.
7s or something. Worst 9.
I guess it's
Garrett calls.
And he doesn't want to call big bets. I think it's fine.
Ace kicker. Garrett shows pocket 10s.
It's basically creating a check. One bet. One big bet instead of a check.
And Garrett will win hand.
So what? Why is Tony Dunst on a diet and I'm not? How could that be a real thing?
Priorities.
Priorities.
Yeah.
You look. I mean, when I saw you a minute ago, like you looked very overweight. I mean,
Yeah.
Very heavy.
No, I mean just
Is it like a health, like trying to eat healthy, or like actually
like,
lose weight? Like you don't.
No. It's like just getting more lean because we're in Florida and beach time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there's not any like.
What's wrong with the world? You're on a diet. I'm not. I mean, that's it seems logically speaking, it's just,
It's a very boring way to live. I don't enjoy doing these type of things, but they're effective.
Of course.
Okay, Garrett here with a pair of 3s.
Garrett's really chipped up a lot in the last hour or so. He was helped out by beating 8 to King 4, but since then he's played well.
Gone up to 525. Justin has an ace 6.
Probably will defend it. This is up to something. Wow.
What the?
I don't think you can fold that.
I don't either. I don't know what's going on at this final table anymore. We're 10 hours in. I'm reaching peak aggravation point. I can't watch all this stuff anymore.
We'll start telling funny stories, and if we can get a cocktail up here, I'll start telling some funny stories.
Cocktails. All right, now we can probably get some of that for you though. What would you like?
That's available from the bar downstairs. I'd say Crown and Coke.
Okay, let me see what I can do for you.
Ace 6 off 4-handed. He did. I don't know. It's a very tight fold. Young open limping. Jack 8 of hearts.
That's a limping hand. That's definitely a limping hand if you're going to limp. That's the one to do it with. So some ace rags in the blinds will complete and then check. And the flop is ace 8-3, so up here for everyone.
It's funny, if Young doesn't limp, this like could be a pretty big pot between the two of them. As it stands, Young's in a bet, right? He's an 8? No, he doesn't.
I don't know about that.
The turn is a deuce.
Wow.
Justin's going to bet, Garrett's going to call, and Young's going to overcall, is my prediction.
That seems more realistic.
Justin has set 325 on the turn. And Garrett has called.
And Young is out.
Young did flop middle pair and never put an dollar chip in the pot.
Yeah, we're bad at the whole predicting thing.
I got the first two right, but I.
Does a 10 of clubs.
So Garrett is going to win this.
It's very rare to have ace-6 kicker play versus ace-4, but it just happened.
He's going to go bet call here.
Justin bets 5.75 on the river.
Garrett, you're not folding. Who are we trying to kick?
Garrett will make the call and win this pot.
Justin shows a pair of aces, ace of clubs, 4 of hearts for a pair of aces. Garrett shows ace-6, ace of hearts, 6 of clubs, and we will.
He's just like, how could they have an ace and kicker?
He's like, wait, really? I don't chop that? That's not a chop?
It's one of those boards where, like, absolute at first glance.
Yeah.
You don't even think about it. It's like, okay, whoops.
After this happens. Garrett up to 12 million.
Yes, that is an enormous chip up. I mean, he had
2.
Yeah, he had he shoved king 4 with like 9 blinds.
Yeah,
maybe?
1.8 million or something.
9 blind shove and got called by 8s, was dead, and that's 12 million now. Don't give up in tournament poker. Magic can happen.
Seriously though,
It
just
really
don't give up if you have a blind in front of you.
Yeah,
all
it's
kinds
amazing.
of crazy stuff can happen.
Especially when blinds are big, it really, stacks can fluctuate a lot. So it's Justin for the first time on that hand seemed visibly frustrated.
2 of our 4 players on this
This
table
will help his
have been
frustration
1
a
card
little
from
bit.
elimination. Just in the last hour.
Yeah. 2 king 4s.
Yeah.
Justin has looked visibly frustrated the last hand on the ace-6, ace-4. He finds kings next hand. We'll see what Garrett does. I think he would defend the small blind with this hand.
Garrett has made the call from the small blind.
Calls with king 10 suited. I like the play. Young presumably calls.
He's been pretty tight lately.
He's been very tight lately.
He just limp jack 8 flop middle pair against 2 people who don't rate to have an ace and never bet.
Yep.
Granted, they both had aces, so maybe he's just making sick reads. With the double thinker pose. This it's a min raise.
Come on. Okay.
When he was doing that thinking, you know what he figured out? Garrett has better diamonds, so I better muck this one. I don't want to flop a flush. That's what he did. Well, not much for king 10 of diamonds. This hand should be over.
3 hearts. Garrett has checked. Justin bet 600,000. Garrett folds, and Justin picks up.
Justin gives him a little show.
Shows.
I don't really like that. I'm guilty of doing it sometimes. But
you're not a free show guy.
No, I do. I am guilty. I play in some private games where like you need to show some hands.
Right.
It's kind of like part of it, but I'm guilty even in situations where you don't have to show it occasionally. Not generally speaking, a whole lot of value in that. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't think he got a whole lot of information out of the fact that he raised kings and bet a 5-5 flop. But
yep.
Justin was probably a little bit annoyed. Like he had been on a pretty big, significant chip down swing. Took a beat.
Justin opens the action.
Then he gets kings and jacks next to him.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
He lost some a fair amount of showdowns.
Garrett folds.
Oh.
Paul folds.
I expect Matt to send this.
I don't know what his exact chip count is, but I think it's a sending stack.
It's
If
2.
he's got under 5 million, he should be sending it. There we go. Snap call from Justin.
Justin has called.
These guys are close enough in chips that someone will be fairly crippled after this regardless of what happens.
You're rooting for carnage at this point. I can
I'm rooting for carnage.
Ace of spades. Jack of clubs.
Past my point of watching 4-handed poker right now.
Yeah, well, your analysis really kicks up at 3-handed too, right? Oh, good flop from Matt.
Never easy.
With
It is just
kings of
never
diamonds,
easy.
7 outer.
7 of hearts, 7 of clubs. We're going to see a turn. Turn is a 7, 7 spades,
Turn.
and a river.
And
River is a
Justin holds up and will eliminate Matt Haugen in 4th place. Played a great final table here today, but just kind of ran out of cards and chips.
Yeah, I thought he played excellent.
Yeah.
Excellently. We, in case my wife is watching, she's a grammatical, she's very critical of grammar.
I see.
Yeah.
You're going to hear about it.
She's
then.
smart, you know, well-read, etc. So you can't make those kind of mistakes in her presence.
Gotcha.
All right, so we're down to 3-handed. And either Garrett or Justin. This will be interesting because Isan Hume has been very tight the last couple of hours after being a little wild early. But tight's not going to work 3-handed anymore, so he's going to have to see if he starts splashing around. We see more of this kind of queen-6 3-bets and things like that. So otherwise, I don't think if he just kind of keeps playing kind of tight small ball, he's just going to get bled down and lose. So.
Our current chip counts are Hyung 13.2 million, Justin 11.8 million, Garrett 11.5 million. This is anyone's game, but as you see, Hyung, our current chip leader,
basically the same stacks for all intents and purposes, 3 ways, and pretty deep poker, being almost 50 blinds average. Hyung will need to amp up aggression to have a shot. He's not going to be able to play the like call, limp, like kind of slow style, because he just. If I were to tell him, I said, Hyung, time to blast off, and make these people wake up with hands 3-handed, which is hard to do. We'll see what happens. But Justin, who is had like a sad face at one point. He was looking, gets kings and jacks back to back, and then Felt's Haugen, and look how quick. And
now you're good. Garrett raising up queen 10 suited.
Mood's drastically improved, I observe. See, and
Justin gonna call. He's 5 suited.
I know we're showing Hyung, but I don't think he has cards.
Yeah, he's out.
Let's get an action flop like Jack 9 3 2 hearts. Something exciting. Well, it's not horrible.
Queen 8, so a pair for everyone. Backdoor flush for everyone.
Jack of spades, turn after a bet.
That's $500,000.
You're rooting for action.
I'm rooting for action. But also good things happen in fantasy sports.
Oh. I wonder what the fist pump is.
Yeah, fist pump. All right, so we'll bet and a call. Brings a 9 on the turn. That'll give Garrett a straight draw.
I imagine Garrett's going to check this back. I don't have any idea why Justin's leading. To be fair.
Yeah, it's surprising. I guess he just anticipates Garrett checking back so much, and he's like, nah, I don't want you getting a free card on this texture.
But if he's beat, like, he's close to dead.
Justin's bet 1 million.
I guess he's just kind of like block betting it, hope because he doesn't really like want to get. He doesn't have a hand that can face huge barreling. Yeah, I don't really see it. Don't like it. There might be a reason for it that I'm not thinking of, but I'd be pretty happy to just check call. I know Garrett is tighter, and so he's not going to barrel quite as wide, but I think I'd be looking to check call this card. But wow,
Whoa.
Garrett, that is an incredibly tight fold.
I don't do that.
I mean, if he had 2 pair plus, he's not. I don't think he's leading, or a Jack 10 or whatever you might be worried that he has on that lead. So
every now and then people will mix it up and lead Jack 10 into you, but for the most part,
you have a 10 in your hand.
Yeah, you have a 10 in your hand. You have a pair or 2.
I don't know. That was a very tight fold there. I can't imagine. I would just called. See what.
And it was getting like 3 or 4 to 1 or something, which is
good. Hit a queen, a jack. Anyway.
As it turns out, a 10 would be good, and then it would go check on the river. Like you have 7 to 10 outs.
That was on the nitty side.
Yeah.
Odd lead, but the lead ended up being great.
Yes.
Because he got to fold a huge amount of equity. All right.
Young with an 8-7 suited here.
Come on, Young. We know this hand's right in your wheelhouse. Let's shoot it up.
Ball is raised to 800,000.
He did shoot it up. He was
800K.
I thought I might see. I was like, this is a wheelhouse hand for Young. He went with 800,000. Like, this is now 8-3 off's not going to defend. Too bad. He seems ready to play this one.
Here holds the big blind. Paul wins the hand.
Thank you, Lindsay.
All right.
Fabulous friend and waitress, Lindsay, just brought me a cocktail. A lot of people that play regularly at the Hard Rock Poker Room know Lindsay. She's an excellent waitress. Also,
They know you.
Yes. But somehow she ran up and gave me a cocktail. That was tremendous. The best thing about being on a live stream is she didn't expect a tip. Although next time it's here, I would give her a double tip. I'm not trying to cheap out, but you get away for these things.
You get away with these kind of things, man.
Yeah.
Both the blinds fold. Justin picks up the pot.
Justin drags that one with King 7.
Now the cocktails are flowing. Maybe I'll start giving you some good stories.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it's hit that time. It's 9 o'clock, so you know it's
trying to loosen it up a little. I know these guys are three-handed for a lot of money though.
They are. They
so
are.
we got to give it some, give some analysis, but also have some fun. Look at those people in the background. Any of those people going to be there?
That's a good question.
Are you going to see Harry or a Tunyan?
A root union? I don't know. These are the more recent seasons. I think you have a better chance of seeing guys from the last 5 seasons.
What would be the let's see, what's, okay. What would
here's
be
a good question. Here it comes. Okay,
the
go
top
ahead.
3 most random people that you would possibly see show up for tournament champions where you're like stunned they're there, but they're eligible.
Right.
Who would those people be? I have one in mind right off the top.
We're assuming all living.
Yes.
Yes, living. Okay. Let's see. Top 3 most stunning.
When you sat down at your table and you looked over to your left and saw this person, like, I cannot believe this person showed up and played and bought in, because I haven't seen this person in a long time, or whatever the circumstances are. You just would be stunned to see this person, but of course it has to be a winner.
Okay. Howard Lederer seems like a great choice.
Yes.
Yep. There's that number 1 on Jess's list, Howard Lederer.
Okay.
1 second here.
He's unique not from not being on a 415K, because clearly he,
Yep.
he has some liquid funds that he's probably still holding on to.
Oh yeah, he's got some money.
Oh, they
got
made
our
it.
money. Let's see. So Hyung makes a straight on the river, but decides to show the queen instead.
So right when so if you're Justin, right when he shows the queen, you're like, oh, I made a good fold.
Yep. Okay, so he'd be number 1 most surprising.
He won a WPT, I assume.
Yeah, I think it was Limit Poker too, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it was a Limit Poker. He won Player of the Year Season 1, and he won, I believe, a Limit Poker.
Wasn't there a tournament that was on a cruise ship where it was Limit?
I think that was that one.
And it was like $1 million.
It was like the Party Poker Millions, and it was like Limit Poker or something, right?
And it was like $1 million to win it.
Yeah.
Something gigantic.
Yeah,
for a
something
limit
huge.
Tournament. Maybe the biggest limit tournament that ever existed.
You might be right about that. So that's
okay,
my number 1.
I have one right off the bat. A good name from the past.
Okay.
Roy Winston.
Roy Winston.
Yes.
An old school Borgata reg.
Yes.
Yeah. Why would that be so surprising? Like,
because
we don't
he has
see
not
him
been
anymore.
seen anywhere in the poker world for 4 or 5 years, and just randomly pop up and throw in 15K.
Yeah. That would be very. But I feel like he was at least wasn't he a doctor, or a dentist, or something?
That was the backstory.
That was the backstory.
He might just written that on a bio
True.
sheet.
It's
Who
true.
knows?
Yeah.
Did anyone actually gone to see Roy Winston
in his professional setting?
Yeah.
Assuming he was not inventing a career, it wouldn't be that shocking because those are high-paying careers. But yeah,
what do you think?
Hasn't been around forever.
What do you think truthfulness percentages on WPT bio sheets? I think it's gone down over the years.
Gone down, yeah.
But the truthfulness is not high.
No.
Oh, okay.
Paul Phillips.
Paul Phillips is a choice from Jess.
There's an old school name. Okay, so Phil Gordon never won one of these, did he? He did win. Are you sure he didn't get heads up and then lose? He won. Okay,
Phil Gordon would be a good one.
He'd be a good one. We haven't seen him in forever. Who got second to Phil Gordon? Chris Moneymaker.
But he's not a winner.
He's not a winner.
Phil Gordon. Phil Gordon was really very high up on the poker celebrity hierarchy.
Yes.
10 years ago.
Yes.
He had a poker book. I don't remember.
He had a show. He was a commentator.
He was on the Bravo show, whatever, celebrity poker show.
That's
right? I used to watch poker shows.
Me too.
And now I have to admit that I don't watch a lot of them anymore. They're a lot less.
Yeah.
I do watch WPT, of course, because we're on the line.
Yeah.
But no, actually, I do watch a lot of my. It helps being in the poker world more now. Like, if I watch an episode, the chances that I know 2 or 3 people at the final table is just much higher. So like,
true.
When I used to watch them in the old days, it's kind of just watching out of like fandom and like, wow, that's it. But now I'm watching, those are my friends. So
Right.
It's kind of the dynamic of why I'm watching has changed, but it's still, I still watch. But my overall poker TV watching has gone down, but probably just the aggregate programming is just way less.
Way less, for sure.
I mean, at one point there was a poker show on every night, and now.
And now there's only a few left. There's like World Series, World Poker Tour. There's Poker Night in America.
I have been on Poker Night America now twice.
Yep.
But neither of the times I've been on, I think that they haven't aired many of my episodes yet.
Yeah,
that I'm aware
not really sure.
It's a little bit hard to figure out when they're about to air the episodes,
Yeah.
but I was on twice. Both of the times they were played here. Leveraged the Seminole Hard Rock affiliation, patch, player, etc. Got on the show, which I know like that, and I'm friends with Matt Glantz, which doesn't hurt. So I played it twice. It was actually an excellent experience both times. Unfortunately, Ian O'Hara put in a lot of big blinds with Ace Queen against me.
Who did?
Ian O'Hara.
Oh, yes.
And against my kings, and we ran 2 boards, and I lost both.
Ooh, wow. That's not supposed to go down like that.
No, it was annoying. But I still came back to break even for the session, and I had a great time.
All right.
Phil Locke was on my episode, and he's a pretty hilarious person to play with.
He is an absurd person to play with. It's great.
But Phil Locke has won a WPT, so he will probably be in it.
He should. No, he's here.
He's here, but so I can't imagine he's not playing, right?
Yeah, I assume he'll be in it. So that's not surprising. Hold on.
Garrett made a raise, and Justin has a strong starting hand in the big
and
blind.
he might just flat here because Garrett has been so... Nope. I'm wrong.
Justin, 3 raises.
I depend. Their stacks are pretty deep. I think I like a 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the 3-bet. I just thought he might flat because Garrett has been generally risk-averse pre-flop, so...
Because I think at the stacks they're playing, which are now, they're playing all 40, 50 big blinds, right?
Yes.
He doesn't have to have it to 3-bet, right? So then, therefore, I would probably, you know what I mean? At 50 big blind stacks, you can 3-bet a lot more airballs.
Yes, I like the 3-bet.
So then, if you have airballs in your range, you should also 3-bet the really good ones. Where on like 25, 31, I might not 3-bet.
Garrett gets away there with King 9.
Yeah, King 9 off is just not a hand that like you're gonna
really do much of anything.
I would probably not have given up because I never like to give up shorthanding because I always think of but King 9 is a good one to choose. That was always like the first poker book I ever read. I was like King 9, trouble hand.
Yeah, trouble hand, like pocket jacks, trouble hand.
Well, that's a good. King 9 was like
in like 2003, pocket jacks were a trouble hand.
Now we're down to now Jack 7 off's a trouble hand.
Yeah. Mentioning Phil Gordon reminded me of a very good Phil Gordon story.
Okay.
I was playing with him at either the 2007 or I want to say 2008 World Series. It was a prelim event.
Not the one that we final tabled together.
Nope. It was like a 2K or something, or 1500. And Steve O'Dwyer was on the table, and back then, I mean, Steve's a fairly quiet, reserved guy as it is, but back then he was really quiet. And
I played with him once on day 1 of a main event, not knowing him that well, and he said 0 words for an entire day.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and at that point, he was very quiet. And Phil was very talkative and nice up until he lost a pot that was extremely standard. And I want to say, like, somebody else got the money in against him, and he lost. And it was like a really, really ordinary hand. And he spent the next 40 minutes complaining, just like constantly, and sort of like berating the guy a little bit.
Yeah.
And finally, Steve snapped. He said, "Are you still talking about that hand?" And this is like the first time I'd ever seen Steve talk on the table. And he just snaps it at Phil Gordon. And Phil does not back down. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you weren't even in the hand, blah, blah, blah. Who do you think you are, buddy?" And I remember one thing he told me back then, which was, this is Phil Gordon, he told me that he would put his results over the last 5 years up against anyone in the world. He believed himself to be that good. He's like, "Listen, I'm among the very best. I will put my results against anyone in the world over the last 5 years." And I was like, damn, man, like, reality check, fool.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I could... Considering his results since that
Yeah,
season have been really dusty.
Exactly.
I don't think since 2008 it's been really prolific as far as cashing. So.
No.
To be fair, there were some tournaments entered after 08 that he'd have, but yes, I don't think he's not active. His best friends were like Ray First, right? So
yeah.
They were neither one of them around a whole lot. But
There's
I'll tell you a funny main event story. Do you remember that this is from, I believe, 2 years ago's main event?
Okay.
Yes, 2 years ago. There was a guy that like played Aria mixed games. His name was Mike. He was really loud. There was
I know, Crazy Mike.
Crazy Mike.
Crazy Mike.
He was at my table on day one, and he is nuts.
He is.
Never stops talking really loud, really loud. Somewhat entertaining, but actually in the main event it gets to the point where, okay, well, we have an open by King Deuce. We should talk about this.
Right, and a 3-bet by Garrett to 1.5
I like that.
million.
He's taking a little lighter 3-bet.
I like this very much by Garrett.
I actually would not give up if I'm just in this spot.
Would you gonna 4-bet then? I don't think King Deuce suited is a flat hand. I'd flat like King 9 suited, but
I don't think it's a bad spot to 4-bet. It's easy for me to say because he has Queen 10
looking
off.
at Queen 10, but certainly not wrong to fold over there. But
no.
So tell me about your main event story.
So Mike was very, very loud the whole time, and it's to the extent that like I'm not usually bothered, but it was almost on the level of bothersome.
Right.
Because he just like never even quiets down for a second. He's kind of got an ADD, always needs to be talking, always has to be in action.
Yep.
And I also so like we didn't really interact a lot. We were just joking around, etc. And then because he was playing so absurd, I was forced to put in like 200 big blinds with queens against him.
Okay.
And which is not something I like to do on day one of the main event, but you're just forced to because he's an absurd human.
Right. Yeah, so you went for it.
Yeah. Well, he actually had jacks, which I was, and I won. So, but then because I won that pot, I became his target, because he lost a big bunch.
Right, he takes it super personal.
No, he was just like needling, whatever.
Okay.
Long story short, and this is the funny part of the story, he started needling because I have the premature gray issue, and and the same thing happened to I have the premature gray issue, etc. And I hadn't, similar to right now, I hadn't shaved in a long time. I had the gray hair and the beard, etc. So he was needling me about being an old man.
Yep.
Anyway, somehow it segued into a prop bet on my age.
Right.
So because he's the kind of guy that gets everyone involved, there was a 25 to 30 people betting on my age.
Of your age.
And the over-under was, the part that's funny is what was the over-under set at 2 years ago?
2 years ago?
Yes.
I don't know.
48. At the time, I was 37. And the over-under, with a lot of action going on, was 48.
Bunch of the sharpest people in the world come together and set the line on your age.
He got people from other tables that weren't even engaged with us to get in on the betting. And they were betting 500 to 1,000 either way.
Yeah.
And when there was a heavy action, and most of it went under, but a couple people, 20-30% went over.
Right.
Which is just funny now. I'm sitting there knowing I'm 37. So we have a top pair bet from Young and Garrett. Garrett just checked down ace jack, and then now he's thinking about calling, but it would be a bad idea.
Yep.
He makes a good
play.
He's played very well, I thought. Pretty interesting to see about King 4-4, by the way, with ace jack. I might have. So when I finally revealed the age and then settle all this action, Mike was absolutely adamant I was making it up, that I was 37.
You thought you were just inventing an age?
I'm like, he made me produce my driver's license, and then he claimed it was a false identification. And I'm like, no, there's no reason to really pretend to be 37.
Right.
There's not a lot of value in I got a fake ID saying I'm 37.
Yeah.
when I'm actually 49. Not really sure where you would be getting out of that unless you want to lie to women about your age.
Yeah.
But I've been long married by then, so I don't know if it's really, Anyway, that was the story. So there was enormous action on my age, and when the over-under was set 11 years over my exact age. A little bit insulting.
A little flattering, yeah.
No, I would say insulting.
Yeah, I know.
But premature gray gets people work.
That distinguished looks, too.
Distinguished, in this case, is withered, I think is what they're But to be fair, it was at the end of a full WSOP, and I hadn't shaved in the last couple weeks, and I probably didn't look, super fresh.
Right.
And 48 was the over-under set by Crazy Mike. I haven't heard. Is Crazy Mike still around?
I have not seen him around a long time.
He was like a fixture of the Aria for a couple years.
That's right. I have not seen him in a while.
I don't know. I don't think he's active in the poker world anymore.
Yep.
Okay, we are now joined in the booth by Brian Coley. Thank you for coming in and joining us today.
How's it going, Tony?
Good. I understand.
Welcome
Did
aboard, Brian.
you final table or go deep in the 10K?
I am at the final
You're at the
table.
final table,
Yeah,
okay.
I am the short stack.
All right.
6 out of 6. I have like 13 big blinds.
Sweet.
I want you to know that Tony and I were really generous, and we contributed 10K each to that prize.
Oh, well, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate
We wanted you to
have it.
I appreciate the donations.
Yeah, whenever you finish in the tournament, when you're at the payout cage, think of us.
I will. I'll try to remember.
Couple of swell guys.
Yeah. And have you been watching the stream at all today? Do you
I
a sense
have.
of that
I'm staying at an Airbnb with a few friends, and well, we actually ended up checking out today. But
Okay.
we were watching the stream from probably like 2 till 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So it was probably like 8 down to 6-handed or
Right.
so. So yeah, I was definitely tuning in and kind of just, I have a big final table tomorrow, so doing a little bit of studying, just kind of seeing how people are playing at these final tables.
This is maybe not the best one to draw lessons from.
Yeah, there's been a lot of sporadic play in this one.
There's been some very good plays.
There has
And
actually.
they're very
I've been impressed with Justin. He's
played
playing very well today.
With that being said, there have been some interesting ones too. Did we get to a showdown? But neither player has a single thing. We'll see
And
if
Justin
Young,
has the stone bottom of his range too. So like,
he just would. I think he should be betting here. He can't
Yeah.
show down the 6 high.
you can't show. Yeah, I agree.
There's draws that miss. He can get a hand like.
You don't even have to bet very big here. You can
Bet
just
really small.
Stick, $1 million in the pot or something. He's gonna bet, 1.2. I like it. And we know that Young not gonna call with 9 high.
Excellent bet. Excellent bet by Justin.
Good bet.
I love that Young didn't posture either. Like he's postured so many.
He
bad
has
decisions
actually.
today.
How about the one
He's tanked in non-take spots a lot.
in where it was the Queens versus Kings, where he had Ace-10 off,
Yeah,
where
oh,
there was like
man.
an all-in for $4 million, and he was the original opener, and he was just like asked for a full count
Right.
and just like showboated.
We had
for
an all and a guy shove and a call, and he was in the big blind with Jack 5.
And tanked it and asked about chips. and-
Wow.
So he's just he takes different.
Maybe
approaches.
there's a method to his madness.
Well, to be fair, I think that he hasn't played terribly poorly. He just the only thing is he does his Hollywood decisions, whether to or to not Hollywood, have been a little odd.
Yeah.
But I don't think by play has been great.
Yeah.
For him, he doesn't play bad poorly at all. He just chooses the Hollywood in spots where there just wasn't wildly unnecessary.
And also, I heard you guys commenting earlier about the timing tells that were going on
Yeah.
between him and
Ben. They were both yeah. displaying some really.
When they were in pots against each other, it was actually the ace-queen to the 10-8 hand specifically on the 8 high board, and it ran out ace-ace.
And just snap bomb the river.
Yes, exactly.
He has never acted quick when he wasn't dead sure of his hand. Not once so far today. And I think that he also hasn't really seriously tanked when he had a strong hand. So we also saw that hand where Justin called him down with 4th pair in the river.
Yes, that was when I said Justin was playing very well today. Yeah. That specific hand actually came to mind.
Yeah. And I think he incorporated the live tell.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, he did look so uncomfortable on that river.
Mm-hmm. And here you see Young rivers a pair, snap bets it.
He hasn't bluffed these spots at all, so I don't think Justin should be calling here.
Yeah, like you guys were saying earlier, every time he raised and didn't flop a pair, it was just a check,
Check, yeah.
Quick check.
I think Justin might have made it, you have to mix it up to some degree, but not too much. I think you should be c-betting 8-3 just to king 10, by the way. He just checked that back.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
It's not quite a good enough hand to check back.
He might have thought that, king 10's good.
Yeah.
But Young doesn't really bluff just total air balls enough where you should just check back to induce or something.
Yeah, I think you should just be betting that hand. Ace high I can see checking. But
there's our updated chip counts. 14, 13, and 8.6.
Still pretty deep for 3-handed.
Yeah. It's the closest thing we have to a short stack, but no, not really.
So, we were just before you walked in discussing there was a big prop bet on my age. Now, since you didn't listen to that.
Oh, God.
And the answer's known by the audience.
Okay.
What is my current age?
I have.
You don't know me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've seen you around.
But we don't know each other well enough.
Exactly.
To have any information. No inside information.
No inside information. Hate to be put on the spot here, but.
Yeah, well, you're on a live stream. You gotta welcome aboard.
You are having an adult beverage. That's nice. I am too.
Just a little pale ale here.
Tony's on a diet at the moment. Diet without drinking.
Oh wow.
Which given the fact that the two of us sitting next to him, and this guy looking at him is on a diet. What's wrong with this world?
Very good point.
Yeah. And this one
Let's
checks
get
down.
a three-way pot here.
So was there a limp? Was that why we ended up three-handed, or was
Yes,
there
there was a
limp?
limp
Okay.
here.
Who's the button? Ah. Okay.
If it's limped, it was probably Hyung. And everyone checked to this river where Justin made a pair, and he's going to win.
Young seemed to briefly just debate bluffing. I don't think we've seen the entire time Young bluff once, and it was pre-flop with queen six, and then he actually flopped a pair.
Oh, I did see that hand.
Yeah.
So like the bluff frequency has been incredibly low from him.
The one hero fold earlier when he had the queen six suited, the two pair when
that was a nice hand by him.
Justin rivered the straight. That was did anyone think he was folding there? No.
Nobody in the booth.
I think from what I can tell, he plays his hand kind of on its absolute value at the point when the bet's happening, even though he doesn't construct the story from the beginning.
Right.
So on the river, it was a 4-line straight, so he just said, I'm not calling two pair. It's kind of like
that's, I believe, exactly the
he just kind of looks at his hand at absolute value at the time that the bet's made.
It's just tough when two flush draws brick, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to talk yourself into calling.
As like he folded, we're impressed.
That's
but
true.
We also kind of think that he should have called.
Right.
Is one of those spots. I think Justin limped the button here. King 5 offsuit. Maybe
really?
He raised, but I think he might have limped.
Garrett announces a raise to 975.
Yeah, because Garrett's going about 4x here, making it 975. Justin shows a king and folds.
Interesting.
That was a limp.
I don't know if that's an odd handle.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I agree.
Very odd.
It's not my limping hand. I'll limp like 10-9-0.
Blinds are up.
Blinds are up, so I imagine we're playing 150, 300.
Tony was getting very tilted to one of the bust outs, but now, you know.
Yeah. I reached my capacity for four-handed hold'em where nobody was ever eliminated. That was it. I had enough. I was like, somebody needs to be done with this because we got to do this again tomorrow, guys. We're right back here at the World Poker Tour online stream at 12:30 tomorrow for Brian's final table.
Yes, sir.
He'll be there.
Only 6 of us though today.
Only
tomorrow. How much I like you during
10
this live,
today.
Maybe I'll jump in the live stream and criticize your play. The
well, I've only got 13 blinds, so it's going to take a few doubles up for me to even be able to spew anything off.
Garrett here, pocket 10 on the button.
Big hand on the button.
He is raising.
Garrett announces raise. He is 600.
Going to 600, making it the minimum, so 150 and 3. And Hyung.
Looks like a 3-bet.
Hyung with 7s. Re-raising.
1.5.
That's unlike Hyung. If you'd asked me what he was going to do in this spot, I would have said flat.
Yeah, but his 3-bets with big hands have been enormous.
Yes, so all of this is surprising from Hyung. The sizing.
Plus, he has 10s.
The
There's no other choice except all in this. I can't imagine anything other that option.
Yeah, Garrett should go
does it say how much Garrett has started the hand with?
Around 8 million.
8 million. Sounds like an all-in.
It's 300K big blind. So
right,
it's about
less than 30 bigs. Yeah.
Almost 9 to start the hand.
I don't think there's a choice other than all in.
Yeah.
Like obvious.
It
I
feels
actually think
dirty
if he
against
goes
Hyung.
all in, I don't expect Hyung to fold.
Yeah, I guess once Hyung decides this is a raising hand, he's probably going to go with it. But man, I just never know what to expect from him. I've given up trying to guess. I'm like, all right, well, Hyung has nuts and it's checked to him on the river, so I assume he'll
Oh
bet.
wow, is he calling?
Oh
Wow. Well, we're proven wrong.
Yeah.
That I don't think I could.
It's just so susceptible for. There's just so many bad
Comes
flops.
like Ace King 3 when we get bluffed. Well,
Oh.
That's the everybody gets their money in the middle flop. Hyung is just going to bomb this. He's like, yeah, 2 million. Now does Garrett shove, call? I think he'll probably shove, but I've been guessing wrong all final table.
I mean, if you happen to flat this hand, there's too many bad turn cards. You just have to send.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nice if Hyung folds like ace-jack with a spade or something. Like, if that happens, great. Okay, he's all in.
He's asking for a count.
Wants a count.
If you're Hyung, what are you thinking Garrett's doing this with here?
Well,
he surely isn't expecting Garrett to show up with 2 10s here. You know, he's probably expecting Garrett to shove a hand like that pre-flop.
You're applying some
logic
to Hyung's approach.
This is true.
It might not be accurate.
But if as me, like, yeah, I think that I would think that I would be up against like King Jack of Spades.
Yeah.
That
Jack 10 of Spades and Queen Jack of Spades, all that kind of stuff.
That like Broadway spade draws is what I expect. I mean, sometimes like also like he might rip a 5x hand or maybe even pocket fives.
Garrett looks so content right now. He's
He
like,
does,
"I'm in
actually.
the
When you don't get
lead."
well, he just when you're Garrett and you
Yeah.
stay all in, you're fading the
The
call,
snap.
the
Right.
snap. Once you fade that, you
know.
never beat. He's not tanking it with jacks or better. So,
Do you think he gets away from this ever?
I don't know. I just don't know what's wrong. I just don't know.
He's getting
I
he's
think
getting
it's
over.
equally
He's getting
likely that
2.5
he
to 1.
folds and announces all in, despite Garrett already being all in. Like, I just don't know which is more likely.
I would expect him. I don't know.
How does he 3-bet this, get this flop, bet, and then?
I mean, to be fair, he's got good instincts. He doesn't feel good about it. I guess we give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Garrett
He's a-
does look
he's
very
not-
comfortable.
Very comfortable.
Too comfortable almost.
So Garrett is putting him probably on ace high
Yeah, I think so.
because he doesn't think that he.
If you're
3-bets
Garrett,
it.
you almost want ace,
You want
ace
those things to
jack, ace
fold.
queen, ace
Yeah.
whatever to fold.
Yeah, you
So you
absolutely
might be
want
trying
that.
to look comfortable to get a fold, actually, because getting a fold from ace high is great at this point. He obviously wants to call from sevens really bad, but I don't think he expects there to be. It's just combinations wise. It's hard for him to have a pair between the 4 and 10s, and he hasn't been 3-betting middle pairs all day, so like he wouldn't. Which I'm
Yeah,
sure Garrett's
if
aware
you're
of.
Garrett, you're just like, yeah, this dude's got ace jack.
So if he calls and is wrong, he's left with 4 million according to the graphic.
Yeah, well, that sounds right.
Sounds right.
Oh, the new recap hand thing you guys have up on the left when a big hand's going on. That thing is awesome.
Yeah, it's
I
very
just
awesome.
noticed that today for the first time. Wow, that's a very nice fold.
Yeah, Young gets away.
Wow.
Justin, still our chip leader, but
Justin
Garrett
wanted
biting
there
on
to
his
be
heels.
Justin wanted a showdown there
Oh, definitely.
because that would have been
Yeah, that would
crippled
one.
either
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
Busted. He would either busted Garrett or created a really short Young. Interesting. I'm to fold there after 3-betting that hand is interesting, but
Yeah, to 3-bet sevens, get a 2-3-4 flop bet into fold is. I mean,
It is,
he
to be
he
fair.
was exactly right though.
to be fair, like you're not winning hardly ever. I guess he.
You're
might.
hoping you have.
It's a flip of a flush draw.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're flipping a lot, but you're getting like 2 or 3 to 1 on that flip. So I don't know. But Young, back-to-back pairs now. Just
This-
throws
a million.
it. Yeah,
This
how
one
much
million.
this is.
This one is not hitting the muck. I
Yeah.
promise you. If somehow Garrett woke up with like a big hand,
It's
he was
getting
getting action. Someone like Young is not someone like he just made a really big fold.
Yeah.
Like the next hand is not getting mucked if it's a value hand.
Garrett folds as well. Paul picks up this one.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Got it. So back to the question.
Oh yeah.
What's the
I
rate?
actually I had a number and then we started talking about something else and then it left my mind. But my number was 53.
How good is this? This is so good. I knew it would be true. This is like gold. Like
It's what is it?
no, but we just got to drink in that 53 for a little bit longer. before
Oh
we talk about this.
God, how?
So we told a story about the over/under.
Right.
Oh, you thought I was making up the 48. Like that seems too high. But you didn't really think I would make up that lie. But like,
No, I didn't really think that.
but it's like, wow,
Yeah.
it's really high for an over/under at 48.
Yeah.
And now you understand.
Now
Like,
I understand.
Yeah, the perception is that I'm very advanced in age.
Garrett folds. Paul has made the call.
Well, I'll send you some sunscreen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sunscreen doesn't help gray hair though.
No, this is just.
You can send me just for men.
I'll send you just for men and some sunscreen.
Oh wow, there we go. Well, unfortunately, one of the opponents doesn't have much.
He has the best hand. What are you talking about?
King is a bad card.
Oh, now Young
He
might
hit the
lose his
only.
hand.
Justin only had one card where he could improve but not be losing, and he hit it.
Young,
And Justin as well.
please
River
bet.
is
Come
a five.
on.
5 of clubs.
He's scared. I think he's scared to bluff Justin after all the
this call downs and everything.
Yeah, the king 4.
I'm not sure Hyung knows why that happened.
Young might have played that queen 10 a little bit.
Yeah.
If he checks back Jack 9x, I think he can pretty comfortably bet queen 10 on the turn, but he didn't do it. He would have Geyer called, I think, by a 6, and then
oh, for sure.
Froze, and he probably freezes up on the river and loses more money. But
Would've
that
been good stuff.
approach is not the one that's going to lead him to victory. Even though in that case it would have been okay. 53.
53.
How old do you think Tony
See,
is?
how old do I think Tony is?
Yeah. So you'll get that more accurately.
Tony's probably 30.
Right on target.
Right on target, 31.
I'm closer to that age also, so I'm kind of used to guessing
guessing
more of
people
that.
in that vicinity.
You guys
yeah,
aren't
exactly.
so far away from my age either. You just think you are.
I apologize.
No,
I knew it was either. It was
Tony, the
when it
cool
became a
man.
question. I knew that it was either one way or the other. So I was trying to think of.
You know,
I pegged him. I pegged him at about like mid 40s or
So you went
so,
like, you
so
know,
it
it's
was
gonna be
like
really
it's
high
got
or really low,
exactly.
right?
So it's like shit.
But
Or-
given
can I
the
say that on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Given the choice of going high or low, you win high.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, so Hyung makes top pair when Justin has second pair. It goes check, check on the flop. Now Hyung is done chucking. He's going to lead out here for about 700,000.
And
He will be getting called.
He's going to get a call.
It was somewhat check by Justin, but I think it's fine.
Justin will call.
Oh, he's in position. I like the check back.
Go to a river.
The river is an 8.
Ace of Hearts will shut everything down here.
I agree.
I might bluff this river from Justin.
To specifically try and get a queen to fold.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Stu.
Why not?
Because Hyung is just going to check down a whole bunch of the time when he doesn't have anything. Your average
But
player.
he doesn't. He's not betting very often though.
Justin checks. Paul turns over a pair of queens. With the queen of clubs, 7 of spades. Justin folds. Paul is going to
I think he bets a heart. Leads a heart river.
I think he
all
bets
his hearts.
many of his hearts, but he might check some of them. But I still, he also might just stubbornly call a queen or an ace or something weird like that.
He hasn't done that though. I don't know.
You're right that he has been generally willing to make the fold when there's. You're right that he values his hand in an absolute way.
On the river.
Yeah,
So
on the
someone
river. So
who
he's gonna look
values
at it and be
his
like,
hand
I have
absolute
third
value.
pair when there are flushes and straights possible.
Yeah.
But he also might just be at the like, screw it, I just want to win a pot's point. But more so, I just think that he is gonna give Justin a river when Justin's in the lead too often to bluff there. But yeah,
I just think you have too much showdown value to bet there.
yeah, that especially against
But
Hyung.
against this, I think he's never calling. But anyway, so nobody overanalyzes
Okay.
one spot.
We finally disagreed.
We hadn't disagreed once.
We haven't disagreed once. We
We
finally
did, like-
disagreed on a pretty close river spot. Hyung, I believe, folded on the button. Now with Justin in the small, he will raise.
Raise.
Garrett.
Justin has raised to 675,000.
He's gone with a pretty small sizing here. I find this a little weird. Ace-3 offsuit is not the like small sizing hand I would choose.
Definitely not.
in the
Expect
small
either a
blind.
limp or like an 800.
50,000.
Yeah,
or something.
800, 850.
Yeah. But it is a raise and a call. Garrett with 9-8. And a flop of ace, queen, jack. So you've got shot for Garrett, top pair for
Probably is
Justin.
going to go checker, maybe. Justin may bet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Same bet.
That's the end of that.
Garrett's out. Quick hit.
Justin bets 675 on the flop. Garrett folds.
I like that.
The plaques are 500s, correct?
Yes, they are.
No plaques in your tournament, right?
I don't know. Not
I
yet,
I never
at
reached
least.
the plaque portion of the tournament my whole life. You know, it's like,
I just had plaques in Bay 101. That was sweet.
this guy goes deep in everything.
Yeah.
That was my first plaque experience. They were just 100Ks though for that. These are 500Ks.
I've had 100K chips. I actually had 500K chips, but they weren't plaques.
Definitely have never had a 500K unit, whether it be a plaque or a chip. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if they have them in our It's a different chipset than these. I don't know what the deal is.
There's just so many chips in this tournament too, right? You know, 1,300 entries, 1,200 entries, whatever it was.
Yeah, there's got
chips, so
30-something million.
yeah, you need some
Quote
plaques.
40 million actually.
Most tournaments, you got 400 or 500 people who get down to the final table. You don't really need plaques.
46 minutes left in the current level.
If you have 100K chips in play.
Actual age, 39.
She told me.
Yeah.
Oh. Did you look it up? Or did I tell you earlier? Oh, okay.
You said the audience knew.
I forgot we talked about it for you.
What is that? A 14-year differential?
You're right on target.
So Justin limps 10-5 suited on the button. Garrett completes
couple of
queen
months will be
10.
40.
And Hyung will check 9-7.
So Justin's mixing in the limping button strategy.
Something for everyone here.
The king 5 off was strange though. That seems like a strange.
I think he wants to engage Young in the big blind.
Yeah, as much as possible. So Justin stabs.
Go, we'll see. Young has folded this exact spot. We'll see if he does. When it's back called, not this time though. Who cares?
Well, there's another call.
When he had middle pair in another spot where it was back call and he did not overcall. This time he did.
Once again, all three players will now see a turn card.
Justin's like, this didn't work.
Well, I think he just knew the 7 was coming, is what it was.
Bingo.
This will probably check around.
I was going to say, Young might lead this. He definitely should not do his posture at his chips and then check. He's like, hey, can I see your stack? Garrett's like, my stack's in view. So Justin quickly gets away. Garrett will get away from a gut shot. Young will take that one down.
Paul's turn bet was 1.5 million.
So these events are not televised, correct?
The 15K will be televised. These two will not be.
Okay. So these guys aren't mic'd up right now?
Nope. And we hear a little bit of their chatter at the table, but for the most part, we just kind of have to lip read.
Young's been quieter than I was anticipating, actually.
Pretty quiet this whole final table, and we came in expecting to hear a lot of chatter from him. Might be a little bit nervous.
I was playing with him in the 10K, actually. He was it was funny. He was pretty much how you would expect a guy who was going into the main event as chip leader, who was, registering one of the other events on day 2. He just was, feeling good for sure. He came in splashing around.
Garrett has raised up pocket 3s here. Hyung has ace jack in the small.
Well, you 3-bet pocket 7s here last time, so yep.
There we go. Hyung
1-6 this time.
Justin folds.
1.6 million.
Garrett called with 10s.
Yeah.
Probably call again.
Raids are a lot rougher to play, but we'll see.
3s are a good hand to potentially. I don't know I don't know how deep they're playing actually, but not the worst hand to move in here with actually.
No, if he wants to go with that route, but Hyung has been
pretty straightforward.
Pre-flop,
yeah,
so I'd be a little worried if I were in his shoes. He's just gonna call.
Garrett has made the 1.6 million chip call.
Okay.
That's a lot to call there.
It is actually. Oh my God!
Look at this flop! Oh my God!
Yeah, how could that be?
That's gonna be.
Go big, Hyung.
That's big.
2 million.
That's big.
There we go.
Call.
He's. let's see if I have a set here.
Sugar plum is.
A sugar plum.
Yeah, we were discussing this before.
Oh, I was listening actually.
Yeah, we don't know what a sugar plum is.
I mean, I know it from the Christmas riddle or whatever.
Right.
But I couldn't
None
draw.
of us could.
I couldn't
We don't
draw
know
a
what it looks
picture
like.
of a sugar plum.
But they're all over Garrett's head apparently.
At this point, they are.
Turn. Is it 10?
And they are. Yep.
should-
That's
Hyung all in.
Yeah,
Garrett
that's
snap calls. Game over.
drawing
Hyung.
dead.
Paul is announced all in, and Garrett has called.
Those are sugar plums. Okay. All right.
Interesting.
And Hyung does have Garrett covered here, so this hand is over.
Looks like Hyung's going to have about 1.35 million.
Yeah.
Just a horrendous. They're young, obviously.
The hand kind of plays itself after the
Yeah,
flop.
just a horrendous. Nobody in the world is not going broke there.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shame because Hyung started to really tighten his game up, get a little more aggressive pre-flop. It was almost like he was starting to incorporate some of the things we've been talking about, and then he just takes a ridiculous cooler there and gets crippled. A little too bad for Hyung, who has provided us with a lot of entertainment at this final table, but Garrett flops bottom set against his top pair top kicker in a 3-bet pot and stacks him. So they're going to be counting down the stacks to make sure that the math is right. According to our reporting, Garrett has him slightly, or sorry, Hyung has Garrett slightly covered, and he's still going to be there with about 5 blinds left. And how are you feeling going into the final table tomorrow with the 12-13 blind?
13, yeah, 13 and a half actually. Don't forget that half. I'm feeling good actually.
Feeling like running hot.
Yeah, Bay 101. I was short stack going in, and then I finished third. So, you know, I know how to stay patient. I was down to 2.5 big blinds yesterday.
Damn.
I was down to 60,000 at 12K, 24K blinds. And got lucky to get it in ace-3 to ace-4. Was hoping for a chop, ended up turning a 3.
Nice.
So that was the start of it. And then turned 2 blinds into about 40 blinds in about an hour from between like 11 and 8 left yesterday. Okay. So I'm feeling I can't even believe I'm still in the tournament, to be honest. Like, I was all in and at risk with either like a chopping or losing hand 3 or 4 times yesterday, and I managed to just squeak out either chopping or winning every time.
Sounds like this final table.
Yeah. Well, Hyung's going to need to do a little bit of that if he wants to stay in this, it looks like.
All right, so Justin has one of those weird spots where there's a crippled stack, but he has just the right amount of playable cards in the small blind, and then Garrett is going to isolate him.
Yeah.
Garrett was all in king 4 to 8s.
I saw that, and he hit the king out. That was right as I was walking in. I checked the updates just to see kind of what was going on, and that was right what happened.
Chip leading, going to heads up unless Young pulls off something pretty miraculous. Is that bird for Young? This is a massive cooler, 3-bet pot, Jack 9-3. No one did.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. So Justin will complete and then fold to the raise. Doesn't want to get mixed up in there while Hyung is so short.
Garrett's got a great smile. Look at that.
He does.
I'd be smiling too if I had about 20-something odd million chips.
When he has 4 big blinds, he's in the big blind now. Like, he's got to go.
Players currently have 38.5 minutes left in the current level.
Just fold that.
For sure. The Hyung in the big blind.
Yeah, we'll just go with almost anything. I think you should go with any 2 cards because you might fold something you shouldn't.
That's a good point.
Garrett announces all in.
If he folds this.
This is why I would go.
Yeah, that's the exact what you were just saying. Exactly. Wow. That's why you got to shove any 2?
Right.
Yeah, that's why.
Get people to fold queen highs with 4 big blinds.
Yeah, I don't.
I kind of thought that might occur.
What's that?
I kind of thought about.
Oh, that might happen. Yeah.
You did say it.
Yeah. Had some experience of short stack play versus non. He just doesn't want to go out with a turn with queen 2 soft.
That kind of thing, yeah. Oh, what'd you put your chips within? Oh, queen 2. Oh, why'd you do that? Oh, well, I was short stacked and the math necessitated that I call it off. No.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I felt yesterday. I kept looking for a hand to shove, and then just got a deuce first card every hand for like 12 hands, and it's like, kind of felt like an idiot folding down to 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
But then when I turned it back into 40, they weren't thinking I was an idiot anymore.
Yeah, you feel really dumb when you fold down to some tiny
you
stack
do.
or something. Everyone's like, does this guy realize he's supposed to be going all in with like 40% of hands?
It's like, yeah, bro, but I had the 5 deuce off.
Nothing.
I actually did.
I have no fold equity.
Let's see if we get it now. I have a funny story about that. We'll see if we can get. We'll probably have an all-in at a call. Relative to myself and my in-laws. Okay.
All right, there you go.
That's why you fold the queen deuce, folks.
That's a hand you can tell people about getting eliminated with. It's probably going to go call, check it down kind of thing unless somebody drills. Okay, call number. Ooh,
Yeah,
we're
he's
going to
gonna
see an
raise it.
ISO. We're going to see an ISO here.
Justin has re-raised. And Garrett's folded.
Okay, so let's flip
Ace
for
queen
Young's tournament life.
For Paul, ace of clubs.
Oh, they didn't even show what Garrett folded.
And Justin has 2 red 5s.
Maybe he had a blocker.
I don't know if I'd ISO there actually. I think the relation's probably too valuable.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
I don't think Garrett's gonna re-ICO unless he has a really big hand. So.
All right, so 9-9 deuce on the flop, and with a club, so Young, some possibilities here. Wants to see a high club on the turn.
Three
but
bigs,
doesn't care out.
it's also beat.
Exactly.
7 on the turn.
1 card away from being heads up.
So Young is going to be our 3rd place finisher.
Well done. Yeah, I know some of the stuff is not standard, but in the end he just got really good.
Yeah, he took a really bad beat there. He was so much fun to watch at this final table. You know, just handled the disappointment of losing very well, and a guy that will be right there in the mix coming forward on the World Poker Tour. I believe we are going to have a little break. No, we are not going to have a little break. Normally we have a money presentation on the World Poker Tour, but I'm mistaken today because I guess we're not televised. So...
Always feel more comfortable here.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Our 2 players will be battling it out for the title, and our champion will take home $669,000, a unique Hublot watch, and a seat to the Tournament of Champions, which is going to be played on next Friday. So let's kick it off, handing it back to Tony in the booth.
We have reached heads-up play, which means the blind levels have now become 30 minutes long. We were at 37 minutes, so we'll reduce down to 30. Blinds are still at 150, 350 ante for 30 minutes. Gentlemen, good luck. Reload, shuffle up and deal.
All right, we are back for the heads-up match at the Seminole Hard Rock. It's our 3,500 main event between Garrett Greer, Justin Young, both of them holding an ace.
Two pretty likable guys.
Yeah. And two guys that the poker community will be happy for when they scoop up all the money in this tournament. So, raise to 750. I didn't catch who was on the button here. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay, Garrett on the button here.
This,
he is flop 2 pair.
There's going to be some bets going in.
Garrett did start the heads-up match with the chip lead, and it looks like he's about to expand on that.
These new graphics you guys have are sweet. Like at the top, it shows how many BBs. Yeah.
I'm happy with them as well. So we have a bet and a call.
It even updates mid-hand, too. That's awesome.
The turn is an 8,
Ooh.
so some extra outs for Justin here. 7 would give him a straight now. 9 would give him a superior 2 pair, as would an 8 and a 6 would give him 2 pair with a better kicker.
Heads up's a pretty big cooler to see it so far.
For sure.
So a check from Justin and 2.1 million from Garrett.
Here it is, bid 2.1.
Justin's, I expect his call.
Yeah.
Ace hearts. 5 of spades, 6 of spades, 8 of clubs.
A lot of semi-bluff combos, and he doesn't really. If Garrett has an ace, he beats 2 of them, so he's going to beat just fine.
And he's going to make the call. So go to the river with Garrett in the lead here.
Justin's made the call.
This comes a brick. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Like a deuce of diamonds.
Or even like a king of diamonds would be pretty bricky.
10 of clubs is semi-bricky. More check from Justin.
Now Justin's only bluff catching if he go bets again. So, but
Garrett's looked so confident this whole hand.
I agree.
That bet's a little too big, I think.
Yeah, he just. What did he
Was
put
it
out there?
5 million?
5.5. That's a big bet.
Into
7.5.
A really, really big bet. I don't think he can expect to get. He's trying to get hero called, obviously. Because you're up against someone who just can't have that good a hand. If they were
Right,
check
because he
calling
3-bets the biggest aces pre, so.
And then, like, if he had 2 paired at any point, you're probably getting raised. So you just, I don't think his range is quite strong enough to merit that bet.
Yeah, I'd probably go half pot there on the river.
3.5 sounds good.
Yeah.
Looks like he has an ace, right? You know, or like.
Yeah, I mean, and when you're Garrett, that's what you're hoping to get called by. So it's like, do you think Justin's really going to call 5.5 million with a bad ace here?
With basically specifically ace 9, ace 7, ace 4.
Yeah, I think he went. I mean, also a lot of things bricked, so I think that he would, you know, he could bluff cheaper than this.
Yeah, I think so.
So like a lot of hands are like, you know, pair flush. Like he can bluff cheaper than 5.5 million. So I don't think Justin's necessarily giving him a bluff at this size. unless I decide and like pure go for it. But I think he could bluff for the same amount.
Definitely a tough decision for Justin, though.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to make the right fold here.
I think so too. But man,
Garrett looks way too comfortable.
Well, when I've ever played with Garrett, he's never looked particularly stressed.
Yeah.
That's true.
True. Nice fold.
Good fold, Justin.
Nice fold by Justin.
Oh, did he show?
That's
Why would Justin be patting himself on the back if he didn't
I guess
show,
he
right?
He would table a bluff, but I don't know that he would table a bluff.
Top of the range, right in the muck.
Sounds like it was a bad bet then, huh?
A little big. Hard not to get greedy in those spots. Like, I got it. And he's got a slightly worse hand.
And everyone like draws brick, and
Yeah.
you want to just like. If he had a little higher bluff frequency, I could see it. I don't think he has a reputation as bluffing a lot.
Yeah, and certainly at this final table, he didn't create the image that would get him paid off on that river a lot. All right, so Garrett in the big blind this time. Justin with button. And with utter crap.
So we're talking about the queen two off. That you want to call that off because you don't want to boss with queen deuce. The story that I was going to tell before the break was the only time I went reasonably far in a WSOP main event, I busted where I shoved 9-8 offsuit. Or was a raise and a call and it actually squeezed shove. Anyway, it doesn't matter the hand specifically, but my in-laws who don't know one thing about poker were aware
shoved with a 9-8
We're
offset.
aware that I went deep in the main event. They're like, it got at least on their radar. And so when I saw them afterwards, like, what happened? They were ready for the kings to aces story.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, well, they said like first is $9 million.
Yeah.
You're going all in with only the most premiums, right? Like, no, I had a 9 and an 8. They're like, no, what'd you really go all in with? No, I really went all in with 9 and an 8. And it's sort of like, they wouldn't believe me the first like 8 times I told them. They're like, no, but first was $9 million.
So you didn't just waste it, did you?
You didn't. You would wait for something better than like. Well, sometimes you can't wait.
Well, another interesting flop here.
Second pair for Garrett, top and bottom for Justin. This is a
Garrett rate. Oh, is it a limped pot?
And Justin calls.
Justin will just call, flick of the wrist.
I like that.
Jack is the disaster, right?
It's a 4.
Diamonds on the turn, so 2 flush draws.
Oh yeah, like how about the hand earlier between
check
Matt and Hyung, where it was 2 pair over 2 pair, the ace-6 jack-8 on the ace-6 jack-8 board.
Ooh, Justin going for the trap on the river, but Garrett doesn't take the bait.
By Justin with the queen and deuce.
Pretty standard. Check back by the jack-5.
I would have liked to bet from Justin, I think, but I understand. He's not playing against quite bluffy enough opponent to try for that river check.
I agree. Now they're both giving commentary to the rail.
I wouldn't think that. I would have given a least a thought of value betting the jack. He just snap checked it.
Yeah, I know. I think you should think it over. It might be worth a bet.
Queen 5 deuce 4 deuce.
Yeah.
There's draws that missed.
Close.
Get a call from a 4.
Or like a ace wheel card. I guess there aren't any of those that aren't straights, but I don't know.
All right, Justin with a suited ace here. Wants to raise. Garrett's in the big blind with 9-7.
Justin raises $700.
He's going to make the call, I believe. Yes, indeed.
Garrett makes the call.
And it is Jack 8 deuce all diamonds.
Not a lot of action there.
No.
I think Justin's going to bet this. I say yes.
I think I would. Your hand is so bad.
No call. Justin wins his call.
Give it a little stab. Garrett will go away.
That's one of those flops where Garrett either just like has it or he doesn't. You know, he's just going to either have a pair
Your hand has nowhere
or
near
a
enough
dime.
strength to check back.
Yeah.
It's just
Right.
on that board, you can't call it.
You can't call bet later on.
and also a seed into that Tournament of Champions just 2 days from now.
All right, and Garrett here, the King Jack has raised.
Will almost assuredly get a defend from this hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Love seeing flops with the 10-9 type hands. 10-9, 10-8, 9-8.
Justin is going to cover the flop. And the flop is Queen 6 deuce. Not much for either player here.
Justin checks.
Garrett in the lead with King Jack.
Garrett bets 700,000. That'll win the pot.
That's an easy one. Garrett out in front, about 3-1 right now. 2.5 to 1. Both of these guys have been heads up for a WPT championship before at the same event.
Wow.
The 5 Diamond in Las Vegas. Justin lost to Chino Ream, I believe.
Who is at my final table tomorrow?
Oh, that's right. Is that your final table?
The legend himself.
Of the legend himself. I played with him all on day 3 yesterday, the whole day, so about 13, 14 hours.
Not a lot of folding.
The man likes to play pots, that's for sure. And he likes to talk, too.
Yes, he does.
It wasn't a boring table yesterday, that's for sure.
Flop is King 8-5.
Now here, heads up pot. Justin flops a 9 high flush draw. Garrett just with ace high.
This went Garrett defended here.
Garrett makes the call.
Garrett will call with his ace high. Go to the turn. And it is a king of diamonds.
King of diamonds. Garrett checks.
Justin will check behind on that card.
Quick check.
And a queen of diamonds on the river. Garrett checks one more time.
No.
Justin not
Gives
going to
up.
bluff at this, and he's going to lose with his 9 high.
Ace 6 for ace high.
Nice hand, Garrett. Wow. Yeah, nice.
What do you guys think of the no bluff by Justin on the end?
It's a tough board to bluff.
Yep.
So by betting you're repping like a queen or an 8?
Yeah, queen or an 8.
I would have maybe tried. Enough bricked. I would have probably not knuckled the 9 high, but I understand why he did. And probably the bluff isn't worth a ton.
He does even actually beat a few of Garrett's check calling gutter range though, like a 6-7, 6-4, 7-4 type hands. As weird as that sounds, I think he maybe thought a certain small percentage of the time he had the best hand with 9 high. I don't know.
Hard to say.
It was King 8-5, right?
Yeah.
King 8-5, King
I
Queen.
was just to see he check called the ace. He had ace 6 no heart.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I said interesting when he check called there.
I don't think I would as a policy, but
especially against a
I
good
think
player like
because
Justin, who's likely to
Justin's the only
barrel
reason
a
why
lot
he didn't bluff is
of
because
turns.
He probably perceives that Garrett has a pair in the flop a lot, and then he's not going to get a fold, right? So
Here, Garrett's gone to 700,000 with King Queen. Justin has ace 9 in the big. And I think he just said all in. Yeah, he's going to rip it.
Justin has announced all in, and Garrett has asked for a count.
Wow. He might get a call here.
Yeah, he might get called. King Queen's a really good hand heads up, and it's about 30 blinds, so.
I don't know that I would call King Queen because I love it that hand more than anyone. But I don't think he's jamming King Jack.
I just don't know.
On 30 blinds, I think he defends it.
But he's never jamming ace king or ace queen though.
Yeah.
Also, or like a hand that dominates you, in my opinion.
You're just calling and flipping-ish a whole bunch, and at the price you're getting, it's probably kind of break-even-ish, right?
If he's got a lot of ace X's or small pairs, or
I guess if you think you have a big edge heads up, you should probably fold. And if you think it's kind of like break even, your opponent's a little better, then you just, sure, okay, king, queen. All right, let's go. Like, whatever Garrett
I feel like
decides
heads
to do,
up,
you're
Justin is probably a better player than Garrett.
Then I would call if I was in Garrett's shoes, and I believe that to be true.
Justin plays a lot of high stakes cash in Vegas,
Yeah.
Bellagio, 10, 20, 40 games and stuff.
What does Garrett want to do with king, queen here?
I think he's going to call.
That's my inclination.
Wow.
Ooh.
It's a big fold.
Justin wins the game.
That's a close one. I don't know what to think.
It's a lot of blinds. He doesn't have the best hand ever.
It's 31 blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, never once had the best hand.
You might be right about that, Stu.
I just don't think he just rips 31 big with king jack or king 10. King jack.
Probably just peels it, right? Yeah.
So, but that being said, he 3-bet calls the real premium, so it's not. I would probably lean to a close fold. But I consider, like I said, I think the factor of whether I have a top. If I like, wow, this guy's way better than me, I would have already beat him to the pot.
Yeah, if I think the guy's better than me, let's go time. I got king, queen, dude.
Chance to win it.
Yeah. Chance to end it.
Yeah.
It seemed like Garrett was short, like almost the whole final table,
He
just
was.
making a lot of
patient folds.
Patient folds, exactly.
No, Justin with the king.
It's a little inspiration for me tomorrow. You know what I mean?
You might, yeah. This might be you tomorrow. You might be Garrett, and your opponent goes all in, heads up, and you have king, queen.
Wow.
So we see Garrett 3-betting 10-4 off. We have not seen.
We have not. Yeah, I was just thinking.
This is the first time since I've been in this booth that we've seen a truly light 3-bet from Garrett. Just absolute airball hand.
Shows you he's capable.
Justin has announced all in.
Oh,
Justin just goes for it. So some of these guys will go all in with king jack. That's for sure.
Different spot. Obviously.
Different spot. I agree. I'm just teasing.
But I'm surprised to see that. But I would expect an appeal. Yeah. Hey. Garrett hasn't made one light 3-bet in hours. He makes it, and someone rips king jack. He's gotta be like, how does that not work?
Garrett announces a raise to 700,000.
All right. Garrett here with ace 8.
Justin with the mystery hand?
Justin with the mystery hand.
Love mystery hands.
Let's give him the 6-8 of hearts.
What did they used to do on the WSOP, the Jack Link's wild card hand, where you had to guess the guy's hand?
Yeah, that's right.
They gave you 4 options,
hand.
and you had to guess which one it was.
You know, I was watching a really old episode of something.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember there was the commercials, the Milwaukee's best commercial?
Oh, with the Sasquatch.
No, Chris Ferguson was sitting in a refrigerator, in a fridge, holding like Milwaukee's bed, and like Jen said, fold him or hold him. And he's sitting in there. Did Chris Ferguson should he been on your list? Did he ever win?
No, he's not. He's won the World Series main event, but never a WPT.
Okay. He was sitting in a fridge with a beer and saying, someone walked over like in a big spot and said, fold him or hold him, and he would give an answer.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah.
We've had some old school references in the booth today. Yeah.
Well, when you have a
53-year-old,
when you have a 53-year-old,
exactly.
What do you expect? What do you want me to talk about? Ranges? You know, I did.
I want you to tell me what the '60s were like.
Yeah. Free love.
Oh man, and that was pre-AIDS, so it was super free.
Yeah. We were going crazy.
Mm-hmm. All right, Justin here. Gonna raise up ace 5 suited.
We gotta come up with one more good random name. You're gonna be at your table tomorrow.
It's gonna be at my table tomorrow. 2 days from now, by the way.
Okay, sorry.
If it's tomorrow, then
nobody's
gonna do the stream for Brian's final table. So Justin will take that one down.
Be a good WPT. I just off the top of my head know a lot of great random WPT winners. I should come up with some names.
Well, we could do like anybody from the first 2 seasons would be a shock. Gus Hansen would be a shock, although he could actually come up with 15K and like still play poker. Let's see. I mean, Chris Garagulian would be a shock, but like he is, he wasn't really a professional poker player, was he?
What about Alan Garrick?
He could. That's like one of those actual could show up names.
John Fan would be a good one.
John Fan would be surprising, but
Tuan Lee?
We've clarified. I think Tuan might actually come and play this. I think he might have even been on my flight. I think he was.
He's not completely away from the poker community.
No.
Just like kind of.
Yeah, but John Fan would be shocking. We clarified before that if he's got money, it's not from poker recently. So, that would be surprising.
Lost a prop bet relative to his cashes.
Right.
Garrett has 2 kings here.
Yeah, Garrett has a couple of
It's
kings.
a good heads-up hand.
He was in his head saying no ace, and there it was. But he still got called by a 9. Here we go.
The turn is an 8.
Okay, and on the turn.
Justin and Garrett both check.
Both players check. And a 4 on the river.
4 diamonds. Justin bets 400,000. Garrett announces call and shows pocket kings.
So Garrett shows pocket kings, calls the small bet from Justin.
Justin made a small block value bet, which we've seen before.
Oh yeah, when he had ace 4 against.
Yeah. He made like a
Hyung's, yeah, that 125 into like 1.5 million. Garrett gets a walk.
Good can there. Both these guys in a pretty good mood today.
Wouldn't you be if you were heads up into WPT?
Hell yeah.
You've been heads up. Well, you were in a good mood.
I was in a good mood that day. Actually, you know what? I was slightly grumpy because the final table started at 10 a.m.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. According to Joe McKeon, that we're all slaves because of the start time. No, it was in the Caribbean. And,
okay.
They wanted the lighting to be right for the final table because it was outdoors. And so
Aruba?
No. It was St. Martin.
St. Martin?
How hot was it?
What's that?
On like the stage?
It was hot, yeah. It was hot that day. It was not a suit day.
Yeah, we know you like the suits.
Yeah. So,
meanwhile, we have a pair.
I was in more makeup than first place, so I was double grumpy.
Oh wow!
I was like, I won. Fuck this.
Justin has raised to
all right, so Justin here has 3-bet ace-9 suited. Garrett with a pair of 4s has a decision to make.
It's funny, he ripped ace-9 off.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that he didn't just rip here.
Yeah.
I guess he's trying to rep a really big hand or something.
Or maybe he's trying to get worse aces to shove.
Also a possibility.
But I don't think he had a. Well, I guess he has a different stack than him. Not a lot different.
It's slightly more. Very slightly.
All in, and I think we'll see a call. I can't imagine he 3-bet the fold here. I got the same hand as before, he says.
Is that what he said?
Yes, yeah. He said I got the same hand as something.
He's like, why didn't I just rip it like last time?
Yeah, that's what I don't particularly love, because then you don't really...
Yeah, you put yourself in this spot.
You're just hoping to get defended. But you can't really fold this hand.
No, I don't think so.
Garrett isn't... The problem is he probably doesn't perceive Garrett shoving ace-5. So, it's like... But then his hand's just too good.
Well, can Garrett ever risk stuff like king, queen, king, jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so too. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I don't think he has worse aces is the problem. Like, very often.
Not often, no.
Not over a 3-bet. So, but when you 3-bet it, you just
Justin
have
has
to
made the call.
And he's called.
Justin shows
He looks
ace-9
so sad
with
for a
the
man who's
ace-9
currently
of
flipping,
hearts.
after a hard
Yeah,
season.
what was he looking for?
If Garrett contemplates fold, Garrett will be the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown
David Peterson.
championship event.
Wonder who he has a piece of.
He's kind of boy as the Justin, so. Bang. Ace on the flop.
I actually played golf with Justin in Vegas last week.
They just gave him a golf clap for drilling that ace. It was very subdued and respectable. Oh, yeah. All right, one more card to dodge.
With like the scarf on.
Less subdued celebration there. Justin will double up. These guys will be approximately
Very close to even.
19 to 17. Thank you, Jess.
Tony, I think I'm going to take off, actually.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get a late dinner here and get a good night's sleep before my final table tomorrow.
Good luck.
So
Best of luck. I hope you do get some
Thank
good sleep.
you. Hopefully you're
I'll be here saying terrible
commentating.
things about
yeah,
you tomorrow.
exactly. Well, let's hope not.
No, let's hope not. And then plus, you got 13 blinds, so
Only one way to go.
only one way. You're going all in.
It's a pleasure to be in here
Thank you for
with
coming
you,
in.
gentlemen.
See you, Tony.
Jake, take care.
So our TD, Tony, is going to give this a quick countdown. Make sure that Justin gets paid appropriately.
The plaques actually makes things a bit slower on the old one.
What does?
The plaques are.
You're
a little
right.
more cumbersome.
Plaques are slowing things down.
Yes.
The plaques have ruined everything.
I was in here for, I did a live stream of WPT Deep Stacks with Tristan.
Yep.
And they had plaques at the final table. And it was actually the hashtag king one that was kind of, he was acting a little strange.
Mm-hmm.
But they had like 6 or 7 all-in calls where the lesser chip person won. And Tony got like worn out on the plaque thing. It took forever.
Yeah, yeah.
So like just kind of because it was plaques back.
Yeah.
We then found out that there was a little bit of a deal made, so like they were just being even more careful, just getting it all in every hand. But the short stack won forever. A little bit. I think Justin is certainly justified to get that hand in. And if you're going to 3-bet it, you can't really fold it. But I think specifically versus Garrett, who doesn't 4-bet bluff much, I would defend it. Versus 3-bet calling.
I agree. Sorry, I think, you know what? I think I accidentally muted you for a minute there. So, yeah. That was a one-sided conversation they heard us out on the internet.
Well, I think you should just rip the ace.
I think so too, yes.
Because Garrett is justified just 3-betting it.
Garrett does make a call.
But maybe the audience preferred me as muted. You never know. That might have been you might have had peak ratings during that 30
No, I think you've been very enjoyable during your time in the booth.
9 and 7.
We had the old ace 9-7 with ace 4 to 5 4.
The turn is a deuce. Deuce close.
Some extra outs here.
Garrett checks.
Now Justin gonna make a little stab. Our new chip leader. And he is out.
I played all late on day 2 with both of these people.
Yes.
Why are they there and I'm here?
Because you got the magic touch.
Magic touch?
Yes, I assume you bumped into them at some point.
I mean, maybe I shook their hand at the end of the day.
Yeah, you gave him the bust out.
But I didn't
GG.
actually. My setback took place on day 3. I didn't have anything bad that bad. I doubled Garrett up for this whatever he had, but
Right.
short of that, I didn't actually play any significant pots against Justin. I just did double Garrett at the end of the day, like 8 or 9 bigs. I did double him once at the very end of the day.
Well, he has run that 8 or 9 bigs into about $400,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Garrett announces a raise to 700,000.
And he's going up to 700K here.
Justin folds.
And he's going to go out. Excuse me, Justin's going to go out.
Players currently have 45 seconds in this level. Next level, 200, 400, and you remain 50,000. Heads up play was reached.
Say that again?
Players now on half-hour clock.
30-minute levels for heads up, though.
Okay.
hour level.
Adjustment made even for non-televised?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, you have the possibility of 15 and 16-hour final tables, and those are not good for. Especially not good for me.
No.
I clearly hit my angry point at around 9 or 10 hours, and then I'm just like, why aren't you people eliminated?
Justin raises to 700,000.
Did I might have double misclicked you. Let's see here. Yes, I did. So I muted you when I was not supposed to mute you.
Oh.
We were discussing things, and then I tried to check.
So
the
now I
mics.
have no idea what actually got hurt and what didn't. But we'll just move on.
What we know for sure is you stripped the ace-9 suited. We established that both on your mic and off your mic. Meanwhile, we got some action brewing here. Justin is open 700,000. Garrett has 3-bet to 1.8 million, and Justin's just gonna let that one go.
Garrett taking some aggressive stuff.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's funny. He had literally not tried one complete airball 3-bet bluff all day.
Right.
The very first one, and he just ripped King Jack off suit.
Yeah.
He just like, well,
this is
I know
why
you have a
don't.
3-bet bluff once, but
Yep.
and if you aren't bluffing, I'm dead. But I'm all in.
Compliments to Justin's timing.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe King Jack's a good hand heads up, but I was good. He either made a good read or just got lucky on the timing. Heads up poker is certainly a way different game.
Way different game
than any other form, and it's just if you're don't come now that online poker is not as prevalent in the U.S. Heads up poker is just not something a lot of people get experience with. Because they're not going to spread it in cash games in poker rooms because of the rake factor.
Yep.
And you're
Can't
not going to get
practice
heads up
online, like
in
you
tournaments
said.
that often unless
Yeah.
you're a complete legend. Maybe like Steve O'Dwyer, he gets that stuff every other week. So otherwise, you just heads up. You're not going to have a lot of experience with it unless you have an online background.
I was saying to people before that for a long time in poker, every few years there was a new breed of players who sort of came up, worked their way up through the stakes, and started to kind of put their own twist on the game, and maybe carved out a portion of the tournament circuit for themselves. And in the United States, that can't really happen anymore. There's sort of a ceiling on the age of many professional poker players because the guys younger than, say, the late 20s right now didn't get to grow up playing online poker, didn't get to build a role when the games were still kind of easy and beatable back then.
Right.
And I don't think you're going to see a new sort of breed of young players, any group of them break through. The odd one now and then will make it through, somebody like Fedor Holtz, who is European, by the way. But when it comes to a young American, the likelihood that some guy sub-25 breaks out all of a sudden seems very unlikely.
Yeah.
Because they just don't have the opportunity to practice the same way that guys in our generation did.
Just can't get near it.
Justin.
Pretty light open for Justin.
Yeah.
10 deuce. He had given up the 6 deuce and a couple others, but he's got a little momentum too. There's heads up poker of over any form of hold'em. Momentum is a pretty big factor. Because every hand you either win or lose.
Yeah, there's no neutral outcomes.
Yeah, like other hands when you're playing 3-4 hand, you just kind of muck and you don't feel like you really you feel like you actually lost or won every single hand. So there's definitive momentum to heads up.
Oh, check call from Garrett here with his open-ended straight draw, ace on the turn, and Justin might bet this one. Nope, checks it behind. And a deuce on the river will give
absolutely
Justin
dead
the
on the flop and made the best hand. Garrett, I'm surprised did not lead that river. It's bluff. You can't have too big of a hand. Justin cannot. But
Justin wants to bluff it himself, I guess.
I'm not understanding this bet.
I don't either. I would just take my showdown and occasionally beat stuff. And maybe this is one of those.
He's
ways
trying to bluff an 8. I mean, I don't know. That's the reason for betting, right?
Yeah, has to be. He's trying to bluff an 8. It might work against an 8.
I think it would. But I don't know if it's quite good enough for you. Interesting one. I would have probably bluffed the river as Garrett, let out, tried, and I wouldn't have bet of Justin, but hey, that was a little different. Got a little air flowing now.
Yes, we do. Now it's feeling
temperature
good
in
here.
the temperature in the booth got warm for a sec. Yeah, could have been it.
Garrett announces the race to 900,000.
Garrett going up to 900K here. Lines are 2 and 4 at this point. Justin makes the call. These are 30-minute levels when we're heads up. King 3 deuce on the flop. Not much for either player here.
3 clubs, deuce clubs. After Justin checks.
I'm not sure Justin will give up on this board.
I'm not sure either.
It's just...
He's got the best hand line. He's got backdoor draws. His
Yeah.
opponent's c-betting about 100% of his junk on this board.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him. That was a good call there. I don't think he can just give up king 3 deuce. Otherwise, you can't just. You need to be a little more sticky. I like that call.
The turn is
Turns a straight draw.
10 hearts. Justin checks.
Let's see if Garrett barrels complete air here or checks.
Checks
Garrett
it.
checks back. River is a 9.
9 on the river.
Nine is
Now
nine.
does Justin? Yes, I love it.
Checks,
Yeah,
Garrett
and
checks.
Garrett. I know that Garrett doesn't bluff many rivers, but this one in particular, your hand is so disguised that you can have a 3 or a deuce. So it's so easy for Garrett to either value bet thin with a 10 or 9, or decide like, wow, I have total air. My opponent could have the worst kind of pairs. He could have ace high. I'm just gonna bluff this spot. I kind of feel like maybe Garrett should have bluffed that spot.
Yes, I really don't.
Yeah.
I really hate his check.
Yeah.
He just he gave out. He had a jack in his hand.
Yeah, he's got a very relevant blocker.
And he can't win.
Yeah.
Against a check call range. So like just a check, I don't think the turn give up is fine, but I think that river when it checked just.
He also doesn't need to bet very big because he
No.
wants to pretend like he has a 10 or a 9 that's betting against a 3.
I think a
deuce, or
small
ace
bet
high.
can get a deuce to fold, maybe a 3 to fold.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I don't
Certainly
know.
ace highs to fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so little mistake by Garrett there. I know that he saved money in the results-oriented world, but I don't like the check. Justin here with a pair of 3s, raises it up to 9, I believe. Yep. Garrett.
What did Garrett do with a7 here?
I don't know.
36 blinds is too much to shove.
Yeah.
3 betting a7 off doesn't feel good. I guess he would defend it, but that's what he does.
Garrett makes the call.
These guys have both played pretty tight. Like they haven't the bluff frequencies into both plays.
Very little bluffing on both sides.
A lot of check downs.
They both check in the turn. There's a 9, 9 of clubs. Garrett checks. Justin checks. River is another jack. Jack close. Garrett announced a bet of 2 million.
2 million here from Garrett.
So he potted the river, so I just don't know on that run out. I don't think you can get heroed by like you want, you want to get heroed by an 8 or 9, probably even threes might be a little bit.
Will win the pot.
It's too much for a straight. He didn't bet the flop return. Like you can't really have that strong a hand, so yeah, it was too big.
Players have 22 minutes left in the level.
We brought up the Patagonia from Matt, but we have a ski hat in Florida also being worn.
Yep. And we had the hat plus hoodie look of Tim Riley earlier.
Yeah. He was wearing that same ski hat when he got it in against me. Must be lucky.
All right, 8-7 suited for Garrett. Going to 9.
Garrett announces a race to 900,000.
Jim Justin might give this one up.
Yeah, I would think so. Or 3-bet, but I think the fold is good. But some guys like to use those middling, very weak hands, or sorry, connecting weak hands as their 3-bet range heads up, because they're like, well, defending isn't good, but this is just beneath the kind of hands that I would defend with, so I'll use these my light 3-bets. 4-3-0, 6-3-0. Most of the suited hands in the big line get called heads up instead of 3-bet, whereas when we're full ring or short-handed, we're often using hands like, Jack 7 suited or 10-8 suited or whatever it is. Jack 8 suited.
King Rag suited is my favorite.
King Rag suited is a good one, yeah.
I love those. That's some reason I really enjoy those.
Sometimes you make top pair and you get to win a nice pot.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, King 3 suited.
Justin likes the King 4 suited, we found out.
Justin loves and hates King 4 in this tournament.
He's loving life. He's down, he sets up.
Life. He's in lucky, deep into the lucky sky.
He actually was, kind of reeling in one little moment there, and then picked up Kings Jacks.
That's right.
And then
right.
got Jacks to Ace Jack, and then eliminated Matt. And since then, it's been a nice little road for him.
All right, a little bit of a cooler here pre-flop. King Jack for
some
Justin.
good starting hands.
Queen Jack suited for Garrett.
Justin announced the raise to 900,000.
Expect Garrett will defend this.
Yeah. Yep.
And Garrett makes the call.
Jack high flop, it could be the end of this.
Yeah, Jack high flop generates some action for sure.
Flop.
Nope, it is a 7-7 2 spades. So Justin lead. Garrett with the flush draw. And a bet of 600,000 for Justin. I like the small sizing. Garrett will not be giving up. And turn is a 10 of spades.
10 of spades.
Oh, wow. So he has now.
Garrett announces a bet of 1.6 million.
And Justin is not going to fold to this card.
Definitely not.
He doesn't feel great about it because I think like his lead range is pretty strong when he check calls off that board. But he has way too good a hand to fold. I get you could I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about sending it.
But what are you repping if you send it? And what are you getting to fold?
Nothing. That's what he was thinking about.
And he's
there,
raising. I think he did raise.
1.6 million.
No.
No, he called. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
called.
I missaw. Okay, let's go to a river.
The river card?
6 of spades. So it is the king high flush versus the queen high flush. Garrett will check now.
Garrett's check.
What's your bet sizing if you're Justin?
I don't think you can go too enormous because of. But I think you need a bet.
3.5?
Yeah, I like that.
I like 3.5, a little over half pot. There's also some risk that your opponent has a full house and just check rips on you, you know. And it looks like he's going to take our sizing almost to a T. It looks like 3.25 million.
Justin has bet
Garrett's going to hate life,
3.25 million.
shrug and call.
This feels bad if you have his hand.
Yeah, specifically his hand.
You're like, wow, what the heck is... Because he bet the flop, he called your turn lead. You have the queen and the jack of spades, which really stinks. So, he doesn't have any value bets, really.
None.
That you
And
need.
how is he bluffing, right?
Right. He doesn't, he's not betting ace-9 with a 9 of spades, right? He's just going to check it.
Garrett does call, so he's going to get the bad news here.
Justin has shown a flush ace high with the king kicker.
And I think Garrett tabled that one.
And Garrett has
It's the first time we've seen Garrett look frustrated at this final table.
That was a pretty rough one.
Yeah.
I don't think he can fold, but
it's worth thinking about, right? I don't think you can fold either, but you should at least think this over.
absolutely no zero hands he value bets, unfortunately. As weird as that is to say. He beat those out.
So what's he bluffing with? That's the question. What's he bluffing with? Ace 7, 7, 10 of spades on the turn, 6 of spades on the river, right? So he bets the flop when he could have a lot of stuff on the flop.
Yeah, I guess he calls. I don't know. Does he call? The only question is, does he call 9-8 on the turn?
Yeah. If he calls 9-8, then I guess, particularly if he has 9-8 with a spade, he'd probably call it.
But then he wouldn't bluff the river. He would just check because he would have made a flush.
Oh, he made the flush. That's right. 9-8 without a spade.
9-8 without a spade is the only real bluff.
Yeah, you're right. Unless he's getting a little creative with a jack 8 or jack 9 or something.
But I think he only calls jack 8 or jack 9 with a spade in his hand too. And
Spade,
he has
you've got the jack of spades, and then the 8 of spades checks behind. So yeah, I don't know. Now Garrett, our short stack and his heads up match down the
That was a rough spot.
That's a very rough spot.
I'd feel horrible. He knew it on the river when he got that look.
Man, I would love to give that hand to some poker geniuses and be like, guys, what do we do?
I think it's one of those spots where you realize you probably don't have the best hand, but wow, I have way better than it's hard to fold. But maybe he could actually consider it.
Garrett.
So he's up against a range that has very few bluffs in it.
Yes.
and he is up against a range that
has no worse value bets.
No worse value bets, so it's tough to justify calling versus that. But on the other hand, you have a flush heads up and a good one, so it's a pretty rough one. Somebody smarter than me can maybe figure that out. They can fold that.
Now tell us, Internet, what are you supposed to do there? We don't have a good answer for you. All right, Justin here with a king queen. Going to 9.
Justin announces the raise to
Looks to have about 9 million himself. He's all in with ace 8.
Announces all in.
And Justin quickly calls. He's got about 10 million, so it's a 25 blind shove. Justin is happy to gamble with king queen. Garrett with ace 8, and we are essentially flipping for a title. Let's find out who gets to go to the WPT Tournament of Champions on Friday.
A lot. Justin already won the ace 9 of hearts versus the 4s. Can he win again?
Okay, ace king 4. The top pair for Garrett puts him way in the lead here.
The turn is a jack.
It's a jack, and so that's going to give Justin some additional outs here. King, queen, or 10. Queen is it! Justin finds it on the river and eliminates Garrett in second place. Get some love from the rail.
Power.
It was almost like the rail wasn't quite sure that he won. You know, you won? You won? Yay! Are we sure? There you see Justin Young, our champion, 669. Garrett Carrera, runner-up for 458. Second time he's been the runner-up in the World Poker Tour. Both these guys played an excellent final table, and both of them are among the most well-liked, charismatic guys in poker, so really 100%. Happy for them.
Been around a lot, but Justin's been around a long time and done been a really good, well-liked. When you're around that long time and you've never heard a real bad story about someone, that's a really good thing in the poker world.
Yes.
It's kind of rumor central, the poker world.
It is rumor central.
And I've never heard one thing about him, so that's excellent. He's a great guy.
Yeah. Unless you're somebody who hates the Lucky Scotch level, you got nothing on Justin Young. You know.
Yes. Plus, he's old, gray-haired, married guy, and I have a little spot for him.
Okay. Well, Stu, thanks a lot for coming in today. We will see you around this week.
Yeah.
And later on next season on the World Poker Tour.
I'll be at some stops without question. I'm always at all the Florida stops. I usually sprinkle in a couple extra.
Okay, cool.
Had a great time. Thanks to the Hard Rock for putting on a great event. Thanks for their sponsorship. Good night.
And make sure to come back tomorrow at 12:30 when we are live streaming the 10K.
10K finale. I got to put the plug in for my Hard Rock reps. They've been great to me, great support. Proud to be on the team, etc. And a phenomenal series, by the way.
Phenomenal
huge
series.
turnouts for all these events.
Hard Rock.
I mean, this tournament that Justin has won, there was 1,200 people in a main event for $3,500. It was only one day one. Excellent. Congrats to him for the big win.
So thank you again to everybody on the production staff and here at Seminole Hard Rock. We will see you again tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern Time. Good night.
Champion, congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's been a wild ride.
Tell me about it.
I started off hot on day one, had the slump on day two, but man, it's been such an experience. I've made a lot of final two tables in my life, and I have never won a WPT, so this is just blowing me away.
You've come close before.
I have. A second, a sixth, an eighth, and go on down the list. A lot of disappointments, but this makes up for it all.
Your face is going to go on the Champions Trophy now? I'm sorry, your name.
I hope the face, too. It belongs there.
This was a very long final table. You want to just kind of lead me through it a little bit?
Well, we had to play down to 10 because we were going to play down to 6. But once we did, we had to get here at 11 o'clock. So it's going to be a long day no matter what. I'm actually surprised how quickly it finished. I got lucky to double up with kings versus queens early on, and from there, just kept the pressure on. And even though the rest of the players played amazing, and honestly, I think Garrett played better than me heads up. He truly did. I got lucky in a couple spots and won the championship.
obviously playing the WPT Monster Tournament of Champions in a couple of days.
I absolutely am. I'm going to see my brother and 3 nephews tomorrow, and then I'm going to come right back down for the championship.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and hopefully I'll be interviewing you there too.
Absolutely.
That's it from me here on the floor, sending it back to Tony in the booth.
Seminole staff. Okay. What is her?